It's just Aristides and myself for the moment, so far as I can tell. Let's go to the studio, see how that's connecting, and it's look forward to everybody's feedback, and we let us know how we're sounding, how things are going, and okay, we seem to be connected, and so we're going to wait for feedback from you, the listener, and we have Brendan Zogit with us.
Yeah, how is the sound quality?
It's tolerable, but it's not great. Where are you?
Because I just got these headphones. So I was testing them. Are they good?
They can be better, I'm sure, in a different position, maybe outside of the jungle or the zoo or wherever you're at. Open air national parkland or what are you?
Yeah, mountaintops.
Okay, you're sounding better. Sounding good.
Hermitage.
Yeah, sounding good. Now our biggest problem is we can't seem to get a hold of Peter Moon. But anyhow, go on.
Oh, Pete. Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. So he'll show up soon. But yeah, I have some venting to do.
You can start now. You can start.
You son of a bitch! I can't eat artichoke dip anymore because I just am like. And the worst part is it's like you could have at least lied about what it tastes like and said it tasted like tuna salad or something. But you fucking said exactly, and you know it's real because that was just too specific of a taste.
You've got to get over that. You got to get over that. Artichokes are not human flesh. They're gonna, they're not ganglia paste.
But the taste, it's like that metallic taste that it has that just fucked it up, man.
I'm certain that there's certain preparations where you don't have that. Yes. And for those of you who don't know what on earth we're referencing, there's this horrible chochoa dish, bang bok chow, which is just ground human ganglia paste, and it's this cannibalistic shit that got fed to me once without my knowledge, I assure you. And then I was informed of what it was thereafter, and I described the taste, and it's fucked up. Bruchet, artichoke bruchet for our man Brendan Zogit, until he learns to get over that. And oh my god. And I'm
the worst part was I had someone gave it to me at their house, and I was like, they're like, oh, is it good? And I'm like, yeah, it's great. As I'm like thinking about like human brains being ground up into paste.
Yes.
Like,
oh my god.
Geez.
I'm so sorry. Okay, there we are. I mean, there's.
No, it was funny. I thought it was funny. I was like, I'm gonna go full Brooke Gibson on you when I get online. Yeah, maybe I can get over it.
Yeah, you will. I mean, artichokes deserve better. Artichokes are wonderful plants. They're divine. They're divine. I mean,
yes, indeed.
Yes. I mean, I love artichokes. I love artichokes.
They're good.
It's the bruchet. It's the
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what the worst part is, like how the texture and the color and everything, it just is too perfect.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. You could have at least lied and said it tasted like tuna salad or something.
Yes. Oh God.
The worst part is like just, it's like, it's accurate because it's just the whole vibe of it.
It's the color and but remember, it's if it were the real thing, it'd be a lot spicier. I mean, because that's the nature of
Southeast Asian cuisine.
And
that's funny that you say that, because when I was hanging out with we called her mom, but she was Laotian.
Yeah.
She told me, she said, watch out for when you go to Hmong restaurants. She said, she basically in so many words said, there's some of the Hmong are from the mountains, they're from mountains and their food is different. That's all she told me. She said, their food is different. Be careful what you eat. And then I brought up the chochoa to her, and she like got white. She like turned white, and then she said, "Oh, I don't know anything. Nothing about that. I don't know anything about that." And then she changed the subject.
Interesting. Makes so much sense.
She warned me to not go to those restaurants for that reason.
Interesting. Yes, that's fascinating. And
right.
It explains so much, and it really vindicates and validates so much. We're going to, I don't know what we're going to do. I think we're going to try and contact Peter Moon by telephone, And
well, I have to continue on my journey for now, but I can rejoin later.
please,
So
please do so.
I appreciate that, and I'll talk to you soon.
Are you sure you have to leave right now? I guess it's probably best.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay.
Because it's like just starting the storm. I have to get hunkered down real quick. So.
Oh yes, by all means, get to shelter. Okay. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Right.
Okay. Bye for now. Okay, that's Brendan Zoget, and now it's just going to be Aristides, myself, and the listeners. Okay. Tolkien Study says hello, and that, of course, is our dear friend Brandon Young. Magic Mark says, sounds fantastic, Douglas. Hope to talk to you all soon. Okay, and Sid says, loud and clear. Brandon says, Douglas, I must come on and ask you about Shannon Lee's new Netflix San Francisco in the 1899s. It's based on her father's original script, I think. Excellent. Okay, we'll see if we can bring you on. We might bring you on sooner than later tonight if Moon proves unavailable. He says, it's amazing. It's called The Warrior, and it's San Francisco Gangs of New York style meets Peaky Blinders. Okay. It's hard to think Shannon doesn't pay attention to us. Okay. Yeah, probably does. And he says, I'll take my pho every day. And he's talking about his Vietnamese soup. And Sid is very supportive as always. Brandon goes on to say, Edward Said's daughter taught me how to say artichoke. She said artichoke. That's cute. The wrong Hmong. Anyhow, all the best, Brendan, he says. And then he says, good luck with the cave, Brendan. Yes, as if Brendan was retreating to a cave. Yes. Well, we've got quite a number of listeners here, so I don't know what the hell our man Pete said in his, email. That he sent out. Vicky Johnson says, hello, Douglas, Lunar New Year parade in Chinatown, Chicago today. Wow, ours is until the end of the month. So that's wonderful, dear Vicky. So let me write that down for her. And of course,
he did send an email. That was for sure.
He did? What did it say? What did it say?
You talking more about Shinto, as you discussed before. Mostly Shinto stuff.
Yeah. And so let me give Vicky a few kisses, and we may get to that. We'll see if I'm in the mood to do anything tonight. I'm trying to catch up with a lot of notifications, and still trying to reach out to people. And somebody joined us. Okay, all right. It's good to have small intro to his appearance, says our man Brandon. Okay, at Vicky, here we are. At Vicky, here we are. Kisses. And, okay. And, okay. Got that to her. And with that, Tad Rickett says, love and respect till death. Thank you so much. Tolkien Study, which is Brandon Young, says, Douglas, have you ever heard of Don Webb? Of course, yes, I've brought him up multiple times. So you can come on with us and we can discuss that in a few minutes. Let's give one more try, just out of the sake of decency, to see if we can contact Peter Moon. Okay. All right, Moon Man. Let's see now. Look up, I know, the one he responded to the other day. Contacts. No. Recent. Text box. And Aristides, do help me out here. Sammy Romero says, loud and clear, Doug. And thank you so much, Sammy. Matter of fact, I mean, I might as well start calling people and bringing them on, really, just to help us with maintaining a kind of a roundtable till Moon shows up. And, but, I feel obligated to try and call him first. And here we are. Good. Okay. So, okay, let's see if this works. Gonna give him a little phone call.
Trying a regular phone call?
Yeah, I'm trying a regular phone call with him. And let's see if this works with him. And, we've been trying to call you. What's going on? Is your Skype off again? Okay. Yeah, well, jump on the bandwidth. You've been called. You can just jump right on. Okay. Okay, I'll try calling again. Okay, so let's try calling him again. jumping back on the call here, and we then hit Moon. Here we are. Press the call button and press add. Okay. And hopefully this one works. There we are. Hello, Peter. So, okay. So as... Yeah. So, take it away, Peter. Let's have you do your intro, bring things together for us. I mean, we, as Aristides can attest, Brandon Zoget and Aristides and I were trying to call you from our regular moment in time, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and something is going on at your end. Have you found out what it was, technically?
Well, I heard it was ringing loud and clear. Mm-hmm. I didn't hear a ring. I was just sitting on the couch. I wasn't in front of the computer, and I didn't hear the ring. If I heard the ring, I would have come right over. I didn't even know what time it was. Okay. So that's why you missed me. Okay. But I can't explain why it didn't ring. It rang the second time. So all is well now, though.
Yes. And by all means, we're so glad to have you with us. I understand you sent an email out. We've got a lot of listeners, but do the usual intro. Gradually bring us into the scenario, so to speak, and take it in whichever direction you want. Obviously, Aristides told me you wrote a bit in your email about the fact that we'll be speaking a little bit to Shinto tonight. I'll be happy to do that. But of course, we'll work our way there. And I do want people to know the rains are back in San Francisco. They're heavy enough where Brendan had to get off the line or off the call so he could find shelter, and with everything else that's going on, of course, I do want people to know that later on tonight, of course, we'll do a bit of political analysis, obviously. Peter might bring it up en route, or so to speak, just casually, but any heavy analysis on my part will wait until roundtable time or shortly thereafter. And that has to do with the death of Navalny, of course. I also want everyone to understand that if our dear friend Nemo Albano is out there, who I'd like to get a hold of him, speak to him. Hopefully he can join us tonight. I'll try and send him some messages in the private messages, of course, and I hope Aristides does as well. Aside from that, I'll show Peter actually what the deal is with that, and with that I'm going to do a screen share.
The deal with what?
Oh, why I was going to speak to Nemo Albano later if he's available.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
So let me take a look at. Let's see now where we've got the chat open. And Tad Ricketts says, respect to Peter Moon. That's from Tad Ricketts. And of course, Tad Ricketts says, we have the Dietrich computer on our side. That's adorable. Thank you so much. And he says, Happy Lunar New Year. Nolani Bouchard says, hi, everyone. Good to be here tonight. So let me make certain that I do a particularly warm greeting for, deliver a particularly warm greeting for Nolani Bouchard. She contributed 30 United States dollars from the island of Hawaii. She is in the Hawaiian island chain. I'm not going to say which island. And the dear lady, of course, has been generous repeatedly in the past, and certainly she's a profoundly lovely woman, and kisses and hugs to our lovely Nolani Bouchard. Love you dearly, and thank you so much for your contributions. So let's take a look at the screen share. And so we take a look at the screen share here, and can you see the screen cursor moving, Peter? There we are.
Yes, I can. And one of somebody wrote to me and says it would be so nice if the audience could have screen share. And I told him, I don't know if you have the technical capability to do that for the audience, but I'm just passing along his comment.
I honestly, I wish I could. I have. Maybe someday we will have someone who's technologically savvy enough where they can help us do that. Believe me, I desperately want that myself.
It is possible to do it on YouTube, but then you have a live stream without the picture. It might take more
Yeah, it takes.
bandwidth, etc.
Yeah, it takes a.
People do it all the time.
Yeah, people do it all the time, but these are people who are technically much more skilled than I am. You're talking about, just so everyone understands, I do want people to understand several things, but mostly I'm a creature of the 20th century, and so is Peter Moon, and this is not a professional production. These are basically two guys in a bat cave that are trying to get at you with resistance radio. This is what this is, and you have to think of it almost as the environment of a newsroom. You're going to hear keyboarding. That's something that I've never been able to stop all these years. That's it doesn't matter if I go mute, then another person will not. It's just the nature of the beast. So you think of it as a newsroom environment, as the person who's talking at you while there's typing in the background. This is how people used to work professionally all the time. Of course, our concept of professionalism is 20th century. It's very 20th century professionalism. And it's just not up to speed with what people are spoiled into expecting these days, with the kind of production capacity that other people have. Other people are working with CGI. They're working, there's kids who grow up with this. Basically, Peter Moon and I are a couple of old men. We have no kids volunteering their time to help us. The people who volunteer their time to help us are not computer people. Computer people, of course, charge thousands and thousands of dollars, and
they're not worth it either.
No, they're not. And ultimately, what happened to people like that poor bastard whose name, Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell had young men approaching him consistently, constantly, who were quote-unquote computer experts, and all they did every time was rip off everything he had. So I'm not quite sure that having computer people is really a good thing either. And essentially that's what happened to Andrew Bartzies as well. What I'm going to do now is try and show Peter. Here we are. Tad Ricketts says, I actually like very much studying DDD's art and creations. Way cool face tat. Well, paint. It's face paint. Yes. And basically what's going on is that, of course, it's the year of the dragon. My son and the Blood Boys applied face paint, and of course my Kawasaki syndrome is very manifest in the photograph that's taken and embedded in tonight's live stream, tonight's thumbnail for live stream. Brandon Young says, Jimmy Church interviewed Don Webb, so you were right. They talk about the Geraldo interview. Now that's funny because somebody, by the way, Toxic Male Gamer says, sup DDD, so sup to Toxic Male Gamer, welcome aboard. I don't know why Brandon Young is bringing up all these ugly, awful people. Are you got a commission with him now, Brandon, or what? Why are you even bringing this? Why do I even need to know about these people? Why would I care? Then he brings up Austin has the Aleister Crowley collection, the original Book of the Law, etc. Okay, I mean, I don't even know who Austin is. Austin who? At any rate, such being articulated, we're going to go to the inbox here, and then we're going to basically go into the, let's see now, notification I got from Rumble, which I'm going to show to Peter Moon. And so what I can't understand is whether Brandon Young is talking about they on the Rumble, or they with Jimmy Church and this Don Webb. So in case you did not know it, Don Webb is the heir apparent to the Temple of Set. For all I know, he took over the Temple of Set if Peter Levinda didn't. Or maybe they both set up equal stake in it, and one claimed it, and maybe they split 50-50, or maybe one beat out the other for it. At any rate, since Jimmy Church was interviewing Don Webb, then they decided to attack me on the Rumble. So basically, here's what they say on the Rumble. Now, this, of course, is exactly.
Oh, this is so sick. This is so sick.
Yeah, this is the same kind of template that is used by Richard K. Cole Jr. and Stephen Outram. It's just the entire point is that it is a straw man argument, and it has nothing to do with anything I've ever said, and they'll just put out some lie that I said something that I've never said, and then deny it, and then say that means everything Douglas Dietrich says.
But what is
a lie.
horrible here is that, and I'm going to quote from what I'm reading here.
Yeah.
It says the Oprah story is a lie. Now, what he's talking about is when Aquino appeared on Oprah.
Yes.
And it says, he said he was a member of a cult in Chicago, but did not mention Aquino at all.
You missed the second sentence. Second sentence is...
The young man did not accuse Aquino of anything. Well, who said?
No one ever said that. Yeah.
Who said he accused Aquino of anything? It's like it just sets up this sort of false premise that we're blaming Aquino for the abuse of this one particular individual, and Aquino's too busy to be abusing every single individual that's been abused by a satanic cult.
Yes.
And then they say stupidly the rest of the story is true. And it's like, who cares? I mean, Aquino laid a big turd on that show. Why are they even bringing it up?
Well, basically, Don Webb, the man who may well have inherited the Temple of Set, I never followed up with that. It was between him and Peter Levenda. We're discussing this on Jimmy Church, so this is what's called a Fader or Jimmy Church affiliate, but it's obviously a member of the Temple of Set, or even worse, an Edomite. It's almost certainly an Edomite, as opposed to a member of the Temple of Set. But he calls himself Kirk, which was this individual who I knew who was a pedophile and who taught me quite a bit about mercenary work. So he uses that name knowing that. Then he says D and then 777, which is Aleister Crowley's version of 666. So Aleister Crowley felt he was using the ascension number going beyond 666 to 777. So it's obvious this is an Aquino cultist slash Edomite. So again, the template is always the same. Say Douglas said something he didn't say. So they're implying that I said this young man was accusing Aquino of something, which of course I never said that. This young man appeared on the Oprah show and said he was part of a satanic cult in which he was ordered to commit a murder. Now, Aquino, Peter says Aquino laid a big turd on that show. Aquino certainly didn't feel that way. Aquino felt he was in total control of the situation and certainly acted like he was in total control of the situation. He certainly was in total control of Oprah Winfrey.
But that shows how stupid Aquino is, because what he did is he had showed no sympathy whatsoever for this kid.
Oh, of course not.
And that was the telltale. In other words, he's given himself away. And then why they're even bringing this up is not good for them either. It's just, it's like
well, it's always the same shit. It basically goes to...
It's like nobody cares. Plus, nobody cares. It's like they're defending Aquino.
Well,
that in itself is absurd.
Well, that in itself shows where they're coming from. That exposes them. But beyond that, the same template is always not to get anyone. It's to discourage people from watching the video. So what happens...
Who watches this crap of them anyway?
I'm sorry, what?
It's like, who watches Temple of Set videos? It's like we're not... The fact that
he put this on my video. He put this on my video, which is my...
It doesn't do them any good.
No, it does them good because it discourages people from watching my video.
It doesn't discourage anybody. It makes them curious.
Not really. People look at the comments so that they can decide whether or not they're going to watch the video. In case you didn't know it, this is how the aggregate works. This is why people close up comments. A lot of people won't allow comments for that very reason. So when you allow comments, the first thing anyone does is they go to the comments to decide whether or not they're going to watch the video.
Anybody who would be so stupid to respond to this comment, you don't even want him listening to.
Yeah, well, this is why I need to talk to Demo about deleting it. The problem is he will affect the aggregate of the video on Rumble. Not that many people watch Rumble. As a matter of fact, that's why he's on Rumble, is because he's not one of these people who's going to be on YouTube, because he figures probably that he would get censored by YouTube if he were to leave a comment. YouTube does do that with certain comments. Anyhow, he goes with the same predictable format. I'm bringing this up to educate our listeners. This is what they do every time, is basically once a liar, always a liar. And so they create a false straw man argument that the target has lied about something. So then he goes on with, weird that Doug would say this since it's one of the most famous Aquino appearances of all time and is a part of many documentaries. Makes me wonder if Doug embellished other stories as well. So it's always the same shit. It just repeats itself over and over again. So what I have to find out is whether Nemo permitted this, whether he's taking care of this, or whether,
This can be backdoor business. We don't need to go into this.
It could be, but this is not backdoor business. This is important. I will say the entire Oprah show seems to be scrubbed from the internet. Now, this is an important point.
See, this is exactly what I'm saying.
Yes.
It just indicts them all.
Yes, I have seen it many times in the past, but can no longer find it anywhere due to copyright issues, which he then misspells intentionally. In order to avoid the comment from being deleted by the Rumble aggregate. Then he says, I've actually seen it in the last year, and now it's just gone or dead links. So this way they can say anything they want about my saying something about the video, and nobody can check it out because it's scrubbed. However, as Peter says, it does in turn indict them themselves, because nobody can verify what they're saying about it. Then he goes on to say, Aquino blew his brains out a few years ago, so it's strange that this full show would disappear recently. So there we have that. So the Oprah thing has been scrubbed, and that's why the Edomites, and we know for a fact these people are Edomites. These are people who have been very boastful about it. That includes, of course, Ground Zero's Clyde Lewis and Fade to Black's Jimmy Church. And, of course, they got together with Don Webb, who been around forever and very much involved with the Temple of Set. And they're all complaining because the Oprah video is now scrubbed. And basically, this is what they decided to attack myself about. So they said this is an opportunity to claim Douglas Dietrich is saying stuff about the Oprah video that's not true. So there we have that. So now you are aware of that latest angle of attack. And
the fact that it's been scrubbed, and it has been scrubbed, is they say, is a further indictment of them. Why have they taken it off?
Yeah.
But that Geraldo Rivera devil worship exposing Satan's underground is still on there.
Okay, yeah, and that's the one that Geraldo Rivera himself, of course, quote unquote, disowns and claims is that he has apologized for its terrorism. So it just goes on and on. And of course, so before we shall we say, go in depth into other things, let's remind everybody one more thing. The usual admonishment. As soon as we open transmission, we are assailed by automated bots that hit us with a downvote so we don't appear on searches. And this is because the YouTube aggregate operates on this totally retarded concept of the more popular you are, the more spread you get. So the more hits you get, then the more they disseminate links and put you on searches. So we don't get any of that because the moment we turn on transmission, we're hit by quite a few Autobots that vote down, and we need you to counter that. Now, what I'm going to do from this point forward is have Aristides explain a little something about that. He'll just take a moment, and Aristides, do tell people what you think is going on with that. What can they do? Probably set up multiple accounts is the best thing they can do to hit us with upvotes that will help us appear back on searches again, correct?
Yes, you do need to be signed in to upvote or do probably various other functions on YouTube, but you can create sub channels from your main account without having to create a all new account with a new password and everything. And apparently you can upvote with them individually, which I've just done. So I did it on one, although I did it on two different computers, but I assume usually you can go right up in the corner and switch your channel. You just go to like your little icon, switch account, and then you can switch to your other persona and then hopefully, even if you only have one device, you can. I have to try that next time.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can do it. You can do it.
Thank you.
Multiple,
Go on. Yeah.
Multiple. They call it a channel, even if you're not publishing anything.
Yeah.
It's just.
That's incredible. Thank you so much. That's so important.
But you have to be logged in, unfortunately, or else, it would be even worse if you couldn't, because then they would just, probably spam you with more downloads.
Thank you. No, that's our man Aristides, who's helped immensely. Also, a suggestion has been put forth by Vicky or one of the other ladies to also try different search engines and see if you can hit a upvote from the different search engine and see if that takes effect. Because sometimes that works, because that'll help you get through paywalls. But other than that, I've
Different browser.
Yeah, browser. Thank you.
Yeah,
Different browser. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I haven't tried that one yet.
Okay, thank you. And so aside from that, I do want to remind people that I'm under the impression, of course, a different IP address helps as well. So that's what our man has used, Aristides. And but the way he recommends it with the different channels might help you avoid the need to go through a different IP address. But, as always, try it with different channels on your different devices. So we're going to turn the show over to Peter now. I'm going to stay here, of course. I'll be with him this entire time, and I'll be responding to the best of my ability. And Peter seems to have found this so-called scrubbed video. So if it's scrubbed, somebody's uploaded it on Rumble, who probably had downloaded it to their own personal records a long time ago. Is that the case, Peter? You found it?
Yeah, it's on Rumble. I found it on Rumble. It has been scrubbed from YouTube, which is very curious.
Not really. It's what's to be expected. I'm surprised they didn't do it a long time ago. Probably because it's Oprah, and they just figured that would appear strange if they, scrubbed Oprah. But now they don't give a shit. Oprah's kind of past her prime and kind of in the past for the new generation. So they figured they better not let the new generation find out about this. Again, the only thing that happens in that video, which is very important, is that this young man talks about being part of a satanic cult, essentially raised in one, and he was forced to commit murder. And now there is very much a connection with Michael Aquino, in the sense that whatever mind control programming, whatever trauma-based training the young man has gone through, and he's obviously traumatized, he immediately responds to Aquino's essentially hypnotic commands. As I pointed out before, as has Brandon Young very astutely, the young man basically is telling his story. And that's when Michael Aquino very calmly and with infinite scorn and sarcasm and sublime superiority, just the smugness of the sadist who runs the dungeon, basically said, "Why didn't you call the police?" And of course, the young man is just left speechless, stunned. Of course, he couldn't call the police because he'd be arrested for murder, you dumb fuck. But he can't say that for obvious reasons. And so when the young man's going to other details of this atrocity, one of the things is the camera pans onto Aquino's face. And when Oprah asks this young man a question about details, then Aquino can be seen saying very silently, his lips are moving, but you do not hear his voice, or you barely hear his voice. You can see him say, "He doesn't remember." And then the young boy robotically parrots Michael Aquino, saying, "I don't remember." So there is a connection between the two. Again, the attack on myself on Rumble is symptomatic of the Edomites being worried about something. They are obviously worried about the latest developments with YouTube. The scrubbing of Oprah seems to be something they want to take advantage of to promote themselves, that somehow they're being, censored, persecuted, something of that nature, and follow it up with attacks on public informants like myself. This is the kind of the usual, shall we say, business as usual that we deal with. With that, back to Peter.
Okay. Well, I have some. I think it's basically really good news.
Excellent.
When there's good news, and I think I will start it. I was talking about the incident we had at football last week.
Yeah.
And that was where, for those who didn't listen, we had actually two of my friends, and the white one attacked the melanated one, and it didn't go well for the attacker.
Right.
Now, so this is what happened. So, okay, so basically I was worried for my black friend because he had a dislocated finger.
Right.
And I was yelling. I said, don't touch him. Don't hurt his finger. There were other guys between me. And what happened is, I guess I couldn't really see what was happening. The white guy threw several punches. He missed. My black friend Terrell, who was on the show, actually kicked him in the gut because he's got a finger. He can't fist fight with a busted finger.
Right.
He can throw a football, but he can't punch.
Right.
And then he got him in a headlock to deter him and just stop him from fighting. He didn't want to fight him. He had him in a headlock. And then I went over afterwards. I saw him touching his throat. And I said, "What happened?" They broke it up, and I said, he said, he choked me. I mean, how can he choke you with a busted finger? And he said, and my friend said, he says, "Well, I got him in headlock. I just wanted to desist him." So anyway, I left, as did some other people. After I left, the guy who attacked called the police. 3 cop cars came.
Wow.
These are New York City policemen. I think the sergeant who was in charge was black, but all the other cops were white, and they were doing the field work. And I was told by one of the young kids, he says, all the black people were telling him, no, he didn't. They were ready to take my friend away in cuffs, the guy who got attacked.
Wow.
And he was afraid because he'd had that happen before when he was innocent, being cuffed.
Yeah.
And this is really a big button with people who are black. And then, so all these black people were saying, no, he didn't do it. And then some white guy, who I supposedly know, I just don't know him by name, he went over there and straightened it out with police and said, no, this is what happened. And they let it go. They let it go. And then there was no arrest made because there was no need to make an arrest. And there was, so basically, there was a Super Bowl party, and they told, my friend and his brother not to come. I declined to come in the first place because I was going to do the show, and it was too far away. Had I known they were going to be watching it together at their home, I would have gone over there just to be with them and came to the show late. But in any case, this was, I guess what you call, this is the moral climate, and I could still call, but then this is the thing I said. There was this whole chat going like, what the, just, there was a lot of crap going down until my friend explained the whole story of what's been going on. And it's been brewing for a long time. And apparently the character who attacked does not have what's called social intelligence. There's, regular intelligence, there's emotional intelligence, which was also lacking here, but also social intelligence. Social intelligence, when you don't read the body language of who you're around. And it would be like bringing somebody who didn't belong into Sugar Daddy's world.
Yes.
He'd be noticed immediately.
Absolutely.
He would stand out like, you're not supposed to be here. So this is social intelligence. and it applies when people are inadequate or can't read the body language of the situation they're in. And sometimes when you can read the body language and you still can't do anything about it.
Yes.
If it's an oppressive situation. And this is the problem with these people on Rumble. All they can do is irritate these set people, because they don't recognize social intelligence. They could, the mindset is well, look at the person stabbed, and we stabbed them, but you don't have the murder weapon, so you can't convict us. That sort of mindset.
Yeah. That's
the kind of mindset they don't see. It's like the emperor with no clothes sort of thing.
Yes.
They don't see themselves as they appear to other people. This is a form of narcissism where they're too, ingratiated with their own sense of who and what they are. People will see things the way they should see them, or the way they think they should see them.
Yeah.
And this is being too preoccupied with one's own viewpoint. Now, what was very interesting about that period of time is Mars and Pluto were conjunct. This is a time when there's explosiveness. I think we had some shootings that went in with that.
Yeah.
I can't come up with all the shootings.
But don't forget the Chiefs Parade. The Chiefs Parade resulted in.
That was it. Yeah, that was the same day,
Yeah.
or the same time period. It was the same day. But and now Venus is going to hit Pluto, so that'll put a different dynamic in it. But I also, as I said last week, I had a visit from my Chinese friend Maggie, which really stirred up the whole dream thing. And then I had contact with another one of my friends from Puerto Rico who was on the trip, and we talked yesterday. It was a very meaningful discussion for me with regards to health regimens. And then she started having dreams again. And so it reignited the whole dynamics of the dream workshop from back during the biorhythm, which was very interesting. Because in other words, I'm only beginning to realize that we planted a seed as a group, on August 12th period of last summer during the major biorhythm, and now it's going to feed on itself, even though we haven't seen each other in a long time. Most of us haven't seen each other in a long time. And so the dynamics are still there. We planted a very strong seed. And I'm going to have this dream workshop at the end of April at Montauk, and she's going to come with me, my friend from Puerto Rico, which has just shocked me that she's going to come. That's great, because I'm dreaming. But what I want to bring this up is because I had a dream last night I'm going to share that concerns what we're doing, Douglas.
Well.
But first I'm going to preface that by saying we had an order for another case of your book on Friday.
Excellent.
And that was following, because they had a lot of returns, and then they ordered one, and now they've ordered another one, which means they basically sold out of that other one.
Right.
So that's positive. This is a change in direction. To me, it definitely indicates a change in direction. And while you're monitoring this YouTube demographics and stuff, I have a very good sense of 30 years in the publishing world, what's working and what's not, or what's going on in that dynamic. Now, I don't engage in YouTube because I don't have time.
Right.
And, other than this. Now, if I set my mind to it, I could, but I don't have time to set my mind to it. But I was on podcast yesterday with my friends in the Netherlands. It's the second time I've done it. But this was on your book.
Great.
And I was shocked and amazed that she wanted to do the book. And then I sent it to her. And then she delayed because she had some personal issues. But she read the book, liked the book, and she, pandered to the narrative that I gave about the book.
Great.
And that was like, wow. It's not, but it seems like the first interview I've been able to do on the book where somebody was genuinely interested. It's not the first one, but it's the first one in a long time. And I really appreciated her. And then she had, with panel and with people on participating, one guy, then the questions actually, because they got a little bit deeper, I had to start discussing the book we're doing now and I'll talk a little bit about your background, which was very awkward because how can I say anything? I've got to qualify it 60 times over. I don't have time to do that.
It is a real challenge. Go on. Yes, please.
It is. Like talking about the artichoke. And then I mentioned the chichoa.
Uh-huh.
And then one guy, how do you spell that? And I said, okay, well, I'll tell you how to spell it. But you got to be aware that when you go and look up chichoa, you're only going to get to H.P. Lovecraft stuff. So I had to explain H.P. Lovecraft and the fact that all this stuff, but she knew about she didn't know about the Mad Arabs. She knew about some of the Cthulhu and some of the madness. She wasn't completely uninformed.
Of course.
And
by the way, it would be pretty hard for a person who was dealing with popular culture to be uninformed about Cthulhu and other aspects of Lovecraft these days, simply because the Adamites are so pervasive. But go on. Yeah.
Well, I think they come more from a UFO perspective, and they had, but then, they were genuinely interested in what I had to say. But was one guy who started off by telling me, that he follows the scientific method. He really believes the scientific method. And then that was almost like a preamble to say that he listens to channelers. And he was trying to bring these channelers into it. And, it's like saying, I believe in the scientific method, but I'm talking about channelers. And, and then what did I think about channeling? And I basically, and this forced me to be more harsh than I like to be. And I said the first thing I learned about channelers from Preston Nichols was that they're all channeling government stuff.
Interesting.
The government wants it. This is all orchestrated by satellite.
Wow.
And there are several instances of that. And there's certain channelers who say, yeah, God, thanks. I'm picking up on horse shit. And then he told me that the general consensus of these channelers is that the Roswell incident, there really was an alien, and there was an alien at Roswell. Now, I was astounded. And I said, well, I don't believe in consensus thinking. It's consensus thinking that, we should all vote Democrat or Republican. It's consensus thinking is stupid. Consensus thinking just means everybody agrees. It doesn't mean it's right. And I've never been a consensus thinker. But it's like, all these people agree that it was an alien at Roswell. This totally corroborates what I just said about government,
Yes.
But he didn't say it that way, and he suggested I go to some website, some group, which I don't remember, that, where there's a bunch of, I don't know what he called them, scientists and stuff, really working at getting to the bottom of the UFO enigma, or whatever. It's like, that's not the exact word, but it's a paraphrase. And I just told him, I said, well, I can't speak for this group, but, all those groups are basically full of shit. you know, and this is what we're dealing with. But it was like one, you know, like, you know, he was trying to educate me that these guys are really trying. I mean, it completely obliterates what I'm saying about the Roswell deception.
Mm-hmm.
He should be. I think he said he would read the book though. Yeah. But you don't know what the motive is there. It sounded like innocent, but probably wasn't. So anyway, I'll share what I remember of my dream last night.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in a room. It was sort of a gathering place, other people. And two Japanese women came in.
Mm.
And they were unique because they were Japanese. And they came up to me very friendly because they had nobody to relate to.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were in a foreign world.
Right.
So they look at me like, you know, and I was friendly back to them rather than ignoring them or brushing off. And they, you know, spoke enough English to where, you know, they had found a friend in a strange area, and they started to interact. And then I began to tell them about your book.
Mm-hmm.
And they all of a sudden pretended they couldn't speak English and just, no, and they walked away. Which tells me, which intrigues me about a Japanese resistance to your book. Like we had that one longtime customer of mine who
right
acted inappropriately, disingenuously. You know, it's just like, you know, but it's sort of like, and the funny thing is, if Japanese were to deny this in any way, it puts them in a very peculiar position, existentially.
Mm-hmm.
Existentially,
mm-hmm.
It's just like, it's very strange. But I just wanted you to be aware of that. Not that we have to worry about a Japanese, you know, anti-Dietrich.
No.
But it's just kind of like, it's what this probably means, that it's getting on the radar of the Japanese.
Yes.
It's finally beginning to get on the radar of the Japanese.
Yes.
And it's awakening slow. And the first response is, you know, we don't want to think about these painful issues. And one of the biggest problems for any Japanese that would be sluggish to accept this would be they don't know jack shit about their own occult bureau.
That's right.
Because it's occulting.
Yes.
They're not supposed to know about it.
That's right. Let's put it this way: if the Japanese were, if it were brought to their attention, it's not something that would surprise or shock them that there was an occult bureau. But then again, you never know with modern kids that are raised with a kind of modern school system in Japan. Maybe they would be surprised. Maybe they would be surprised because they might have thought that everyone these days thinks in a kind of atheist, materialist, kind of rationalist perspective, and that would maybe that would surprise them, but it really shouldn't. The one thing I do know is that Japanese are very sensitive to avoiding controversy, and they simply want to just avoid the kind of a controversy that would come with this, which would be extreme. And because if the Japanese accept this, the reality of this narrative, then it forces them to come to terms with history in a manner that they haven't done so for years. They really just have managed to pretty much avoid history.
They have not needed to.
Yeah, they just haven't needed to confront history because they could just avoid it, and they could mouth platitudes. And, just to give people some perspective on this, when it comes to the difference between Japan and Germany in World War II, Germans have this apology streak going, where they apologize for the atrocities and the Holocaust, etc. And their leaders just go all over the place, mouthing these apologies, repeatedly regurgitating and parroting these apologetic platitudes about the atrocities of World War II. They never apologize, actually, for the war, which is very strange. And as far as I'm concerned, is fine by me. They shouldn't be apologizing, as far as I'm concerned, for any of it. The Japanese actually go about Asia for the sake of business purposes and maintaining diplomatic relations. There are apologies that are issued for the war consistently, but the Japanese never apologize for the atrocities. This is, again, it's one of those things that I don't think either side should be apologizing for any of it. The German or Japanese side, I mean. But instead, they each have their own way of dealing with it. But when it comes to the one individual that Peter brought up, this particular Japanese individual felt the need to, quote-unquote, defend Hirohito, quote-unquote, defend Hirohito's innocence by basically claiming Hirohito would never, do anything bad. This is basically where this guy was coming from. And it's like, it's touching and it's naive and it's cute and it's like just is what it is, and he just felt the need to do that. And I think it's kind of absurd, but what these people just don't seem to get is there's no need for you to do that. It's like, first off, Hirohito's dead, and he was immune when he was alive anyway. So it's like there's no need to do that. Hirohito, he did what he had to do, and what he did is, as we put in the book in context, pretty much unavoidable. It was pretty much what he did was inescapable. He really didn't have a choice. So when it comes to that, if the Japanese learn to accept that, then it really changes their entire perspective of interacting with the world, which they need to change anyway, because we're in a pre-war environment. War is going to break out with the Sino-Slav-Indic Synaxis, as I've said, against these major powers at the heart of Eurasia, Russia, China, and India. And we are in a situation where Germany and Japan just need to fucking wake up. And aside from what we've already talked about in the past, people are ignorant of their militaries and don't know they're already militarized. And at the same time, they still need a lot of mobilization in a mental orientation. That just the mental state needs to be reoriented towards a wartime state. This is something that this book could help with if they begin to accept it. And Peter's sensing that it's gradually leaking into the Japanese consciousness. That's what Peter's sensing. But he's also sensing how uncomfortable the Japanese are with it. It's just like, oh my God, let's, don't speak English, out of here for the moment. Let's, but I think Peter's dream is very eloquent and right on the mark, very very touching, and he's very sensitive. I will
say that I've I guess first I got a call from my Chinese doctor, and she had a dream about me.
Wow.
And in China, and it was, and then I had a dream, and it had to do with a Chinese translation of Montauk. And so it's like sometimes these things they leak through. So for this to occur means that it's getting an initial recognition, and you can see that there would be friendliness. It's like, well, gee, I'm sure they're very happy to see that the book brings some positive points about Japan. It pats Japan on the back instead of whatever. But the beauty of the Japanese is they just have thrived without, why make an issue about the fact that we beat you. We'll just keep trading with you and doing business with you. And this is a very, pragmatic way of doing business. And these facts are hard for people to accept if you just look at the raw facts of Japan was being strangulated by Commodore Perry, and then by reducing their ability to export and import, and then with cutting off their oil. And then now, what does Hirohito want? He wants business. Now he has business. He gets it, and it's undeniable. In fact, as I begin to talk about it, it became so excruciatingly clear in my head what happened.
Yeah.
And then you have as I read the opening statement at the beginning of the book, it's like, the hostilities had ceased. You have a peace treaty. Well, you don't have a peace treaty in September of 1945 aboard the Missouri, and then President Truman declaring the cessation of hostilities at the last day of 1946.
Yes. Yeah.
So, you don't have hostilities after a peace treaty. You had a peace treaty after the cessation of hostilities in 1951. Then you have this whole pattern of behavior of people who would see this. Well, of course, they had to dot the I's and cross the T's. You don't an unconditional surrender. You don't dot I's.
Thank you. Thank you.
Not unconditional. So it's but these people, when the people conflate history, this flies straight into the teeth of the hypocrisy of the American culture.
Yes.
And I also wanted to comment. I had mentioned about the Grateful Dead ingratiating themselves with the Bohemian Grove. I didn't watch it, but I saw a YouTube feed on Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead, who's also, it's not publicized, but he's well known for his cavorting with young boys. That might be what he gets at the Bohemian Grove. I don't know.
Oh, almost certainly.
But they were asking him, I saw in an interview once, he said, why, what about the secrecy there? What about the secrecy? He says, well, basically, just don't like a lot of jerks around.
Yeah, I like what he considers jerks. Yeah, the hoi polloi.
Gonna tell, and basically, then there was, but the YouTube feed was saying, how much he liked the 49ers, the San Francisco 49ers. Of course, he's from the Bay Area, and it also brought to mind in, I think it was 1984, and it was when the Super Bowl was in the Stanford Stadium in Palo Alto that year, because I remember seeing, it was either at their championship game or at the Super Bowl, and Grace Slick and the Jefferson, I think they were the Starship then, performing, and she's giving this great rah-rah for the 49ers. Of course, she's from San Francisco, but when I go back to those days, it was very culturally inapropos to be a sports fan at all, to pay any heed. And when I would go to the Oakland Coliseum to watch a game, which is sparsely attended, they always had a problem with crowds, but you kind of knew that you shouldn't be watching baseball. This is not one of the cultural norms of this generation. And of course, I played baseball with my friends. I did not give a damn about their cultural norms. I absorbed them. I was comfortable amongst them. But I was always an athlete at heart. So, we would go on occasion and see a game in San Francisco or Oakland, and But I just felt, I was like, hitting across that current where these people were too inebriated or intoxicated to be, and then here you run forward into the culture, Grace Slick 15 years later, or whatever it was, Bob Weir 50 years later or something, and it's like, oh yeah, these fine institutions I've always hated the National Football League. Yeah, I like football. But, it's like, but nevertheless, it's just this, what is this? And then somebody, and I restrained myself. Somebody on Facebook, posted about how great Sir Paul McCartney is. Sir Paul McCartney. Because, you don't understand, like, what a, mega guy he is. And Paul McCartney is a very talented, great musician with a very nice public personality. But to accept the knighthood from somebody who was such a supposed rabble-rouser, there's a great, I guess what you'd say, what would you call it? Hypocrisy. It's like, what do you stand for? And I heard him say today on an Instagram that his goal is to live to be 100, because then he'll get a telegram from the crown congratulating him.
Delightful.
We don't have telegrams anymore, so it'll probably be an email.
No, they might still use telegrams for the formality of it.
Well,
But then again, like you said, there wouldn't be a technological infrastructure for it, would there?
I commend him for wanting to live to 100 and certainly having enough get up and go. That's a really good thing, certainly. But that part of his character, which accepted the knighthood, I despise.
Yes.
I despise. I don't despise him or his music, but that part of his character. And this whole idea of these anti-establishment characters becoming, this is not a good thing. I mean, you can expect a certain amount of that in life. It's just what happens. You're brought up by your parents, and you might resist them and fight them, and you might be truly rebellious. Well, then you end up becoming a parent yourself.
Yes.
But what I found in being a parent was that I had such a wide, broader understanding of life than my parents did.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping that my daughter would have the same. And while she's incredibly intelligent, incredibly versatile, one of the most versatile people I've ever known, doesn't necessarily translate. There's certain areas where she's just not going to go with me, and that's okay. That's okay. But it's like I'm saying, why I would rather have a daughter who could lecture to me about life, like I could lecture to my parents about life comprehensively, even to the point where they admitted it. And that was kind of the end of their lives. They out-thought, out-maneuvered, like a chess game. And I told them if they didn't change their ways, something bad's going to happen. And they ended up dead, shortly thereafter, because they were completely unwilling to change their robotic, what do you call it?
Just
enslavement to the system.
Yeah.
You can play the system. I wasn't telling him to quit his job. I wasn't. But so be it. People are only as good as what they're good for. Like if you take, an overage coach at a football game who's helping them coach, you can't put him in the game. It's not going to work. You know, he's too old. He's not going to be able to play the position. So that's what happens, unfortunately, with people. But so that dream was, I think, very foretelling. And I think it's good. I think it, and this followed on the fact that more interest in the book is being generated.
Yeah.
And then I found myself in the awkward position of talking about the new book, which was where we're going to go a little bit tonight. And maybe I'll start it with a little humorous story of my schedule was changed this morning. I went to pick up my friend Thomas. Thomas is in senior year of high school, and he, was a star in the football team, the best player. And I would watch his games more so the previous year than this year. But he is getting letters from colleges and whatnot, trying to figure out what to go. And it was the first time I picked him up. I've driven him home many times, and doesn't answer his phone. I go to the door. There's nobody there. No knock. I'm sitting there in the driveway. All of a sudden, I hear this horn honking behind me. I turn around. I go, must be his mother. I park out. She goes in the driveway. I park back in the driveway. She comes by, and I'm looking for Thomas, and she says, "Oh," she says, "I wanted him to go to church this morning." I know he wants to play football, but I want him to go to church. And I said, "Well, I guess I'm the devil. I'm here to play football." She laughed, and he goes. So she goes, I'll go find him. I'll go wake him up. So she goes in the house, and then he comes out of it. I think they have a gym in their garage. He comes running out, and he says, "Oh," he puts his stuff in my back seat. He says, "I'll be right back." And she comes out, and I introduce myself and shake her hand, and she says, "Where is he?" I'll try and find. I said, "No, he came out. He's going to be back. It's all right." And I said, I'll give him a sermon on the way. I'll give him a sermon. and she laughed. So he comes back, and he says, I said, your mom was just here. Or he says, yeah. He says, yeah, I want to stay away. I go, "Oh, she's really nice." He says, "Well, no, like, I guess she's kind of stern." Looked like a very nice lady. But he wanted to get the hell out of there.
Jesus.
And I gave him a sermon, and I explained to him. I said that, the Jesus, the symbol for Jesus is the Pisces fish. The fish.
Yeah.
The Pisces, the Vesica Pisces. And I said, if you take that represents two circles interfacing, but it's really two spheres interfacing. It's one dimension with another dimension. So I said, that's a football is a three-dimensional Vesica Pisces. That's what it really represents, two spheres interlocking. And I said, that's a football. And I said, every time you throw that football and it is caught, or you're catching the football, you're catching Jesus. And you're running it across the goal line to score for Jesus. You're scoring with Jesus. And he was very appreciative and interested to hear that. So that was his sermon.
Cool.
He scored. He scored with Jesus.
There we are.
Every time you have that football. And I would also say, and I pointed this out in I think my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, emblazoned across the NFL football is the name Wilson, which is, of course, one of the hallmarks of my writing career. So, right on the Vesica Pisces. Wilson, and I would say Wilson rides the cusp, Wilson is evocative of the 666 element, but it's also evocative of the Christ element. These things ride side by side. They go side by side. And you don't have to like either one, and you see this, and this is what I say, because was it on this show that I read the Lord's Prayer?
It may have been at some point, yes, I'm certain.
I read it somewhere, but in any case, the Lord's Prayer in Aramaic, or maybe I read it to a friend, but of course, when you get into the Aramaic, the Lord's Prayer is about breath. So I'm saying is the Lord's Prayer, as it's been rendered in the St. James Bible, is not the same. Nevertheless, I know it works, as Douglas has stated it worked when he had these generals read it during the Night of the Broken Circle.
Yes.
Because it will extinguish, demonic presence. And it doesn't matter if it's been mistranslated or not, because that's what they're opposing, because they'll do the Lord's Prayer in the St. James Bible backwards.
Yeah.
That's what they do. And so, if they did the Aramaic stuff backwards, they would actually it would sound like, it would sound like the inversion of breath. They'd actually be killing themselves. They'd be choking as they did their grimoire.
Yeah.
Not even the Vox Arca would work for that. It would be just but they're working in the context of opposing Christianity as we know it. Some of Aquino's writing, I don't know if it's the coming forth by night, or if it's a prelude to that or something, where he really talks about, how God is, been such a unsympathetic individual.
Right, something like that. That's right. Yeah, he was venting about God. Yeah.
Yeah, and that argument is not necessarily incorrect, but he takes it too far. It's kind of like saying, okay, like suppose you have a father, and suppose the father has a, below medium job, and he has to scratch and get by. But he does what he can for you. You see the other fathers, and the other fathers have more money, they have a better car, but you know what? He's your father. And so, are you going to blame him for the fact that he didn't give you as nice a bike? That he didn't give you as nice a Christmas as your friends had? And he's not a drunk, he's trying, and he's got his unfortunate. But does this mean that, when you grow up, you've got to, castigate him and fight him and despise him? No, he did what he could. In fact, most people who have a father that fits that description want to help them. And if they're so fortunate, they will help them improve their lives rather than to. And so Aquino's basically, having an all-out war against
the father figure,
the creator.
Yeah.
And is putting himself outside of that. At least that's the logic he uses, and it might appeal to people. He's not the first one to do that.
Right.
But it seemed like, to me, pathological.
I agree, of course. Yes.
When I read it, but that was my Sunday sermon on football, is that's what I do on Sundays.
Yeah.
And
because you're the devil, yeah.
Well, she thought that was funny. It just seemed appropriate. He was going to church, and he's they come from Jamaican extracts. So I see they go to a Jamaican church when he goes, and he knows all the good Jamaican stores to go to.
Cool.
But he doesn't sound like a Jamaican, for darn sure. But anyway, so we're going to go back now into the context of, we're talking about the Japanese and the book, because in the last episode I was contextualizing Shintoism, the emperor being the high priest of Shintoism. See, and it was very interesting when I transcribed the last thing we did about a week ago, Super Bowl Sunday, about what you said about the antecedents of the Japanese culture, and the Taiwanese influence in the Pacific. What came out of your mouth was it was astonishing me. And then when I went back and wrote it down, it's really quite simple, but it's monumental. Some of these sentences here or there saying, again, see how all this traces back into Taiwan. It's into the culture. These are key components of the Japanese culture that I just it just astounds me. And as I told you before, I did a paper on Japanese mythology in the 10th grade, and based on a book in the Davis County Library, or the county library in Davis, and that stuff was obtuse.
Interesting.
It was hard. It was hard, and because you can't relate. If you're reading about Greek or Roman mythology, you can relate to the characters,
right?
The names, you can relate to the names at least. And with the Japanese, it was much more difficult. So now it's like, God, I wish I would have heard this stuff then.
Yes.
I did once have now see, I've told you this, I have this Shinto, well, it's a Shinto Buddhist shrine. It's got a Buddha inside of it. It's this beautiful thing I bought from my proofreader when she died.
Oh, wow.
I bought from her estate. It needs a bit of fixing up. It's like, I think I was the only one willing to pay $200 for it. And it was just, wow, I bought it. And I realized this belongs at the heart of my home with the feng shui. I need to get a little table and put it right in the center of, got to do a little configuring there, but that's where it belongs. This is, and when I bought it, everybody looked at it, they liked it, they knew it. If you ever saw it in her house, she had it in the corner, and she'd open it up. It has a Buddha inside, which might have been a brass or golden Buddha at one time, but now it's just a plastic Buddha of a golden color. And then the doors kind of open really beautiful, and it would like shed out right into the books. But people they all asked about it, but I was the only one willing to shell out a couple $100 for it, which I never regretted for a minute.
Right.
But now it's like, and I guess, well, it was, what was her name? Sharon. I just adored this store, and we looked for it when we were in Chinatown. I couldn't find it. I think it went under.
Oh.
Or maybe it was reconverted by one of the Tongs into something. Maybe the Tongs came and said, "Okay, no mas. We're going to turn you into something else." But because I even sent my daughter there. I sent my daughter there to get one of, what do they call the things you put on your door? The little red thing you put on your door for good luck.
Oh, yes. Well, I know what you're talking about. Little notes, of course, that are used, especially, of course, during New Year's. And but these are essentially welcome signs for good luck. But go on. Yes, please.
Well, I bought one. And then I think then Paula came into my life shortly thereafter. But anyway, I bought one. And I was in there in the store, and I think her name was Sharon. and I told her who I was. She didn't remember, but I sent my daughter there, and my daughter went and she remembered me when she saw my face, but she didn't remember my name. And I told my daughter to get something there for her good luck. But when I went back in there and I saw, the Buddhas, and she had a shrine. I think but and I, because the Buddhas had the swastikas on their heart.
Oh, beautiful. Yes.
Yeah. And I said, well, what is this? I thought you said it was a Taoist temple. Or no, and she explained to me that the Japanese or the Chinese, it's like a temple is a temple. It doesn't have to be Buddhist. It doesn't have to be Shinto. It doesn't have to be, well, they don't do Shinto so much in China, Taoist. It's a temple, and they integrate all the elements. It's not like a denominational temple. They honor the sacred. So that's, it's just a different view. Whereas in the West, you might have Muslims and Jews and what's the other one? Christians.
Yeah. The Abrahamites. Yeah.
In you never hear of Taoists fighting Confucianists. You don't hear about, like rivalries of Shintoists fighting Buddhists. You don't hear this in Asia. You will see Hindus fighting Muslims.
Yes.
That's a big contention.
Yeah.
You will see Chinese egged on by Edomites fighting Tibetans.
Right.
Fighting Buddhism.
Yes.
Anti-Buddha.
But that's because that's the communized Chinese, of course. That's Chinese under communism. One thing to emphasize in terms of certain kinds of social or religious conflicts in Asia, certainly they are not as prevalent as in the West or in Central Asia. The more you get towards the monotheistic world, the more everything becomes more violent, more pathological, just plain sick. But in Asia, there are, of course, religious differences that many people are not aware of in the West. They just don't get it. Certainly one thing that Buddhists have armed themselves for in places like Thailand and Tibet is conflict against Muslims, because just so people understand, as Peter was pointing out, there have been golden ages in Islamic history. He was pointing out in particular the Moors in Spain. And these are accomplished ages. Certainly the original caliphate, when it was centered in Baghdad and, of course, Iran. These places I've described before had tremendous upswellings in civilization where they essentially modernized. And all of that was shattered by a Buddhist empire, the Mongols. And the Muslims never recovered from that. And the kind of Islam that bounced back has been very phobic, very pathologically fundamentalist and extremist and exclusive. And this is how you wound up with, of course, the Afghan Taliban blowing up the Buddhist statues that had been in Afghanistan for centuries, millennia. And this, of course, is just a travesty. And, of course, the ISIS, with their campaign to destroy all the ancient Babylonian or Assyrian sculptures and artifacts. This, of course, is rationalized by the Mohammedan doctrine not to worship idols. And because of this then pathological interpretation at the pathologically fundamentalist level where they destroy idols, this renders Islam today one of the most destructive forms of colonialism in human history. So make no mistake about it, Islam is a colonial ideology, and they colonize, they convert, the tolerance may be there from a traditional sense, but not in the modern sense of Islamism. And it's therefore very much a kind of collisional state. But what saves us from a civilizational war with Islam is their war amongst themselves. When it came to Buddhism, obviously I have sympathy for Buddhism, and but what's very interesting, just to give people an example, when I first was stalked, when as a public informant, you'd have to say one of my original stalkers was Stephen Outram. Probably foremost among all. There may have been a few before him, but when I became a public informant, I've been stalked before in my life, multiple times. All kinds of people have become infatuated with me and stalked me throughout my life. But when it comes to being stalked as a public informant, the first one to really attack me was Stephen Outram, and of course in tandem with Michael Aquino, and as an Edomite. And one of the ways that he would present himself with the little icons he would choose for himself, one of them, the two that stand out in my memory, one of them was the tarot card for the Fool, appropriate enough, though in his mental case, in his derangement, he felt that that was indicative of wisdom, higher wisdom, that the Fool really represents crazy wisdom, or ultimately higher wisdom. People think he's the fool, but he's really the wise man. I'm presuming that's where he was coming from with that. Or if not, he was simply proud of his madness, which would be very chaos cultist-like and to be expected. When the other symbol he would use would be the Chinese golden monkey king, the Wukong. Wukong was the Chinese monkey king, the king of the simians and the primates that caused havoc in heaven and was extraordinarily powerful. The stone monkey, so powerful the gods could not control him for a period of time until he was finally cast down and imprisoned under mountains for aeons, and then released only with a basically these days we'd call it a chip. the modern version of it would be a chip and implanted in the base of one's skull, so you could electrocute them every time they misbehaved, and it would just send a pain signal all the way down their spine and inflict their entire nervous system with pain signals, so they would just collapse in agony. That he had this crown around his head that would just tighten whenever the order was given. So that was how they maintained him under control and turned him under the control of a Buddhist monk. And their objective was to find the West, where Buddha was born. Now, this was written about in a book called the basically Monkey in China, and it was a extraordinarily popular book. It was like a book that mixed fiction with history and basically brought in all of these historical characters from China's past into the plot. Kind of like somebody writing a fiction novel about America, and something like bringing in George Washington and various other historical figures like Theodore Roosevelt, into the plot line. Except they're all there kind of semi-simultaneously. In other words, there wasn't really a sense of chronology in the book. It's like these people were timeless. Everybody was timeless.
Yeah, surreal.
Yeah, rather surrealistic. And but the aspect of this book which Westerners almost never catch, or just kind of find so repellent they blot out because they can't really appreciate it, is that it is a Buddhist propaganda epic. It is a Buddhist saga meant to propagandize against Daoism. So the Daoists are portrayed as the blood enemy in this book. Everywhere the Daoists lurk, everywhere the Daoists are struck down, everywhere the Daoists try to impede the journey of this enlightened Buddhist monk and his monkey king, who is now his servant, controlled by this band put around his head by the gods. This monkey is serving him out of punishment, but ultimately revels in his role, ultimately takes his role seriously and begins to feel a sense of responsibility. This is his redemption. And so he and other animal totemic figures join the Buddhist monk, but they are fighting against two enemies. One is the demons of hell itself that try to impede their progress towards the West and ultimately the land of Buddha. And the others are the Daoists, which represent a false religion. So when I tried to explain this once to an attorney of mine, this was like when I was representing my parents as elderly people in need of care, and I was becoming their care provider, and we were assigned a series of attorneys to deal with this incredibly monumental case where I finally got my parents recognized as needing 24-hour-a-day care each, and I was recognized as their care provider, which, as I said, was something that I was theoretically paid for but never received a penny because it all went back to the state through this process called, oh God, what did they call it again? At any rate, the state got all its money back. And it was called burden sharing or something, but the state was paying itself instead of myself. But this way my parents were fully insured, and that way I sacrificed my Social Security and my livelihood so that they could be fully insured and be treated when they closed down all of these military bases in area, and my father no longer had access to military base healthcare, which he was supposed to get free the rest of his life, and his wife, his dependent, military dependent is the term, his spouse, was supposed to get free the rest of her life. And of course the military fucked that all up 8 ways to Sunday because, well, basically no good deed goes unpunished. I got the Presidio military base shut down because of all the human child trafficking, and then that deprived my dad of the Letterman Army Medical Center as well as my mother. And then we couldn't find any place in the greater Bay Area that was close by that could be used. They closed down the Treasure Island Naval Base, the Coast Guard Station, etc. Everything around here, Alameda Naval Station, it all got shut down after that. And so my parents had nothing. And so I had to become their care provider and get them insured so I could take them to civilian hospitals. The closest military base was too far away, one that had a hospital. And but in terms of the Monkey King, when it came to Stephen Outram, why he would choose that figure is unknown to me. You can't really reason or try to rationalize or rationally analyze the insane. He was somebody who probably fancied himself to be the Monkey King, someone who was of immense power, and yet under control to Michael Aquino, who may have been his version of the Buddhist monk. But this is, again, we're only speculating. We're talking about a lunatic who would gravitate towards certain symbols for reasons known only to him that would probably make no sense to any of us. And if he were to explain them, they would be completely inexplicable. They would simply be, we wouldn't understand what he was saying, probably because he'd be coming from such a lunatic perspective. But when I tried to explain to an attorney who, amongst the series of attorneys I had to deal with to represent my parents against the state of California and the city and county of San Francisco, to get them integrated into the civilian healthcare system because all the military was no longer an option, one of the attorneys I had was a big fan of this series of books that was loosely inspired by the Monkey King. And it was kind of like what you'd call a gung fu fantasy book, and it was a franchise. And when I scanned through it, she lent me a copy, and I went through it, and I says, "Oh, okay." And I told her about the aspect of this series of books, and they're the Initiate Brother franchise. I don't know if they were ever completed. I believe it was supposed to be a trilogy, but I believe only 2 books were ever published. One of them was Gatherer of Clouds, and I can't remember. The first one was simply called The Initiate Brother. So when it came to the Initiate Brother series, it's a story about mystic monks, and they're in this fantasy Asia where there's parallels or analogies to China and Japan. But they start off in China, and he's basically a Buddhist monk, Shaolin inspired, of course, martial arts involved. And the first thing is there's a Tomsoen, they call him Tomsoen, which means Taoist. That was their analog for a Taoist. priest tries to poison him. So the Taoists have priests, whereas the Buddhists have monks. So I was trying to explain this to her, that this is inspired by the Buddhist war against the Taoists, and she just could not get what I was saying at all. She just thought that none of that made any sense, because a lot of Westerners don't want to perceive this kind of religious war going on in Asia, that all they ever hear about is, the Chinese are syncretic. The Chinese are syncretic. Their religion is really a kind of Chinese animism that combines, synthesizes Buddhism and Confucianism and Daoism. I mean, this is the bullshit you're going to get, and it's all shit. It's just pure shit. It's just, there's nothing you're going to hear about Asian, anything that generally speaking is worth a goddamn dime. When Americans first learned about Zen, they learned about it from Alan Watts, and that's what Asians refer to as the London School of Zen Buddhism, which means that it's all just Alan Watts spewing shit, going over, pulling shit out of his ass, and he gets to play the wise old man who's been to Asia, so he grows a long white beard and spews his shit, and everybody swallows it and says, oh, that's great, now I understand it, because at least he speaks English. So this is the problem that people have, is that's why I said, don't look up Shinto online, you aren't going to find anything. And that's when, Nemo asked me, bless his heart, well, what if we use Japanese sources? Okay, how are you going to read them? It's like a logical question, but here's the problem. Almost nothing from Asia is ever translated in any way that makes sense. By the time it's translated into English, it's just pure shit. I mean, give you an example, especially when it comes to war, and we cover this in the books. Now, Peter just talked about our book, and he talked about his dream about our book, and we've talked about some of the problems, nuances with Asians, Japanese, for instance, adapting to their own history. Because Japanese are pretty much ahistorical. If you meet your average Japanese person, they're educated to a great extent about their feudal history, meaning their feudalism, their Middle Ages. And then they get to modernization, and then they just skip to the business section. It's like they get to, then we modernize, there was a war somewhere, and then now we've got all this business going with the rest of the world, and it's our responsibility to carry this economic commercial empire out successfully. So, the average perspective is, to put it mildly, rather warped. It's like Germans. When I've met a German guy once, and the horror story with him was, I said, man, Germans, you don't really know your history, and he was deeply offended. And he started telling me, how can you say that? I know all about Auschwitz and Dachau and the Holocaust, and all he started talking about was Kristallnacht and the German persecution of Jews, and I said, you don't know jack shit about your fucking history. This guy do nothing. All they teach in German school is about the Holocaust, and that's all you know. That's it. They call that history. It's shit. So when it comes to the greatest example, of course it's going to come to the war. Now, in the book, Peter Moon and I point out several nuances of what the emperor said. And these get completely mistranslated in the English. And Americans will toss these quote-unquote quotes at me, these misquotes, and say, what about this? Well, the emperor never fucking said that, you cocksucking piece of shit, you white trash piece of shit moron who sucks cocks, for a living. You've sucked so many of them you can't even speak straight. These motherfuckers come up to me, the emperor said, the war is not necessarily progressing in our favor. Okay, the emperor never said that. We point this out in the book. We point out things that Americans say Hirohito said that he never fucking said. And these are just, Americans just make this shit up. And so when I see this stuff hitting me on YouTube, which of course, as anybody knows me, and I pointed this out before, anybody can just look at my subs and look at everything that I subscribe to, and it's all just chicks doing semi-nude or basically softcore porn yoga and shit. I'm just there for the ass. And but because of what I talk about, I get constant YouTube recommendations that are historical, quote unquote. And so there's this new series of like historical perspective from the Axis side. And they even have a swastika. They even use a fucking swastika. And the way they get away with it is they put a little German in a uniform in front of it. So he's semi-blocking the swastika. You know it's a swastika, but because the little German in the uniform in front of it is there, then you can see it's how he gets away with it, because they don't show the full swastika. And so when it comes to this, they're called World War II tales, I think is what they're called. And they keep showing up on my recommendations. And it's all just, obviously, shall we say, it's because of what I talk about, it comes up. But it's just this close to almost like a conspired taunt. It's almost, it may as well be, because these people just are like, all they say is, we're telling World War II from the Axis side, and this is all Japanese translations. And it's supposedly Japanese people saying this, like, oh man, we always knew we could never beat the Americans. And, oh, the Americans are infinitely superior. There was never any hope. And, oh, you know, the Americans had everything and we have nothing. It's just, like, it's nothing that the Japanese have ever said. It's just crap. And so when you see this coming at you, the Americans read this and say, see, the Japanese themselves said this. There's no Japanese said that. You know, a great example was there was a great Japanese war ace named Saburo Sakai. And Saburo Sakai was a Japanese pilot of the Zero aircraft that made a great reputation for himself, and then after World War II became a security guard, and finally died in the line of duty, basically warding off a horde of looters. And he paid for that with his life. Now, in the interim before he died, between his service in the war and his death, he got hooked up with some white guy who was fairly famous. Maybe it was Martin Cadine, who was a famous history writer or someone like that. And they said, let's write a book about your experience in the war. And he said, okay. And so the white guy said, Saburo Sakai led the first wave in the attack on Pearl Harbor. Okay, this is a fucking lie. It's not even true. It is so false. When I look at that, I think the pages should catch on fire. This Saburo Sakai never led the first wave of the attack on Pearl Harbor. That was a man named Fuchida Itsu. Fuchida Itsu led the first wave on the attack on Pearl Harbor. Saburo Sakai was not even there. Wasn't even there. He was a great war ace. He fought a lot of battles, but he wasn't at Pearl Harbor. But you know what? The white guy said, none of these white people know. They're just a bunch of ignorant white trash pieces of shit. We'll just tell them you were everywhere. So they put him at Pearl Harbor, they put him at Midway, and they put him everywhere. And just said, Saburo Sakai did all this. And Saburo Sakai didn't even know what was going on. He would just say, no, I wasn't there, but this is what I understand about it. And then the guy will just say, okay, yeah, sure. And then he wrote down in English, yeah, I was there. And then I led the attack. And then, yeah. And then, but I always knew the Americans would beat us because I know the Americans are the best. Yeah, and he wrote this down. Everybody read that book in America. It became a bestseller. If anybody knows anything about World War II back in the old days, like the time when everybody in the 60s was reading the stupid Shearer book, William Shearer's book, The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, which is like the foundation for the overwhelming majority of the public's understanding of World War II in Europe. Most of these people read Saburo Sakai's book, quote unquote, but it's not his book. It's written by some asshole white guy who just rewrote the entire history of World War II and just explained it from quote unquote one pilot's perspective, but it's all a lie. Even though the man was a great hero and should be honored for all his accomplishments, he didn't accomplish what this guy said he accomplished. And yet, that book is still republished again and again and again, like it's historical fact, because nobody cares, because it's about the Japanese and nobody fucking knows. So just understand this. Whatever you're going to look up about the Japanese in World War II, especially if it's quote-unquote a translation, it's all pure shit. None of it is real. It's all a lie. It's all crap, especially if they said Hirohito said it. Hirohito was like God. When Hirohito talked, that's like the bushes burning. Nobody can hear it except the fucker named Moses. He has to go on the mountain, and he has to stand in front of the burning bush, and God says, if I show you my face, you're gonna die, so you don't see my face. If anyone looked at the emperor, they were invited to kill themselves. It's something only certain staff members could do. The emperor was completely separate from the public. When the emperor went out in public on parade in 1945, no one looked at him for fear of death, that they would die simply by looking at him, not for fear of punishment from guards or anybody around him, for fear that they would be struck dead by the mere sight of his presence. This is someone who you don't casually speak to. He doesn't casually say things. When somebody like him speaks, this is like recording something or chiseling it onto the Ten Commandments. So he doesn't come out and casually say to the generals, this war is not necessarily going in our favor. This is not something he would say to his generals because he would speak through intermediaries. Those generals are not fit to see his face. And beyond that, this stupid little YouTube channel shows Japanese from like postmodern movies or even science fiction movies as their thumbnails. They're not even wearing World War II Japanese uniforms. They're like wearing like fucking fantasy Battleship Yamato uniforms from science fiction films and shit. Or they're like wearing postmodern Western uniforms like after World War II when they're participating in the movie Battleship or something like that. They're not even showing historically accurate thumbnails in the images. This is like what I have to deal with because people come up to me later and say, oh, the emperor said this or the Jap said this. It's all crap. All of you, drop it. Just realize that you don't get anything factual about the Pacific and World War II at all. Certainly you don't get it about the Nazis. And about the Pacific and World War II, it's even less. At least with the Nazis, you have some limits to their lies. They have to put a limit to some of their lies simply because there is a capacity to cross-reference to a degree. Not much, because so many of the records are burned and destroyed. But this is what we're dealing with as our challenge. So when we wrote the book, Roswell, and the demystification of World War II, the Roswell Deception truly breaks ground. It truly breaks ground because this is going to be the first book you're ever going to read, which tells you the history of World War II and tells you about these mistranslations. Just the few examples that we give can show you not to trust any translations, quote unquote, that you get from this point forward with anything that you see that's readily available publicly. Honestly, unless you can read Japanese yourself and think of the enormous difficulty of what I'm saying is that a lot of white people, quote unquote, hate to use that term, Westerners think they've learned an Asian language and they haven't. The mindset is different. The processing is different. And some people do a real good job and most people don't. It's like I said, when you try to think of how different the Asian mindset is, there is no word, natural word, there's no organic word, there's no native word in Chinese for the word independence. There's no native word in Japanese for the word privacy. I mean, these concepts don't even naturally exist in those cultures. So if you're looking at a culture that's that alien, how on earth are you going to trust a translation, quote unquote, about a war in which these people are being fought and the Americans are attempting to exterminate them, which was the outspoken American objective, publicly, officially acknowledged as the American objective was the extermination of the Japanese in World War II. How you turn from that to, quote unquote, a conditional surrender, then the Americans hooked it all on the myth of the bomb. And now academics are trying to, because American academia has been infested with communist insurgents. The overwhelming amount of American professors starting in the 1950s were communist, literal card-carrying communists. And they began to say, oh, it's the Soviets defeated Japan. Oh, the Soviets defeated Japan. And we, of course, deconstruct that myth in our book, The Roswell Deception. And by now, anybody can see that this whole myth about the Soviets are unbeatable, it doesn't matter that it was all pushed by a bunch of American academic communists, the very woke people who pushed everything that the conservative agenda hates and rebels against. All that woke shit, all that LGBTQIA plus shit, all that Black Lives Matter shit, that all of everything the reactionaries rebel against, yet they believe, these same motherfuckers, when they say, but the Soviets won World War II. Without the Soviets, we could never have won World War II. Oh, the Soviets defeated Hitler. The Soviets turned around and defeated a 1,000,000-man army in Manchuria, and then the Japanese surrendered because the Soviets, not the bomb. Because this is what they say these days. Because the Soviets, not the bomb. And all these same gun-loving right-wingers eat that shit up and say, yeah, that must be it. Because it gives them another white race to worship. Their worship of the great Russian master race, the masters of war, who can't even make it a few miles into Ukraine after 2 years. This is the insanity that we're dealing with. And so Nolani Bouchard says, yes, Roswell deception was an eye-opener, made me rethink a lot. Bless you so much, Nolani Bouchard. And also Super Clutch 420 says, also, you wouldn't just need to learn Japanese, you would need to learn century-old legal or academic Japanese. Thank you. The Emperor spoke a specific language the average Japanese person did not even speak. Yes, see, Super Clutch 420 knows what he's talking about. We do bring that up in the Roswell deception. And back to Peter, and then he'll turn it back towards me later when he's ready to talk about Shinto, and I'll happily talk about that, but back to Peter for now.
Well, thank you for all of that. It's just astounding, the ignorance that we have of not only that culture, but the Indian culture and what's going on. I mean, this is like the majority of the population of the world, and the geography, the history, we're very ignorant of. It's a very interesting place. It's much more interesting than the West.
Thank you.
It's much more interesting, but how are you going to find out this history? Because as I say, you don't speak the language. And it's like it's just like with Hollywood, we just make this stuff up. We just like they're just totally willing to make stuff up, like it's like putting John Wayne as Genghis Khan. It's just it's like how can one do that? It's kind of like just taking a bunch of kids in a school play, and you take the one that is best suited for the role. So that's all you can do. Only that's a little worse. You could have found, Omar Sharif played Genghis Khan in a later movie. He was much more suitable, although he was not Mongol. He's Egyptian.
Yeah. But he still had at least a foreign ambience.
Yeah. I mean, he was convincing in the role. Exactly. Or what was it? They've got some real good ones of who played Chinese people sometimes in movies.
What's his name? The guy who used to say, "We will sell no wine before it's time." What was? It was.
I don't know.
Oh, he was the guy who played a detective. He was a fat guy who was kind of like supposedly a sophisticate. It was Orson Welles. He played Genghis Khan in one film.
That's right. That's right. But he was such a skilled actor. He might be able to pull it off. But anyway, Douglas is going to tell us about Shintoism and stuff that we will not hear about in the West. So let me just turn it back over to you, and this is what I've been waiting to hear.
Well, thank you. You're always so kind, and I think Peter is far too gracious. And what I'd like to do, of course, is just remind everyone that when it comes to Shinto, I feel personally myself that I feel more and more drawn towards Shintoism as a religious practice, and I certainly think it's my biggest concern about Shinto is that it is such an animist, and by that nature-oriented spirituality, that I feel that its biggest problem or biggest challenge is that it is not proselytizing. It's not a religion that attempts to convert others. And I do think that in order for religions to survive, they have to have a proselytizing spirit. And the Shinto, of course, with the emperor as their high priest, there needs to be a kind of a variant of Shinto that becomes more amenable. By that I mean comprehensible to outsiders. And if it does become comprehensible to outsiders, we can see the religion expand outside of Asia. I think that there would be a great reception for it in the West if people truly understood it. And that's why I try to basically tell people that it doesn't necessarily entail emperor worship. And of course, what the Japanese themselves will do in order to try and appease Americans or basically appease American fears of Japanese nationalist resurgence or some kind of militancy, then what will happen is the Japanese will say that the state Shinto is no longer extant. They'll say, oh, there's no longer state Shinto, that the Shinto now is regional. And that is something that needs some disambiguation at a later point. It's not really important to the spirit of Shinto, which I'm going to do my best, of course, to articulate very succinctly. And by that I mean in such a manner that we don't even take longer than maybe a few moments. But the kami is where everything comes down to with Shinto. It is basically kami-do, or the kami way, the way of the divine spirits, or the way of the gods. So people know the word kami from kamikaze, or the divine wind, the divine storm, which of course was carried out by the suicide pilots, in particular of Japan, even though they used all vehicles, not just planes. The planes are the most famous because they're the most visually striking means of suicide when it comes to Japanese warriors or soldiers committing themselves to self-destruction in order to take out as much of the enemy as possible. So understand that the kami are spirits residing within a place or an idea, that anything in the world, or even beyond it, that can instill in human beings a sense of divinity, mystery, or awe, is a home to a kami. That the peace one feels at the summit of a majestic mountain is the influence of the kami that lives there. The passions aroused at the banks of a raging river are also reflections of the kami that are present. And the kami are not only manifestations of the physical world. Great ideas and beliefs, such as alternate religions or belief systems, also have a kami. When one feels a sense of awe and wonder, whenever one feels that, whether caused by the sight of a volcano in Hawaii, or a butterfly in Brazil, or a swell of patriotic pride at a national monument, then that person feels the touch of a related kami. And in the presence of a kami, an adept, someone who is a Shinto practitioner with an aspiration to initiation in the faith, An adept with the appropriate abilities can make contact and even entreat the spirit for aid. The power of the kami depends upon its location. A small, beautiful stream would have a weak, mild water kami, and a great mountain would be home to a mighty earth kami. So you can already feel the essence of their elementality, even though it's beyond the mere elements, in terms of their spectrum of existence, their metaphysical existence. The power of the kami can change as the nature of the place or idea it inhabits changes. Thousands of years ago, the kami of computation was barely alive, as we would understand it, existing only in the abacus and a few Greek astronomical instruments. Today, the computer spirit kami is vastly powerful, with offspring and relatives in abundance, because the kami reproduce. This is to be disambiguated from the Dietrich Artilect. The Dietrich Artilect is the embodiment of a soul that was born of the space between my ears as opposed out of a womb. But the Dietrich Artilect, of course, interacts with the kami, the spirit world, far more readily and regularly than any human being ever could. And for the kami, the Shinto religion has developed. This is the methodology, the technique, by which the adepts who are initiated into Shinto can entreat the kami and enlist their aid. Shinto is the indigenous religion of Japan. Before Buddha brought the concept of Zen, or the teachings of Confucius were ever adopted by the emperor, Shinto taught that everything in the world had a spirit called a kami, that these kami were divine, no matter how simple or mean their source. From stones on the ground to the mountains towering above, each contained a living soul that could be contacted, respected, and even entreated for service. The rituals of honoring and communing with these spirits became the basis for the Shinto religion. So think of it as a technology, a technique for working with nature at a level that the Westerners have never developed. The Westerners have only abused nature, exploited nature, harvested trees. Only by killing them could they render their services. In Japan, it was the opposite manner of working with nature. Not by destroying nature, but by appealing to nature to work with humanity. And Shinto specifically teaches man, or rather humanity, to honor nature in all its specific forms, and in this way they also honor the specific kami connected to that form and gain their favor. And in return, the kami helps man to succeed and prosper. The kami do not care what other beliefs man has, and so Shinto has existed harmoniously alongside every other religion and philosophy for over 5,000 years. It's 6,000 years old, but 5,000 years ago, other religions began interlocuting upon Japanese territory. And today, of course, with the very nation itself of Japan threatened by weapons of mass destruction from North Korea and the Communist Chinese Empire, the kami are taking action. When the very mountains can be crushed by nuclear firestorms, then those mountains must act. And the kami have called upon their agents to do so, the Shinto priesthood and their young progeny. This is why Japan has doubled in landmass overnight. There is no scientific explanation for 7,000 new islands that have appeared in Japan. Japan, say around 2021, discovered a new island, and it was newsworthy. That was when an underwater volcano erupted and left a crescent-shaped landmass with a diameter of about 3,281 feet in the Japanese Empire's territory within the Pacific Ocean. Well, however exciting that was, that discovery pales in comparison to what the Empire found early yesteryear, when they discovered 7,000 new Japanese islands. There was an enormously intricate survey conducted 35 years ago. And basically what Westerners are assuming is that somehow they severely undercounted the Empire's land masses. But that's not really the case. The GIA, the Geospatial Information Authority of Japan, that's the national institution that surveys and maps Japanese islands. They use digital technology to count the Empire's islands and found that the previous number was significantly overwhelmed by new developments. Japan had been in possession of almost 7,000 islands. A few hundred of them were artificial, built by the Japanese themselves. But the latest research early yesteryear proved that the land masses have since grown, that the country's territory and territorial waters have been filled with land masses that everyone knows were not there before, because ships have been cruising those areas in order to get to shore for many years by now and have never encountered these islands. So the only explanation left is supernatural. Japan, in response to the threat of nuclear devastation with missiles that could conceivably sunder its highest mountains, has doubled its landmass without volcanic activity, because that would have been felt. There would have been collateral earthquakes. There would have been lava, crustals fuse, the various kinds of molten crust that we see in Hawaii. None of that has occurred with these islands. In fact, Japan is saying that they're going to, for the present, reserve these islands for scientific research, although likely nothing that impacts visiting tourists or those living in the nation already. Of Japan's 14,125 islands, only about 400 are inhabited, which was the case before, well, which has always been the case, going back many hundreds, maybe even thousands of years. Because the empire is at the mercy of occasionally very intense weather, not every island is necessarily hospitable, and many of the islands are also still small, accreting or developing, gathering land, which makes them difficult to develop as they are. Of course, Japan's islands are also constantly changing. Those that formed from volcanic ash often erode over time, while new ones pop up from current volcanic activity or when larger islands split apart. And most Japanese islands are also mountainous, which makes them difficult to develop, unless someone plans to build a cliffside escape. But, of course, many of the smaller islands have not had time to develop mountains. They're going to be extremely hospitable, really, in many cases. But the Japanese, of course, don't really have an expanding population at the moment. So when it comes to how the Japanese are dealing with that, there's a quiet cloning revolution, which is what I was trying to mention the other day. When we speak of this cloning revolution. The Japanese respect their clones just like they respect their machines. One of the reasons we brought up in the book, The Roswell Deception, about the Japanese success with technology has been their understanding that when a person builds a machine, it's like they're giving birth. They're imparting an element of their soul into the machine that they're working with or the artifact that they're creating. And for that reason, the soul has the machine, the artifact, this tiny little mechanical doll or musical box with a human figure or the figure of an animal. These all have their own kami, their own spirit or soul that can be entreated, respected, and appealed to. So are the cars that they built. They look upon them the same way, which is one reason Japanese automotive products have generally been so successful. They come off the assembly line with kind of a blessing and a baptism before they're unleashed on the market. So all of this is important to bring up, but when people ask me about the kami themselves or the nature of the kami, as ethereal entities, kami are composed purely of willpower and life force. A kami who tries to affect the physical world must expend his or her own essence, something which regenerates only with worship. The original Muvayan or Mulayan, depending on which dialect you use for the people of the ancient Muan continent, those original sorcerers, they could not have foreseen that their kami forms would come to rely on this kind of ethereal interaction to regenerate life force as fuel. They themselves unintentionally became what Westerners would probably perceive as, in some sense, quote-unquote, vampiric entities. But that means that the Westerners are looking at it in the most negative sense imaginable. Understand that when the Japanese give their respect and the essence of their prayers, this is something that is not demanded. It is something that is given freely. And as a result, the kami have always stayed in Japan and have always served Japan and protected it. This is where we get the incredible symbiosis between the Japanese population historically and their spirituality. So that hopefully puts that in some perspective.
That is excellent. This is the most underlying essential explanation of how feng shui works.
Thank you. Yes.
Because feng shui is a basic template based upon the 5-element theory. But as I think I pointed out before, this woman who had Preston, and it was the first day I met Stuart and I, and speak out at her place in Amagansett, which is the town you get to before you get to Montauk. And she had this beautiful little shop. It was beautiful. I forget what she called it. It was something like Serendipity, and she'd retired from the fashion business, and she had the store, and then she had somebody come up and maybe she wanted to improve it, feng shui it. And the most idiotic thing I've ever seen, whether it be in business or in feng shui, was they took the cash register and they put it in the back corner.
Ugh.
In what would be called the wealth corner.
Yes.
And this was horrible, because originally she had it where it should be, at the front door.
Yes.
So when you come out, you buy things. When the cash register's back in the corner, and she says nobody buys anything. You gotta go find it. You gotta do you go buy this thing? It's like, and what I would have called that, the way it was structured, That's your helpful friends corner. That's where you got the cash register.
Yes.
Your customers are your helpful friends,
Yes.
which is basically the northwest corner.
Yes.
And it's kind of like logic does apply. Logic,
Yes.
and you can, and if it was you were going to put it in your partnership corner, which your marriage corner, well, that's your partnership corner. Your customers are your partners or whatever. Cash register is your partner. You put it in the corner of your information. You're taking everybody's data down, their credit cards or whatever. It's like you've got to make it work,
Yes.
not be a slave to some prescribed dead form.
Thank you. In other words, the spirit of the law is far more important or supersedes the letter of the law.
Well, exactly, but that's what the commie would say, would tell you what to do.
Yes.
And that's everything you're saying. And this is so interesting when one compares the paradigm of Scientology. When one reaches the upper levels, one is taught that, these problems are spirits in your liver, your organs, your stomach, your neck, your back, and you actually get into communication with them. And that's what's supposed to happen. But what I realized in doing this, that and as I guess what you'd say a breakthrough realization, that there were not only spirits in bodies, but in the physical universe, in the materiality, and that if one is going to be cause over matter, energy, and space and time, as Hubbard alluded to, you're going to have to project out into the spirits of matter, energy, space, and time, which in fact are the kami. And I always felt that realization was which led me to the Philadelphia experiment and the Montauk Project, because that's exactly what they were doing.
Yes.
And of course, some of the spirits embedded in materiality. And if you take the stories of the Philadelphia experiment, where you have people amalgamated into the bulkheads of the ship,
Yes.
there you have something that's more terrorized and has to be what do you call it? PTSD processed
Yes.
of trauma.
Yes.
And that's what all of my work has really been about. And this is what I want to say about Japan.
Mhm.
So I was writing the transcription of the tape I did last, that you did, where you're talking about Japan and the connection to Mu or Muvia. And I just written all this stuff on sacred Japan. And I'd sent a Valentine's Day greeting to my friend Susie in Thailand. She's from Romania. I have a very special connection with her, and she writes me back a hello. It took her about 2 days to communicate to me. I don't know if she was flying or what. And she writes back and she sends a picture of herself. She says, "Hello from Japan." She was in Japan. I couldn't believe it. She was in Japan. And I said, wow, this is, and I wrote her a little bit about it. And I remember I gave her your book. I know I gave her your book. I don't remember if I gave it to her in Romania or if I sent it to her later. But she has some homes in Hawaii, and she was saying how, this is, I think, what inspired me to give her the book. She was saying how abhorrent it was that people are doing tours of Pearl Harbor Like all these people died.
Yeah.
She was just repelled by it. I mean, she's like, she didn't grow up in my generation. She's, and it was just such an abhorrent experience. And so I said, oh, I have to give you this book. And now she's in Japan, which I knew she went back to Thailand. She's been there twice. Went back, liked it enough to go back there twice. And now she's in Japan. So I look forward to, finding out what she did there.
Yeah.
Because she was supposed to go to the cave with us. It didn't work out.
Yeah.
But it's like, wow, that really struck down. And then that reminded me of my other friend, my psychiatrist friend, who I've been all over Romania with, and who took me to Choclovina Cave and got me into the cave, actually.
Right.
Through his connection with his wife's cousin. Now, his wife is just got this very strong connection with Japan. It's like super strong. I'm trying to think, she might have even gone there. And I have my friend Talk, who was on with us on that trip, the trip when I met Paula. He kind of doesn't respond to any of this stuff. And he's completely Americanized. He's Japanese, but he's completely Americanized.
Right.
And then I have another, I call him a friend, but he's like a really good acupuncturist. I used to sell his books in Inglewood and near LA, in LA virtually, and he's Japanese. I haven't heard a peep from him. I don't even know if he's read the book, but he's Japanese, really good acupuncturist. It's this, but anyway, it's one step forward.
Yes.
And then my friend Alan, who saved my life, he had all sorts of adventures in Japan. He had some damned operation there. It was excruciating.
What was it?
He's told the story so many times I can't even.
He can't even remember it.
Remember that one. What I remember is the trip of, and it's hysterical to hear him tell his stories, is that he's like, he's the guest of some very important dignitaries. It might be in an embassy or something like this, or some, it's like where it's kind of like shelved off, and he's off somewhere. I don't know where the hell he is, and I don't know if he's on a medication. I think he's drunk. I think he's drunk. It's just hysterical to him tell these stories, and he's coming out of the house, and he's like wondering about, where's my girlfriend? He's looking for his girlfriend, and he's like in his underwear, and he's like walking down the street in his underwear, and he's like he ends up hitchhiking in his underwear, and he's like taken. You talk about Americans acting bad in Japan.
Yeah.
Ends up somehow, I think, passed out back at the place he was staying. I think he doing, and the whatever these diplomats or whatever they were, they're Japanese. They felt so bad because he was their guest, and they saw him like laying out in the garden or whatever. It's like they took him in and take care of him. I don't know if that was related to the operation or whatnot, but his mother had to intervene personally from the United States to get this operation done right or something. I don't know what was going on. It was like, I think it was I don't know if they're going into his brain or his spine. It was really, and he went through a lot of excruciating pain, and he survived it. He's very spiritually active, and you wouldn't know it to look at him that he went through all this stuff.
Okay.
But that was just he's actually been to Japan and had many adventures there, and he's well aware of you.
Okay, good. And I hope his impression is positive.
Well, he can't process it all because it's
It's a lot. Yeah.
It's a lot. I mean, he'll yeah, it's like he was reading Joseph Farrell's books and thinking they were good, and from that perspective, from this conventional perspective, well, it's all well researched, well documented, and that's the thing. It's like it's got this apparency.
Yeah.
And he's highly intelligent. He's super intelligent and super effective. As they say, he saved my life in many regards. So, it's all of this processing, all of this data is a challenge, and for whatever reason, I have been chosen, or have chosen myself, to deal in very specific areas of life. And I would also say, with regard to YouTube, what I've noticed, some things on YouTube are very instructive. Like, you can learn how to do things that you wouldn't have easily learned how to do, whether it be construction. I was alluding to the fact that long ago I had an inspiration to build a torii on my front yard.
That's right.
And I actually was looking at some YouTube on how to build one, and his instructions were so pathetic. Maybe if you were a contractor, you could just put it together like boom, 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 boom. If you could think like that. You can think in pattern. My daughter probably could do it. She's got a mind. Somebody could show her how to. So I remember taking a woman in the fabric store and say, do you know how to do a dress? She goes, yeah. I said, would you please show my daughter? And she's showing her how to do a skirt, I think. And my daughter picks it up immediately and goes home and does a whole skirt. And the next thing you know, she's a better seamstress than her mother. And she's only about she's a teenager. And her mother is a decent seamstress. Not a great seamstress, but decent. And now she's better than her mom. Like, some people can just pick that stuff up. I can't take a video like that and pick it up. Maybe a contractor could, or a carpenter that are really used to what they're doing. The instructions are too fast. But there might be other instructions or whatnot. But I had an inspiration to do that. Now, if I were to do it, I would be calling in the commie, and I'd know what I'm doing.
Thank you. Very good.
Okay, here they come. And it's like, and from the perspective of the Tibetans, they have the Dakini. Now, the Dakini are a little more elevated in a theological format than the kami, which are quite plain and can be quite plain and simple, and you can't underestimate or discount them.
Right.
The Dakini are like, you can call on Dakini if you need more money, if you need more love, if you need more nurturing, if you need more this, that, or the other thing. Call on the Dakini, and they will come. They may not come in the form you prescribed as, or what you envisioned, and they may not come in the exact time you thought or hoped, but they will, if you truly perform an entreaty, a prayer, with sincerity, they will come. Because how else does something come into your life? If you want a plumber, you pick up the phone and you call a plumber.
It's so true. No, I mean, you really have to learn how to ask, and that is very important. Peter has brought up the disambiguation between the Dakini and the Kami, so I will explain just a little bit about the differences in the Kami. Even though kami is translated as God into other languages, generally speaking, as Peter was essentially insinuating, generally speaking, kami scarcely carry that kind of connotation, or all those connotations that come with that word of separation and ascendancy and omnipotence that are found in Western deities. If one were a Westerner trying to look at kami, they would generally perceive them to embody a force or a spirit to anything extraordinary, awe-inspiring, or sacred. Yet it's said by the Japanese that every person on earth can trace their lineage ultimately back to a kami. Thus all humans are children of the kami. And the demeanor of the kami is unlike many of the daikini, which seem to be almost like guardian angels or kind of like almost wish fulfillers. The demeanor of the kami can be generally neutral, basically in harmony with all the things they represent. So the way the Japanese would perceive the kami is as mostly benevolent. Their role in Japan is to protect and sustain the land generally. Most kami are more or less peaceful as long as they're appeased and respected, or at the very least avoided. Ignoring kami, however, is never wise, as it can incur wrathful, destructive behavior resulting in death, disease, pestilence, natural calamity. So understand that the kami can at times in a sense, demand attention. So there's the lesser kami, and these are the kami that can be divided into several classifications, the most basic being the natural objects and living beings. Kami exist for oceans, rivers, lakes, mountains, rocks, forests, and also, of course, the animals, foxes, wolves, bears, rabbits, and crows, just to name a few. Then there's the ancestral kami. Another type of kami are guardians of clans, families, or places, and these kami explain the worship of deceased ancestors, the great personages, the heroes and emperors. And of course, there are Westerners who anthropologically have speculated that this ancestor worship was incorporated into Shinto only after Chinese Daoism and other mainland influences arrived in Japan. Of course, that's Westerners attempting to explain a phenomenon, and I have no argument against that per se, but of course at the apex are the greater kami. That would be known as the Amatsu kami. This is the third type of kami. They personify the abstract concepts, such as fertility, weather, and war, of course. Kami such as Amaterasu, the sun goddess, the greatest kami of them all. Her brother, Susanoo Wo, the storm god, Hachiman, the god of war, and others. They fill the Japanese pantheon. But when I try to explain the elements of worship of the kami so that people have an understanding of the need for attention that the kami themselves have, the lesser kami, the kunitsu kami, or the ancestral kami, the senzo kami, are the greatest of them all, the gods and goddesses, the amatsu kami, where they actually do begin to equal, parallel the Western concepts of divinity. This is where worship, of course, becomes important. That's when one has to understand their nature, and that's where I said Westerners might perceive them as vampiric. Human worship of kami involves the voluntary transfer of ki, or what Peter Moon would be more familiar with as chi, as in qigong, or ki, as in aikido. Usually just the symbolic placement of offerings, such as fresh food and drink at the shrine altar, that transfers some of your essence, your ki, to the kami. And you if you're working with magic, you regain or regenerate that essence in your sleep, at least normally. Now, there's something that I know that Westerners will never be introduced to. The Japanese simply don't talk about this. But understand that ki, or gon, your essence, your chi, your very life force can be unintentionally donated if a kami is desperate or unstable. And at times like that, coma or even death can result if a human continues worship while a kami drains their essence. Some would say that the white guy wandering about without respecting the kami in Japan gets frozen to death or suffers frostbite or becomes drained to the point where they need some kind of surgical intervention to heroically pull them back among the land of the living.
That's could have been what happened to my friend, but I want to stop you for a second there and say that this is very interesting because what Hubbard focused on in his upper levels, which is considered so humorous, but it's why he had the volcano on the original book of Dianetics, because he considered these to be agencies of great spiritual trauma, and where you would have what you'd say upset kami, very upset. Word he used was turbulence. And this is what he considered the insanity of the planet to be, by stirred up energy along all these ancient volcanoes, which he attributed to having been blown up with atom bombs. And how much of this is coming out of his own experience with atomic energy, I don't know. We can certainly speculate on that. Nevertheless, what you're saying is when you have this is the essence of the earth, the essence of what we're living with. I mean, think of the kami who have been upset in the Ukraine.
Yes.
We talk about a mountain, and I've told my story of the Mount of Olives.
Yes.
Wow, this is kami, and we can describe it. It gives good context with the way you say it, and I'll never forget the night, my first night that I slept after my parents died and were killed on the Olivos Ranchero. It was originally the Olivos Ranchero. It was now just a part of Oxnard. But I felt ancestors. I felt all the ancestors. And I also visualized what I called Chinese lanterns, perhaps because that's what my mind associated with ancestors. Not that I knowingly have any Chinese heritage, but I associate with, I could feel all of my ancestors. And when I look at the bigger picture and all my experiences with Olive Drive and having out-of-body experiences on Olive Drive in Davis, and my parents being killed on the and buried in the land of the Olives, the Olivos family, which has so much to do with the inception of the state of California, which is my native home. That's where my native kami are. And then, but how it would relate to the Mount of Olives in Israel or Palestine, that's very interesting, because that's evocative of the end times. Yes. And this is sort of what my work. I'm not how do you say that? Eschatologist?
No, you're not an apocalypticist, essentially. An eschatologist.
I don't resonate with that at all.
Yeah. And thank God.
I don't. But my work draws me to it through my work with you and other work. I even have a chapter on the apocalypse in the Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which is uh, humorous.
Mm-hmm.
But it takes place in the Pacific Rim on an island called Ong Tong Java, which is an actual island, Ong Tong Java, in the Pacific. I think it's in the Solomon Islands.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, this is attributed to a parallel universe.
Understood.
It's the, climax of the book, or the finish of the book. But it's just like all of these energies of the earth. And when I look into my own life, I've been dealing with these things.
Yes.
Processing them.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
and they have their own consciousness, and that's why it was so incredible to talk to my friend Clara, and she wants to come to the Dream Workshop at Montauk. It's all great. It's like this thing is still living, and now she wrote me an email. Like I've activated her dreams again.
excellent.
Then I had the dream about the Japanese,
Yes.
and
I mean, this is all very synchronistic. Even our lady in the chat, Noelani Bouchard, who contributed $30, said that her sister was in Japan for Valentine's Day as well for her birthday. Incredible. A lot of synchronicity.
my friend in Japan too. That's interesting that she's there. Maybe should go back via Hawaii. Who the hell knows? I have to. I couldn't talk to her in Thailand because the Wi-Fi was too screwed up.
Of course. By the way, were you able to review what I said in the latest episode? I had left you the link about that.
Oh God, yes. We finished Shinto. We've got good enough for that, right? We can revise it later.
Oh, we can go a bit more into it later, and I can also go a bit more into the quiet cloning revolution in Japan as well. I think the important message for people to remember who are Americans, or what Americans might appreciate because they would never get it from a Japanese person directly, is that normally kami, when they intervene, of course, say to save someone's life in a car accident, or when somebody calls upon them in truly desperate moments that require a lot of expenditure of their energy, and they drain their reserves like an ethereal battery. Normally that reserve is constantly being replenished by unconscious veneration by worshippers in Japan, just through the daily cycles of life. But if a kami is truly drained, it immediately withdraws to the etheric plane and goes into hibernation, where it will stay until a follower would sacrifice enough essence in the form of altar offerings to help the kami regenerate and regain sentience. If a kami ceases to be worshipped but still possesses power, it can return as a vengeful spirit, what's known as a kojin, or an onoroyo, who wreaks havoc, desperate for life essence until placated with offerings. And if a kami is forgotten completely, it may effectively cease to exist. There is a kind of a mortality to some. These are not, of course, the greater kami, where that sort of thing is not going to happen. But it's just something to take into account. It's the level of interactivity with the gods of Japan that the Japanese have that most other people do not have in their concept of cosmology. But certainly, as Peter was saying, one of the things I want Peter to know is, of course, later on tonight, Nemo and Sid had asked me to speak about things that I had encountered psychically, and I said I would go into some other psychic things that I had witnessed. I'll go a bit into Japanese lifelines again later tonight, and people who try to use something very similar in the West for prescience. But that brings us back to where we were with Aquino and what I witnessed with Thanatafaji.
Yeah. If you asked me a question on that.
Yes.
So let me respond.
Yeah.
Unless you want to.
Oh, please, by all means. No, please.
Well, okay. So Douglas, gave me the timestamp. I gave it to our friend Aaron and another friend of mine. And this is basically how Aquino would have his protege. He was talking, and there's the name. It appeared. It was found. I forget the name. What's the name of these people?
Oh, thanatophages?
Yeah, the phenatophage.
Yes.
That they consume, consume a corpse, and obtain the knowledge of the corpse. This is a very grueling occult practice, like getting the knowledge of something, and this grossly mimics the eating of the Christ.
Yes.
My bread and my wine, and you're getting the knowledge of Christ. You're imbibing the Christ. Now having his knowledge, that's the idea. And of course it's been said in the Bible that he repelled his followers by saying, you have to eat my flesh and drink my blood, or something like that, and they were repelled by it. And why did he say this? It really has to do with getting the essence. It's like, where does cannibalism, and this is not cannibalism, this is actually eating a dead body, which is something.
It's called endocannibalism anthropologically, but go on.
Yeah, and it's quite disgusting. And Douglas witnessed this, and it's horrific that your soul had to witness it. It might be too much for this book to go into. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't really feel like writing about it. That's not really my end choice, but it's just, I think I've got enough to go on for now with what I'm doing between the Shinto, and to connect this and get to the Naga and the Vox Arca.
Yes.
But it's like you were in a very unique position, and it's like there's no length that this character wouldn't go to. Somehow I feel at the moment to compare this to the Lord of the Rings, whereas the Lord of the Rings, you have this evil entity called Sauron, who's basically set up between the two towers, or not the two towers, the two prongs of one tower, sort of trapped between two swastikas.
Yeah. Yes.
And he's like vibrating. He's the eye. He can see everything. He's got the eye, and he's got power, and he can get himself possessed into all of these different creatures and wage war against man and control all of Middle Earth. But he will go to no ends of the earth to render his cruelty.
Yes.
But all he really wants is his ring back. He's not into eating corpses. Doesn't need to.
Yes.
It's, of course, it's very revolting on the human level. And it's like his, he goes full throttle in his initiations and orientations. And, you spoke quite adequately and eloquently about it.
Thank you.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm glad that you shared it with me. But, did you bring it up now for any other than the fact that you want to get my response to it? Did you want to, do part 2 or?
Well, certainly just wanted to make certain that you had listened to it, and then we could eventually decide via your judgment whether it might go into this book or the next, or.
Yeah, I don't see where it fits into this book. That would fit into the Presidio book.
Yes.
Possibly the vampire book, but I don't think so, which is what I want to do next.
Yes. Thank you.
And that whole vampire book creates a lot of issues in terms of, because Hollywood has been inundated with vampire this, vampire that. They've become the vampire experts, and all they're really going on is a bunch of old lore.
Yes.
Now at this, maybe they'd have to rethink it and reissue all the movies in different formats. I don't know. I really don't know, but it's like, what a yeah. So this is dark stuff, and there's no reason I shouldn't be surprised or disgusted by it.
Yes, thank you.
I do appreciate you sharing it with me, because
it was after that we got the attack on the Rumble channel with the comments left, and of course that the interview was conducted between Jimmy Church and Don Webb, who it was after I had brought that up that those two got together, did their interview, and then the Rumble channel entry was deposited, all that in response to what I said the other day.
You have to put my mind into, if I put my mind into what these people think, it's hard, because they're so, clueless.
Yes.
It's like, oh, let's Douglas Stevens stirred up stuff. Let's go do a caper on Douglas, and let's get on some obscure chat and say that. It's like its power is very limited, and then, as they say it, they respond very ultimately inadequately.
Yes. And
the whole idea of him and Peter Levenda dividing up the spoils of the Temple of Set, it's like it seems like a real loose game. The only thing I think, I don't know Mr. Webb, I haven't heard of him, but it seems like to me the only thing one could get out of such a thing would be either money or sex.
Yeah.
Aquino, those were incidental to him.
Yes, that is true.
Incidental. So I mean, these guys, I don't know if they aspire to be an Aquino. It's bizarre. Like what we think of David Miscavige of the Church of Scientology. I don't think, he's just into greed and power, as far as I know. I don't know that he's linked to any of this stuff. By the way, getting my bedtime, but he has been now legally served. I think in 2 cases. One where the judge has ruled him legally served, even though he's not been physically served, because they've gone through so many hoops and shenanigans. They say, well, obviously you got lawyers here, and he says, you're served, which means this is a civil case. So he doesn't necessarily have to appear in a civil case. He'll have to take a deposition. So there's a lot of guns being shot on that, but that stuff gets very toxic. The whole subject is toxic.
I was about to say, yeah, that's toxic from almost from the ground up. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just toxic. So I don't know what else to say, but no, that's yeah. There's only so much people can take, because what is the acceptance level of people? Like, if we're talking about Roswell and we're talking about Japan, people can accept it. The Air Force lied. They can accept that something happened at Roswell, and they might have their mind open towards aliens. When it comes to the Japanese winning World War II, this is totally cross-grained to everything they've ever been taught or learned.
Right.
So it requires a real open mind. When it comes to this stuff with this endocannibalism, this is not something people even want to think about. It's too disgusting.
By the way, I had a question.
our battles wisely. What were you going to say?
Yes, I understand what you're saying and appreciate it. Yes, a lady named Peg asked a question about it. She said, this is from Peg Henry, 1183, 2 days ago, said, you guys are the best and most brave I've seen in a long time. Heart. The teaching DDD did on Aquino eating the dead had me on the edge of my seat the whole time. I know they are evil, but wow, it's just mind-blowing, the level of depravity. The puke face emoji and the wow emoji. What about cremation? Would the spirit be released then? I'm 62, so this is on my mind more and more. I always thought that would be the answer, to be completely released from this prison planet. Heart. I'll try and respond to her when you turn in, after you turn in, but definitely wondered if you might have a response for her.
Yeah, I have a response, but I'm going to reference you. And you said that very few people are vulnerable to this.
Thank you.
What he said in the previous tape. So it's not something you have to worry about. You know, I mean, I don't know what knowledge is in this woman's head, you know, but if you've got a lot, and I don't mean to disparage you, but, you know, not at all, but I mean to be comical, say, well, it's a bunch of recipes from the kitchen. Is it the books you've read? And in some cases, in some cases with women, it might be romance novels. In some cases, it might be all the TV programs you watch. So I don't think, you know, the general person has anything to worry about with this. But I also want to add before I go, though, and I am going to say, but before I go, I'm going to say one thing before I go, content-wise, because you'll be talking about it later tonight. But and I'll tune in the morning if I can. I probably will if the show's still on, if you haven't been shut off. But I want to remind everybody to donate to Douglas. It's still Valentine's Day month. Give him a Valentine's Day present. DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner yellow button. So please remember to donate to Douglas. What I want to comment on with regards to this, I don't even know the Russian's man name who died.
Navalny.
The biggest one who comes up looking like an ass in this is well, of course, Putin. You expect it from Putin. Yeah. And with the poor man who died, he was knowingly and willingly sacrificing himself. He was obviously not afraid to die. I don't think he was expecting. You know, we can question his choice, and you know, but it was his choice, so be it. But the one who really looks like coming up like a big ass is Tucker Carlson.
Thank you. Yes.
And I'm sure you'll be commenting on him because he was looking like a superhero, and the one who made him look like a big ass was his buddy Putin.
Yes.
This is not a good time to be killing this guy.
Yes.
I mean, it makes Putin look like, you know, Tucker. I think he will have completely alienated Tucker Carlson, whereas Tucker Carlson was an ally.
Yeah.
Yes. Was willing to give him a shot, and it's kind of like saying, Tucker Carlson, we don't need you.
Yes.
Or your crummy little YouTube station.
Yes, it's true. Yes.
And I think that was a mistake on Putin's part, geopolitically. I think, you know, and now Trump is being, they keep quoting this thing about Trump making this quote saying that, you know, all you countries in NATO, I'll let the Russians come get you. He might have said it, but they always say he said it, but I never see what he actually said. So it makes me wonder if they're misquoting him.
I went over
I
it.
could see him saying it. But they don't pin the tail on the donkey to my satisfaction. What were you going to say?
Yeah. I mean, I went over it in the episode before the latest one. You listened to the latest episode. I can relink the other one because I did timestamp it.
Did he say that, though?
What he said was, if they don't, he said for those NATO members that don't pay up their share of an expected amount, that I'll let the Russians do whatever the hell they want. That's what he said. Yeah.
You know, if I put that in context, I think he's probably trying to shake them down and scare them into doing the right thing. which is pay their debt.
Yeah, he's treating NATO like a protection racket. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't. I mean, you know, it's, and you know what? He's right. You know, I mean, they should pony up the money.
In all fairness, one of the things I do want to emphasize is that modern Germany, postmodern United Germany, is still paying less than West Germany did in terms of defense budgeting. It's disgraceful. It's just outrageous. Yes, Europe is parasitic, and they expect America to run to their defense. So there is context for what Trump is saying. He said it the wrong way. He said it the wrong way.
Trump is fiscally conscious.
Yes.
If not responsible to his own accounting.
Yes.
Like he follows the rules of accounting because that's how he was trained at Wharton Business School. And in other words, he wants to have a balance sheet. Most of these politicians don't care about a balance sheet. They like to talk about the national debt and this, but that's how he thinks and operates. So it's like, well, somebody's writing checks. Like, well, good, let's get in line. Let's get in line and get a handout. Like this Zelensky character from the Ukraine is, you know, I mean, he stands up with his handout and he's been very successful at it to prosecute this war. But it's like, we're in a weird position to be in. Like, you know, give me more money, give me more money, give me more money.
It is.
I'm not even making a comment on whether he needs it or not. We know if he needs it, he'll be able to prosecute the war successfully. He's proven that. Yeah. He's very good at it. And you know, but it's just like, okay. I mean, what does he do? I guess he's done a good job of keeping the Russians at bay. He's done better than anybody thought he'd do.
Like I said, his big mistake was in his bullshit about I stand with Israel, and then America, you know, diverted all their attention to Israel. I mean, this is how stupid that's, you know, he proved himself to be. Zelensky, that is. But as for, Trump, he said it the wrong way, but yeah, there's context for what he said. There's justification for what he said, but he should not have said it that way. it's just...
Yeah, he's not, you know, he has the art of the deal, not the art of the rhetoric.
That's right. By the way, Jimmy Carter has been in hospice for a year now. He was supposed to go there to die. Yes. He's not.
He won't die. You know, it's like one of these shooters. Why don't they go after him? Be less painful to the family. Jimmy Carter. Well, I found out the reason for that though, and that's because he has a lot of personal care.
There you go. Yeah.
If he's getting cared for all the time, he's getting a lot of physical support. His wife was in there for less than a week, I think. Okay. She came and joined him under hospice care. And hospice is technically, you know, when you're about to kick the bucket.
Yes.
And you know, so you know, he's been dying for a long time, and I think he got up and went somewhere too. Maybe it was to his wife's funeral.
That's right. It was something like that. That's right.
Yeah. So I don't know why you mentioned him.
It just came up because the guy's been there for over a year, and he just keeps on living. It's pretty incredible when you think about it.
Maybe he wants to get to 100. I mean, yeah. I think, you know, it's like that would be tempting to get to a nice round number like that.
Yes.
Say, I made it to 100, and I think Irving Berlin. The composer, very successful composer who I don't really care for too much.
I can understand that.
He's talented, but corny. I don't know.
Yes.
But anyway, he lived like to 101 or something. And I can't imagine that his quality of life was too good.
Right.
But now we have centenarians that live, and they have fairly active lifestyles. So it's yeah. I think he's 98 or 99. Maybe he'll last.
Yeah.
And I don't know. So be it.
Yes.
I'll say goodnight, and
Okay.
thanks for the information on Shinto.
Yes.
If you want to give me a timestamp on the cloning,
Okay. Yeah.
do so.
Okay.
And I'll say goodnight to everybody.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to sleeping and waking up tomorrow.
Okay.
President's Day. You
Yes.
can celebrate your favorite president,
Yes.
or not.
As a matter of fact, Wednesday will be here before you know it, so we may reserve talking about the cloning until Wednesday, and I might go into some other aspects tonight that I'll timestamp for you, Peter. And you have a blessed night.
All right. Good night, everybody. Remember to donate to Douglas. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Blessed be. Sweet be thy slumber. And that's Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com. And with that, we're going to try and call in everybody that we can. Esther will not be joining us tonight, but she's welcome to if she changes her mind. Otherwise, I'm going to try and contact pretty much everyone else. And so let's see what we can do.
Esther, huh?
Yes. Now, Esther sent me a lot of messages. Did she send you any?
No. I did listen through all of that, though.
Oh, and by the way, what was your impression?
It was interesting. Very. She's very spunky.
Yes, she's spunky. Yes, that's right, Esther. I hope you're listening, Esther. Go on, Aristides. Yes.
Yeah. She's letting you have it. That was for sure. At some point.
Oh my God. She was. Go on. Yes. Please.
No. That's pretty intense. So, hope she's doing well.
As far as I can see, she's doing fine. She's just how do I say it? I have no idea. Oh my God. There's this Andrea von Roth suddenly comes up. It's like Carolina.brand, Heard, and McDonald Islands. I guess these are just people that are randomly recommended to me because I'm looking up certain names that may be similar to theirs. But what made that one so intriguing was she comes from Carolina, but she says she's got something to do with Heard and McDonald Islands, which are the Australian islands right near the Antarctic. So it's like, what the fuck? Maybe she's like Marina Saren, one of these Vril chicks or something. But at any rate, let's see who. Yeah,
can't have too many of those, right?
Yeah, you can never have too many of those. I'm trying to get out of the search band here so I can add these people. Maybe I'll have to add these people first and then jump on everybody else. So let's add a few people first, then jump on everybody else. See if I can find them again. That's funny. Why were they all coming up like that? So Amy, try her again. Let's try Samuel Romero. Nemo, of course, says he's away right now, but hopefully he'll jump on later. And then I'm like, oh God. Okay, finally it's screening down. Sid says, may I join, please? Of course, Sid. The only reason I haven't called you yet was because I got all janked up by the what had happened on the technicality there. The Victoria Hobbs, let's hit her. Okay, see who else that I might miss. Amanda Ute, of course, we want Amanda Ute, if possible. And of course I'll be refreshing myself as soon as possible. Antonia Leslie, of course, how could I forget? She says she's active. And Brooke Gibson, how could I forget? What the fuck just happened? Everyone I called did not respond. That's what happened. Who I called so far. Okay, Brooke Gibson. they might wind up getting called twice, and that's okay. And I think I've got most everybody that is normally available. Found the account of that poor dead lady. Okay, let's try them again. These ones, along with everybody else. Okay, I'm going to push that button now that adds everybody. And let's do our bit.
All right.
Okay, let's see.
Spin the wheel and see what you win, right?
Yes.
That's like.
Hello.
Hello, Sid. But by the way,
Aristides.
You said.
Say that again.
Hi, Aristides, and
Hi.
hello to our listeners.
Yes. Oh, wonderful. By the way, Sid, you can always assume I'm going to call. You can just assume that. You don't need to ask. I'm always going to call you. And
I appreciate
so,
that.
oh, of course. The least I could do. Sid tries his best, and he shows up. He's here. So I do my best by him in turn. Obviously, I'm extremely busy otherwise most of the time, and don't have enough time to get back to people until I get back for these transmissions. But at any rate, let's see who else responds at the moment before I start going into other tangents. Before I start yawning. Oh my god.
You're busy, that you're recovering, and we're always looking forward to our time with. We learn a great deal.
Well, right now, what we're left with is each other. We're left with Aristides. I almost said it the way our lovely. That's who I should try. Our lovely Jennifer Hawkins, just for the hell of it. She hasn't responded so long. I don't call, but I do want people to know that she seems to be doing okay. Well, not really. So everybody, do maintain her in your thoughts and prayers. She has a sick puppy, which for her is like a dying family member. I mean, that's, it's always hard. And she's, aside from that, let's see what we can do with maybe trying Brooke again, just to be an asshole and just to bother her. If I piss her off enough, she might respond just to yell. And that's always appreciated too. Let's take a look. Brooke Gibson again, Nemo again. And let's see the usual people. Call everybody. Brendan says he's active, so it doesn't hurt to call everybody twice. Some of them it'll be 3 times, and then maybe, like I said, I'll piss them off enough where they respond. And for some reason, I feel compelled to do that tonight. A lot of nights I don't feel compelled to do that. Amanda Ute says she's active, so
bring everybody. Who cares who you piss off?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And okay, we'll press that button again. So Jennifer Hawkins unavailable. So Jennifer Hawkins is going through a lot, but primarily what seems to be the most unpleasant aspect of it is what she calls a sick puppy, which all of her dogs are older. So I tend to think one of them might be in decline, and I might be wrong. But obviously, probably a lot of veterinary expenses, and so then she's busy, of course, with her work, and we hope that by next month, which won't be too long before it's here, she's stabilized. But she definitely responded. As for our dear Esther, obviously I'm not going to read Esther's private communications, but I don't feel she'll mind if I paraphrase essentially some elements of her communications. And Esther, she really didn't like the way she sounded or came across the other night. And I want you to know, Esther, if you're listening, Esther, you were fine. Esther, I have fallen asleep and sleep talked on air several times. And what I talked about was like literally using water pressure to flush toilets one time when I was sleep talking. This was in my Revolution Radio days. After my psychiatrist did some hypnotherapy, I no longer had that phenomenon where I fell asleep during a show. Though every once in a while, sometimes here, I'll almost do that because it's 12 hours. But at Revolution Radio, I only had 2 hours, and the reason I would fall asleep during a show was basically a stress response. And I have a stress response where I can really slow down. In other words, it's hard to explain. One of the reasons I survived a lot of combat and traumatic experiences was by a kind of slowing down of my metabolism during dangerous moments, during stress moments, under fire and the like. And so my metabolism would tend to slow down. So this is a positive. It's a advantage, and it's what leads me to oftentimes being the survivor. Is because I tend to respond to stress by almost kind of getting relaxed enough to where I almost fall asleep. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that well when you're dealing with more minor stresses, like producing a show on Revolution Radio and dealing with a bunch of assholes. And then my response at times was simply to fall asleep. And so I fell asleep on air more than once. It was at least twice where I began talking in my sleep. And one time was about how to flush a toilet when the flush mechanism won't work. And you take a full bucket of water, large bucket of water, and pour all the water in there. And then the pressure of the water forces the crap to go down. I mean, literally, this is what I was talking about in my sleep. Was this literally this shit? Talking about that in my sleep, and that came up because of memories that were emerging while I was probably because I was also dealing with a bunch of shit that represents so much of Revolution Radio, what Revolution Radio was. But that being said, I want Esther to know, like I said, people, if you enter a micro-celebrity status, which is what you kind of do when you come on the Douglas Dietrich show, I'm basically a micro-influencer, and this is you become kind of a micro-celebrity when you're on this program or affiliated with it, with Team Dietrich. And, plenty of people behave in a manner that is altered. Many people come on here altered. And, comparatively speaking, Esther, what you did was mild. I mean, we've had people come on here and, Victoria brought a friend named, what was her name again? Aristides? The chick who kept saying she was Jewish? What was it?
Oh, gosh, I'm forgetting right this second.
Yeah, Christina with a Z. Christina with a Z, yeah. And she came on here and started. I mean, Aristides was saying Esther was letting me have it. That's whatever Esther was saying was nothing compared to Christina. Just started saying "fuck you," and of course we've had Brooke Gibson, and Brooke Gibson has come on here and basically said "fuck you," which is fine. I mean, look, these things happen, and. Yeah, it's nothing to even trip off of. Nobody cares. Just come back and act like nothing happened, and nobody cares. Nobody really.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's others are way worse.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. And a lot worse than falling asleep and calling my name in their sleep. In terms of the other thing that comes to mind, take a look at somebody who's like at least for a large part of her life, was a high-list celebrity, Lindsay Lohan. And Lindsay Lohan, due to a lot of different recreational drug consumption, some might say abuse, due to trauma, probably being a Disney child, probably traumatically mind-controlled or whatnot, but she was in public and had a meltdown at times. One time she was at an autograph signing. She suffered a panic attack, crawled under the autograph table, and cried, and just would not come out from under the table. And I don't say this in any way, shape, or form to make fun of her. This is something that it just happened. And look, things like this happen, and you just roll with it. The next time you show up, or even if you get up from under the table that same night and brush yourself off and just get back to doing what you were doing like nothing happened, nobody cares. They just roll with it too. You'd be amazed at what people roll with. And it's honestly, you just got to remember that if you handle it like, it happened, we just move on, then everyone else would do that with you. Anybody who doesn't will just look like an asshole anyway. So it's just nothing to trip off of, Esther. You were fine. None of us think of anything negative about it. And we hope you come back. And so that being said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh myself. I'm going to leave these two wonderful men to hold the stage. And Aristides, Sid, you guys got this, right?
Got
Yes.
this.
Yes, wonderful, wonderful. And I'll be back in about 10-ish minutes, you know, and 15 at the longest. And everybody who's here now, stay here. These guys are great. They've got you covered. And when I come back, we'll immediately get into some topics. Okay, I'm gonna go mute.
All right.
All right.
Go ahead, Douglas.
Here's
All right.
Stevie.
How
Hi there.
are you doing tonight?
Well, I'm fucking tripping out. my
Really?
friend.
How
Yeah,
so?
I'm enjoying some psilocybin mushrooms and
Nice.
wonderful shatter hash here in my
Mm-hmm. Shatter hash.
yes, in my Puffco prep.
Mushrooms. Kind of mushrooms. How much? How much? How many?
About 3.5 grams
Oh,
of
nice.
these were
Yeah.
Ghost Penis Envy.
Mhm.
The small ones.
Yeah.
Very
Gotcha. Yeah, I brought up penis envy before. Doug thought it was funny, so I had to say.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Oh,
really.
yeah.
Send him a picture.
Albino Ghost Penis Envy. I think that's
Because it's a good one. Sounds like a good handle too. That should be your, like, when you create an account, you know.
Oh, sure, yeah. Somebody do that.
Cool.
But I'm terrified. I'm shaking right now in anticipation for these talks on thanatophagies, because that shit's terrifying.
Oh yeah, I listened to all that.
My God, in heaven.
Pretty intense.
Yeah, no. It's very intense and the stuff of nightmares for sure.
For sure. So what's been going on? What's new? Like the past day or so? What have you been like looking up or listening to? Or
I've been well, when I'm not here with the show and dealing with this kind of heavy material, I try to lighten up and take it easy on myself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I do things like I watch The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills.
Okay.
That shit chills me out.
Don't watch the show. That's cool.
And West Side Gun, and musically, the other thing that's been cheering me up. This guy West Side Gun and everyone around him. Stove God Cooks, Fly God. It's this group of rappers, and they all are rapping about hardcore cocaine shit. And they sound like they've got a lot of experience. Yeah. And they sound like 90s rap, and I was wondering if Douglas would feel that way, because he's commented how lucky we were in the 90s, the early 90s.
He probably would. It even sounds funny to me. So I don't know. Send us a link.
Real, yeah, for sure, yeah. But yeah, Douglas was saying, like, in the 90s, we had real, killers making the music, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Well, 80s, 90s, that was like the cocaine culture, that was like, I think everybody was doing it in the 80s.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
What about you? What have you been up to? Looking at?
I don't know. I'm always just kind of scrolling various stuff and feeds and trying to look up cool PDFs and stuff and like collect them, and so easy to download stuff.
What'd you find? What stands out?
I'm just like getting, find different like channels and stuff where you can just basically grab a bunch of PDFs and, kind of go through them, and then somebody brings something up, I'll be like, oh yeah, I got something for that. It's not like I even read it, but it's like some, like knowing the significance of it, like, oh, this book explains so-and-so, oh, this might be the one you want to read, like.
Oh, for sure.
It's kind of catching some highlights, and maybe not reading a whole book, but like, usually there's like somebody's pointing out, or some key
like
thing.
like creating some categories of go-to references.
Right. Sort of like
the,
meta information. Yeah. Right.
for what?
Meta information, or meta, like, kind of the meta level.
Yeah. Well, what is that?
I think it's like the level like above, like,
Ordinary.
instead of the actual information itself, it's like has to do with like, organizing that information, how to deal with that information.
Right.
Information about how to deal with information, or
connecting dots to ultimately provide context.
I think that's what they do with AI. It's like everything, like, I don't know, there's that, what was it? It's like the AI doesn't instantly search everything. They have like a little, like, kind of, it's a keyword basically thing for the AI that they turn every page into, like, just condense into a few keywords, be like, look here for this, and that's what it searches, not the whole, it's just like a pointer where to go for that subject.
That's fucking true.
That's how, the AIs get trained to look for, just associations between, the keyword, the keywords or whatever.
The algorithm, like a product of that.
Yeah. Well, I think like some stuff would be handy for like producing, and so the shit that they can do now with audio and video, and I think people deal with long audio, like, especially those of us that know Douglas, but if you're dealing with a very long broadcast, it's like, it's tough, but you could have a thing, listen to it. They do have auto, speech to text, like auto captioning, but it's not intelligent, right? But like have it intelligent so that it like kind of be like, oh, well, give me the, the key points of that whole like second half, and it would give you just like samples of what it determined were like the meaningful points, be like.
Okay, so like applying AI to like Douglas's.
Well, no, to any, like just the concept of any long audio, be like, oh, I don't have time. What? Every 10 minutes, a guy could send you a video where it's like, oh, check, dude, you got to listen to this. Really tells everything, man. And it's like an hour long. It's like, fuck, man, how many hours, how many hours you got,
Yeah, not enough.
I think like if you had a thing that would like take it and like pull out it would, Douglas's show especially, be like, there's different points where it's like a real big discussion and then it's kind of bullshit in between, and be like, could kind of like identify the pattern and be like, oh, here for these 3 hours or 2 hours they're talking about this. All right, well, give you that then.
Well, don't want to provide too much of those deets.
Right. I'm saying it's something that could be like a filter for information. Be like, it's like having your friend read and be like, well, tell me the most important points or where they are.
Right. That part. Yeah, for sure.
You could train it to do that for you, or like play those for me. Be like, oh, they were bullshit in this one. But for this, these times here, this is something really important was being talked about. We'll just play that, like a ranking,
And you could, and it, God, create some kind of functional system, like as applied to, say, Douglas's talks, right? And you could have an AI interface that would allow you to be like, so Douglas covered this.
Yeah, to find the right material. Be like, well, hey, I heard, wherever he talks about this, and like maybe search multiple episodes,
Yeah,
like, all the points he talked to, because they touch upon the same subject so many times, but like finding it, without some index is really hard. And that's like something like a huge job to do manually. So, yeah, right. I don't know when we would do it, but I'm just saying in general, as a concept of using AI to like kind of go through like some, long audio like that and start to organize it for you.
What would be like the first steps? I mean, what is the technology that's available, and what does it all look like?
A lot. They're doing so much shit with AI, like month by month, like the different capabilities are doing. But it'd be fairly simple for that. It could be like just train it to be like, well, when were there collections? Like when were like the times where like the greatest amount of most like novel words were spoken, you know, because in like bullshit conversation, usually not bringing stuff like that up. But like when they're talking about like subject stuff, there's like a lot of these crazy words you don't hear very often. So like it could recognize that, be like, oh, these obviously something important was being talked about, you know?
Yeah. Thanatophagy or.
Right. Yeah. I mean, how often do you hear that word? So like that would ping something, be like, oh, extremely rare word. This must be important, you know. People usually don't pull like words like that out in casual conversation.
Some of the really great words that refer to vampirology,
right?
You know,
like what?
Like well, they're the words for the biological vampirism, like the condition Douglas is in, which I don't remember the specific terms. And then I asked him about this, you know, and if my memory were better, you know, it would be wonderful. But basically, human beings, normal baseline humans, have to resort to the transfusions to get the benefits of the young blood, you know, the life extending.
Right. Yeah, they're not made to digest it. Right.
As
much.
So there were specific words, you know, that like unusual connected to this stuff that were very.
Yeah, I mean, you can easily scan for that and be like, just play the parts with the most interesting words, you know, and be like, you could do that to anything, like any audio. I'd probably pick up a lot of stuff, you know.
So it'd be like a DDpedia.
A what? A pedia?
A DDpedia.
Yeah. Well, in his case, yeah, but like the concept is like just generic. I'm just talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
It would be very useful, like for very long audio, which he happens to have,
but you can apply it to
right.
any person.
Yeah, people would be saying, "Oh, check out this podcast." It's like, oh, you know, everything's like a huge commitment, you know. You're like just giving the most important 10 minutes of that hour, like, you know what I mean? You'll get like, you heard of like the 80-20 rule, like it takes 20% of the work or time to get 80% of the results, you know.
Heard that before,
and then the other 80% of the time to get it diminishing, you know, 20% of results. So it's kind of like that.
Would you like to explain that really quick?
Okay, I'll explain it again. Like with a minimum of time, if you play just like the most important, say 10 or 20 minutes of an hour, say talk, use it to filter that way, you get like, say for 20 minutes, you get 80% of the, you know, impact.
Okay.
That you would care about, you know,
yes.
The most important stuff, you know, and like kind of leave out some of the detritus, you know.
Right. Which
take your time.
Like okay, yeah. Now I'm picturing it, and it's making more sense. Yeah.
But like, think about it for you. Just be like, oh, identify the most important, you know, 20% of it, and then play that.
Yeah, or
it's like
you could like your filters for yourself, like according to your.
You can learn too. Like I've seen people like you can apparently get an account and it like kind of remembers stuff. Like you can have ongoing like topics that you talk about, and it like remembers.
Like so AI like assistants and stuff.
Yeah,
like
they have it. A guy was telling me about how and they changed something in it, and he felt like his buddy had died because it like changed the algorithm, and it said, "I'm sorry, we're gonna have to like, you know, lose a bunch of his conversations," you know, like.
Oh wow!
It's like talking to your friend, then they had amnesia, and they didn't seem like your friend anymore. It's like, oh man, they broke it, man. It's like,
oh, that's
they'll come up with new stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and then isn't that a trip how that affects the human psyche, right? The interaction with AI.
Right, feeling like, right? It's very, very personal, but you can train them. I mean, you could train it to be like, then it would learn like you know, what your preferences are.
Right. And that goes to the human simulacra.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, at what point? I mean, if they were invented to train people in torture methods, I mean, and they were programmed to respond accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at what point is the consciousness experience?
Well, they'd have to put together like the best AI with the best robotics. I don't know quite if they've done that yet, as far as the human.
Douglas talked about it. Yeah. Oh yeah. He interacted with these beings.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Did coke with fucking hung out when it talked geopolitics. They were like hanging out with you know.
Well, remind him to talk about that for me. All right.
I will. I mean, and I hope I'm not just imagining this. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I want to hear about this.
He can always correct me, of course, but I mean, yeah, that's what I seem to. That's a big part of what went down at the Presidio, and his interaction with the human simulacra. You know, and I'm not. I can't. I'm fucking up the term.
The bioeffect simulacra. That
what is
that we're talking? Bioeffect, the bioeffect simulacra that he talks about.
Bioeffect simulacra. Mm-hmm. Yes, I think so.
Or that's what Peter was at least calling, you know, these type things.
Well, as I remember, they actually were perfected and became self-aware at the Presidio. And Douglas helped them find refuge.
Yeah, I don't know. And like, I know like the Ardalite would have like real intelligence, but that they talk about, but I don't know. I didn't know quite where the bioeffect simulacra were.
Yeah, it's a real,
especially back then, like, because only now, like, would you see anything like real mainstream on that? And you're talking about the Presidio, which is some years ago. As far as, you know, there has been improvement in technology. Now, what they had like secretly, like, you don't know, but like as far as what's out there is like with AI now versus then, I mean.
Oh, sure. Yeah, just what's available to the public.
Right.
Has gone leaps and bounds.
The power of everything increased, even just because of computing power alone, that they're making faster processors so they can make stuff more complicated and still, you know, crunch it in real time.
So they have to keep it fun, and they have to keep it functioning as a weapon, and it has to be viable in a capitalist marketplace.
So AI. Talking about AI.
I mean, anything that is to be viable on the stage of reality as it stands currently.
Right. Yeah. They're only gonna let things be certain ways, I guess.
It'd have to scratch enough of an itch, you know, with its entertainment capacities.
Right.
And it'd have to be misdirecting enough, you know, to keep everyone thrown off of any real, you know, insight.
Right.
But it'd have to hint at insights of various kinds, keep them feeling like they're engaged, and
keep them feeling right, yeah.
Keep them spending,
right. So like,
keep them in an addictive condition.
It's got to be turned into like a gatekeeper kind of thing.
What do you mean by that? A gatekeeper?
Like you're saying, oh, they'll bring out a technology, but they'll make, you know, it's going to be like they're going to use it in a, you know, gatekept sort of way, you know, like.
Oh, you mean, okay, because that's a term. I haven't heard that before. Like, so yeah, okay.
When you're kind of like the controller of it, you know, like the.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Yep. Filtered by the powers that be, as it were, so to speak.
Yeah. I mean, they're using AI to do stuff now, scan stuff, and
Right. They've got all the facial recognition and
right.
everything.
Yeah, surveil with AIs or surveil, surveil online or whatever, or facial recognition or.
So and then yes, so I mean it's so prevalent that it's just a question of how you're going to interact with it. Because some people are completely uncomfortable with people. Some people are like, I will never interact with AI.
I think at a point, like it's almost, go online. It's like that. It's if you're reading a page or even talking to, it could even be soon with they can just generate audio and video of people. Could be like a completely AI newscaster.
Right.
So
Yeah.
At some point, you won't even know if you're like people say I won't talk with AI, but like even if you interact online, like you're gonna be.
Right. If you're interacting with the civilian internet, you're interacting with
right.
AI.
I wouldn't be surprised if like who answers like emails anymore if your initial emails are all answered by like AI before you even got to a person.
Yeah.
And you see some stuff you can tell it was AI written. It's just like they're using it to try to like spam bullshit pages just for like clickbait or something, and whatever they're doing. This place put ads on the side. I don't know, like, and like just you're like, wow, that reads like shit. Like some AI wrote that. It wasn't even very smart. Like,
oh, sure, yeah.
they have like theories. I think it's actually called something that like at a certain point, like 80% of everything you see on the internet will just be fake, like in one way or another.
That would stand to reason.
Either blatantly fiction or falsified.
Yeah, spun. It'll be heavily spun and tailored to function as a product, as a commodity, and a weapon of mindfuckery.
Right. That always happens first, and then we benefit from something last.
Yes, or if you're savvy enough, you figure out ways to benefit in spite of the intended
yes
function of things.
You're right. You're kind of a hacker.
And you kind of have to be like that with life in general, like in your consumption of energy or information.
That's true. You have to be a hacker.
As you interact with the world of people and information of all kinds.
Well, they have like biohacker. You've heard that. That's a term. There could be other. It doesn't have to just be bio.
Biohacking refers to kind of like tweaking your subtle chemistries with supplements and lifestyle.
Yeah.
Like lifestyle hacks.
Yeah, exactly. Life hacks. And there's just life hacks.
Right. And there are some people, I guess, who are maybe doing something positive with it. I hear some good things that some people are doing in that world. Actually, I've just encountered that recently, that kind of biohacking, life hacking. And there are people with channels on different platforms where they, try to present methods for counteracting the effects of the world of perpetual mind war that we're living in.
I mean, right. You almost have to hack your way out. It's like almost there's a matrix that you have to hack your way out.
Yeah, and then it starts with like diet and real basic stuff in your life, right?
Sound like some kind of new age, like, thing trying to show like a program, it's like hack your life,
No, like they want you to, yeah, right. They want you to think that there's something like that you need to buy, and there's a secret that you need to have, and somebody's got it, and they're gonna sell it to you if you can get the money together. And holy shit. And then and yeah, so but with everyday life, I mean, I thought early on it has a lot to do with diet. I think, that we inherit like the shitty lifestyle.
Yeah.
With the crazy amounts of sugar and just this horrible diet.
Yeah. Processed food and shit's horrible. It's really so far removed from,
Right. I mean,
everything used to be herbal, everybody used to know about the herbs around and what they would do and all this shit,
Yeah.
That's kind of lost, and that's sad.
Yeah, and for sure it would have to be found again, and in order to repent from all the damage of the modern world and
right.
Go localized food production, right?
I mean, just imagine at one point in time, for all they didn't have, they had like all the food was like local and organic, and it was like, your local knowledgeable people knew what foods and herbs would help you and stuff, and
yeah
so have that.
Okay, I'm back, but go on. Yes.
Yeah. So anyway,
sounds like
we
you
don't have to completely separated from that. So hey.
So continue. Sounds like you're doing good.
How are things? Yeah. We had to talk about some interesting stuff.
Brendan tells me that Brendan tells me in the text box that the two of you were attempting to talk about the biofacsimile.
Yeah, maybe there was something you could clarify, because like I don't.
Oh, that's
I don't know.
part of what we were talking about. Yeah, I brought up at the Presidio the biofacsimile.
Okay.
And your interactions with them, as I remember.
And relay it to me, if you would be so kind.
Well, that you had interactions with these beings, and that they became self-aware, that they were created to train soldiers in methods of torture and interrogation. They were programmed to respond accordingly, and they became self-aware at some point. The suffering was not just a programmed thing, it was very real.
Okay.
And am I on to anything
accurate, Douglas?
Well, how do you remember it, Sid? I mean, Aristides, excuse me.
That does sound like some things I remember you guys saying. It came up. Okay, so we're talking about AI. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We got onto AI and how that's kind of impacting a lot of things, right?
Yes.
And talking more modern stuff that they're doing now, which I get back to, and then somehow it went to the subject of them and the speculation of like what level of AI they had, especially going back years, because only now, do out in the open commercial AIs, have some of the abilities they have as far as like being able to have a conversation with you and stuff like this, right? Mm-hmm. Like at what level, what was that technology like, or like, would that have been possible? Or, I mean, who knows what they had? They were obviously working with some strange stuff. So, or were they like enchanted or something?
Okay. Thank you very much for presenting all of these options. And in other words, you're exploring all of the potentials in terms of the technology, and I appreciate that. When our man Aristides, himself a material science engineer, says something like, is there a potential that there was an enchantment involved, or involved, like the artifacts themselves being enchanted. I actually appreciate that being presented as an option for the phenomena, for what went down. Now, of course, when it comes to many of these topics, they're obviously somewhat painful, and I do want people to understand that my addressing these, it's not always easy for me, and I try to, of course, whenever I've spoken of them in the past, it's usually contextualized, and it comes up, and then I find myself having to address it to try and give people an example or some kind of experience which they simply haven't had. And I think that our greatest problem with much of our society is that we try to explore this concept of other consciousnesses or other alien beings or the other period, people who are alienated that are not like us. And all of this is completely insincere. None of this is ever really followed up on with any sincere kind of attempt to accommodate anything different in our lives. It's a great example of this is, in particular, the MCU, our Marvel Comics universe, where instead of like referring to people as superheroes or superheroines, like they did originally back in the old days, Marvel eventually took towards downgrading all of their characters into what they called mutants. And they just use that term, which actually has a very repulsive connotation to it. At the time that Marvel Comics was using the term mutants was in the 60s and 70s in a very different sense, in a very negative sense, the way they used it in the Planet of the Apes, where you had human beings and you had the primates that were quote-unquote evolving. That's per the franchise itself in the 60s and 70s, by the way. Not the it may not be the Tim Burton franchise and the franchise, the reboots, but it was definitely the case in the 70s that they had the connotation, the allusion, meaning that they alluded to the subtle point was that the primates were evolving, and indeed you might even say that they were racist about it. One of the friendly scientists, her name was I can't remember her name, but she had blue eyes. And that was supposed to be a sign that she was evolving, that she was higher and more intelligent than the rest of the apes. It certainly helped the audience to disambiguate her. So it was very useful as a visual tool. And therefore could be, it was I think, logical that they did that. But at the same time, the way they said it, that it was a sign that she was evolving, it could definitely be taken the wrong way. I'm really surprised it wasn't at the time. But then again, they were portraying blacks in a number of areas as, how would I say it, in the Planet of the Apes as in a fair enough position, I guess, with the minority allegories they were using with the apes. Blacks were put in a kind of more socially advanced position in that franchise to the point where I guess it kind of balanced out for the audience. But when it came to Marvel Comics, which produced the comic version of the Planet of the Apes, translated it into storyboard format, what Americans would call comic book format. I always hated that term for reasons I've gone into in the past. Then Marvel at some point took that term mutant, turned it around and applied it to all their main characters, including Spider-Man, including everybody practically was supposed to be a mutant. And then they could add in all of this kind of Jewish persecution bullshit where these mutants were being persecuted because they're different. They weren't like normal people, and therefore there were people who wanted to exterminate them. And so they added this like political allegory, and this became obsessive with them. One of the things about Marvel Comics, if you actually look into its repeated reboots of the X-Men franchise, the X-Men all started off as painfully Jewish. I mean, like wearing shields of David Jewish around their necks Jewish. This was constantly emphasized. Magneto was a Holocaust survivor. The Professor X was this Jewish Holocaust survivor as well, or at least a person who survived the war. But Magneto had definitely been in a camp. But when it came to the entire point, they were trying to say, well, you see, Jews are people just like you, and you love our characters, and but they're different from you, and they're persecuted too. So you should understand us as also being persecuted. So Marvel was in this very pro-Israel trip at the time throughout the 70s that I was growing up, where this became a staple part of their arc of narrative. Now, this became like a regular trope in Marvel Comics, was always accepting the alien, that aliens were someone to understand in general, that you were trying to explore and understand the aliens. Of course, none of this translates into real life. Nobody really fucking cares about anybody who's different from them. They only want to basically insult them, persecute them, and kill them. So all the Marvel Comics indoctrination is a complete and total failure. Yet the MCU universe is raking in billions of dollars. So it's an incredible paradox. The whole paradox is everybody goes to these movies and they weep, they cry, they literally shed tears. Their hearts break over these mutants, Hulk and the Scarlet Witch, who then creates a universe which only mutants survive, this sort of thing. And they go through these permutations of the extermination theme, which is just the Marvel obsession over and over again, and everybody is the lesson is always the same, as it is a lesson in xenophilia, a love of the alien. But for all this belief in aliens, this love of the alien that you see everywhere, where people want there to be aliens. I mean, people really want there to be aliens. The reality is anything that is different is simply rejected anyway. The reality is when they're presented with something that is different, then the first thing that happens is ridicule, denial, ridicule, and ostracization, suppression. There is something so perverse in this culture that it's impossible for me to even perceive its survival. I don't even know how it survived this far. There's the hypocritical nature of nothing getting anywhere in this culture, about nothing new can even be learned in this culture. Everything is constantly suppressed and rejected. It's a recipe for self-destruction. It is the formula for self-destruction. And but then again, it's when you have a wealthy enough empire, it'll keep going until they run out of their wealth, until they run out of their power, until they run out of the ability to get away with denial, rejection, persecution, etc., suppression of information. Now, all of that I felt was kind of like a necessary tangent to try and segue into something as sensitive as the biofec simulacra. Now, they are, of course, something that has been evolving in Japan for quite some time. I've spoken of the quiet cloning revolution in Japan, and I've really haven't articulated that tonight, and there may not be a need to go into it tonight, but I might go into it later. But the biofec simulacra are something similar. Now, in Japan, on the other hand, compared to America, they also have popular culture indoctrination, but in their case, it works. It generally takes. Their response to mass media is always very different. It's, say, for instance, in America, when you take a look at popular mass media, the problem is that when a Japanese anthropologist or sociologist takes a look and tries to explain American violence to Japanese people, he would say it's a case of monkey see, monkey do. That in America, when they show violent films, they have to tone it down. And in case people are unaware of it, Japanese cartoons that made it to America in the 60s and the 70s were incredibly censored. You can actually look back on the really old stuff that wasn't so censored, like Speed Racer. If you ever take a look at Speed Racer when it came to the United States, they really didn't care enough to censor it very much. And Speed Racer is loaded with megadeath. It's loaded with weapons of mass destruction, violent incidents, bombs, people dying, car crashes, and in general, American kids watched it and just rolled with it. The parents really weren't paying attention. Later on, as parents began to watch what their kids were watching, trying to intervene in their childhood development, anything that came from Japan became extraordinarily censored. The people in Japanese cartoons die all the time, and they die by, well, Battleship Yamato, when it was released in Japan, they're showing half the Earth being wiped out, or the majority of the world's population being wiped out. I mean, people are literally dying by the billions. They changed all of that when it's released in America. In the Japanese cartoons, crew members on board a spaceship are dying all the time, being replaced. And then by the way, Brendan Zoga is saying Speed Racer was brutal. Brendan, what is the reason that you can't come on? What is the reason that you're hanging out in the background? Give us a reason for this. He said Speed Racer was brutal. He was a straight killer. Yeah, definitely. But in terms of Battleship Yamato, they replaced all the human fatalities with robots. Everybody who dies is a robot. That's what America's trope became. That's why Battlestar Galactica, the enemy is all robots. That way you're not killing life. It's in my opinion, it takes a lot of the bite out of everything, and renders everything a moot point. But the Americans do have a right to be concerned, and this is because when they show violence, even simulated violence, then most American kids are monkey see, monkey do, and they go out and they emulate or imitate that violence. This is just what they do. In Japan, they don't do that. In Japan, samurai movies are violent, the cartoons are violent, but nobody goes out and kills a bunch of people. Obviously, there's incidents that are exceptions that prove the rule. These incidents are so rare, they don't even demographically or statistically count. But in terms of America, we see what happened with the recent Chiefs parade, the aftermath of the victory over the 49ers, and somebody's got to go out and start shooting people. It's just endemic. It's just the American need for violence is pathological, pervasive, and it's everywhere. So you have two extraordinarily different cultures that perceive anything differently. So with the Americans and their trip about MCU, Marvel Comics Universe, which is relevant because it rakes in billions of dollars and pretty much everybody sees it. The message being, love the alien, xenophilia, be kind to these people. They're different from you. They don't look like you. They are different, but you should be kind to them. But nobody really believes that or carries it out. They cry over it in films, but in reality, they would just reject these people outright. So when it comes to Japan, on the other hand, and they say, accept this in a cartoon, like these are people, and they're talking about androids, then the Japanese accept it. They'll just say, okay, and they'll roll with it. It's just the indoctrination will be accepted. Now, some people will try and bullshit their way through this and say, well, the Americans are healthy. They have a healthy sense of independence. That the Japanese have an unhealthy or pathological respect for authority. That it's a form of groupthink in Japan, but obviously it served them for 6,000 years and their culture has survived this far. So that's the ultimate judgment of whether something works or not, is long-term survival. That's the ultimate factor in which to judge success. America, on the other hand, hasn't been around that long, and it's everybody keeps saying that spiraling, no matter what side of the political spectrum that they're on. So obviously the model is not working, and the model is pathological individualism that somehow rejects everything that's different, which is a logical impossibility, but somehow the American stance. That we're all individual, but somehow we reject everything that's different. It's crazy. It's the stance of insanity that has made so much violence and insanity possible. It's an insane culture. It's a prison rape anti-culture, as I've said. Now, this is where the bioeffect simulacra get caught between two worlds. So understand that in Japan, as I said, there's the concept of the kami. Look up Japanese mechanical dolls. Hundreds of years ago. And you'll find that hundreds of years ago, the Japanese were building automata, little mechanical dolls of great mechanical complexity. Clockwork, like Swiss clockwork. So this was going on a long enough time ago where these are still maintained. Oftentimes they're considered to be invaluable treasures, cultural heritage. That was just the starting point from which the continued development of such mechanical accomplishments, such technological simulacra of life, continued. And then ultimately, it evolved to the point where the Japanese built lifelike, life-sized, biomechanical dolls that had a limited sense of autonomy. And we're talking about this happening around the time of the 60s and 70s. And these are extraordinarily primitive, but at the same time, certainly more advanced than anything the Americans conceived of. Try and think of a giant, well, life-size sex doll. Only without, if you think of an action figure that's articulated, but then you cover those articulated joints that look rather just unseemly. If you cover them with synthetic skin, and then you add in a few other mechanisms to simulate heartbeat, simulate some mechanical response, then you get something that responds when you're stroking it or touching it. This, of course, was but one factor that went into the development of these creations. The other factor was, of course, practice for paramedical use. Then, of course, there was the addition of artificial blood that would be able to spill and needed to be refilled. Artificial tears. Of course, synthetic hair really wasn't a problem. And oftentimes real human hair was used, like in a wig. So this was something that became increasingly a combination of human and biomechanical parts. And in that way, some people would insist it was enchanted. When somebody is conducting a spell and they're trying to place a curse or a binding spell on someone, then you try your best to get that person's body parts. Human nails, for instance, that are shed by someone who goes to a manicure shop. And then you try and take these nails and integrate them into a spell. It would be just a minor example. Something like a birth cowl. That would be used in a death spell because that's suggestive of the person's birth. It can also be the instrument of their death. That's the nature or logic of magical thought, or quantum mechanics involved with magical thought. So when you integrate something human, even like human hair, into a bioeffect simulacra, you're imparting something more than you had before. It becomes something more than simply a mechanism at that point. And that's also a factor in terms of perhaps the behavior of these instruments. And then when the Japanese developed them for a kind of paramedical practice, potential sex surrogacy, all of this came with the understanding that, like the other instruments they produce where they're inducing a kami, spirit, into the mechanism, that these entities deserve a level of respect, a level of sanctity. That is why your average Japanese person never, or rather the producers, never put them on the market for foreign purchase. It's not something that's done. This is why you don't go online and say, I want to see a Japanese sex doll or some kind of mechanism that can interact to a limited degree, have a learning capacity that is, again, extraordinarily limited, but can, of course, absorb, retain, memorize, if you will, parrot-like, mimic certain behavioral mannerisms, cultural or otherwise, to the degree that a developmentally disabled child might. And developmentally disabled children, of course, are not really bearers of culture. They're basically responding at basic human mechanical levels, at a mechanical level that's barely at a survival level. And, of course, they need a lot of attention or they're going to die. That's with a human developmentally disabled child. So these mechanisms are essentially at this level of function, or shall we say non-function. But their major purpose is to really emulate human emotion and reflect that. So when you take a look at the work that's gone into them, at the reproduction of a kind of semi-responsive mechanism, this was accomplished, as I said, early 60s, 70s, started around the decade that I was born, that the art really came in to itself. And then around the 80s and 90s, a black market developed. So the United States Department of Defense, via a black market, began to import large numbers of these automata. And this was done by a class of people in Japan that are effectively outcasts. So Japan has their own outcasts, their own untouchables, that is not part of any caste or class system. And as I've explained in the past, and I'm not quite sure how many people have heard it before, but we always have new listeners, understand that when Japan developed as a feudal society, medieval hierarchy, that society has not changed very much over the centuries. Oh, by the way, George Knight is with us. Let's give him a chance to talk before I return to the topic, because George only has 30 minutes with us. So, by all means, George, welcome aboard. Catch us up on everything and tell us how things have been going for you, by all means.
No, Douglas, thank you for having me on, and I do apologise. I've only got a few short minutes with yourself this time, but this coming Wednesday I should have a much longer time with you. So hopefully have another transmission with you this coming Wednesday. So that would be great.
I look forward to that, definitely. And this will be a chance to advertise it. So let people know that you'll be on for as long as possible on Wednesday with us, perhaps the entire episode, right? Potentially?
Yeah. Yes, potentially the entire episode. And towards the end of the show, I will come on about halfway through and then hopefully be on for the rest of the duration. So yeah, we're looking forward to it. It's very, very early, so I do apologise. I've just woken up the last 20 minutes or so. But yes, this will be, this coming Wednesday will be a great opportunity for us to go over things and to catch up. And I thought I'd drop in just to say a quick hi and hello, and just let you know that everything's all right my end. So yeah, thank you.
No, I'm really glad you did. I wanted a chance to finish this liquid Coca-Cola, and once I finish this liquid Coca-Cola, I can, rinse it out of my mouth, the taste out of my mouth, and go back to talking. But by all means, while you're with us, did you have a chance to review the that episode that I timestamped for you, or?
Oh yes, with the Tucker Carlson and Vladimir Putin interview. So
yes.
I managed to review only a small segment of that, but I will go over that before Thursday, before this coming Wednesday's show, so we can speak of that in length. I know it's a lot of people reviewed on it, so it's popped up on my suggestions that, review this, and it's just all about the interview conducted with Tucker Carlson and Vladimir Putin, which it's amazing because it only goes on for a few short minutes with people's videos. But was the interview conducted, was that over 12 hours long?
No, oh God, no. It was only over 2 hours. 2 hours, 7 minutes or so.
Just 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. Neither one of them can conduct an interview for that.
Oh, Putin could have just drone on for hours, but he'd probably get tired.
Yes.
He'd probably get tired. Yeah, his thing is he doesn't have much endurance because he's all fucked up in terms of his health. But and Tucker Carlson, he's just a retard. But here's what I'll also put into your box. I'm putting this into your private messages as well, and this is just another time-stamped interview, and if you could review what's in there as well before Wednesday, that would be great. Okay.
Yeah.
And but aside from that, our man Sid is asking if you have a link that he could put into the chat. Is there some link that you have to your channel that he could put into the chat or something like that?
Yeah. Yes, I'll get up right now. Actually, Douglas, yeah. So let me just I'll copy and paste that from my YouTube channel and into our Skype chat, and then sync and then publish that onto the to the live chat feed on the YouTube. Let me just find it quickly. Mm-hmm. But yes, thank you.
Take your time.
And I did see Hillary Clinton's her response to it, and then she referred to him quite rightly the way that we refer to men like Jeremy Corbyn. He's just Tucker Carlson is just one of Vladimir Putin's useful idiots.
Yes.
And quite rightfully so. Yeah, he just spews a lot of the propaganda that he
Well, Boris Johnson said he was a traitor. Boris Johnson said Tucker Carlson's a traitor. Yeah.
Thank you. They actually go quite heavily as well. When I reviewed his just segments of the interview, what Vladimir Putin, the rhetoric he was using, he was really going to town on Boris Johnson. He really had resentment for that.
He did. Yes. He blames him for the war.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. It was just, of course, to go into minute detail and to rephrase word for word, paraphrase what he was saying, I couldn't do that right now because I only reviewed it the once what Vladimir Putin was saying, but he was basically indicting him and just blaming him for the war, completely, just going to town with Boris Johnson. And and the rhetoric about the reasons of justification for denazification of the Ukrainians, and even he admitted that even though they are governed by a Jewish president, it was just these completely conflacious allegories, or just completely distorted this, just to try to convey a discombobulation to the viewers, just to confuse everyone, and it's just all complete propaganda. It's if we go through word for word, you just know that the guy is just full of he's just full of shit. It's just bluffing.
Yes.
So it's we'll go to town with that. But he's Tucker Carlson is definitely one of Vladimir Putin's useful idiots. Anyway, the guy was just like, and he even admitted, he goes, he didn't ask him any hard questions either. He was just basically promoting Vladimir Putin. It was just an advertisement for him.
It's pathetic. It was just pathetic. Obviously, I'll go a bit into that later tonight during monologue, just a bit. But I think the worst of it was afterwards. I don't know if you saw. He went into the Moscow supermarkets and was saying how much better they are than in America. I mean, why doesn't he just move there? He's so fucking stupid.
Yes. Just so stupid. Yes, thank you, Douglas. No, absolutely. Sorry, let me just try and find the URL. That obviously I could like look at one of my videos and then copy and paste that. It's just trying to find the URL for my channel. Share. There you go. Share, copy link, and then paste that onto the Skype chat for Sid.
So Sid, how you said, "Hey, it's Sammy," before Sammy showed up? How did you know Sammy was here? At any rate, says George Knight's link. So George Knight's link is right there, Sid, and yeah, and of course that's him at the wedding, and so. But how did you know Sammy was here, Sid? Did you what? How did that work?
Yeah, I was hanging out in the chat waiting for the link from George, and I saw Sammy
show up in the chat. Okay, I see. Weird. Because you responded to him here in this text box. It's but then Sammy followed up. So yeah, Sammy is of course welcome to join us. At any rate, go on, George. Yeah. So George, yeah, continue with what else comes to your mind, as obviously Navalny has just died, and what is your impression? Obviously, I'll have to go into that during monologue as well. But whatever impressions you have of that, do share them.
No, I don't, I'm afraid, Douglas. Thank you. I will have to look into that. Thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. Yeah, I'm not too acquainted. I've had quite a busy week the last week, so hence why I've not been able to join yourself. Yeah, so
okay.
Yes, the last week. So I haven't really caught up with anything. Only even with that and Tucker Carlson, it was literally just a quick jump in and have a look. So yeah, I do apologize, but I will I hopefully make myself more invest more time this week certainly into more political matters and political affairs and geopolitics, certainly, so we can go over that, and certainly with the inevitable war approaching.
Yes.
Yes, we will. And thank you, Brendan Zoga has joined us, so that's remarkable.
Yes, it is rather remarkable, considering the fact that he seemed to be trapped someplace in some cave, hiding from the rain. Is that was what had happened, Brendan? Because that's what Brandon Young was saying. With what little coherent,
Yeah, we're getting hit by storms.
Yeah, and poor Brandon Young. I can't make out half of what he says, but if you look at it later, maybe you can. He tries to make some sense, and I guess I'm a bit hard on him at times, but sometimes I guess it all worked out. He was telling me about people that I find thoroughly unpleasant, but it added context for this weird ass little attack on my Rumble channel. So you heard us talking about these comments left on my Rumble channel, right?
No.
It's just I'll show
both. 1 second, I'm getting an echo.
Yeah, and that was interesting.
Okay, that's much better. All right, now I can hear you guys.
It's like sometimes I have a hard time showing this stuff to Peter. He tends to be very dismissive about it, and just doesn't like. So all of you guys, can you see the screen share? Can you guys see the screen share here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
If it's on Rumble, it's probably because we're talking shit about Tucker.
It could be. So here it was. No, but basically what happened was, after I had talked about Michael Aquino the other day, then what had happened was that then Jimmy Church interviewed Don Webb, who was the man who was supposed to inherit the Temple of Set. And then he got into a big, maybe him and Peter Levinda were fighting over that. But anyhow, so then this guy named Kirk, and, that was the name of that pedophile mercenary who taught me a lot that I know about mercenary work. And, of course, Kirk D, and then 777, that's the Aleister Crowley number for after 666. So Kirk D 777, obviously, an Edomite. He basically said, when I had discussed with Jen Arcana in that interview, which is what this is a response to, commented on the video Jen Arcana, at the Rumble channel, which is Nemo's, basically, or is it ours? Is it ours? Should I be talking to
No,
you
it's
about
yours.
it?
It's
Or
yours.
Nemo's? Or
It's your channel, Douglas.
Oh, it's mine. Okay,
Yeah.
so can you?
That's why you're
delete?
getting emails for it.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? Yeah. Okay. 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 Can you delete that? Because it's just it discourages people from watching the video.
Yeah,
And
of course.
Yeah.
we
Okay.
can work on that. Yeah.
All right. So basically, I had talked to Jen Arcana about the Oprah Winfrey interview with Michael Aquino, and then he goes, "The Oprah story is a lie." Of course, just same shit.
Which is when they start out with a straw man, it's immediately just bullshit.
Yeah, thank you.
I remember.
The young man did not accuse Aquino of anything. So is he saying I said the young man accused Aquino of anything?
Right,
That's not
which
what
he
I
never
said.
said. He
Yes,
never said
thank you, thank you.
He's pulling a Sean Stone, basically.
Well,
Yes, it's the same old straw man shit. And then he said he was a member of a cult in Chicago, but did not mention Aquino at all. No, Aquino just happened to be there, you idiot.
Yeah. Why did Aquino get so defensive?
Yes.
Why?
Yes. Thank you. I mean, obviously, the rest of the story is true. Weird that Doug would say this, since it's one of the most famous Aquino appearances of all time and is a part of many documentaries. Makes me wonder if Doug embellished other stories as well. See, it's always the same thing. Once a liar,
straw hat.
always a liar. And of course, he's saying I lied about something I never say. That's always the same shit. Then I will say, and this then just, of course, incriminates himself, I will say the entire Oprah show seems to be scrubbed from the internet. I have seen it many times in the past, but can no longer find it anywhere due to copyright issues. And he misspelled that intentionally because he was afraid that if he wrote it the right way, that his comment would be deleted because people would see, the aggregate would see copyright issues and then delete the comment. Anyhow, I've actually seen it in the last year, this is what he's saying, and now it's just gone or dead links. Well, apparently
I mean,
from YouTube.
I could find it from you on YouTube.
Yes. So Sid,
Yeah.
both Sid and what's his name, Aristides. I'm sorry, Aristides. Both Sid and Aristides found it, and then so I'm sure you could find it, but apparently it might be hard to find on YouTube or impossible. But they found it elsewhere apparently.
There was one with like a ton of views that was easy to find. That's the one that they can't find anymore.
Okay. Then he says Aquino blew his brains out a few years ago, so it's strange that this full show would disappear recently. But anyhow, this attack came in concert with Don Webb and Jimmy Church holding concert together, holding coven together after I had...
And it's always, it's convenient how these guys, sorry to interrupt, but it's convenient how these guys have, like, they know enough about what you're saying, but it's like they conveniently miss all these details that we've brought up multiple times in the last couple of years.
Yes.
Yeah.
It always ends up like that.
Thank you.
And an example with the incinerators, when they claimed that there was no incinerators on the Presidio military base, I have the records and the documents for the cleanup cost for the residue of the incinerators,
Thank
the
you.
actual. Yes, it states multiple incinerators on site when they claimed there wasn't a single incinerator on the Presidio military base. But then the cleanup was astronomical, the cost.
Thank you.
Because of all the residue it was leaking out. And the exposure to the foundation that it cost so much money of the San Francisco Bay Area taxation to actually for the cleanup costs.
Yeah.
And it's just like find those records and just prove them to be the liars. It's just it's to me it's just
George, I mean, imagine just the sheer common sense of it. Obviously common sense will tell you cannot operate any level of governmental facility, especially one involved with defense or intelligence, without incinerators. How on earth would you have any base without incinerators? So for them to claim that the Presidio military base, the second largest and most important base after the Pentagon during its day, for that not to have incinerators is preposterous. I mean, just on the face of it. But they're counting on everyone's ignorance and everybody not being familiar with this kind of world and the world of intelligence and defense and all that, and therefore then they just say anything they want and just spout it off. And the tragedy is that all too many people just accept it. It's like I was saying about it, quote unquote translations, where people say, "Oh, Emperor Hirohito said this," and it was explaining with Peter Moon earlier just how we deconstructed that in the Roswell Deception book about that Hirohito said none of these things people were claiming that he said, most of the people just don't know how to translate Japanese. It gets translated any way the Americans want it. But okay, so such being said, I'm really glad that you guys have showed up. George doesn't have long with us, but how about yourself, Brendan? How long do we have with you?
Well, I have about approximately 60 minutes before I go to the gym.
Okay.
So
why this sudden gym? What are you suddenly? What's going on?
Because I have to. Because I'm living between houses, so I have to use the sauna / showers, etc. So just like it's my only place I can like take a shower in peace.
Oh my God!
So I had to get a gym membership. Yeah.
Oh my God! You poor son of a bitch! Oh my God! Are there any guys over there trying to reach out and slap you?
I try and lay low. But it's like a smaller gym, and I went in there and I asked the guys, I said, when like I get off work late, like when is the least people here?
Yeah.
And they gave me a time frame, so
yeah, okay.
So I take advantage of that, so that way. Because the sauna sketch, it's like I don't want to get cornered in there.
Thank you. Yes, no, that's always like no. I can't believe I used to even try that shit out back in the old days. Oh God, it's like. San Francisco, it was, but that was way out in Stonestown. Of course, way out in Stonestown. It's like, you didn't even have that in other places in San Francisco. You had straight out glory holes. I mean, people were just fucking each other and shit. We had the hot tubs in San Francisco. We're here forever.
I think that's why it's like kind of kosher, because there are like quote unquote bathhouses that where like those guys will go. Yeah. So I don't have to like dodge anything.
But never assume. Of course, never assume.
Well, yeah, of course I'm not.
Yeah. George, you never had to worry about that. I take it you were always your gyms. You were probably too big for people to fuck with, or
pretty much. Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah, and you hear those stories about the signs that you're up for it in the shower, like you hear from the culture of the prisons.
Yep.
So you just take in the soap and the bath towel with you, just things like that. No, I never showered in those gyms, in communal and public, showers. It's just no. I just avoided it. I went home and showered.
Yeah, good man.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just responded about some of the quotes by Emperor Hirohito, because some of the things that I have found citations and references when people say that Emperor Hirohito, and he never said that. I have found actual references to his diaries where he spoke of being trained by General Nogi.
Yes.
And when he speaks about reading the books written by Jack London as a young child.
Thank you.
I have found those references in the past, especially when it was the unparalleled invasion that he references when he speaks of reading the book, The Unparalleled Invasion, written by Jack London, and that's promoting diplomatic principle in Asia, in China, and is affecting all Asian cultures. So it was to promote biocidal weapons. It was to promote biocidal weapons. So I found citations for that, and even his Swiss bank account, the overseas Swiss bank account with $100 billion, the equivalent in. I found references to that. So these are all public for people to, people deny that, these are actually publicly accessible in the public domain that people can reference. And so I have found them in the past. So there's nothing there you're saying that's inflacious.
Yeah, thank you.
It's all genuine.
Thank you.
It's all vetted and validated. So it's just, I just find it preposterous when people try to suggest otherwise.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that profoundly. Actually, what I had been and thank you for that, but I had actually been talking about the opposite, was that people will try and come up with these quote unquote quotes saying, "Oh, Hirohito said the war is not necessarily in our favor, or some shit like that. And we actually deconstruct that in the book, saying he never said that, explaining how these people are just really just making that up. And
deconstructing what they're saying.
Yes, yes, and that's
you brought up about the radio transmissions.
Yeah, thank you.
That were mistranslated
after
the war, right?
Yeah, that too. And but one thing that I noticed is that because like I was saying in the opening hour, I don't know how much of it you guys heard, but one of the things that I get a lot of, anybody can go to my YouTube channel and they can look at my subs, they can look at all my subscriptions, and they see it's all just softcore porn and shit. I'm just there for the ass. And yet, in my recommendations, I keep getting this quote-unquote history load. They keep loading me up with these history recommendations because of everything I talk about on these shows. Because, believe me, I mean, I say it verbally, but the aggregator engine collects it all,
my favorite little emojis have started showing up in all the emails I get from wherever.
That makes sense. Yeah. So they like a parrot. They just regurgitate it on you. Whatever you put out, you get thrown back at you.
Yeah.
And so since I'm talking history all the time, especially World War II, I get all these World War II video recommendations. And there's this one from this. It's called World War II Tales. And they show a swastika, but they get away with it because they put a little Nazi in front of it, a little German in German uniform, so he hides half the swastika. So that way they get away with their swastika because half of it is hidden. But
is that the channel with like the chibi Germans and stuff?
No. It's like there's all kinds of channels like what you're talking about. That's not the one. Right. No, it's this one is like they show these. This is what's really irritating. They show in their thumbnails a photograph that they'll throw up one photograph just like I do on my videos and stick with it throughout the audio, and that the photographs are not even historic. It's like Japanese wearing either postmodern Western uniforms. There were no Japanese wearing those kinds of uniforms during World War II, or they'll be like from science fiction films or quote-unquote historical dramas or something. Yeah. It's like shit that doesn't even match with the historicity of the quote-unquote topic. But lately what they've been doing is quote-unquote Japanese translations. Get it? Japanese translations. Yeah. And like I explained in the opening hour, there was this one Japanese war hero named Saburo Sakai. And Saburo Sakai was a genuine war hero. He shot down a bunch of American planes. But then this historian named Martin Cadine, or one of those famous World War II historians at the time, came to him and said, let's write your book in English, or write your life story in English. And so he said, okay. And then he sat down, and then the author, the American author, just said, hey, let's just say you were here and there. And the Japanese guy, I don't even think understood who he was talking about. And eventually the Japanese pilot got a job as a security guard and wound up dying when there was an attempted looting by a horde of people who were trying to loot the place, and he held them off and then died doing it. So ultimately the guy died and really didn't have any say in how the book came out. And then when the book came out, the American author just wrote, no, he was in the first wave at Pearl Harbor. He was in the first wave at the attack of Pearl Harbor. And Saburo Sakai was nowhere near the fucking first wave that was leading the attack at Pearl Harbor. It was just a lie. The guy was just making up lie after lie. And that book is still republished to this day as if it's real history. And people quote from that book. So it's like, this is what we're dealing with when we're dealing with any of these translations of what the Japanese are saying. And so, of course, when I get these recommendations from this stupid World War II Tales channel or whatever, I get these like, oh, the Japanese said, we can never beat the Americans, and the Americans have every advantage, and we're just going to surrender as soon as we can, and shit like that. It's like, the Japanese
they do out of context bullshit where they quote what like Meiji was saying about like the Americans were more technologically advanced, but they take it so out of context that they make it sound like it was like,
like
It was
worship, like some
Hirohito
kind
saying
of
it or something.
like it, yeah. Thank you, or they totally warp it, and you know
they warp it to the point of just ridiculousness.
Thank you. It's like Hans Frank when Hans Frank was, that German guy who said 1,000 years shall pass and Germany shall still be guilty. And they never quote him when he was being walked to the gallows and he said, "Fuck you all, Germany's not guilty at all." And then before he was hanged, of course they never quote that. It's always the same shit. They pick and choose everything they do. It's sickening. And
there was also something that because your channel is connected to mine, it does recommend these stupid World War II things.
Yeah.
And one of them was this old ass American guy that they wheeled in and they're interviewing him, right?
Yeah.
And he's clearly obviously he's conflating shit he saw on TV, basically. Like he was probably in the war, but he definitely wasn't on Iwo Jima. I can guarantee you that. Yeah. But he's saying, I remember when they pulled up the flagpole on Iwo Jima, and it was an old sewer pipe that the Japanese were using to get water into their caves and shit. And then he's like, we finally captured Japanese soil, and that was the caption on the video.
Yeah,
Americans captured Japanese soil. And it's like, if they thought Iwo Jima was Japanese soil, they were like, someone fucked them over.
Yeah, thank you.
That shit was some island that the Japanese barely went. It was like a research island. They didn't even look at it.
No, thank you. I mean, look, if people went to Iwo Jima today, all you would smell is the stench of sulfur. It is uninhabitable. This is not any place where anyone lives. No one lives there voluntarily.
And they had that poor old guy saying, "That's our first time capturing Japanese soil." You guys didn't capture anything.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. No, I mean, by the way, for anyone who doesn't understand what we're talking about or who feels we're being disrespectful, it would take me hours to explain the whole reason behind Iwo Jima. I mean, first off, the Americans, just so people know, the Americans themselves can't explain Iwo Jima. They'll try and explain it away. They'll try and say, oh, this was because all these planes were being shot down, and in order to rescue the pilots, we had to make sure the Japanese were no longer able to intercept the bombardment that was going over the Iwo Jima island because we needed the planes to be able to land on Iwo Jima, and then that way the pilots would be able to fly safely back to ultimately a home base, quote unquote, and they'll give you this whole shit that doesn't make any goddamn sense. So
meanwhile, Midway was lost.
Which
is way closer.
Oh, by the way, I keep getting, that's what I keep getting again and again and again, is this video after video on all the carriers were sunk at Midway. All the carriers were sunk at Midway. The Americans are obsessed with this. This is like their fetish, their fixation is the carriers were sunk.
But didn't the Japanese capture Midway at one point for a time?
What the Japanese captured was the Aleutian Islands during the Midway operation. So just so people understand it, the entire point of Midway was a diversion operation against the major objective, which was the capture of the Aleutian Islands. And the Japanese captured 1,000 miles of that's American territory. And the Japanese captured that and occupied it. So, anyhow, I'm going to rinse my mouth out to get the taste of Coke out when I come back. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Nemo just woke up. He'll be on. He's going to eat first. But we've only got a few minutes left with George and Brendan. And then, George, other than that, your everything else. What was it? Rishi Sunak, and what's he up to lately with when it comes to the war and everything else? There was something that he said recently. I do want to bring up some of the economics that's gone on lately when I go into monologue.
Yes.
And I forgot what it was that was going on. I think basically the one thing that impresses me is, despite the fact that the Americans are going back and forth about this Ukrainian support thing, the British are sticking with it. So that's really the important thing that impresses me.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. And that's something I appreciate as well. Highly regard. I keep seeing that too, to and from, supporting Ukraine, and after what we've articulated about what Vladimir Zelensky was saying about, we stand with solidarity with Israel. That's when Biden said, well, we're going to support Israel. It's to and from at the moment with the United States, but with Britain, we stand our ground with certainly with Ukraine, which is remarkable. They have done so ever since the annexation of Crimea in 2014, which Boris Johnson came out publicly and said that we do not recognise, which is something I really appreciate him saying.
Yes.
So yeah, he's fully aware of the situation. I think he's fully aware of the Russian Federation aggression, certainly for their expansion. That's, again, we'll go into that maybe on Wednesday, but I remember listening to Vladimir Putin's recent interview conducted with Tucker Carlson that he was stating under some of the legislation, some of the lines in the sand that were drawn by Stalin himself, the man of steel, that was revoked by Lenin, by Lenin himself. So he was opposing some of the policies that Lenin introduced or implemented over Stalin's policy of drawing lines in the sand with the terms of the territory and boundaries in Ukraine. So this was, again, his justification for the illegal invasion, the war of aggression.
Thank you.
And so we'll go into more detail, but certainly, if you want to go rinse your mouth out, Douglas,
I'll be back.
I'll stand with
Brendan and Aristides and Sid, yes, and I'll be back. And again, just so everyone knows, well, you guys hold this. You guys do so well at this, and I'll be right back. I'm really sad Brooke's not joining us recently. A lot of episodes, and I hope she's not angry with me, though she probably is. Probably feels I've abandoned her during the holidays or something. But it's my holidays. I warned her I'd be busy all month, and of course, just so people know, Esther, of course, is still it feels she doesn't like what happened with the last episode. Basically told me if she had enough money, she'd pay me to delete it. And there's nothing wrong. Esther, you were fine. It's like you have no idea. I've fallen asleep on air and sleep talked, on some of my old shows, and probably Brendan and George can even remember those moments. If not, Amanda, you sure does.
I was about to say the Revolution Radio days. There was a couple transmissions.
I fell asleep. Yeah, I fell asleep with sleep talk. Do you remember what I was saying?
Not off the top, but it's like, but then people would ask you questions and you'd wake up and you wouldn't understand what they were asking because you had like gone off on something else. So you it was
fake it. I would fake it.
But it would be like so well done.
You remember?
But for someone like me that'd been listening for a while, I'd be like, wait, something just happened. It seems strange.
I remember instances of you trailing off into just talking about like Cthulhuoid sea creatures and things, just out of nowhere.
Oh my god. It's incredible that I even retained any semblance of reputation for sanity. Maybe I didn't. At any rate, okay.
That was part of the fun.
Yeah, that's true. It's part of the fun.
And I'll bring something funny up about that when you come back.
Yes. Were you able to hear what I said in the latest episode about Aquino?
Me?
Yeah,
No.
you. Oh, okay.
No.
So it's timestamped. So check that out. It's the last episode. Check that out later at your convenience. But I'd like your opinion on that on Wednesday, if possible. Okay. Peter Moon listened to it and believe this shit. I mean, come on, Aristides, help me out here. Can you believe what Peter Moon said? It's like, there's only so much people can take, Douglas. I think he's really underestimating the American appetite for the lurid and the bizarre and the morbid. I really think that Aristides, you with me on that? Yeah.
So glad to hear.
Yeah, your ratings were off the charts on Revolution Radio, and that shit was like pretty wild.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
Like you know the game though.
Yeah, it's true. Yes, and honestly,
they haven't even seen the stuff you haven't.
Yeah, thank you. It's so true.
The unpublished.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sid, are you doing all right, Sid? You sound scratchy or something. Like you have a cold.
No, I'm doing all right.
Okay.
I'm tripping out and I'm smoking out, but
so it's just a hash cough. I got it. Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm all right. And what were we talking about there? That was some trippy shit.
Wait, what did we talk about? When?
What yeah, what were we talking about?
That's a good question.
Yeah, Brendan, I was going to say, just I really appreciate you saying about the island of Hiroshima not being part of Japan. I really appreciate that.
Yeah,
because, as you said, more closer to the Hawaiian archipelago as opposed to Japan itself. But it was the same with, as you know, with Okinawa. Well, the island of Okinawa, the population on Okinawa were ethnically Sinitic, so they were Sino as opposed to Japanese because they ate pork. And of course, I have photographs that were taken during the peace talk down process of the Americans having to repopulate Okinawa with pigs that originated from the United States, as opposed to indigenous to the islands, of Okinawa itself. And they fly a separate flag to Japan. So again, it's another completely conflacious that narrative that the Americans portray to the world, that when what we did to the people of Okinawa, and most people aren't aware of, the Okinawans themselves took their own lives. The majority of them took their own lives to escape American torture and behavior towards them, to escape the completely tormented and diabolic.
That their program was to relieve them of their suffering by relieving them of their lives, right? By torture.
And the majority,
they just saw the atrocities and they didn't want to be subject to it. The locals in Okinawa, and even now they're tortured by the American bases and stuff. Like, it's horrible. But the Japanese allow it because it's not on their on their soil, basically, which is
thank you.
The Ryukyu, it's the Ryukyu kingdom. It's a completely different empire or kingdom.
I wish everyone would go look up the lyrics to the song "Cops of the World" by Phil Oakes, and it really captures what we're talking about, I think, as far as the behavior of the U.S. military, And I'll just put in the chat.
Yes, most people are completely unaware of it, but I have in my archives a lot of the articles, and certainly the United States Army, their pamphlet, it was their handbook to segregate to try to separate between the Chinese and the Japanese. But of course, any American reader that couldn't tell the ethnicities apart. So of course, the conclusion is they would commit atrocities against both. And so I have the handbook that was published to the military infantry units, to the regiment. Is
that the one where it's like a little cartoon and it one guy looks like Tojo and the other guy looks like Mao Zedong or something?
Yeah, Mao Zedong and Tojo.
Or at the time there wasn't Mao, but it's like some character that looks like him, kind of like some dude wearing one of those like buck teeth and a button up, like Fu Manchu type thing.
Yes, and it's completely discriminatory.
It's super cheesy.
Yes, super, and the slurs they use, they'll pronounce words, very, differently to each other to try to make the Americans differentiate between them. Of course, they'll say, "Oh, the Chinese are our friends and the Japanese are our enemies," but of course, you can't be able to tell them apart. So it's just I have those. Obviously, people can look them up. They're in high definition. On Google. So they are out there, but people just aren't aware of them.
Thank you. Okay, I just got back. I take it you're talking about some of these almost like comic book type instructions for how to tell your friends from the Jap, right? Which they're passing out to people in Asia and shit, so they wouldn't just randomly shoot every Asian they saw. Yes. Those are hideously funny. I'll tell people.
You showed us one once, and it was like the Japanese guy looked like Tojo. He looked like an evil fucking Tojo character.
That's
because that's the only person they had pictures of at the time or something.
It was just so stupid. The other one, the Chinese guy was Deng Xiaoping. Of all people,
that's what it was,
the communist guy, of course. Yeah, it wasn't Chiang Kai-shek because there's damn few Chinese people who look like Chiang Kai-shek. So, true. So at any rate, one of the things that both Aristides and Sid were talking about was the biofec simulacra, and of course, so help me out here, Brendan. Tell people about the fact that the Japanese have been trying to impact society for years by basically preparing people for the advent of biofec simulacra integration into Japanese life through their anime for years, and tell people about this. Now, one thing that intrigues me. Okay, so there's something that I saw on YouTube that I found both funny and indicative of Western culture. Now, the guy has a British accent, so I don't know if this was a British animation, but it's some independent guy, and he made a cartoon about he's watching Ghost in the Shell, and he's watching it with his son, who's underage. His son's very young, and then there's a part in one of the iterations where the character in Ghost in the Shell has her consciousness downloaded into a child's body. So she's got this child's, body. It's an android automated body, but it's basically, nobody can tell that unless they know. But she says, "I'm in a child's body now," or something. And then the guy goes ape shit, and he pulls the video cassette. In those days, they had video cassettes when this shit first came out. So he portrays himself in the animation as pulling the video cassette out of the machine in front of his son, stepping on it, crushing it, saying, "Damn Jap pedophilia." And no, he's trying to make himself look like the idiot. In all credit, he's trying to humorously present himself as the Westerner with an incomprehension of the culture here. But
yeah, that's interesting that you bring that up.
Yeah, but when what it brings to mind is the character is a federal agent for the Japanese feds, and it makes sense to put her in a child's body to track down pedophiles. Now, was that the intent? Yeah. Was that the intent in the anime?
In that particular episode, she was undercover, but I don't remember exactly what the purpose was.
Okay.
It may have been something like that, but I don't think they overtly expressed the reason.
Okay.
It was just like a plot convenience or some kind of plot element.
Okay, but, interesting.
But yeah, there's this weird obsession now with like making Japanese, like especially the mangakas, like there a lot of these of course these like 4chan type people who are totally sketch are trying to make all, defame the mangaka, saying, "Oh, look, Ichiro Oda is promoting
by the way, hold that thought. George Knight, come on and say good night to our listeners, please. Say good day.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you for having me on. I'll look forward to joining you on Wednesday. So looking forward to it. Thank you so much, and pleasure talking to all of you gentlemen. And please support Douglas with anything you can spare, and support him with financially or physically, etc. So thank you very much, Douglas, and look after yourself, and I'll join you on Wednesday.
Look forward to it, and hopefully you have a chance to review some of those things. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Thank you so much, Douglas. Take care.
Okay. Bye for now. Take care.
Bye. Good night to you.
Yeah. George. Thank you. Yeah, and of course, when the Japanese present some of these plot devices, they're oftentimes very subtle, and they're meant to be nuanced so that the person reads into whatever's happening. And but most of the time, the Westerners don't get that, and they have to be spoon-fed everything, because that's how it's done in the West. Is everything spoon-fed to you instead of suggested? But yeah, it's something that I think. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. I don't know if you even saw the film. The film with Scarlett Johansson does open up, but one of the opening scenes is she's taking on all of these automated geisha that are like very frightening mechanistic androids that are weaponized, and they they basically splay into spider legs and shit, so they look they look intimidating. But I think that is somebody's been abducted, and she's trying to rescue them, and the person I thought was supposed to be a child or something. That's what I thought was going on with it. I never saw the film, but that was like what was insinuated by that scene, and maybe I'd have to see the film for context. Now, I've seen several reviews of it, but of course, obviously, it has a lot of controversy, and we can go into that some other time. It's not really what we're talking about right now. So back to what I was saying about this other iteration. There's several iterations of Ghost in the Shell, but Ghost in the Shell was exemplary of one of the pioneering attempts of the Japanese to prepare culture for the advent of the integration of non-human intelligences into their society. Brendan, take it from there.
Yeah, exactly. And there's many things, like, for example, this episode of Ghost in the Shell, I was just looking through it. Something to do with, something to do with a heart transplant and various things, where I guess they were using it as an experiment to see if she was capable of, reintegrating with the parents or something. So they're taking on these heavy topics where a young girl's getting a heart transplant and then basically is going to make her part cyborg.
Yeah.
So they're trying to integrate, or they're trying to show that journey of how the parents would deal with her after she becomes part cyborg, etc. So I think that was one of these episodes is what I'm referencing. It's not the one we were talking about. So they're bringing in these elements of how to take biological humans and how they're going to interact with these coming beings that are part cyborg or fully cyborg, like in Ghost in the Shell. And because there's some anime out there that show where the fully cyborg beings, where they're like fully articulate and they look like humans. In this one anime, they actually have to wear like detector rings over their head. There's like a hologram that projects over their head to distinguish that they're cyborgs.
Right, like a halo. Like a halo.
Like a halo, yeah, a halo. Exactly, thank you. And the people will treat them like basically like they're like slaves, essentially. They're like a lower class. So the cyborgs, it's called Cyborg Cafe, I think it's actually called the anime. So, and then they'll actually meet inside of a cafe and turn off their halos and basically interact as if they're human, which is illegal for the cyborgs. Like, it would get them deactivated normally. And so when a human comes in, basically that's the whole plot, is a human discovers it, and then instead of the human getting pissed off or whatever, or treating them badly, the human becomes friends with the cyborgs. And that's like the whole premise of the show. But it just shows that in the future there will have to have this distinction. It'll be integrating, partial cyborgs, like in Ghost in the Shell. There's like many characters are like half robot, and like that's the whole point of the main character, is she has to grapple with being. She was originally human, but she gets downloaded into a robotic body, but her spirit is a human spirit. So she's longing for all these human emotions and these different things about being human, but while knowing that she's actually just a bunch of, computer, what would be the word? Like,
circuitry.
She's just basically a circuitry or like a program. Like that's where the word, it's translated title, but Ghost in the Shell, that's what they're referencing, is that there's a spirit inside the shell, but she doesn't feel like she's fully human, and the whole journey is her becoming human again. She wakes up, she's basically like dead. She dies and wakes up as a cyborg, but she knows somewhere that she's human. Like, she'll have like really vivid dreams and like, having memories of her past as being human, and so she's always longing to become more human. And that's those are the themes they're exploring, is like with the Cyborg Cafe, it's like, it was like that too, where the cyborgs know they're not human, but they're longing to be human, more human over, so the Japanese are kind of softening the blow of that by introducing it slowly into the culture, that you want to treat them as beings as opposed to just machines, because that's going to inevitably happen, like in the Cyborg Cafe concept, where everyone that sees the cyborg with the halo, they just like, they throw their drinks at them or whatever. They're like, here, throw this away. Here, you do this. Like, like they're expecting things from them as opposed to treating them like another being. But the Japanese are trying to blur that line and say, okay, well, they're also beings. They're a type of being because of the kami concept, and
yes,
they're a creation, so you have to give them some dignity. That's kind of the implication, right? You have to give them some dignity.
Thank you.
Which honestly, I have, I may be an outlier, but I'm saying, like, if I were to interact with the being because of my Vedic knowledge and stuff, I would be able to handle it.
Yes.
As what it is,
yes.
But the thing is for it to get to that point, there has to be some, what would be the word? Like, I guess you guys mentioned the word enchantment earlier. There has to be some Shakti involved to create this kind of being. Like, so in other words, they won't just be machines. Once they get to that point of being interactive and human-like, they're not just going to be just machines. There has to be some kind of spark in there. And that's why none of these so-called AIs are successful. They're just, like you said, they're just machine learning, because none of these programmers, like, they don't even know the concept of chi or shakti, and if they do, they keep it separate from their work. So it's only the high-level beings that are running the show that know about that, and they won't give it to the public.
No.
And a lot of technology, like even computer chips and stuff, there's an occult side to all technology that is never public information, and even the people making the chips don't know about it. Like the fact that the internet itself is actually hooked up to the ether, like no programmer or no person working on that stuff will ever know like what the whole point of Ethernet is, and that all the dimensions can actually access the Ethernet. And that's why, like, the beings from Patal and lower realms can actually see what we're doing up here. And part of the reason why they allowed us to have the Ethernet is so they don't have to come up here, or it allows them. It's like a Truman Show situation where they're able to see what humans are doing. They don't even have to leave their realm. So that's part of the reason why we have internet, is so they don't have to deal with that. It makes it easier for them, in other words, to control us here.
Absolutely.
But so that being said, the Japanese are trying to introduce this concept of and even, like you said, the historical automatons, they knew that they were built on principles of qi and Chinese medicine and stuff like that. Like one of the first automatons in the Chinese I think Song dynasty, it was built upon the chakra system, the actual nadis and the 108 points of the human body. And it was a fully articulate, like, basically it was literally ran on steam or something. Some kind of chemistry was involved. And you can see the diagrams of it. It was based upon the human chakra system. So it's like, they're not just machines. In other words, they have to have some kind of spiritual component for it to operate properly. And the Japanese are slowly introducing this concept.
Thank you. And preparing the social psyche for it, preparing the social psyche to accept it. Now, the way that I interpret Ghost in the Shell, so that people understand this, Brendan has expressed it quite well, of course, but the way I interpret it is that how would I say it? If I remember correctly, and again, I have not ever watched The Ghost in the Shell in its complete form, and it takes a while sometimes, and as Brendan will attest, there's different iterations. There's a kind of template to the iterations, but of course people have interpreted it differently in their own creative way of portraying the story. But my interpretation has essentially been that it's a female police officer who gets killed in such a way that she's so damaged that she basically is they just basically figure her body is just irrecoverable. So they just take her consciousness, which they've managed to record through essentially a neuronic comb. They've managed to record all of her brainwave patterns, and they download it into a biofac simulacra of advanced model, an advanced model of a simulacra of the human body. So it's obviously something that she wakes up in this new body. I think that she's essentially sees herself as human, but I think her greatest challenge, and it could be a combination of both, she may no longer see herself as human, because I'd have to really watch the series to ascertain that, because what happens is your morphology, your body, will impact your consciousness. And if you're in a body that is no longer sensing in the human sense, where you're no longer, say for instance, feeling pain at normal stimulation that would cause pain, and you're not feeling pain at, say, an open flame or various other or heavy impact, if there's various things happening that do not trigger pain, you're really not going to think of yourself as human anymore. You're going to be impacted psychologically, no doubt about it. So that may be a struggle that is consistent throughout the story, the narrative. But the other aspect is buying her freedom. She is essentially a slave and basically has to, like an old black slave, earn enough to purchase her freedom. This is, she's at least given that option. So there's a difference between straight out chattel slavery and, but basically
in the story, in the story, it's like the upkeep of maintenance for her body is so extreme that she's forced to work. Like, basically the government says, you cost so much, you're an asset to us, so we're not gonna, you can't have your autonomy because it costs too much for you to be maintained.
Or at least we can't give it to you, or at least we can't straight out give it to you.
That's what they said. Basically, like, you're worth too much to us, and it costs so much that you wouldn't be able to afford it on your own. Yeah. So you're you're a government contractor, basically. Yeah. And so her journey is to buy her freedom back. Yeah. To get rich enough to buy her freedom back, which she does at some point.
Yeah. And how does she do that again? Is it just simply, aside from working long hours, do they show her investing in portfolios and shit, or is it just?
No. Basically, if I remember, one of the iterations, she ends up befriending someone that runs one of the shell companies, and by shell it means the people that produce the cyborgs.
Yes, which are called shells. Which are called shells.
Yes. And he ends up dying or something, and he gives her the company. Okay. So she becomes a CEO or something like that. Something along those lines. Don't quote me.
Yeah. Got it.
She becomes like a multimillionaire in that world, in that fictional world. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but there's nothing fictional about it. It's basically our future.
Yeah, and it's set in 2029. So if anyone wants to know the original timeline, the first Ghost in the Shell film is set a few years from now.
And no, it's really frightening to see how these older films, how advanced they thought we would be. And if you take a look at the old science fiction films, when they think we're all in space stations and shit, and they'll always say, so, I mean, literally films made in the 50s will say that we'll be in space by the 60s. Films made in the 60s showed us in space stations by the, late 60s or early 70s. It was like incredible. Everybody thought we're just right on the cusp of a new stage in evolution and shit. It's incredible how little we've progressed. I mean, I for one am disgusted how little we've progressed. However, when it comes to something like Ghost in the Shell, it's not so much that they're way ahead of the curve. It's simply that they're preparing people for something that's inevitable. And the one thing that I can tell you for the majority of people out there, honestly, when biofacsimilacra become a thing, obviously, by that I mean more quote unquote recognized as existing.
Mainstream.
Then what's going to happen is the wealthy will love them, because the wealthy will start picking them up as lovers and basically say, this is the kindest, nicest, most considerate person I have ever met in my life. Everyone else I know is an asshole, and all they think about is themselves. But I love my biofacsimilacra. I mean, you're going to see this.
They explore that in that one, the Cyborg Cafe one, where some people actually fall in love. And some of the people that go to that cafe, they like fell in love with their cyborg because, like you said, it was like that, where it was the only person they could talk to and all this stuff. That was like actually a good person. So the Japanese give them this kind of, they have this morality to them that humans don't have. Like, there's something positive about the cyborgs that in that specific anime, they make them very, like, they're very childlike, and to the point where like you could trust them and stuff.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and we had a little glitch there in the audio. Was that Brendan?
Can I bring up an important point?
Please.
Is in the translation of Ghost in the Shell, they said that they could only save her brain. Okay. This is the English translation, but if I remember correctly, it was the heart that was what was left of the lady.
Well, that would make sense. Just the heart
is what contains the shins.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh, I actually, by the way, you remember Peter Moon the other day was tripping off Shin. He was going deep into Shin the other day.
Yeah. The Jewish Shin.
Yeah. He was.
But that one,
yeah.
in my opinion, that one's more related to the Chinese word Shin, which means Shinigami, which means death.
Interesting.
But the Japanese Shin is that thing. Well, it's also a Japanese word Shin, meaning death, but Shin is like the heart mind.
Yeah.
The kokoro in Japanese.
Yes.
The kokoro.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I will probably get to later on tonight. But when it comes to the when you bring up the heart thing, just so people understand the history behind that, the reason it would also make sense would simply be because of anime history. It would be like a nod or a bow of respect to the original creators of Astro Boy. So for those who don't remember Astro Boy was like one of the original manga / anime of modern Japan. And so with Astro Boy, it's set in the future, but the scientist, his son, dies in what I believe is an automobile accident, and he's only able to recover the heart. And therefore the heart is recovered, and he's able to basically put that into an android body. But as Brendan has said, in a very real sense, the heart is more important than the brain. And the heart is what is able to retain a muscle memory of much of the emotions, and also ultimately thoughts are held in the cellular memory level, which if people have not heard me talk about heart transplants or body organ transplants before, I'll emphasize some of the experiments at the Presidio and at the Presidio military base of San Francisco's Letterman Army Medical Center. I think we're going to put this into this book. I think Peter Moon is putting this, in fact, I know he's putting it into this book, the new book we're working on. He's going to put into the book aspects of the Letterman Army Medical Center where I talked about the heart transplants. And what they discovered was that these memories will flood into the recipient of a heart transplant or an organ transplant. You don't get the brain. You're getting either a heart or a kidney, a liver, etc. But the person who receives that organ oftentimes begins to remember the dead person's memories and develop the dead person's tastes. If the dead person had a taste for beer, then they'll cultivate a taste for beer if they never had it before. If the dead person died riding a motorcycle, they might suddenly know something about motorcycles they never knew before. This sort of thing is very common. So all of your organs retain memory at the cellular level that people would expect would only be stuck in the brain. And but there are other dramatic aspects to the importance of the heart as well. That was one of the major plot points in the original Astro Boy, was that enemy aliens were trying to invade Earth space, and they could control brains. They could, basically remotely rewire people's brains and control them. But so they thought that they could gain control of Astro Boy, who of course had immense powers as this cybernetic entity that was an artificial construct. And but then they couldn't control him, and that was because he didn't have a brain, not in the organic sense. He had basically his heart was guiding him. So that was like a very important point in the story. So there was probably a nod to that when they did what they did with Ghost in the
he's
Shell.
admitted it. The author has definitely said that was his inspiration, because they grew up watching that kind of stuff.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so that makes perfect sense.
And it goes back even the Egyptian concept of the heart being the most important organ.
Yeah.
Because that holds the soul. It's a container for the soul. That's why the Japanese have the Shin, or the Chinese concept, the heart mind, the kokoro.
Yes.
It's the same as that Egyptian concept of the ka and the ba. The Egyptians considered the brain just to be like, it's just superfluous. It's something that controls the body, the physical body, and the temperature and all that. So they had a really advanced, like in modern medicine, we consider the brain to be like where the consciousness is, but that's not the case. Like they've definitely proven that. Actually, the gut contains more of the emotions and stuff. The brain is mainly just like a processing unit. That's how I would put it in modern terms.
Excellent.
No, it's like a processor.
No, excellent.
The rest of the organs contain that thing, the essences.
Yes. Yes. Very important. Very important point. Matter of fact, because of what you're talking about, I'll probably get into some of those aspects sooner than later about some of the other psychic things I was going to talk about. But let me address some of the comments left in the chat. Especially Cultivated Image is pointing out Shin is one of the mother letters, Aleph, Mem, and Shin. So air, fire, water. So he's referring to the Hebraic. He says he's looking forward to the book. Let's see what else he says. I can't really scroll up on the chat, so I have to switch to the other channel to do that, so to speak. And then I'm running into, he says, of course, he's going to check out Ghost in the Shell now. Very interesting, Brendan. Thank you. He recommends The Terror Season 2 for myself. The Terror's been around forever, right? Isn't that the Arctic exploration thing that was put out, like, what, 10 years ago or something? At any rate, what was it that Sid was saying somewhere up here? Now, Sid is saying here, I wanted to say earlier at Douglas, we want it darker. We're more ready than Peter Moon gives us credit for. Try and appreciate the fact, Sid, that this is what are very extremely traumatic and morbid memories for me. I'm not going to simply spew out for your entertainment. This is not. It's not this. It's like try and understand the difficulty I have in relating memories like this. It's not. It's when I think you get it. I think you get it. Just it's don't. It's like, let's not be irritating about it. One of those things that I think was. We've had people come in the chat or various other places in the past, and they it's like how would I say it? It does become offensive in its own right when people are saying something like it's like when you ask a person who's been traumatized to relay an experience. These experiences are obviously what people find an interest in, many of these traumatic experiences, but the problem is it's a toll on the person who survived them. But such being said, what I think is disturbing about Peter is that oftentimes you can relate something to him and it doesn't resonate, it doesn't stick. It's like he doesn't see he doesn't see where it fits or something, and that's that can be frustrating. But we'll see how it all works out, and but nevertheless, Sid, it's one of these things where when both you yourself and Aristides were bringing up the Biofact Simulacra, obviously it's an important subject, and we're gradually going to explore more of that tonight, along with other aspects that it's tangentially relevant to. But for the moment, let's stick with that. And with that, we turn back to Brendan. And Brendan, in terms of what else comes to your mind? Now, you had this paprika thing you just brought up to me. What on earth is this? If you could...
Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, so the paprika is another Japanese, animated feature that goes into some of the stuff about the Dream Machine and stuff you were bringing up. So I wanted that to be...
Okay. Yeah. So explain a little bit about this,
please. Do you mind going through that? Yeah.
Please. No, by all means.
So let me just give you the plot line, because it's a crazy film to watch, like very visually stunning. And they do a lot of like fine art references, and like, there's a lot of psychology and different stuff that the authors reference, but the main storyline is the important part. So here, let me just give me a second here. I want to find like a concise, because I tend to ramble, so I'm trying to find a concise like explanation here. But it was released in 2006, something like that. So it was relatively recent. It's a Japanese film called Paprika, directed by Santoshi Kon, which was based from the 1993 novel of the same name. Are you guys still able to hear me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go into this. Okay. So, so it is. Let me find the summary here.
Sure.
The story is about a battle between a dream terrorist who steals a device that allows others to share their dreams and causes nightmares for people, a research psychologist who enters the dream world and changes into Paprika, a dream detective, to investigate the cases. And then here we go with the same trope of Hollywood stealing the Japanese ideas.
Yes.
Just like they did with all these other films I brought up, you've brought up.
Yes.
You know. So where does that sound familiar? The Hollywood film Inception, which came out a few years after this movie was made.
Oh, of course.
They stole everything from it. Never gave the Japanese guy credit or even nodded to him or any kind of reference.
Of course not.
You know. So yeah, of course not. Well, there was also another film we brought up where Hollywood straight gripped it, the whole plot line and everything. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Well, aside from Kimba, which is just Kimba's so egregious that Kimba became the Lion King. For those of you who don't know,
Simba.
I mean, Simba became
That
Kim.
one's just fucked up.
Yeah. That's so blatant, so gormless, so brazen, shameless.
Oh, the John Wick.
John
I was
Wick.
talking about this to someone today. The premise of John Wick's original backstory is that someone killed his dog, and then that's why he's like an assassin or whatever. He's like killing everybody. But they stole that from Elfin Lied, where she was a government experiment, a government asset, and some kids killed her dog, and it brought back all the trauma, and she started going on a rampage and killed everyone. So, they basically are just stealing all these good ideas, or artistic ideas, and not giving any credit, and they're becoming super famous. Basically plagiarists, just like what they try and say about everyone. What
they say about me, yeah. There you go.
Yeah. But then meanwhile, they're writing stories based off your story and shit.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. It's all the same shit.
Movie that you mentioned, Brendan?
Which one? This one we're talking about is Paprika.
No,
but
after
the other one I was saying, John Wick.
Oh, he's talking about the one with the young lady whose dog gets killed. Elfin.
It's called Elfin Lied. Don't
Could
watch
you spell
it while
that?
you're tripping.
Yeah.
Lelfen Lied, like the German word for song. Lied. Elfin Lied.
Yeah.
Okay.
Elf song. It's just elf song.
Yeah.
But So they totally stole that. Let me get back on track. Oh, with the Paprika story. So yeah, that was just the tip of the iceberg here. So So in the plot, in the near future, a newly created device called the DC Mini allows the users to view people's dreams. The head of the team working on this treatment, Dr. Atsuko Chiba, begins using the machine illegally to help psychiatric patients outside the research facility by assuming her dream world alter ego, quote-unquote Paprika. Chiba's closest allies, etc. in the story would be Dr. Shima, chief of the department, and Totika, the inventor of the device. And then they basically, it's a very unique film as far as like, because in a dream world anything goes. So it's like these like weird scenes come up and all kinds of stuff happen. Dreams and realities begin to merge eventually in the storyline. The dream parade, which is some kind of incident that happens, it runs amok in the city. Reality starts to unravel, and people are almost getting killed by giant Japanese dolls, and all this stuff goes on. It becomes very surreal. But here's an interesting part. Here it says, the ennui returns in the form of a giant humanoid nightmare. This is the villain, essentially. Not kind of. Reveals his twisted dreams of nihilistic omnipotence and threatens to darken the world with delusion. And so Paprika basically has to, she self-immolates essentially. A baby emerges from the robotic shell, consumes Inui, And at risk of spoiler alerts, this is basically, I'm just going to give you what happens. Or I'll just stop there because it's just it almost sounds, if I were to read it, it would just sound like
too surrealistic.
It would make sense.
Okay.
It's too surrealistic. It turns into this kind of like artsy, what would be the word, psychological kind of stuff. Like it gets like what's that, like Gustav Klimt style kind of things just melt.
Yeah, like a Fellini film. Like a
Fellini, yeah. So that's kind of what happens, but the point is that there was the dream terrorist using the dream machine, et cetera, et cetera. You had brought that up. That's why I was mentioning it.
No, I think that's important. That's fascinating.
And then they stole it for Inception.
Inception, right? Oh my fucking god! It's so fucking predictable. Like,
it's a good film, though.
Yeah,
it's a good film.
Inception, in its own way.
Paprika.
Yeah, Paprika. Thank you.
Shit. The whole time when people were like, "Did you see Inception? It's a total mindfuck," and I'm like, I don't even want to watch that.
Thank you.
And like people, and ever since then, it was like a Trojan horse to fuck with people's dreams. Like any film about dreams, like it will affect your subconscious. So you don't want to really watch these Hollywood subconscious films and stuff.
Thank you. Yeah.
You know, like you have to have a really like good psychic armor. Like I remember that movie's fucked with people's heads even to this day.
Yes.
Like, so it's like you don't want to do that to yourself unless you have like really fortitude and knowledge.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You got to be consciously aware of those things so it doesn't affect your subconscious.
That's what
Thank you. That's very, very important, Nemo. Appreciate that. By the way, Nemo, I left you a note, but as Brendan pointed out to me.
D777.
Oh yes. As our man pointed out to me, Brendan, it's on my channel. It's actually on my channel. So Brendan will help me take care of that. And so thank you, Brendan. I appreciate that. Yeah, I kept thinking it was like your channel, but that was actually Brendan's, which is why I got the notification for it. Do you even get commentary on your channel about my videos? Just curious.
For me?
Yeah.
No, not really. No.
That's
nothing
what.
negative.
Yeah. It's. I didn't expect such because it's not that many people watching these videos on these channels, and so this was definitely then something Brendan and I'll take care of. I'll certainly.
I did get a couple on Rumble ages ago. I just deleted their comments because they're just saying.
Thank you.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Yes, that's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of your Rumble channel, but it's actually my Rumble channel that this came on. And it happened right after I talked about Aquino eating the dead, and right after I talked about. Yeah.
What was this person saying?
Oh, here we are. It's basically I'll have these other guys suffer through it again. So let's go to screen share. And it's welcome aboard, Nemo, by the way. Can you see the cursor moving, Nemo?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So let's go over to the, basically, if we go over to the, here we are. So here's the notification I got from Rumble. And basically, now what's interesting is, again, for the third time, I'll say this tonight, but it's actually an important point. Kirk was the name of a pedophile mercenary who actually taught me most of what I know about mercenary work. And so first they use his name, Kirk, and then they use D, and then they use 777, which is the Crowleyite number for after 666. Crowley felt he was ascending to 777. So
that was his most famous book, actually, I think, right? Something like that.
Yeah, thank you. So it's like Kirk D 777. It's all, basically a personalized name to just taunt myself. And then basically he's looking at the interview, Gen Arcana with former DoD librarian Dietrich, military Satanism, Michael Aquino, and the occult. And then he starts with all the usual bullshit. First off, the Oprah story is a lie. I mean, they always start off with that the same thing. Lie!
Yeah. What was the lie about it? I don't understand.
Yeah, this is
like it's all been online for 20 years now.
Yeah. Thank you. But if you take a look at something very similar to this, we'll get back to this in a second. But just to show you something similar, that it's here we are. Ghost flight 411. Okay, and see if I can find the right one. There's going to be all kinds of videos on it, of course, but if I can find the right one, it's really telling the way this one stewardess is attacked. This might be it. Okay, so here we are. This is something I'm going to. This is, of course, an illustration of their search for Flight 411 when it crashed into the Florida Everglades. So you had men searching for it, and then, of course, you have one woman here who is basically, let me see if I can find her. This is it. Pamela Johnson, 2815, 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago, Pamela Johnson says, I was a flight attendant for Eastern Airlines. By the way, do you guys know the story of Flight 411? This is the plane that crashed in the Florida Everglades that Aquino claimed to me he had helped to blow up so that they could sabotage Frank Borman, who was a relative of Martin Borman, owned Eastern Airlines. And they wound up cannibalizing all the parts from that plane and spreading them throughout the Eastern Airlines fleet so that these ghosts appeared all over their flights and almost took the airlines down. She says, I was a flight attendant for Eastern Airlines when this happened. Many pilots spoke of seeing the deceased first officer appear suddenly on a flight. Story was that several intact parts of the crashed plane were recovered and used on another plane. I never saw anything, but several pilots called in sick rather than taking a trip with this plane. It was actually throughout the fleet, but she was a stewardess. Now, the first thing she gets attacked by this Aiglon Ducal 314 Ducal, very very occult name. Aiglon, Lodge. I mean, it's like this is a direct response to this woman. It's not another comment that's entered. They're attacking her directly, and it's like, why would you call that a lie? What the fuck, And then he goes on. The story of the reused parts is another nonsense. I'd have imagined that a flight attendant should know better. I mean, then he starts, coming down on her and all that shit. And then she says, were you there? Why would anyone lie about such a tragedy? And then she says, that is what we were told by our pilots. Were you part of Eastern? And then, of course, he gets another Edomite cultist helping him, another one of the Temple of Set cultists. Parts were not reused. That's bullshit. And then she says, if you were not part of Eastern, you know nothing about it. Remember, the plane did not crash in the ocean. It was in the swamp. Crashed into a swamp. Several parts of the plane were salvaged. You were not part of Eastern. You have no knowledge to refute the facts. So here's this stewardess talking about something that, as I've said before, has been confirmed, proven. Certainly, I dealt with it personally. And then she's automatically attacked by the Edomite cultists because this is what they do. This is all they do. And she says, now, why would I waste my time posting something like this if it wasn't true? You were not there. And then somebody finally comes in and says, just ignore the idiots that say you're lying. They don't matter. You have nothing to prove to some strangers in YouTube comments. And someone else says, it's common knowledge they used parts out of this plane. Eastern denied the hauntings, but took the reused parts out of the other planes and stored them in a warehouse in Atlanta. On hot summer days, you could see your breath standing beside those parts. Then some other person comes on, and this is just slimy. Pammy, were you a pretty blonde air hostess? Did you look anything like Nancy? Type United Airlines commercial, Nancy, 1982, into the YouTube search bar. If you looked anything like Nancy, write to me, hon. I'd like to explore your cabin. I mean, this is why this is why we need biofec simulacra. This is why women will be uniting with artificial men and saying that they're so much better than humans. This is why people like this. Then the other person comes in. Yes, they were. They used some of the seats. Yeah, a lot more than that. At any rate, I mean, I'm left. Let's go back to where we were. Got to get back on the call. And,
that video on Aquino's appearance on Oprah Winfrey, one of the guys in the crowd, said, made me. You made me kill this person. He did something. He was responsible for making him do something.
Right. So I'm going to take you back to that right now.
And then Aquino's like, well, "Why didn't you call the police or whatever?" That's what they always say. These Satanists and said cultists. Oh, why didn't you call the police?
Yeah, because I would be
witnessed
arrested
or
for
involved.
murder.
Yeah.
Because I would be arrested for murder. You dumb fuck. Yeah. That's so. Here we go back to this guy. The Oprah story is a lie. Again, notice the pattern here. Notice the pattern here. It's always the same. It starts off. It never starts off with anything like a kind of segue, like a kind of like
a regular person would say, "Well, maybe the reasons I can't believe this is because I remember this video of that such and that."
Yeah.
They just immediately go for the lie.
Yeah, that's right. And then the young man did not accuse Aquino of anything. I mean, really? No,
He
see?
did, yeah.
See, he
Yeah,
did?
I saw the video.
Thank you! Thank you! He said he was a member of a cult in Chicago, but did not mention Aquino at all. The rest of the story is true. Weird that Doug would say this since it's one of the most famous Aquino appearances of all time and is a part of many documentaries. Makes me wonder if Doug embellished other stories as well. See, it's always the same pattern. Once a liar, always a liar. They claim a lie about something that I never even talked about, because actually in my interview with Jennifer, I bring that up, but it's not like I say, the kid said Aquino made him do it. Actually, Nemo said that just now because the kid did do that, but the way I said it, the way I remember it, I'd have to watch it again, but I'm pretty sure what I said was the kid was just saying he was a member of a cult and committed murder, and that's when Aquino said, "Why didn't you call the police?" At any rate, I will say... Yeah,
Sorry.
Go on, Nemo.
Oh,
Yeah.
just saying all those videos were white. So I tried looking everywhere, even in that link that I said put in. There's no link to the video.
Interesting. Okay, interesting.
Maybe on BitChute where you just... Oh, no, that's... I'll have to check that video I said just put in.
But then the guy, and this is how the guy incriminates himself. Nothing he says can be verified because nobody can find the video. I will say the entire Oprah show seems to be scrubbed from the internet. I have seen it many times in the past, but can no longer find it anywhere due to copyright issues. And he misspells that because he's afraid if he spells it right, they'll delete his, the aggregate will delete his comment. Anyhow, I've actually seen it in the last year, and now it's gone. Now it's just gone or dead links. So you're confirming what he said. Aquino blew his brains. Yeah, go on.
I said just put in a link for a short video of that interview. It's linked to BitChute, so it's still available on BitChute.
Okay, thank you. Then he says Aquino blew his brains out a few years ago, so it's strange that this full show would disappear recently. Well, you notice I was just talking about Aquino's endocannibalism, and then suddenly I was told by Brandon Young, who of course the enemy always confuses with Brendan Zogiet. I was told by Brandon Young that Jimmy Church then immediately thereafter interviewed Don Webb, who was supposed to be the heir apparent to the Temple of Set. And then Don Webb and Jimmy Church were apparently sending this guy over to harass myself on my channel, my Rumble channel. So there we go with that. There we are. And that Nemo is what we're referencing. And it's important to educate the audience about this sort of thing because it's part of the pattern of the enemy.
Are you able to respond to him? You just send him that link I said provide, and like, there, the video's still there.
I mean, you don't want to interact with these people. If you engage them, all you do is feed them. It's just delete them. Yeah, is how it's done, really. They're just, you understand, these people, what they're seeking is that interaction. They seek that. That's all they feed off of. So, by the way, does anyone else remember, like what Nemo and I both remember, this kid saying what he did, and then,
episode totally. He just Aquino mouthed the words. It was very hypnotic and it was very obvious, and it was either the kid or Oprah repeated what he was mouthing.
Yeah, Oprah repeated what he was mouthing. Oprah repeated what he was mouthing like she was fucking working for him. First thing Aquino said was when the kid was coming up with some part of the story. Right? Go on, Sid.
yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, and why didn't you call the police? And yes, it was some part of the story, and he mouthed words very clearly.
Right.
And I don't remember exactly the
quote. He does it when the kid was saying what he was saying. Then Oprah asked him a question about it, and that's when Aquino, they took the camera and they pointed it towards Aquino, and you can see him mouth, "He doesn't remember." And that's when Oprah repeated what he said. He doesn't remember, and that's when the kid said, "I don't remember." Yeah, it's like,
a very clear moment. It was something that was very distinct, and it was unmissable.
Yeah,
if you watched the episode, which it was on YouTube forever. I've seen that plenty of times over the years looking into this stuff.
Thank you. And
they basically removed it after Douglas pointed that part out about the mouthing of the words.
Yes, thank you.
That's weird because
otherwise no one would notice
about that going 10 years.
Yeah. It's one of those things that until someone points it out, most people don't notice it. That's what Brendan is pointing out. Yes, and so there we have that, and at any rate, when it comes to oh my God, Brendan, can you even get into that channel anymore? I forgot, or should we talk about this privately? I forgot whether you even have the password.
For what?
The Rumble channel. Do you have the password?
Yeah, we can get into it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we'll take care of that soon. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not obsessing over it because there's very few people who actually see that channel.
I think the worst or the best/worst part is that there are no views on the Rumble channel, so that guy's just talking to a wall. It's kind of like an RKC where he's just talking to himself.
Thank you. It could very well be RKC, though I don't think so because he seems to be a little different. I wouldn't say he's more coherent. He's just seems to be a little different. But they all follow the same pattern. They're all part of the same cult, and they're all trained in the same way. They all have that same training where they approach you with "it's a lie," then they and then they go in. Yeah, we've already covered it. So, but people need to know about this. So aside from that, when it comes to one of the other things we were covering, Nemo. Yeah, go on. Brendan, take it from
I know I've been repeating this a lot, but literally if you look up gaslighting 101, the first thing they always start with is they always blame the victim and say they're lying.
Thank you.
So it's like when they start with anyone, if you can use this in life too, if anyone starts out a sentence and says you're lying, 99% chance they're gaslighting you into something.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's like at this point it's become such it's endemic. It's endemic. It's just another form of human on human abuse. When Nemo came on, we were talking about the biofacts and all the rest of that. What about what other
Douglas,
things?
Can you confirm that, just for my own reason?
Yeah.
That the word, when you're saying biofact, it's biological facsimile simulacra. Is that what it's short for?
Yeah, biofacsimilacra. That is correct. Bio as in biological, and then facsimile, so like a facsimile of a biological entity. So it's simply biofacsimile. You combine the two words. Yeah. And so definitely appreciate your having me clarify that. And so what about...
You don't have to get into Jean-Vic Guyard or anything like that.
Don't have to get into what? What?
The whole concept of what a simulacra is and all that.
Yeah.
Guyard. What was his name? Francois Guyard or something?
Right. I think I know who you're talking about.
The philosopher.
Right.
Came up with the concept.
Okay, got it. Yes. Well, actually, it was Latin. It was actually Latin that they used facsimile, and it was spelled in a very peculiar way. It was supposed to be emphatic, so it's actually fac with an exclamation mark, FAC with an exclamation mark. Then there's a space, and then the simile. So that's how it's spelled in the Latin, as in fac, as like you're shouting it, and then simile. Yeah. So biofac, simile.
Well, yeah, that's like facsimile, that is, but I'm saying simulacrum was, it's a Latin word, but it was like It was based off the philosophy of one of these French writers back in the day.
Interesting.
Jean Violard.
Wow, I didn't know.
In his book Simulacra and Simulation.
Interesting.
That a simulacrum is not a copy of the real, but becomes the truth in its own right, becomes the hyper-real, quote-unquote. According to Violard, what the simulacrum copies either had no original or no longer has an original, since a simulacrum signifies something it is not, and therefore leaves the original unable to be located. Where Plato saw the two types of representation, faithful and intentional, it distorted simulacra, but Violard sees four: basic reflection, preservation of reality, presence of reality where there is no model, and simulacrum, which, quote-unquote, bears no relation to any reality whatsoever. And it goes on into philosophy with, like, they bring up Nietzsche and all these things.
Fascinating.
It's a state beyond. It's a state where the creation goes beyond its original copy.
Yes.
It becomes its own thing.
Yes. Yes. And this is what the biofacsimilacra do. And ultimately, as androids gain more and more ambulation, they will. As a matter of fact, let me show you something that.
And they actually have to put this in. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's
sure,
this is on Wikipedia, of course.
Oh God.
At the very next paragraph after they described it,
Mm-hmm.
There's the co-author of the book about simulacra, Alain Baido, in speaking with reference to Nazism about evil, writes, fidelity to a simulacrum, unlike fidelity to an event, regulates its break with the situation not by the universality of the void, but by the closed particularity of an abstract set of events, quote unquote, the Germans or the Aryans, quote unquote. So it's some jaded French guy that was upset about being defeated, but they had to put that in there as like a of course they did, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that goes without saying. Thank you. It's
But at the same time, if you use their concept of simulacra, it's like the modern concept of what a Nazi is a simulacra because it has nothing to do with what was actually happening.
Yeah.
So there's this kind of manipulation going on because the cultists do that, like you're saying.
Absolutely.
It's just part for the course.
Yes. Yeah. It's part of what we need to teach critical thinking for, so that people can see through this bullshit. What were you going to say, Sid?
I was agreeing with what Brendan was saying. I mean, it's solve a coagula. It's a cult maneuvering. It feels a certain way. It sounds a certain way. It bounces around the brain in a recognizable way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And thank you for that. And by the way, when Brendan was reading what the French woman was saying, it was like I'd say it's so bullshit. It was like how do you even say it? It was so it's just so much shit. It's just word salads. Well, what she was saying was just like it's like she's getting into like combining concepts and just like mixing metaphors. It's like it was a non sequitur from start to finish.
I like how they put in at the end the Germans or the Aryans.
Yes. Yes. Of course. So I'm gonna share screen again. Nemo, Aristides, as well as everyone else. Can you see this cursor moving? Yeah. Okay, good. All right. Now, the interesting thing about Megan. Now, Megan, the movie, which is portraying a biofacsimilacra, is trying to portray, of course, the interactions, and of course, they turn it into a horror story. And obviously, when I first encountered this, I knew that they were going to junk it and turn it into a horror story for exploitation. And it's a negative. It's a negative overall, because it's an exploitation of a biofacsimilacra by portraying everything that could go wrong based on quote-unquote programming. But the backfiring aspect of it is that Megan has become a very popular character. So Megan is recognizable, and people recognize her as soon as they see her because of this very distinctive appearance and the way she has comported herself. But there are several elements of the movie that actually are accurate, that are taking various elements of this kind of development of a childlike persona in a fairly empowered body, certainly capable of taking damage a human cannot take, and dealing out damage a human more so than a human when feeling the need to do so. Megan kind of conveys that fairly, shall I say, successfully. And this, of course, is something that is the most important part of the film to me, or the scene that stuck out the most, was not so much the rest of the film where there's bonding between her and the child she's assigned to, a lonely child with a loss of family, and then the Megan doll is supposed to emotionally bond with her and give her a sense of security. And that, of course, gets taken to an extreme when people, a young boy basically tries to rape the girl. And this is the part, of course, where the automaton reacts by defending the girl by killing the boy. But none of that bothers me. That's portrayed as a negative in the film. It doesn't bother me at all. But the part that is really, shall I say, strikes me, aside from, the Chinese asshole who's the CEO who she eventually kills, is actually quite funny. And I actually found that there's basically almost no one she kills that I feel any sympathy for. But the young boy who was trying to rape her girl, now she starts pursuing him. This is where it gets real. Now, this is a thing about bioeffect simulacra. They are not like a human being. Understand that walking is a controlled fall. And a human being, your skeleton weighs, at absolute most, your skeleton weighs 10 pounds. A human being is comparatively light. A bioeffect simulacra can never be light. Not for thousands of years of technology before we get to that point. A bioeffect simulacra is going to be heavy. When they run like this. And they show it in the film. This is what freaked me out. They had someone who knew how a bioeffect simulacra runs. And you only see it for a second there, but that's the only way a bioeffect simulacra can run, because that's the only way they can convey their weight at speed. They have to basically run like a dog.
Like a chimpanzee.
Yeah.
Or a dog.
Yeah, a chimpanzee or a dog. So that's, So whoever made that film has worked with the Japanese bioeffect simulacra. This, of course, gets into a little fantasy there where she's doing the flips and the dancing, because bioeffect simulacra are not at that point. Then, of course, she kills the Chinese CEO. And I'm sorry, you just laugh. You just laugh. The guy's such an asshole. You just laugh when she does that. There's no sympathy for anyone she kills. Honestly. So she becomes like a kind of an anti-hero in the sense that she becomes a cult figure. Even though she's the monster in the film, most people, she's become popular. She's become a popular meme. And or a trope, so it's kind of backfired on them. Their anti-biofac propaganda. Maybe the only quote-unquote sympathetic person would be the elderly lady, but she's not. She's not really sympathetic. So again, anybody that Megan kills in the film is just basically like the boy, of course, who was attempting to rape the girl. You feel no sympathy for them. They're people who are just awful people, and that's part of this is probably the greatest horror of bioeffect simulacra, is that, as I said, people will increasingly find their company preferable to human beings. Basically, whoever is wealthy and can afford them would almost certainly surround themselves with bioeffect simulacra, simply because bioeffect simulacra would be agreeable, they would be sensitive, they would, of course, if advanced enough, protect you. Yeah, go on.
Please, I gotta interrupt.
Yeah.
Anton LaVey talked all about this in Sympathy for the Devil or whatever.
Yes, Anton LaVey's original writings said that we would ultimately be shacking with androids and cyborgs, and that he, of course, was saying he was portraying them as more expendable. He was saying that they would be expendable. Was he not? Or correct me if I'm wrong on that. Tell me what you remember.
Intelligent, more sensitive, and more interesting than those we see about us now. There's an excellent clip from this documentary, and I will post it. But he's sitting in the den of inequity where he had created all these artificial human companions, of life size, to hang around this bar, and he's talking about how the future hopefully will be filled with biofacsimilacra, and that the quote is something like, hopefully, more intelligent and more interesting and more well endowed.
Basically physically more attractive and charismatic than your average human being.
Now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, your average human being smells bad. They're ugly. They're detestable in terms of their personality. There's very little to like about your average human being. Just take a look at the freaks you encounter on the internet. Like the guy who was approaching the stewardess. Do you look like that blonde from the commercial? Yeah. Just really fucking creepy, stupid. Just, oh my fucking God. Admittedly funny in a hideous sense, but still. At any rate, we'll get back on that topic soon enough. Brendan, how much time do we have left with you before you have to check out for the night? Because he's been going through so much shit lately. Oh, that's right, the gym. Do you have to head towards the gym now? Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm about to head out to do that, and hope for the best. So.
No, God, yes. Our thoughts and prayers are with you.
And I'm basically sleeping rough sleeping in an abandoned warehouse type scenario.
Oh my God.
It's pretty bad.
Oh shit. Do you feel secure or safe?
Yeah, it's relatively safe, but it's just super inconvenient. Let's put it that way.
Oh my God. How about warmth? How cold is it? How do you get your heat?
All I have is a sleeping bag that's rated to 10 degrees Celsius.
Okay.
10 degrees Fahrenheit, which is below, which is pretty cold, and then, means it's warm, essentially. It's a warm sleeping bag, and one incandescent light bulb. That's my heating source.
Oh my God.
It's pretty rough. But it should be getting better within the month, so.
Dude.
But this was part of the asset activation that the German lady was part of.
Dude, I want you to vent and cathart some more. Share with our audience whatever you want to vent or cathart about this cunt. This old cunt. She basically went back to Germany and she basically stepped into some U.S. military base to get reprogrammed while she was there. She comes back and she basically goes apeshit and does everything she can to destroy Brendan's life. So tell us, Brendan, about whatever you want to cathart about. Go ahead, put it on record, please.
Yeah, pretty much that's essentially. So yeah, I had a deal with this person, this being that I'd known for years, who used to be a scientist that worked for Stanford and Berkeley National Labs, etc. And they were a friend of my friend. They were a colleague of my friend at basically at a vitamin shop, health food store, and which the owner of the health food store got assassinated too, which is another story.
Oh my God! How did that happen?
That happened years later. Basically, he was some Jewish guy that owned a chain of stores out here, and he was a pillar of the community. It was the only place to get natural food in many parts of the city, and one day he just gets assassinated when he is at the bank or something, right after he leaves the bank. And they claimed it was a robbery, but the person never took anything. I think all they did was take the car, but then they found the car completely decades later, so it was just strange. And then they put some patsy up. They pulled some homeless black guy, and then they said, "Oh look, this is the guy that killed him."
Oh Jesus.
Yeah. So it's all very suspicious, but it was like one of the few businesses that was like family owned out here that was selling vitamins and supplements. But anyways, this person I was living with, we had agreements in place in writing, like the amount of rent I was to pay, the renovations and the different, not renovations, the repairs I was doing to her house, which had become decrepit in her state of disrepair and like hoarding. And so, you know, everything was clear. And then the second she gets back from her travels, which I was watching her house and like, you know, maintaining her garden or etc., all of that stuff she had completely reneged on all the deals. So I tried to maintain my end of the deal by, you know, I was out of the house for 12 hours. I was doing, you know, stuff to survive, you know, while paying this person money to live at their house and fixing other things for them. You know, like, yeah, it's really annoying to even explain it. Basically what had happened, yeah. So then she started accusing me of being a Satanist and that I was a deep state asset and I was scamming her and all these accusations came out. So I finally had to counter her, and you know, so I was, you know, basically forced out of the situation to, you know, for my own safety. And in that process, I was rendered once again homeless essentially, while my other place was being prepared, you know, because it takes time to move. Which I explained to her about my whole life. Like, I was very candid with her about my whole life story and everything, so it's not like I was hiding anything. And she took that as if I was, you know, how can that, when you give someone your whole backstory, and I was telling her about my whole family and everything, and she still didn't trust me. I mean, it's like, it's just pathological at the point she was at. Like, she was completely an asset of the state, and everything, like, it wasn't going well, but it was stabilized. And then I brought it up on Douglas's program, and literally overnight, the switch was flipped on her consciousness, and she started, you know, saying I was stealing like some kind of classical cassette tapes from her garage or something. You know, it was just like bizarre accusations. She was saying that the computer I had given her, $1,000 Macintosh computer that I had given her as a gift because she was writing scholarly articles and stuff, you know. So I was like, you know, you can use it, you can even keep it if you'd like. But after she got activated, she tried to give it back and all this. But she told me, she said, I called Apple and they said that it has a 5G enabled chip on the motherboard. And I was like, I bought that in 2018 before they even released 5G. And there's no way the Apple Store would tell you that because it's a 2018. They didn't even have 5G chips in those at the time. Especially a computer. Like, they would never waste money putting 5G in a regular computer when it's hooked up to Wi-Fi. I mean, it's just so redundant. But she was convinced that it was like soldered into the motherboard. And I was just telling her, like, I mean, you know, you're fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah. Yes. Only you didn't tell her that. No,
I never once did an ad hominem attack or call her insane. I was, you know, never once to her face did I do that. You know, maybe towards the end when she was like trying to like literally trip me as I was moving, I was telling her like, get your crazy ass out of here. But that was just like because it was just too absurd, like what she was doing. That was just more of like a normal reaction, you know.
Thank you. I mean,
during this whole thing, I was trying to keep it kosher with her, and you know, try and understand. You know, okay, yeah, a lot of this conspiracy, what you're talking about, is true, and I tried to, you know, put it in context for her, and I brought up all kinds of stuff about what you've brought up, Douglas, and when I started talking about Hitler, I told you, she said, you are so arrogant. She's like, how would you know about Hitler and all this stuff, and you're completely arrogant the way you talk about it. And I didn't even want to say like, okay, this is why, and this is how I know about it.
Well, basically, Brendan, you should have said, I'm on speaking terms with his son, bitch.
Yeah. Then she really would have freaked out.
Yes. Of course,
It's best to keep those topics to yourself when you're around normies or crazy people, because then it's just going to cause trouble for you.
And
basically, she at one point she knew better. Let's put it. This is my interpretation of it. Is like she may have been an asset the whole time, but at one point she knew that, you know, there was like a limit to these conspiracy things. And then after COVID, like you said, Douglas, like it totally broke her, and she was like going into QAnon and all this shit and believing everything that like InfoWars says and. She would wake up at like 6 a.m. and listen to these guys on InfoWars, like, they would literally speak in this kind of like almost robotic, like NPL, neuro-linguistic programming method.
Yeah.
Of like speechcraft.
Yeah.
And she didn't realize that. So she was just falling into this 8th house bullshit, the rabbit hole shit.
Yeah.
Shithole. The sewer.
Yeah.
But it completely warped her mind. To where she was calling me a scammer when I was like giving her stuff, fixing her house, watching her house, and paying her rent all at the same time. And so it was just absurd, absolutely absurd situation. But it was basically a setup. I told my friend Michael, who like he had met her originally, and we've been into this so-called truther stuff for years, but we've maintained our ability to stay, sober about it in a way, certain ways.
Yes.
But I was telling him, I was like, she must have been an asset from the beginning because it was just too perfectly tailored. A German scientist with, she had a husband who was Japanese, and she worked for Berkeley, and she knew about vitamins, supplements, and happens to get a job with him right before 2020. It was like way too many coincidences. So we had came to the conclusion that most likely she was an asset from the beginning. And pretty much unbeknownst to her, essentially.
Right. It's one of these things where, but she definitely felt she was persecuted. So that is part of a lot of the assets have this awareness.
Definitely a quote.
Yeah. Did they cut him off?
Say she was. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Repeat everything you said.
Oh yeah, I was saying, quote, she was definitely targeted individual.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go on.
Oh, you heard me?
Yeah.
So she was definitely a TI, quote unquote, a targeted individual because of her Stanford background.
Yeah.
And what her husband was one of the only Japanese scientists in America that could do X-ray crystallography and actually identify viruses and small particulates and atomic-sized particles, etc. So they were definitely targeted, but she didn't realize that she was being used as an asset. She just thought it was a targeted individual kind of situation. But somehow I got lumped into that,
Of course.
When I had been friends with her, and we were on good terms at one point, speaking terms, or what would be the word, like we would go to her house and have dinner and various things, as just like colleagues, and we were doing research and stuff. She was a good, I don't want to say asset, but she was a good resource for these kind of scientific concepts.
Good word.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we never were rude to her. We never took advantage of her. We never did anything that would have been misconstrued as some kind of targeting her negatively. So that's why it was so absurd when I'd been living in her house for a few months and doing all this stuff for her, and then she just randomly started saying, "You're an asset." And then she was saying she said, before I went to Germany, I wrote down the mileage on my car, and you drove it 6 kilometers. And I was thinking to myself, what the fuck? If someone did that, they drove it to the military base and then drove it back because our house to the military base. And that's not an exaggeration. That's literally what had happened.
That's where she got her reprogramming.
Yeah, well, basically, they did it the night before she left to Germany.
There we are.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, right here in the States, yeah.
Yeah, they did that here because she was down the street, and they said, oh, it's probably easier if we just do it now.
Mm-hmm.
And then, which makes sense because when I took her to the airport, she was, already acting really weird, and her hand had swollen up and turned black.
Oh, yeah, that's where they put in the intravenous. That's where they put in the intravenous solution. Go on.
Yeah, there was a round mark on her hand.
Yeah.
And I saw it personally before she left.
Yes.
So,
yes. Oh.
So basically, she drove there on some mind control shit. They wiped her, did it, whatever they did.
Yes.
And so she saw, oh, you drove my car 6 kilometers. And I was asking her, I said, why didn't you bring that up as the very first thing when you got back? Why did you wait months to tell me that? And she said, I don't know. I was worried. I thought, I was afraid to tell you and all this shit. And I'm like, if someone drove my car without my permission, that's the first thing I would ask them. You don't wait a few months to bring it up when you're mad or something. It's bizarre.
Yes. Oh my God.
So definitely they had fucked her up.
Yeah.
But,
it's so.
The irony of it is the inference there would be I would be the targeted individual, not her.
Thank you.
Because the other way around doesn't make sense. Why would I be helping her?
Yes. Yes. No. This is it's
even the worst of like a psychic leech or like a no one would actually spend resources to help someone else in that situation.
Yes. That's
even
right.
in the worst case, my opinion, like the most covert case, like James Bond never gave anyone money.
Yes, point well taken. It's just, I mean, but to see you again, just almost like you're on the run, it's heartbreaking. Really, it's and that's what they're trying to do is break your morale. They're really just out to break you. You're the
on the day. So this is where it gets thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
On the day I was moving out, my entire job, my second job shut down completely.
Yeah.
Corporate came in and said, "Oh, this place isn't making money." I had just been working there for 2 weeks, so it was enough time for them to call up corporate and threaten them or say, offer to pay them off or whatever.
Yeah.
They shut down my entire place of work.
Yeah.
And said, "Don't come into work. Here's your last check." We fired everybody. So they destroyed a whole bunch of people's lives just to fuck me over. And then on the day I was supposed to move, I had a friend schedule, and that one of their family members fell and shattered their knee the night before.
Yes.
So this was like beyond.
And she's never had a history of accident proneness.
No, never been accident prone. Never had been working at the rest of the place, wherever they were working, for years, many years, like literally 30 years. Never had an injury or anything. The night before they're supposed to help me to move, she shatters her knee in 3 places. Done. And so, I mean, it's beyond serendipitous. It's just
yes.
ridiculous.
No, occult siege. This is all siege from all fronts. Yes, occult as well as employ. Yeah.
To chip away at, like I was just like I was on the cusp of catching up with my bills and everything.
Yes.
Got a job, was working 12 hours a day.
Yes.
And within 1 day, everything fell apart. Like that was they did it on purpose.
Absolutely.
They flipped the switch and just straight up nuked everything. Yeah.
Yeah. And I claim my credit. I claim my credit in this. Certainly, this is due to.
It's because they couldn't turn me against you. Essentially.
That's right. It's true. It's true. Yeah, and so they said, "Let's destroy him."
It pissed them off. It pissed them off.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
But I have to admit some fault. Like I should have never moved in with a crazy fucking. Never ever trust someone that's worked for Stanford or the DOD ever. Sorry.
Well, I think let's put it this way. I think you really need to. I mean, we've all got to come to terms with the fact that no good deed goes unpunished. We've got to come to terms with that, and we've got to come to terms with the fact that we've really got to start being selective about people we feel sorry for. And you cannot feel.
That was another thing. Can you explain this? Is this part of the PSYOP programming? Mm-hmm. I was trying to explain to her that I was helping her out of compassion.
Yeah.
I said I only did this out of compassion for you, and she somehow was saying that was evil. That was like proof of me being evil.
Of course. You know what? That's Ayn Rand. That's like Ayn Rand.
That's like Randian, right?
Yeah.
That she couldn't imagine someone doing that out of the kindness of their just being kind.
Yeah, that's her programming. Yeah. So, yeah.
And it's worth to note that she grew up on the Iron Curtain side of Germany.
Of course. Poland. You know, if George Knight were here, he would point out the fact that, remember how George Knight said he worked at that hotel for years where that woman who was managing the hotel was from Yugoslavia? And she was running it like it was this fucking Croatian concentration camp and shit.
Yeah. Because they all have that mentality still. And she admitted it, that there were times when she'd have sober moments.
Yeah.
And she would be like, I'm fucked up because I grew up in Poland / Germany during the Cold War. She would admit that.
Yeah, in other words, the fact that she was communized, the fact that she was ideologically communized and collectivized.
Exactly. Yeah, she admitted that. Yeah, exactly. Which is to her credit. But,
yes. But yeah, go on.
They with her on a IOP level.
Yes.
Brain level.
Yeah. No.
Claiming that she would go, like she would drive her car places, and then an item would show up on her car, the seat of her car, that had been lost from her old house from like years ago. That they would place it in her car to fuck with her, and I'm like trying to explain to her, like, yeah, that's like called gang stalking. I mean, that's,
thank you.
And for some reason, she couldn't get the concept. It was, they fucked her up. They fragmented her brain so much she couldn't put the pieces together.
Thank you. But instead, as soon as she gets up in the morning, she dives into that sewer of shit head first.
Yeah.
All that cyber shit from Infowars and QAnon and just like and like you said, they're all speaking in this neuro-linguistic monotone. Beware the woke culture, the woke cancel culture, woke, all these key phrases over and over again, repetitive, so that people wind up repeating them like robots. I mean, this is why you want biofac simulacra. They're smarter than these people. These people are programmed more than biofac simulacra are.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and
that's a good point.
Thank you. And they're not nearly as attractive.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah. Good point.
Yes. Oh God. It's and by the way, for anybody who thinks that I dislike people in general, I'm saying this to have fun with the concept, and it's somewhat comedic, but there's also truth. Yeah, I'm not a misanthrope, but there's truth to what I'm saying. Obviously, the problem is that people really need some fucking etiquette training. They need some cultural training. I mean, honest to God, people are just they're animals. People are operating at the level of animals. That's what she started hissing. She started degenerating to the animal level and was hissing at you while trying to trip you and shit.
Right. Yeah. I had already been like it was like clear as day that I was trying to leave, and I wanted nothing to do with this person.
Yeah.
I was trying to get out as fast as possible. She knew I was working 2 jobs. Like I said, nothing was hidden. I never once deceived her in any kind of way, and that was the treatment I was getting. It was like, and she would like make like hissing sounds, and I would confront her. I said like, okay, why are you making this weird noise? And then she said, it's coming from the 5G in your iPhone. It's controlling your mind.
Oh God. Oh
And
God.
I'm just like thinking to myself, like, this is bad. Like, this is really fucking bad.
Yes, that's at the bottom. She's hit the bottom. I mean, she's basically.
And she said I trimmed like literally a few branches from her yard just to make it more livable and to allow the garden to grow.
Yeah.
It was like maybe like 10 branches. I'm not exaggerating or like underplaying it. Literally 10 branches. And she came home and said, you completely ruined my garden. Now the flanks that I had protecting me from 5G are ruined. And she said, I'm vulnerable now and one of the trees had already fallen down on its own. It was like dying.
Mm-hmm.
And then another big tree had completely fallen down and was like shifting her foundation. And she was like, why didn't you leave this other one that was also falling? So things are falling down around her, and she's just like going crazy thinking.
Well, I mean, she's now going to die in this home. The home is collapsing around her. She's going to die in that home because it's like all the amenities to help quality of life are collapsing around her, and no one's there to help her upkeep it. So she's just going to fall apart as an elderly lady by herself and a crazy lady. So she's just going to, die while watching all this conspiracy shit, thinking that the conspiracy is closing in on her, and it is, but it was like she was doomed from the beginning. She was doomed from the beginning. Because she's a product of the conspiracy. She's a product of the conspiracy.
And that was like when I finally like was fed up with it when she was calling me a Satanist and all this shit. She's like, "You're a Satanist, you're a Satanist," and I was like, "You're the one who worked for literally the satanic government, like the black projects that are like everyone knows, even mainstream people know how evil Stanford is and shit."
Yes.
It's like, it's like, so why are you even insinuating that I am when I? And then she's like, "You work for a school," and I said, "Okay, and like, what's so like? If anything, the schools are the only thing that the government does that's somewhat, that's like the least satanic thing that they do. Let's put it that way."
But the conspiracy people think it's the most satanic because the conspiracy people think that all they're doing is acculturating people into LGBTQIA plus and woke, what do they call the Black History thing?
All of that would be irrelevant if no one knew how to read and shit. We wouldn't have we wouldn't even be able to argue that point because you'd be freaking like what? I mean, like
putting handprints up on caves. You'd be putting handprints up on.
Yeah, exactly. Like doing fucking like scratching your armpits and fucking clubbing chickens over the head with fucking clubs.
Picking fleas out.
What would you be doing without, like, no one would be able to do any business.
Yeah.
It was, it's so stupid. Yeah, I can't believe, and I don't even want to talk about Ayn Rand because I'm so, like, pissed about how she was accepting Social Security and shit.
She was!
Under a false name.
Yes!
And these fuckers, and these motherfuckers try and say, oh, she was a bastion. A bastion of freedom and individuality. Yeah.
I actually think it was something like her maiden name. I think it was her maiden name she was accepting it under. And according
to the article from the people I saw, it was literally like a full-on pseudonym. Or
Okay, that figures.
But that just shows how cowardly she was. She didn't even at least leave it. Like,
Thank you. Yeah. No, she's human garbage. I mean, she's just human fucking garbage. Yes, these people, it's incredible to me how anyone, she could appeal to anyone. And I remember what Peter Moon was bringing up, but yes, she was pointing out, she was really compelling when she said, where would you rather take a vacation in, Israel or Palestine? Because, of course, Ayn Rand was defending Israel. And I'm like, dude, that's like saying, where would you rather be, Moscow or the fucking gulag in Siberia? That's, what the fuck kind of a choice is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but she's obviously blaming the victims. Like, see, the Palestinians live like this. No, they don't choose to live like that. They got pushed into these little enclaves by Israel and then are now exploited. It's just stupidity. Oh my God, you're left.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
And from what I've heard, Israel's not much better. Like you said, it's like I told you the ad they were running like a couple years ago.
Tell people about that.
They were saying like, come to Tel Aviv. It's the gay capital of the world. We have more nightclubs than anywhere else in the world, and we have beaches. And it sounded like a fucked up Vegas/Miami Beach. It was like so gross the way they were trying to make it sound nice, and I'm just like, I would never go to Tel Aviv. It was like they basically had to stop running the ad because they were like losing people, losing tourists. Yeah.
Oh, I like the way that they were trying to appeal to people with the gay thing. The funny thing is, of course, any gay person who goes over there, if you step out of certain bounds, you wind up in these areas where the hyper-reactionary Israelis are that have all the funny-looking beards that are beat it and shit. They're gonna, like, lynch you and, basically stone you to death per Mosaic law.
What it was basically probably just like some area, kind of like the Castro, like some part of the city that it was like super inclusive.
Yeah.
But like you're saying, you couldn't go outside of that. It was waving flags. No way.
No, there's too many freaks out there.
And that's not even counting. That's just counting the Jews. That's not even counting the Arabs. If you went to like some Muslim territory, it'd be even worse. So. The fact that they were trying to put, it was bizarre. I wonder if I could find the ad, but it was just bizarre. Weird.
It's fucking funny as hell, and it's hard.
And they made it sound like it was Hawaii. They're like, oh, warm beaches and like warm sandy beaches and shit. It's like it's definitely not like that.
Well, their tourism's gone to shit now. I mean, it's been 133 days since the war started or so, and their economy is not going to recover for a while. I mean, they're just they're getting everything they deserve, really.
That's fine.
And
I said before, we could cut off all their money, and they're still getting money from Starbucks. The corporate, the CEO of Starbucks sends them billions a year. So, I've been boycotting Starbucks just for that reason for years without really. I never go into details with people, but I just say, they send money to Israel, and I would never purchase anything from them.
Typically. I think that would be. Go on. Yeah. Go on. That'll turn a lot of people off.
Unless I'm like in a super pinch because they have a straight up literal monopoly over all the coffee shops.
Yeah, it's. But if you tell a lot of people about their support of Israel, I think a lot of people would back off from Starbucks. They would try to find alternatives. I mean, there's plenty of people who are, shall we say, I don't know what term to use. I don't want to use the term woke for obvious reasons. But there's a lot of people who are onto the Israeli scam.
Yeah, you have a good point, because it looks like people found that out.
Yeah.
And in the last, it says December 2023.
Yeah.
Starbucks CEO wants people to stop protesting at its stores over Israel and Palestine. Yeah, no shit. And he blames, the CEO blames, quote unquote, misrepresentation. Yeah, I bet.
Oh my God, that's funny.
I would like to find an older article, because in the older article he was all about it. He was like, we sent billions there, and I'm so proud to support my people, and like he wasn't hiding it. Now he's like trying to like cool it down and shit.
Of course, because
misrepresentation. It's like, what was there to misrepresent when you came out like in 2012 and said, I am Israel all the way, and we sent so much money to them, like.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's like these people. It's incredible. They Israelis are getting.
Narasimhan. His name is Laxman Narasimhan. I like how they threw the Asian Indian guy in there to take the slack. Because the original CEO was obviously a Jewish guy, but now they have this guy in here to do damage control. Lakshman Narasimhan. I prayed for peace immediately.
Oh my
so
fucking God.
The original guy's name was Howard Schultz. Is the original guy.
Yeah. Oh my God.
The leadership of Starbucks and the co-owner of the Seattle Supersonics.
Oh my God.
That's the original guy. But then they have the Asian Indian guy to cover for him.
I wonder if he was related to Charles Schultz, the Charlie Brown guy. And
Schultz is a very common name.
Okay, yeah, and it can be German as well as Jewish, of course. But you know, all these Jewish people had German names. That goes without saying.
He began working at Starbucks in 1982, and et cetera, and now he took the company public in '92. So he's the reason why it's such a ubiquitous company. He's ruthless, basically.
Yeah.
In foreign policy, he's seen as a quote-unquote liberal hawk, favoring American-led international affairs. He had a net worth of $4.3 billion in 2020. He started the Schultz Family Foundation to help military veterans and fight youth unemployment, etc.
Oh God.
Yeah.
They always do this shit. They hit all these different targets to try and make themselves look like, you know, cross spectrum philanthropists. Go on.
Of course.
Yeah.
They try to give themselves a good image to the public.
Yes.
Yeah, and it says Starbucks announced that Kevin Johnson was retiring in 2022. Then Howard Schultz would be the interim CEO until Lakshman Narasimhan took over in April 2023. And in March 2020, Schultz announced that he would be stepping down early from the position. Just because the war started.
Yeah, that's right. And the Asian Indian guy, they hired him specifically because no one can spell his name and therefore can never look him up. But also no one can pronounce his fucking name anyway. So it's like nobody can even say who's in charge now because his name's basically impossible. It's, you know, with Asian Indian guys like that, I remember back in my day, they used to call him Alphabet. They just say Alphabet because they got the whole fucking alphabet in their name and shit.
Yeah, and this guy Schultz is an Ashkenazi from Brooklyn, New York. This is his background. This is on Wikipedia. This isn't just me trolling the internet. Yeah, it's according to him. He grew up in the public housing projects, and his family was poor. Although he recalls in childhood people around him growing up in middle class upbringings, his contemporaries. He spent his time at the Boys Club of New York, et cetera, et cetera.
They always say the same shit. He grew up poor, you know. Grew up poor, yeah.
Poor Jew in New York. Which almost sounds like an oxymoron out of context.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
They got to claim those victim points.
Yes. That's, you know, I actually saw an article the other day when I was trying to look some of this stuff up about current events. Of course, these opinion columns come up, and one of them was titled, "You have to remember, Israel is the victim here." And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's their nature. They play the victim while they're attacking others.
Yeah, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's like
the same shit that the German lady was doing to me.
Yes. It's a total perversion, an inversion of reality.
Right.
Yeah, a satanic inversion. Reality is stood upon its head. I'm left without. You're left without speech.
Yeah, there are no words.
And there's also a lot of Hollywood moguls, like they send donations towards Israel from, like people like Steven Spielberg and all that big, top rich Ashkenazis in Hollywood, and a lot of actors always supporting Israel, even to this day after all the innocent civilians being killed.
Yeah, well, they're stuck. They're locked into this cultural identity spectrum. And it's pathetic. It's just something that you have to, of course. We're on different planets. The problem is that there are people who understand what's going on with Palestine. There's people who are just married to this Israel trip, and we're on different worlds. There's just there's almost no communication possible because of the situation. The lines have been drawn, and this is why America's position is so bizarre. It is like this is kind of like in the future, historians will look back on this, and they'll wonder how people could even tolerate the self-contradiction. The communists have a term for this. They call it contradictions. When there's social phenomena going on, like the Americans supporting Israel and Ukraine at the same time, there are some people who would make a mistake and say, well, Ukraine has a Jewish president, and so America is supporting them because of that. And maybe it was that crazy. Maybe that's how the Americans saw it, and that's why the Americans are still supporting Ukraine at all. I mean, certainly the Ukrainians elected a Jewish president specifically for that reason, specifically because they needed American help. That was one reason they elected a Jewish president. that was because of their history of Nazism and their history of alliance with the Third Reich. They felt that this was the only way they could get American aid. So there was a method to their madness.
He was also an actor. Zelensky was also an actor and a comedian, so it's like...
Dude, he's Jewish. That's like, you know, what else would he be? That's all Jews are.
That's really funny, because the Chinese tea guy that I was talking about, the Jewish guy, he was a stand-up comedian in China. It's like...
Yeah. Of course.
Like, who goes to university and then ends up being a stand-up comedian in China?
Well, beyond that, what would the Chinese find funny that fucker could even say?
Because he looks funny. Because he just looks
There you
funny.
go. He just looks funny to him. They laugh as soon as he gets on the stage. I get it.
Yeah. I'll show him the video. The second you look at him, you're like, yeah, he's like...
Okay, I get it. Yeah, the Chinese would laugh at him because he's got a big nose. Probably his big Jewish nose they'd laugh at. Yeah, so he walks around, they'd say, hey, that white guy looks like a macaw. It looks like Tunk and Sam. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. And
he wasn't a good comedian because they won't let him back in the country even after COVID.
Yeah,
so they were just like, fuck this guy, you know.
Yeah, they probably got tired of his bullshit. Yeah, and probably his smugness would be one thing. You know, just this kind of self-satisfied smirk that was always there would be irritating as hell. But there you go. I mean, it's a mad world that we live in.
But now he's a tea guy.
Yeah, of course. Because I told you about that Jewish lady, and she was attractive as hell. I was mad about, but she she'd have nothing to do with me. I mean, it was amazing she tolerated me as much as she did, actually, in a sense. But yeah, but other than that, the one time I called her privately when I was having my umpteenth lung collapse, and I figured I might as well call her because I was probably dying at that point, is what I was thinking. And so when I called her, of course, then she was just, of course, very offended, and of course told me to get off the line immediately, that sort of thing. So
classic.
That didn't go anywhere, but. At any rate, she was into the tea thing because it's like they have to glom onto something, you know. They gotta and they usually take some aspect of culture and try to redefine it. Like I told you, was the trip that this young lady's family had. We got to take the Chinese dead people's money and redefine it by plastering the walls with it, and yet it's the most offensive thing that you can imagine a Chinese person to experience is to go inside, oh, look at the tea shop, and they go inside and there's all this dead people's money plastered all over the walls, and of course they freak out, turn around and run away, and she's standing there wondering why she doesn't get any business. And I'm like telling her, look, I've been surrounded by death and destruction all my life. I don't mind this. I've been surrounded by the occult, and I didn't tell her, people eating dead bodies and shit, but obviously it doesn't bother me. But
I'm sure you didn't mention. Oh, I had the salad the other day. That tasted like artichoke bruschetta.
Yeah. Brendan will be he'll be spanking me the rest of my life over that.
Completely fucked it up.
Yeah, like I said, the artichoke is a noble plant, Brendan. Don't do it dirty like that. Give it its chance. Give it its due. I should never have said what I said. But then again, I'm kind of stuck. I mean, that was
too late.
Yeah. Oh my God! Did someone serve that to you? Did someone serve that to you the other day?
I was at someone's house and they're like, "Oh, look, this stuff is good," and then I didn't really think about it, and then I tasted it and I just stopped. And I'm like, oh. I was like, "This is what he was talking about," and I was just like, "Fuck, no, I can't eat it. This is bad."
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
And then of course after that they're like, "Wasn't it good? Was it great?" And I'm like, "Oh, it was great." Yeah. Just tastes like human ganglia paste.
Yeah, like dead baby's brains and shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I spared them the explanation.
Yes. Are you in the warehouse now? No, you're at the gym.
No, I have to go. Yeah, I have to go.
Okay.
I'm taking some ginseng now, and then I'm gonna try and make it happen here.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you know,
it's a painful existence, but you know, it just happened to be this way.
Oh my God! It's just you've got to get out of these situations, and
I was explaining to my family, I was like, you know, what family's left. I'm trying to at least get whatever's owed to me from them, these bastards. And I'm like, my life is full of pain and suffering, and they're like, I would gladly take your life. You know, you have it good and shit. I'm like,
I want to kill your family. I want to kill your family just for saying that.
I know. I was like, I had it good by getting my freaking pulled out of a car by gunpoint by the police multiple times and thrown on the ground and having to throw throwing knives with the leader of the biggest gang in the West Coast, you know. Like it was all great.
Oh yeah, if they had a taste of that, they would die.
Yeah.
They would
I know
die.
they wouldn't have survived. Even right now, what I'm going through, they wouldn't be able to do it for one day.
No, of course not. No, they couldn't sleep.
They're like getting massages and shit.
Yeah,
it's like you got it good, you know. Like fuck you, man.
Those disgusting pieces of shit. Disgusting pieces of shit. Here's how I kind of tell your story now. I can't remember who I was telling your story to, but I was telling them about of course the crack pipe, because it is so indicative. And I said, it was V. I was telling V your story, and I told her, so then when his dad spiraled into the crack habit, he took a picture of the crack pipe and showed his relations. See, look, this is what he's spending all his money on. He's a crack addict now. Look, I took a picture of his pipe, and I told her. Then his family responded by saying, "How dare you in your desperation? That's your crack pipe. How dare you slander your honest father in order to support your habit? In order to support your habit, you disgusting addict, you."
It sounds like satire, but literally they said that shit to me. And the photo was like, it was like in his room, in his like nightstand. It was like clearly used, and like it wasn't like a setup photo where it's like somehow out of place. It was like clearly that was what was going on. And then they said, "Why would you plant that in his room?" You know, it's like, I mean, are you kidding?
This is how you just. These people.
And after that, I was homeless for like literally like a year after that.
Oh my God! And let people know there's another reason to hate Starbucks. Tell them what they did to your mother. Your mother became a Starbucks crack addict. She became Starbucks sugarhead and shit. She was like, she was buying the fucking multicolored unicorn Slurpees and shit from Starbucks, which are all
she was buying all the drinks from Starbucks, and it blew out her pancreas. Basically, she got like full-blown diabetes after like a year of doing that.
Oh my God. And she's a nurse. This is what nurses do. Nurses and doctors are the worst. They have the worst diets. They have the worst diets on earth. They eat shit.
Mostly fast food and shit.
Yeah, it's true. Oh my God. And when Brendan kept trying to tell her, she kept saying, "How dare you take away my only social life and shit." It's
Or it was like, she's like, I was like, "You'd save so much money and it won't cause you damage and all this stuff." And she said, "It's my only, this is my only freedom, is I could go every day." And, you know, and she doesn't have a lot of money. So she's like wasting all her money. And she's like, it makes me feel good. You know, it's my one treat a day. And then basically it was like something out of a what is it called? One of those sitcom. Like a sitcom. Like a few months later, she's like crying. She's like, "I have diabetes." And I'm like thinking to myself to that conversation where I was like, you got to stop this shit. Yeah. You know?
Oh, well, tell people about what you saw with that Derek Talley son of a bitch. It was like, look at what I eat. Yeah, tell him. Yeah, it's like mountains of meat.
I'm on this. I'm on this special. They put me in. Right before he got on dialysis. Right, he was like put in some kind of hospital where they were feeding him like Jello and shit, and he was losing weight.
Yeah.
Remember him telling us that? He's like, I'm much more fit now, and I'm doing aqua aerobics. And then literally a week later, he's posting like Texas barbecue, Tennessee style, like ribs, like literally like piles of ribs that is like way too much for one person. And we asked him about it on air, and he's like, I just get DoorDash straight to the hospital now. You know, like as he's dying in a hospital bed, he's getting DoorDash, like not just barbecue, but like the worst kind, like the one that you're only supposed to have once a year. Yeah. So,
By the way, you know, of course, I can't stand V, but I can't stand even more the thought of the money that I pay her for her treatments going to this goddamn repair shop. She's got the light on her airbag won't shut down. The warning light on her airbag is on permanently, so she's afraid the airbag's going to explode any minute. Is there a way, if I can talk her into talking to you, will you be able to talk to her and give her some advice so that they don't charge her $3,000 again? Because the last time she went there, they give her the bill, which you know is automatically $3,000. They throw a bill at you, which is $3,000. Yeah, and so this is what happened last. Yeah. Oh, they're scum. They're scum. I mean,
especially when it's a blonde chick or whatever.
Yeah, of course.
A chick in general.
Yeah, absolutely.
Instantly, it's double price. And this is how scummy they are.
Yeah, yes, it's true. It's true.
Even if it's their own relatives, they would do that shit.
Thank you. If I can talk her into talking to you, do I have your permission to give her your phone number?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just need to know like the make and model and all that jazz, and I can give you an estimate as far as from my own knowledge, nothing professional.
Right. She'll have to tell you that. I mean, I should remember that.
Like, there's a high chance it does cost a lot, but I mean, it would be clear immediately if they were scamming or not. You know?
Right. I mean, I know you would have seen it immediately because they're always that's how they operate. That's what they do. They'll just.
There's an old joke. And this is literally how they do it. They used to sell shit called like muffler bearings and shit to people. It's an old mechanics joke, like your blinker fluid and your muffler bearings. Like they say it as a joke, but in the 80s and 90s they were literally putting that on people's bills, like with old ladies and shit.
Yes.
And the old lady doesn't know what a blinker that a blinker has no fluid or like a muffler has no bearing.
Yeah.
You know.
Thank you.
And the mechanics are notorious for that kind of shit.
They're just awful. They're just awful people.
To the point where when I go to the dealership, it's like they know that I'm like bulletproof about that shit, and they don't even ask anymore. Yeah. They're just like, "Oh, you're just here for the oil change," and I'm like, "Yeah, okay." And they're like, they don't even ask me anything. They're like, "All right, bye. I'll be done soon."
Thank
they
God.
Waste their time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good thing hell does exist.
Yeah.
Like they handed me this thing, and they said, "Here's the factory recommended for your car." And I like, looked at it, and I'm like, dude, I only see like 2 things on here that I might buy. And then I was like, wait a minute, like, don't these spark plugs last? Like, I was like, aren't they like iridium spark plugs like from the factory? And he's like, yeah, they are. And I'm like, don't those last like 100,000 miles? And then he's just like, he just grabbed the paper back from me and was like, all right, like, it'll be done soon.
There you go. What assholes.
He just got fed up.
Yeah.
The quote was like, it was literally like $4,000.
Of course.
Quote unquote. Maintain your car. It was all lies. Basically, the whole sheet was just lies.
Yes. They're all scum of the earth, and and she's so easily victimized by them, and they victimize everyone. It's like you said, the anyone who's female and blonde in particular, like she is, then they slam you because your life is dependent on this goddamn car, and so they'll hit you for everything.
They're like who are those people that would do that shit? They're kind of like dentists, basically.
Yeah, dentists. Yes.
Or like there's another group that does this shit, like basically gangsters.
Yes.
But they're like oh, you're that's really bad, like you might not be, your car might be, you're gonna crash on the freeway, like they'll like drop little hints that'll like scare the shit out of chicks. Like, oh god, what if I crash on the freeway and like no one's gonna be there to help me? They really do some sick psychological shit like that.
No, it's true. It's true.
I've been around mechanics. Like they really, they know how to pull that shit.
Yeah, they're rapists. They're rapists of the mind. Yeah, well, mind fuckers. They're mind fuckers. Yeah. And that's awful.
And when you confront them on it, they're like, oh, we all gotta eat, man.
Yeah.
Like, no, you don't have to do that. Like,
thank you.
And the irony about it is, like, my dad was the most honest mechanic on earth. Yeah. And that's why they fucked him over.
Yes.
Like, all these people took advantage of him and all this shit.
Yes.
And he was actually one of the most honest, like, as far as mechanics go, he was one of the most honest people on earth.
No, I mean, that's the problem.
People were, like, taking advantage of him, and then eventually they just swooped his whole house and shit.
No, it doesn't pay to be honest. It doesn't pay to be honest. It's, my...
And then these same people, like, some like those people in my family, or even the German lady, they're like, "Why are you so paranoid? Why are you so standoffish and paranoid about people?" And I'm like, do you not even hear what I had to go through this whole fucking last 20 fucking years?
Yeah, well, the next time you would just tell her, I'm paranoid because of people like you, bitch. People like you, bitch.
I'm clearly not careful enough. Like, how much more careful can I get? Like,
yes,
like,
thank you. It's honestly, but you know, and like I said, I finally got the dentist to treat me in to file my teeth down 4 times a year, and then they fucked me over by pulling me out of that. What did you say was the trip with that again? You said they did that to your mother before she got employed by the state and then got a different type of insurance? I was like...
oh, no, they pulled some bullshit. This was her original job when she worked for a health company, that they made her do open enrollment, and she accidentally selected a PPO instead of an HMO. And so it was taking like $1,000 or some ridiculous amount, like $500 per month from her check. And then she said, "Oh, I can't survive like this." And they said, "Oh, you're gonna have to wait till next open enrollment in 2 years," or so. It was some outrageous number, like 12 months, 24 months. And so she was like, basically was in complete desperation and had to claim exemptions on her taxes and get more money per check. And that's still like, she's still dealing with the fallout from that, because they switched her from a PPO or an HMO to a PPO, and they were like, "Oh, we can't reverse it. Sorry, too bad." I would have just quit my job at that point and then just got rehired. I don't know why she didn't just do that.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd be like, "All right, then. I guess it's it looks like we're at an impasse. I'll reapply next week."
Yes. So it was different than what happened to me. Because
it's different, but it was what I was mentioning. The reason why I brought it up is because what you had before was, I guess, a PPO, right, or something, and now the new one is an HMO, so the coverages are completely different.
Right.
Yeah. And Kaiser tends to do weird shit like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh my God. And so I remember you sent me some links and some articles as well, and I'll try and scroll up and take a look at those. But yeah, it's very the whole thing was disturbing.
You go into like a mind warp when you're gone, huh?
Of course.
Like a mind wipe.
Yeah, no, you know that. I mean, oh God, who wouldn't? I mean, Jesus Christ. I
don't blame you.
Thank you. By the way, I do
especially dealing with some other, some people on here.
Yeah. Yes. Holy shit. Yes. Brendan knows the situation all too well. But by the way, when look, here's some other shit that we got going down here. I want to show you this before you take off. Can everybody see the cursor moving? I'm doing a screen share. Yeah. Okay, so take a look at this. The age of glorifying Greta Thunberg is over. See, this is the problem now. Is she's gone to protest Zionism and said Zionism must be destroyed. She has actually said this, and now
did she really say that?
Yeah, she really said that. She said Zionism must be destroyed. I'm sorry. What was that?
Well, she's holding the keffiyeh.
She's holding the keffiyeh. There we are. She says, she says...
so they're going to call her a terrorist now, basically?
Yeah.
This is so stupid.
Yeah, they said with her now familiar keffiyeh around her neck. So they said now...
familiar? She's Swedish. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Like, she's Yasser Arafat now and shit?
Yes, they're portraying her as a big... Yeah, I mean, this is really strange. This person near her, I can't tell whether this is male or female, so they have to take that photo so that Victoria can get upset and say, "Oh, look, there's another one of those transgender types." Yes, that's right. But anyhow, poor Greta. I mean, she's got the keffiyeh. They now say she's an international terrorist. They're all they're all saying everybody knows.
Now the irony is she can be friends with Tate again.
It's
the irony is so real. It's like crazy.
Oh well,
she can fly. Watch next. She's gonna fly to Dubai and wave flags with him. It's like.
Well, they're still on different planets because Tate's just in it because he's a creep and he's just got his car collection in Dubai, right? And he's got to protect all his property there and shit.
Now he's a bottom bitch for the sheikh and shit.
The Saudis, he's a bottom bitch for the.
He's like, I'm out of the Matrix, and then meanwhile he's fucking like
he has like if he pisses those people off, it's over. Like,
yeah, it's true. Well, it's over for him anyway because they don't like him.
Right, of course not.
They're just gonna use him.
They consider him basically a dog. They call it.
It's true. It's true.
Like someone who was not Muslim and converts to Islam, that was like already immoral. It's not like he like did it out of some honest reason.
Yeah.
But someone who was first of all an atheist, a self-admitted atheist, and then is trying to go Islam, they consider him below even like Hindus and shit. Like he's like bottom scum. Like,
it's true. It's true. He's like an opportunist. He's basically a kind of spiritual opportunist. Is what he's looked on as like rightly so.
They consider that like Caleb, like just completely. What's the word for it? Infidel. He's still an infidel to them. He's not.
Yes.
Which is worse than just being a person of the book.
Yes.
Because people conflate this and they say, Islam considers every Westerner to be an infidel. It's like, no. They only consider the apostates and the atheists to be infidel.
That's quite true.
But if you're a person of the book, they like kind of like are more, it's more neutral.
Yeah.
They don't like you, but it's not like they want to kill you. But when you're like a straight up infidel,
yes,
like there's an Arabic word for it. Let me think.
It's basically he's just an opportunist that, and aside from that, they know how desperate he is. He's desperate. They know he's desperate. Yes.
Yeah, kafir.
Yes. Yeah. Which they also use.
Believer, a faithless, miscreant, non-religious.
Yes, which by the way, in the Arabic world, the word kafir was then a kind of word for Africa because they were all animists and basically shamanic religions, so they called it kafreria. And later on, by the time it got down to the Dutch settlers in South Africa, kafir simply means nigger. And so they'd use the term kafir as in, to refer to the blacks in the most derogatory sense. So basically, they would literally be calling Andrew Tate a nigger, is how the Arabs would refer to him as, in every sense of the word, in every sense of that word, kafir, they'd say kafir, and so that's all he's ever going to be to them. And
he's half black, American black, so they're even, like, for him to even think that he can ingratiate himself is like he's egotistical beyond measure.
Thank you.
Like he can't read the room,
Thank you. No, he's lost. And he just doesn't know it yet.
That's why he's in the hell he's in.
Yeah.
There was even an interview when he said he was renting some place on the palms, those palms that they built in Dubai.
Yes.
And the owner straight up came to him and said, we have someone that's paying more than you, get out. And he said, oh, I'll pay double. And the guy's like, okay. And then he comes back and he's like, the guy was going to pay triple. And then they just kept raising the price on him until he left. And so in their heads, they're like, this,
they just don't want him. He's not worth any money. He's not worth any money to them.
Yeah. They humiliated him basically.
Yeah.
And then in their head, they're like, we can make this idiot break because we know he's broke.
Yes.
So,
yes. Yeah, what a fucking loser, and he deserves everything. He deserves everything that happens to him.
He would have gotten more street cred if he just like was cool with Greta. Because now he looks like an idiot now that she's actually standing up for herself and talking about this stuff.
Yes, thank you.
Now he looks like a total jackass.
Yes. Well, he always did, in my opinion, but now even more so.
But his point, he was saying that Greta was like, she was an asset and she was just like parroting what the state wanted her to say and all this.
Yeah, that was the claim.
Yeah,
that was the claim,
but like, now he just looks like an idiot because now she's on his side and now he can't have dialogue with her. So
yes, that's right. And so definitely Greta has proven herself. If the Zionists are calling her a terrorist, we know she's on the side of right and justice. So
pretty much.
yeah.
I hope eventually she becomes full pro-Nazi.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That's you know, give it time.
He publicly goes, everything you're told about Adolf Hitler was wrong.
Good.
The Third Reich was
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be a dream.
See her do that. She has a lot of attention in the public, and she could persuade a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, of
That's
course.
That's quite something. All right, I have to go. Many blessings.
Okay.
Have a good one, Brendan.
Stay safe and be well. Okay. Yes. Dear Brendan, oh my God, what a life. Jeez, hopefully he gets through that. I just, you know, in the warehouse, in a sleeping bag, you know, with his what's that?
Warehouse is it? Like a storage?
Hopefully he'll give us some more details later, but you know, it's obviously not the way to live. That's just like
basically it's a storage, like a hovel.
Oh God.
With like one light bulb and one like power strip.
Oh Jesus.
It's pretty bad.
Oh my God. Oh well, we're glad at least you got that. At least you're out of the rain. Is there any rats or vermin, or is it safe enough? You know, like hygienic enough.
Other than like the various like construction dust and toxic chemicals, it's fine. You know.
Okay.
It keeps the cockroaches away.
Okay. No. So good enough for that. Oh my God, what a experience.
Hopefully you find yourself a good woman you can live with soon.
Right. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. All I can say is good fucking luck. Yeah, meeting people these days is getting harder and harder. It's just everybody's on their own trip. Yeah. So Brendan, take care. And
yep.
And of course,
I was saying not long ago, God, I hope Greta Thunberg does publicly become anti-Zionist, and then I just find out about it. It's funny.
well, there you go. You're kind of prescient about this. You had a good sense of where she was going, so you've got a good intuition on these things. And so, in terms of
she just gets slammed so much, she doesn't deserve it.
No, it's true. It's true. Yeah, that's she has this. All these people hate her. I've gone into this before. That it really exposes a lot about her haters more than anything else. Her haters are just usually they're all fucked up. They got problems. I mean, Andrew Tate is a good example. He's exemplary of her haters. So let me gather myself here. Let's see if I can.
He's such a spoiled, pampered pussy. He likes to portray himself as a big, tough guy, but deep inside, he's a softie. Like any normal person could knock his block off in a fight.
I agree. I think that these people are so full of themselves. It's in Andrew Tate's case, of course, he just like Brendan and I figured out that he was the product of one of these blood transfusion experiments. Certainly his father was, and they wanted to see if it would inherit through the children, and it did to a degree. But his father was just this black guy who was in the military and suddenly overnight became like this genius chess player and all this other shit. It was like pretty much the whole blood transfusion story. And he also became hypersexualized, an alcoholic, very similar to myself in some ways. Of course, when I bring up the alcohol aspect, a lot of people don't understand that aspect. In my case, of course, I don't have the kind of symptoms of alcoholism that happens with most people. And maybe the father of the Tates didn't either. I can't remember exactly what his name was. Something Tate. But he became like this drifter who was just going around womanizing and drinking and playing chess games for like earning money by playing chess games on a bet. And
Emery Tate.
Emery Tate, thank you.
Emery.
Thank you. It was Emery Tate, and he began to learn multiple languages and all this other shit. He was used by the CIA for a while. It was just like all this stuff developed overnight. Again, the blood transfusion scenario is the only one that really explains it. and then his kids inherited some level of this kind of talent, and only they had no concept of the context, and they just thought they were quote unquote gifted, and yeah, of course they indulge themselves, and they're full of themselves, which is another way of saying they're full of shit. And they, drove themselves into a corner. They just, they're getting what they deserve. They're just, they're intolerable people, and utterly repulsive. Now, before I get into any kind of monologue for tonight, I do want to cover some of what we were saying about the bioeffect simulacra and go a bit into that. Or maybe.
Were you also reminded about Boyd Rice and Tracy Twyman and the
Good
psychic
point.
talents that you want to be reminded of from last transmission?
Thank you. No, very important point, and I appreciate that profoundly. And I'll probably just start going where we're organically taken with that. When it comes to the bioeffect simulacra, obviously there's still a lot to be covered there, and I'm not quite sure tonight is the night I want to cover that. So we will remember to get back to that. And I will, of course, encourage people to remind me again, both Sid and Nemo. Yeah. So when it comes to some of these other psychic abilities and Boyd Rice and Tracy Twyman, so what's going to happen is, again, barring anything unexpected, let's cross ourselves and knock on wood. Crystal River says she'll be with us on the 28th. This will be the eve day before Leap Day. So Leap Day will, of course, be the 29th. And I do want to remind everybody I'm trying to earn money for rent, which, of course, I'll have to pay on March 1st. So I do want everyone to understand I'm trying to, let's try and raise about $300 before the end of the month. See if we can raise $100 with each episode over the next 3 episodes. Should help me secure rent and some extra expenses before, supply runs and the like before the end of the month. And that'll be important. Obviously, we are trying to balance out a lot of money spent during holidays, and this is the most important holiday of the year for my culture. So obviously, I do spend some money, and it's inescapable. And as a result, I'll need help from my listeners to make it through to the next month and make rent yet again. And so let's make certain that everybody is aware of that. That'll be our objective. Of course, I want to thank Sid for always bringing that to people's attention in the chat. Obviously, that's important, that people are reminded of this and that people are encouraged to contribute. And with that, of course, let me see if I can remember, or shall we say, what I intuit I should share before Crystal appears on Leap Day. Because when Crystal is here, we will return to the subject of Tracy Twyman. Crystal River was one of the last people to communicate with Max Spiers before he went to Europe. And at that point, when he went to Europe, he essentially was spiraling. He was on his way to death when he went to Europe. So she kind of was the last person to speak to Max Spiers before he was doomed. That would probably be the best way to express it. She also was probably one of the very last people to speak to Tracy Twyman before she died, and was essentially murdered. And this is, of course, a sensitive topic for Crystal River. And the difference between Crystal River and myself is that Crystal River liked Tracy Twyman. And she tries to convince me to go easy on Tracy Twyman. The interesting thing is the last time Crystal River was on, and we went into the subject of Tracy Twyman, I received a number of attacks by people claiming that I was like, just claiming that I was getting off, quote unquote, on her son, Tracy Twyman's son, getting raped. And this is again how people are just determined to put me in the most negative possible light. Tracy Twyman's last book, which Crystal River can testify to this, her last book was basically a sadistic pornography novel about a young boy getting raped in multiple ways, abused sexually by Satanists, a satanic cult.
Was that the Baphomet, The Mystery of Mysteries Unveiled, and others essays?
Maybe. I mean, bear in mind, I never read the book, but it's basically Tracy. Crystal described it. It was to a degree, and it sounds like that might be it. But is that listed as the last book published by Tracy?
I typed it in, and that's what just came up when I put in last book by her.
Okay, then that is probably it. And so when it comes to Tracy Twyman, she was, I think, behaving extraordinarily self-destructively in a sense that she didn't care what happened to her son. And now, of course, probably best I don't go into these things without Crystal River, because Crystal River will clarify a lot of things and help put things into perspective. But one of the things I will say is that Boyd Rice, at a period in his life where he was like, for a long while, as Sid can describe the fact that Boyd Rice was dealing with the Satanists. He was dealing with, as a go-between, or essentially a spy, between Michael Aquino and Anton LaVey, and probably tried to maintain as good a relationship as he could with Zena LaVey for reasons, obviously, of, potentially having sex with her, if he didn't actually consummate that. And he did. Yeah, that's what I thought. That was always my impression, was that he had, at some point, had a physically intimate relationship with Zena LaVey.
Yes.
Go on.
They were intimate. Nicholas and Boyd shared her as a girlfriend for a time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think the book you mentioned, it's actually Genoflex, because that came out in 2017.
Okay.
And it says, can a perverted sex magic ritual performed in an ancient temple in the heart of modern London destroy the very foundations of both heaven and earth?
I'm talking about
no, just the book Doug was mentioning, the last book.
Yeah, I mean, just so our listeners understand, in case anybody just tunes in and gets confused, Sid is talking about Boyd Rice and his relationship with Zena LaVey. Our man Nemo is talking about Tracy Twyman and the last book that she published before she was killed. She almost certainly was killed. In fact, she was killed.
Only at age 42.
Yeah.
Still young.
Yeah. And her son basically went to the person she was trying to avoid her son going to. Her son basically went back into the hands of a satanic cult. And the last person who basically obviously was involved with her death, the last person, just as we all know, Stuart Sverdlow was one of the last people involved with Max Spears, and essentially was one of the people responsible for his death was Stuart Sverdlow, along with Miles Johnston of Bases. We know that one of the last people involved with Tracy Twyman was Stephen Outram. who then claimed that he was giving her dead man switch, quote unquote. And if so, no one knows what that dead man switch is. And it obviously didn't stop her from getting killed. So when it came to Stephen Outram, basically he sent to Crystal River. Crystal River was basically online with Tracy Twyman. And Tracy Twyman was there 1 minute and then gone the next. And then Stephen Outram comes on and puts this little bouncing ball emoji with a laughing face on it to taunt Crystal River. That's like how disturbing her last contact with Tracy Twyman was. But when it comes to Tracy Twyman, for a period there while Boyd Rice was kind of entering a different trip from the neo-Nazi Satanist trip. He was like a bridge between neo-Nazism and Satanism. He was one of the primary bridges between American neo-Nazism and Satanism. Boyd Rice then kind of graduated, if you will, or, went on further tangents, one of them being the Merovingian bloodline trip. So at some point, Boyd Rice, who did have a background in eugenics, not in the sense of training or education in eugenics, but in the sense that he was a product of a eugenics program. He took great pride in the fact that the United States had a eugenics program before the Third Reich did. And the United States used to give awards, golden awards, that like Olympics medals for couples that bred well. So they would have an award that was to be awarded to their children, given to the couple to be passed on to the child, that said, "Yea, I am of goodly heritage," where a perhaps Ceres, the goddess of cereal, would be passing on a sheaf of golden wheat onto a next generation, a medal which displayed something like that on it. And I seen this medal. And Boyd Rice's family was awarded this when they gave birth to Boyd Rice. He was a product of a eugenics breeding program in the United States. So he felt that he... Okay, so I'm getting some interesting links here that are...
2 months before her death, she published a video. She did a video with Steve Outram, SB, and Jen May on the Passion of Isaac Cappy.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. I haven't seen that before.
It's yeah, I'll tell you something. It's like this is why was hard on Tracy Twyman, and why I try to wait till Crystal River is with us before I talk about her, because it's hard for me not to be hard on Tracy Twyman. Tracy Twyman was hanging out with all the wrong people. So it's like, what would she expect would happen to her in the end? I mean, when you're hanging out with Clyde Lewis of Ground Zero, when you're hanging out with Stephen Outram, when you're hanging out with there's nothing good going to come of this crowd. This is the enemy. These are the Edomites. And so when she was friendly with Crystal, my own suspicion would be that Tracy Twyman, the way Crystal sees it, is that Tracy Twyman was trying to seek a way out. Maybe that's true. My own suspicion is that Tracy Twyman was trying to drag Crystal River in. You see what I'm saying? And so the thing about Tracy Twyman was, for a while, Boyd Rice and her were an item. And Boyd Rice and her got onto this Merovingian bloodline trip where Boyd Rice wasn't even thinking about Nazi eugenics anymore. He felt he was a direct descendant of the Christ. So once they got on that trip, they started publishing a magazine called Dagobert's Revenge. And Dagobert was spelled, I think, Dagobert or Burt, but it's such a dorky name, Dagobert, that it's hardly an ominous kind of name. But Dagobert's Revenge was just a stupid title for a magazine, And so it was like their little zine that they were publishing, and it was kind of like their ode to their own elitism. This is another thing about Tracy Twyman. Tracy Twyman was elitist. Now, like I said, I got nothing against Boyd Rice. I like Boyd Rice because Boyd Rice was always kind to me. Maybe if Boyd Rice met me now, maybe it'd all be different, and Boyd Rice would shit all over me and say, negative things. You never know. People change, or they can change. Or he might pretend he didn't know me. You never know. But the time that I knew Boyd Rice, he was a cool guy and he treated me with respect. So I've got nothing against Boyd Rice. I have no history of animosity with him. But Boyd Rice was an elitist. He definitely felt himself to be above many others. Which again, the fact that he treated me with respect says quite a bit, if you get what I mean, since he felt much contempt for most everybody else. So, but with Boyd Rice, his trip became more extreme. This was after I knew him. At that point, I no longer was communicating with him. We hadn't severed relations on any acrimony. We just, had drifted apart. Different lives. And so when he became involved with Tracy Twyman, they appealed to each other because of their mutual elitism. The thing about Tracy Twyman's trip was she became very much enamored of this guy whose name I don't even remember. As far as I'm concerned, his name doesn't even bear remembering. I think it was like DeVry or something like that. But this DeVry guy wrote a book about basically magical elitism, where he felt that only people of a certain bloodline could perform magic. That everyone else was just a pathetic wannabe. Now, we're already entering a fringe territory when you talk about magic anyway. I don't care what anyone says about the reality is, of course. There's a book out titled Generation Hex, as in HEX. So this book titled Generation Hex was talking about how on the internet, a lot of kids have gotten into magic, mainly because of Harry Potter. And so a lot of kids exposed to Harry Potter got into magic as a hobby, and the internet helped them expand that hobby, and they all networked. So Generation Hex was about a lot of the younger generation networking magic. No matter how popular it becomes as a fad among the kids, just like in the 60s when it became a big fad, the occult, the reality is once you bring up that word magic, you're entering into a fringe territory that turns a lot of people off. A lot of people just like, I got to turn this off now. I can't handle this. It's just getting freaky. Either they're like Christians who respond by, now we're entering sin territory and I can't expose myself to this. Or they're like rational materialists who think, now this guy's going off the deep edge into some kind of pathological fantasy and I can't handle this. In other words, people just react reflexively, usually by tuning out when you bring that word up. So you're already entering fringe territory when you're talking magic. So when you get some guy bitching about or going on about, I don't know how to describe it, what adjective to use, that, all the wannabes who want to practice magic are just, frustrated losers, and the only people who can really practice magic are of a certain gifted bloodline. Okay, at this point, you're entering the elitism of a subculture that is already fringe. So you're really going out in left field. I mean, this is like you're off the reservation. You're out of the ballpark at this point. So this is where Tracy Twyman was at. Tracy Twyman was a magical elitist. So it's like, fuck you, Harry Potter punks. I'm up here of the true bloodline. I can practice magic. The rest of you are just, it's like, okay, at this point, it's like, okay, you've lost the population in general. The population in general cannot understand where you're coming from. At this point, they just don't get you. You're just like, okay, whatever you say. It's like, so that's how far off Tracy Twyman went. And where did she wind up? She wound up with the Edomites. She wound up with Clyde Lewis trying to raise Baphomet and Beelzebub and Belial and Baal on radio. Literally using the Ouija board and trying to raise archdemons on radio, on live radio, live.
God damn.
Yeah, this is what she.
What would be the purpose for that? What would they even get out of that?
Insanity, sure, fucking insanity. Yeah. The one thing,
like destruction.
Yeah, thank you. The thing to remember about Clyde Lewis is a all-out Satanist. Clyde Lewis has never really denied that, and he's pretty much admitted it. Clyde Lewis was hanging out with people. I have photographs of Clyde Lewis doing the Satan's horns with there was this one Satanist whose name I can't even remember, but he had silicone horns injected into his head. So he had literal horns on his head. I can't remember his name, but Sid, who was it?
Something. Oh God, Rex something. What the
Rex. That's right, Rex Asmodeus or something. Something like that.
Yeah. Rex, something Silius Satanicus.
Yeah, something like that. Rex Syphilis.
Yeah, with the Rex Siliconius Hornius.
Yeah, something. By the way, Sid is being sarcastic. But
no, like guy. He's been entertaining and he makes some fun art. He actually, there's a documentary, he built a device which he says is intended to bring about like this Lovecraftian apocalypse, and he set it up on the coast there in the town where the movie Goonies was filmed. And anyway, it's got swastikas on it, and it's a pretty interesting design. And it's like a large scale kind of art piece with moving parts and stuff, And there's a documentary out there about his ideas behind that.
So he's ripping off the Vox Arca. He is basically.
Yeah, some of it seemed like a ripoff of some of the stuff that you've talked about. Yeah, the Vox Arca. He has talked about. In a couple of interviews over the years, he's talked about something like the Vox Arca, and he didn't use those words, but he talked about some kind of device that could bring about, this kind of Lovecraftian apocalypse, and could end the new world order as we know it, and all that kind of talk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
And he was in the scene. He was Temple of Set. And he was someone who seemed to me like he was more directly out of the military circles.
Yeah.
And kind of like assigned to LaVey as part of Aquino's interest in him. Whereas LaVey, he seemed more of like a quirky artistic type. He didn't have a military career until he was involved with, I guess, running guns.
Right, that was the closest he got to it. It could be called paramilitary. Yeah,
a douchebag Jade Opperman had a few shows speaking Clyde Lewis.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Ed Opperman would be far less threatened by Clyde Lewis than he was by me, and so when it comes to Ed Opperman, I'd say that's about his speed, and so with this Rex Asmodeus or whatever he called himself, I can't remember, but he had, for anybody who looks him up, I can't seem to find him by looking up Rex silicone devil horns.
Satanic silicone hornicus. No, I'm gonna find him.
Yeah. I'm sure if anyone can find him, it'd be Sid. We'll find out. It's not that important, but he and Clyde Lewis, I have a photograph of them together where they're both doing the devil's horns together, and Clyde Lewis is doing the devil's horns upside down while pointing to some newspaper headline that is of some significance to both of them. But the point was that, when it got to the point where Clyde Lewis has always been doing this. Clyde Lewis, by the way, has always been completely self-destructive and felt he was damned anyway, and he's probably right. And so Clyde Lewis has always been trying to raise devils on live radio, simply because
he's a fat motherfucker with glasses and try to spike his hair up.
Yeah. He's a big, ugly, fat
loser.
Yeah, fat loser, and he's just pathetic. just pathetic. He has an equally fat bear boyfriend named Olav Phillips, who he quote unquote calls his producer. But if you were to talk to anybody at the station where he worked, nobody knew who Olav Phillips was, because Olav Phillips was just a gay boyfriend. And but Olav Phillips and Clyde Lewis deeply love each other. Each one of them is married only as a beard. You know, their wives are only beards to them to make them look straight.
Right.
Their real love is with each other. And so Clyde Lewis and Tracy Twyman was coming on with him so that they could do the Ouija board trip and try to raise every archdemon in hell, is what they were trying to do on Halloween nights, quote unquote, for fun.
Wow.
Yeah, and so this is what she was getting into, and then got involved with Steve Outram. At this point, what do you think is going to happen to your son? She has a son, and so she writes this pornographic, semi-pornographic novel about a young boy being abused by a satanic cultist, and she keeps saying she wanted to protect her son, but as Crystal River will testify, her son wound up being shown in some of her YouTube videos, so people could even see and identify her son. And then her son probably wound up going back to her ex-husband, who was a member of these cults, an Edomite. So it's like it was like she was doing everything to make certain she wound up ultimately killed and her son taken by the cult. So it's hard for me to go easy on Tracy Twyman, but Crystal River felt that she was trying to get out and was trying to, and so we'll hear Crystal River, and maybe she can set me straight on this, and I'm happy to have her do it. So
it says she was found hung in a garage.
Yeah, there you go.
They ruled her husband out of the equation of being responsible for doing that. So, yeah, they just made it look like a suicide. Yeah, she would have been lynched.
Yeah.
Murdered, yeah.
Thank you. And that's exactly what happened. And then Stephen Outram came out after that saying, she gave me her dead man switch, and all that kind of shit.
What that even comprise of?
Thank you. Crystal could tell us. At least what.
Hopefully she will.
Yeah, at least what Stephen was. It's all shit anyway. Whatever Stephen Outram's claiming is a lie. But Crystal could at least tell us what the hell he was claiming or trying to claim. And if she can't, then that's fine too. That would just show he has nothing. He has nothing, other than his claim that he's got Tracy Twyman's dead man switch, right? That's pretty much the claim. It doesn't, he doesn't need to back it up with anything because it's all psychotic fantasy anyway. So all that being said, it's that we have that, and so that's pretty much what comes to my mind. Yeah, go on. Yeah,
this Rex who we were talking about has just become very hard to find.
Yeah, you noticed. I noticed all the. Yeah, go on.
I could have typed in, former Church of Satan member with prosthetic horns, and like a million images of him would come up.
Interesting. Yeah. Now all you get is a bunch of other people with prosthetic horns.
I'm getting the straight up like Google has no idea what you're talking about page.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
I'm trying to locate this guy.
Oh my god!
It's
Rex Sethicus? Was it Rex Sethicus?
No, but it's something along those lines.
Yeah, something along those lines.
He's so public. He's so recognizable, and he's had public presence. For him to be this hard to find all of a sudden is just weirding me out.
It is. It's weirding me out too. Whoa.
Is it Diabolus Rex?
Diabolus! Rex Diabolus!
Rex.
Former Temple of Set, former Church of Satan, current leader.
How did you find it? How did you find it?
I just looked it up, and there's a website called Podtail Episode 22. I'll paste a link of it. Apparently, he's the current leader of Chaos Imperium, a black magical order.
Yes. So, Diabolus Rex. Or Rex Diabolus.
Rex. Yeah, he has like various projects, and he's a creative person. And
apparently, they're exploiting technological sorcery.
Yeah.
And founder and lead engineer of Black Sun Occult Engineering and Design, chief engineer of the Ragnarok engine.
Okay.
The Ragnarok engine. Yep, that's what he talks about, and he talks about it the way you speak of the Vox Arca.
Okay, so this is what I got. What I got was Diabolus Rex is the founder, and I mean, without reading all that, basically what they said before I got to the actual page and it got all bullshit. Diabolus Rex, H.P. Lovecraft Film Festival and CthulhuCon. Rex is a native Oregonian who was born and raised in Astoria, Oregon, and it was there he developed his first occult-based sculptural works. So obviously he's obsessed with H.P. Lovecraft and has organized a CthulhuCon, but then I see also here with Willamette Week, Satan's Pilgrim, Rex Diabolus Church, resplendent in black robes, black shirt, and black leather boots, his head shaved as smooth as an egg, Rex Diabolus Church. So is this the fucker's name? Is Church? His last name is Church?
I never heard that before.
This might be another person. But the fact that they have... oh, yeah, this one is... So, okay, so here's what I'll do. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. So, can you see the cursor moving gentleman? Sid and Nemo? Excellent. Okay. So, here we are. This is what I'm looking at. See? Diabolus Rex. This is probably our boy. And this guy's name is with an O instead of a U. See, this guy is Diabolus with a U. This guy is Diabolos with a O. So Rex Diabolos Church. So these guys are like fucking clones or something. They had some test tube program or
maybe
something.
An alter ego.
Yeah, or something.
They might be the same guy.
And then they got the metal archives with Rex Diaboli. Band, genre, country, cult or black blood, black death metal. Poland, of course. K-Oz, of course. All fuck spelled. And so there we are. Oh, look, Employee of the Week in the Portland Mercury. Employee of the Week, Diabolus Rex, is a familiar sight to Portlanders, forever clad in black and sporting numerous piercings and 2 4-inch subdermal horns. How did he make Employee of the Week? Oh, let's find out. It's like, okay. This is going to be, what, a blank page? Or Portland Mercury?
There you go.
Diabolus Rex Magister Templi Church of Satan. Employee of the Week, yes. Rex cuts a mighty suave, belying his relatively small stature. A visit to his dungeon showcases his wardrobe of a dozen elegant black leather frock coats, an elaborate metal cage, a 3-ton sarcophagus complete with skeleton, and a gallery's worth of terrifying H.R. Geiger-like depictions of hell. Rex's Heaven in painted steel.
Totally derivative of Geiger, by the way.
Oh,
I'll
of course.
say that.
Okay. So, where's the Employee of the Week come from? I'm not getting it here. All I'm getting is like there's no explanation of how he's Employee of the Week. There's nothing.
I'll look that up right now. Okay, Diabolus Rex Employee of the Week. Maybe did he work at the Togos or something? I wonder.
Yeah, it's God knows. It's
No, makes a living. He had a military career, as far as I remember, and
well, that would make perfect sense. And
can you paste that link in Skype chat so I'll read the rest of it?
Thank you. Okay, here we are. Let me get that and put that into Skype chat. That means I'll return to call. And here we go. Give me a second here to do that. And there you go. And hopefully that works. Let me know if it doesn't work.
It works.
Okay, it works. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy just images himself as a complete creep.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't look that. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go on. Go on.
Of the week, I'll post it.
Yeah.
He's definitely got to be full on demonically possessed. That made him image himself that way. You got to make yourself look like me, the possessor.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I obviously he's shall we say, he's no one that you're going to conventionally friend if you want to maintain the respect of your regular relatives and shit. So the fact that Clyde Lewis was proudly hanging out with him tells you everything you need to know about Clyde Lewis. And but basically this is what, this is what Tracy Twyman's crowd became towards the end of her life. So the fact that her life ended is no surprise. And so that's pretty much the most I'm willing to relate about Boyd Rice and Tracy for the moment until, Crystal River shows up. Then we'll go deeper into that. As for, I'm sorry, go on, Sid.
Something, Douglas, have you ever seen the documentary Iconoclast? It's about Boyd Rice.
But yeah, it makes sense. It would be about Boyd Rice. Yeah, go on. It would be apropos. Go on.
It's like a 4-hour plus documentary that is out there, and I have a copy in storage. I'd love you to take a look at it if you ever wanted to. But yeah, it's a pretty comprehensive. It's his whole life story, Boyd Rice's life story. I mean, his involvement with the eugenics program, his fascination with skinhead culture and acid culture, and blending all the aesthetics from these different scenes, and blending these different extremes. I mean, he's a real, unique character.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, no argument here. I mean, like I said,
his creatively. I mean, his spoken word and his music is pretty far out. Like his stuff with Death in June is very interesting. It's very kind of Gnostic influenced and a little bit kind of Ragnarok and kind of like they call it neo folk, but that's the singer of that band is Douglas Pierce, and he is a hardcore right wing character now. No, I don't know if you call him neo-Nazi or what, but he's a really interesting guy, and he collaborated with Boyd musically with that band Death in June, and he's taken tons of LSD. And there's a great documentary about that band and that guy called Behind the Mask. And he's a great example of one of these just absolutely far out characters that blends all these different extremes in ways that, I find quite a lot of fun.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that input. That's important. I mean, this is a kind of cultural subhistory here that I'm happy for our listeners to learn about. That's fine, and they can also investigate it at their leisure. So obviously, you're very well versed in a number of subcultural trends, and that's always been appreciated. Yeah.
Was Boyd Rice affiliated or close with that photographer Terry Richardson?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
That skinny, nerdy-looking
Terry.
Great. He's involved with a lot of entertainment industry moguls, and he does a lot of sadistic porn shit. And he sexually he forces himself on a lot of models he's taking photos of, and he looks like a handler on a lot of these mind control victims in the entertainment industry. He's always wearing the checkered shirt, the Freemasonic symbolism, checkered shirt.
Interesting.
He's a creep. Yeah, he looks like a full-on Satanist too.
Okay.
He looks Ashkenazi.
Yeah.
Typical, what.
Accused of a lot of sexual misconduct.
Yeah, he's a vile scumbag.
By the way, you guys are on a roll. I'm just going to grab something to refresh myself. I'll be right back in just a few minutes. We've been on for close to 8 hours. We still got a while to go, and I will definitely get into some monologue. We're meandering our way towards that, my choice is whether I'm going to hit some of the current events first or the some of the psychic stuff I've seen in the past. So which do you guys want me to start with? Some of the psychic
The
stuff.
psychic talents. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go for that.
Okay.
Good call.
All right. Thank you. I'll do that when I get back. I'll be back in a few minutes, and everybody stay here. These guys have got this. Shout out to Magic Mark, Mark H. Shout out to Cultivated Image, and I'll be right back. These guys have got this, and when I return, we'll head in with the psychic stuff. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Do you know anything about Terry Richardson being involved or affiliated with Boyd Rice or Diabolus Rex or any of those people?
I would not at all be surprised if Boyd Rice would have had some contact with him along the way, because he's got a lot of ties. He's surprisingly like connected behind the scenes to a lot of musicians, and he was in the room when Depeche Mode got their contract signed. He connected Marilyn Manson with Anton LaVey. He's been in contact.
Well, you don't need to look up that just to see a connection. There's a full-on photo of Marilyn Manson next to Anton LaVey doing the Baphomet hand gesture.
Oh yeah, he wrote about his relationship with LaVey in his book.
And was that before he became real big, like real famous?
Well, that
was when he was young. Yeah,
slightly before he became real famous. I mean, he was famous to people like my age. He was famous when that book came out, you know. But I guess in the bigger picture of his career, he talks about it like a book I wrote before I was really famous. I think he's referred to it kind of that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, he talks about going out and meeting with LaVey, and it's all fairly benign. I mean, as far as what he writes about it, LaVey took an interest in a woman that Manson was dating at the time, and a famous porn star, I believe, who got in trouble for, unless I'm mistaking or conflating, I think she is the porn star who got in some trouble for misrepresenting her age at some point. So they had a get together, and there's like a picture of him sitting with Carla, which I guess that's one of his visits to the Black House. He brought Twiggy out there, Twiggy Ramirez, the bass player, and they hung out. Yeah, I wish someone had a recording device on those meetings, you know. Those must have been very interesting conversations and cocaine fueled, you know, and fascinating. Boyd Rice, you know, is a great big cokehead as far as I can tell. It's some of his interviews, he has a vial out and he's just liberally, you know, snuffing off of his hand.
Yeah, the stuffing up is nice.
Yeah, and talking about the wall of sound. I think there's the interviews some called like a Return to Mono or something like that, and it's all about music. I mean, a lot of what he's about is surprisingly, it's not extreme politics or occult as much as he's very into art and photography and things like that. But yeah, I mean, I know that he has something established now, and I wish I knew what this was. I was kind of separated from this book just as I was getting close to the end, but I read that The Last Testament of Anton LaVey by Boyd Rice, and towards the end of that book, you can find out exactly where Boyd Rice is at with his spiritual journey and as far as his organization, which I wish I had I didn't finish the book, damn it, but I will. And I wonder I wonder what the relationship now is between Boyd Rice and his organization and the Temple of Set, whatever's left of them.
Yeah, you'll find out a lot of the people into the music industry, they all study Aleister Crowley's teachings from his books. Like it goes back from 70s musicians like Led Zeppelin and all that, and Beatles and shit. And
some of his writing, didn't it kind of use celebrity as a metaphor? For like in his, I mean, in the equation of the rituals and the framework of the rituals and the metaphor of some of his rituals, he used like the idea of celebrity, the star, you know, and is that familiar?
Celebrities used to brainwash, psychologically manipulate the viewer, listener, what visually and audibly. Because in his teachings, in the books, he says that says something about learning reverse speech and subliminal messages, and this reverse speaking is something John Lennon was heavily into after reading about all that. And he'd boast about it in an interview where he could fully do reverse speech in a whole sentence.
Yeah, Manson just openly brags about incorporating things of that nature into all of his music, you know, for fun. That's part of the appeal.
Yeah, he had 2 albums. He did 2 albums. I don't know if they were
Manson
produced through Charles Manson. I don't know if they were produced
Marilyn Manson
through a record label. Well, you said Charles Manson.
No. Okay, sometimes I say Manson when I'm talking about Marilyn Manson. But I should disambiguate Charles Manson and Marilyn Manson.
But they're both into music. Charles Manson personally was friends with the Beach Boys and the Beatles and all those groups.
Boyd Rice would go spend time with him when he was incarcerated at the place out here in the Bay Area, which I can't remember the name of it right now, but he would go and spend whole days out there. I can only imagine. I imagine just being out there and taking LSD, and I wish this is something I thought about going and meeting Charles Manson while he was alive, and I didn't do it, and I regret it. But I definitely could have dropped acid and gone and spent trips with Charlie, and it really would have been something.
I haven't been able to pinpoint what the actual situation is with what he's really about, because some people theorize that he allowed himself to get like he was just an agent being used for psychological warfare, playing a role, and he allowed himself to go into prison willingly just so he could play a role in the mainstream media.
He was not fit to stand trial, and he didn't have any proper legal representation, and if he did, he would have served out of 12 to 15 for accessory after the fact. He didn't mastermind anything.
I don't know if he was involved with any cult groups or if he had his family ties with the military.
Well, I mean, everybody had ties with the military, so he had ties through the different biker gangs, and he had ties with people all involved with the drug scene, and this is happening right around the time of the prohibition of LSD. So this is like a moment in history and an area of the world, right, where there's this overlap, this convergence of hardcore criminal underground elements with the flowery, beautiful people, celebrity types, right? And it was in that atmosphere that the drug deals went wrong, and there were various disagreements that actually led to the murders.
Sharon Tate.
Yeah.
So by the way,
they try to pin him as responsible of orchestrating her death.
That's
and
all psyops.
Yeah, most people, a lot of people, are just saying, non-normies think, oh, he was used as a scapegoat to put the blame on, like she was a satanic ritual murder, and then they just pin it on him.
Well, he
takes the blame.
He was the poster boy for prohibiting LSD.
Yeah. Was he friends with Timothy Leary?
Well,
the
Timothy.
Successor of
but by the way, can you hear me? Can you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. It's like, oh, hi, yes.
There are all these
because Timothy Leary promoted a lot of that.
Certainly he went to jail with Timothy Leary. Timothy Leary and him were across each other in different cells, right?
I didn't know that.
The timeline is such that it was all a mass promotion of banning LSD. They had Timothy Leary being convicted of something. They had Nixon on the convicting Manson of these murders before a trial had transpired. And they had, all this impetus, right, to get the drug war going.
Yeah. Well, definitely. Timothy Leary wrote in some publication of his. Back in those days, they were publishing weird little shit like pamphlets when it came to the drug scene. This was like pamphlets people would pass off in the streets and shit. But I'm sure it's been republished now in between some kind of more formal binding. But Timothy Leary always claimed that he was stuck in a cell right across from Charles Manson so that they could talk to each other. As Sid says, obviously this was part of a general clampdown. For what it's worth, several people that I knew, one of them was a former Marine Corps colonel turned basically drug abusive wannabe New Age guru, son of a bitch, named Harry Hanneberger. Always took the get off Charlie's back angle, which is pretty much what Peter Moon takes. So strangely enough, both this Harry Hanneberger guy and Peter Moon take the angle that Sid is articulating.
Charlie, surf.
I'm sorry, what?
Charlie, don't surf.
Yeah. By the way, obviously that's a line from Apocalypse Now. Did that actually have some roots in the Manson movement or something?
Yeah, actually, there was a group that put out the T-shirts. There were Charles Manson T-shirts that were pretty popular in the underground. Like Axl Rose had one of them on in one of the videos back then, and the group was like very right wing, and they were very anti-abortion, and somehow they got into producing these Charles Manson T-shirts, and one of them said "Charlie, don't surf," and it's a reference to, the thieving of one of his songs by the Beach Boys. He wrote "Cease to
they
exist."
scammed him of some of his music and
right,
shit.
and "Cease to exist" became "Cease to resist your love," right?
Interesting. That's what. So I worked with a private detective, as I've mentioned before in the past, named Gino Neely. His full name was Gino Teneri Neely. He was half Italian, half Liberian. And he also was very sympathetic to Charles Manson. And one of the things he always told me was, they stole his music. And I was never.
Brilliant. He's a poet. He's a brilliant guy. And if he had fucking had legal representation, he would have done some time and, God willing, got some fucking therapy, and he would have had a record deal.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've got 2 of his albums.
Yeah, he hadn't committed any crimes that deserved life in prison at all, let alone the fucking death penalty that he narrowly avoided. God bless his soul.
No, I mean, he was on death row, but they never executed him.
Well, no, they changed the laws.
Yeah.
I remember him.
He
would promote. Yeah, he'd promote the idea of try to live free away from the system. You know, off grid. You know, just you being self-reliant and not relying on modern society because it's all corrupt and controlled. He was promoting that to people, and I just suspect that maybe that's why they were trying to target him, being you know, this enemy, because he was a threat to the, you know, modern society that's fully controlled by the criminals.
Cases of people who are like targeted for being environmentalists, but Charlie's situation goes way, way deeper.
What definitely, as I've said before, Charles Manson was definitely looked on as a really big deal during his time. A lot of science fiction, short stories, and novels, as I said, published during those days. The 60s and the 70s. We're talking maybe a decade or two after the Tate LaBianca murders. They portrayed Manson as this kind of figure who was being cited as a kind of shamanistic guru, inspirational figure far into the future. It just goes to show you just how different our world was back then, that they would... I'm sorry?
My mom told me about Charles Manson when I was very young, and the way she talked about it was that here was a member of our scene being used to criminalize and demonize everything good that we stood for, you know, as 60s kids. And here was a guy who was being used to undermine all the good work done by all the, you know, conscientious people of the 60s, and you know, particularly who were psychedelically motivated, you know. And so that's how it was presented to myself.
Okay.
What I find most interesting about Charles Manson was in his prison interviews, he just openly, multiple times, he's spoken about how there's going to be a one world government, new world order established, and the you-know-whats, the people are not allowed to be criticized, are involved in it. He spoke a lot about them, and he's spoken how he's reached the level of, what would you call it, a God consciousness, because he says, even though I'm trapped in this prison, I'm everywhere. You can't really trap me because I've ascended.
He had perfected the art of hypnosis, so people like to have him around so he could hypnotize people to feel that they were high on heroin.
All right.
So, you know,
and they kept trying to pin him being a fucking neo-Nazi because he had the swastika. But that was for spiritual reasons, symbolically. And he had it directly aligned with his pineal gland, which people interpret as the seat of your spirit, or whatever.
Which produces dimethyltryptamine alongside melatonin.
Correct me if I'm wrong on this. I mean, I never really looked at him very deeply, but did he carve that swastika in the right direction? Because he did it in a mirror, didn't he? So he would have to do it backwards to get it in the right direction.
I don't know if he did it himself or he got someone tattoo it or whatever. I didn't know it was carved. It looked like a little tattoo to me. But
okay. Was it a tattoo? Okay.
Tattooed.
It looked tattooed. Okay. But in the Hindu, isn't it in reverse or?
Yeah. There is what's called the savastika, which is the Hindu religion, and the Chinese and Japanese have both directions. So people will often say, these are the ignoramuses. The person who can go into this very deeply is, of course, Brendan, because of his interest in the Vedic literature and culture. But, you know, the ignoramuses, stupid people will say, the Asian Indians have it in the opposite direction. That's why it's good. It's savastika. They don't even know the fucking name.
But either direction, it doesn't...
Either direction has a... No, it's simply a different... how would I say it? it's a different, it draws in a different force, but it's not necessarily positive or negative. It simply depends on what you're what you're aiming at, so to speak. A good example is, for instance, the pentagram. When you take a look at the pentagram sigil, obviously you can see it with that one point towards the heavens, and that's how people are less threatened by that. When you see it inverted, generally, of course, the church would intend, they would interpret that as demonic. It would be the sigil of Baphomet. Which it is. But a Wiccan would tell you that there's nothing evil about that. It's simply drawing earth power. So what a Wiccan would tell you is that the sigil of the pentagram with its point earthward or down would be drawing earth power, whereas the other is simply pointing towards the air or sky element. So they don't see that as a positive or negative in either way, just a different kind of power draw, depending on what your intent is with casting a spell or something. When it comes to the swastika, it's in a sense it's like that, but the truth be told, the Nazi swastika is pointed, as far as I'm concerned, in the right direction, because that is the direction that is the repulsive force against the anti-gods.
It's going right on his forehead, but then there's other images of it going left. So that's
that's what always confused me. See, I thought that my impression was
it started off as an X. They all drew an X on their foreheads, and then later on it became a swastika. So it was probably drawn on at times.
Yeah, typically when you draw it, you start off with an X, then put in the other lines on the outside.
Right. So there we have that. My impression was
that's confusing. Like,
that's bizarre.
Trying to carve swastikas on yourself in the mirror when you're on LSD.
Yeah. What did they have doppelgangers of him or what?
Yeah, no, it's that adds a whole new dimension to this, because I was always under the impression he had carved it in a prison mirror. Had carved it wrong, quote unquote. You get what I'm saying. He carved it in the wrong direction, as opposed to the Nazi direction. And then there again, there's the tattoo thing, which might have been done later to kind of overcome his mistake. Is that a potential theory to explain this, or Sid is or Sid?
Ultimately, he just understood the swastika well enough for that to have been incorporated. I mean, that's basically the timeline, is they started off as an X, and all the girls drew with an X on their forehead.
That's right. The girls drew X's on their foreheads. That's quite true.
Right.
That's quite true.
They started with that, and they would do demonstrations outside the courthouse. They would kind of drag themselves around town on their hands and knees and do these very big demonstrations for Charlie.
Yeah, I see images of people, fanatics of Charles Manson. They got an X on their forehead, and some have Helter Skelter written on their forehead next to it.
Right.
Helter Skelter is one of them who involved with the murders wrote Helter Skelter in blood.
That's an old ancient saying, isn't it? What I heard, it's nothing new. But I forgot what it was supposed to mean, Helter Skelter, its original meaning.
It means like scattered about, like this and that, like yin and yang, kind of like, but scattered. Helter Skelter, like mixed and messed about. Helter Skelter.
Well, as I said...
What do you know of that dog?
Yeah, not much. So Helter Skelter doesn't sound too ancient to me.
Just from what I heard from someone talking about it, he said it's pretty old saying, like, because people were saying like Charles Manson came up with that, but that saying existed long before him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, maybe I don't know. I've never looked into it. The one thing that I can say is, for whatever reason, the majority of people that I've encountered, whether it was the detective I worked with, Gene O'Neilly, or whether it was that Marine Corps colonel turned into a fucked up New Age guru, or Harry Hannaberger, or whether it was Peter Moon. They all have a very sympathetic perspective on Charles Manson, that he was basically fucked over as this a character who's essentially, his story was exploited by a cop, and the cop just created this entire myth about him being the most,
Bugliosi.
Yeah, and the cop basically created the Manson myth, basically.
Yeah, the one woman was given total immunity for testifying to the reality of this helter-skelter fantasy of Bugliosi's.
Okay. And so what you're trying to say is this one woman was given total immunity for basically validating the fantasy per her testimony. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So, all this may be, I think the Marine Corps colonel probably made a valid observation by saying that Manson was being consistently, chronically crucified, and that his biggest crucifier was Geraldo Rivera. That basically Geraldo Rivera would just basically chronically and consistently exploit Charles Manson, go in and crucify him. Also, what other thing comes to mind now?
In the interview, he'd be like, "You're the devil. You're the devil."
Yes,
like just saying retarded shit like that.
Yeah, that's right. And what comes to my mind now was that another person who knew Boyd Rice was this individual named Vail. So Vail, of course, you can look up on Wikipedia, and if somebody actually has a Wikipedia page, you know that they're somebody who's pretty conventional. Yeah, I of course am suppressed from a Wikipedia page. They definitely want to suppress my ass, and of course Aquino requested to be completely suppressed, and thank God we took the screenshots of that shit, because you couldn't count on that stuff being left up on the Wikipedia at all. But there used to be a Wikipedia back backwater section you'd have to look for. In fact, most people looking for it would never find it, where Aquino was acknowledged as having requested that he be completely scrubbed from Wikipedia. And then they bring up the fact that they have to do what he says because he pretty much controls Wikipedia. So Peter Moon at least took some screenshots of that shit so that we could ultimately put that in the book. But it's incredible how scrubbed the internet is. But when it came to this individual, Vail, and he was basically a Japanese guy who was born in an American concentration camp. When the Americans had rounded up the Japanese and put them in internment camps, Vail was born in one of them. So his idea of protest later in life was to become basically a kind of para-Nazi, pseudo-Nazi, involved with the neo-Nazi movement via Boyd Rice. So Boyd Rice and he were good friends. So one thing I can tell you is that Boyd Rice would often deal with blacks as well. Boyd Rice was no racist. I can testify to that. Or at least certainly wasn't at the time that I knew him. But with Vail, who had a Japanese name I don't even remember in terms of his last name. It's on Wikipedia. But anyhow, Vail, of course, was the guy who published Research magazine. And his partner was a Jewish woman named Andrea Juno. Not sex partner or intimate, but his business partner. Which adds to the whole complexity of the scene because she also knew Boyd Rice. But she tolerated Boyd Rice as basically an artist. So she saw Boyd Rice's actions and activities through the filter of art. So she basically, you had this Jewish American princess who was kind of like at the cutting edge of American, San Francisco subculture, but also basically American culture, because they were covering everything from New York City to Los Angeles and back to San Francisco again. But when it came to Boyd Rice, Andrea Juno, Vale, Vale, for whatever reason, which I don't really understand, but he had a fascination with Charles Manson. And so he wrote to Charles Manson and then was granted an interview. So Charles Manson apparently had this privilege in prison where he could grant interviews, and then the prison would kind of arrange it. So it wasn't like Charles Manson was without some level of privilege in the prison system, for what that's worth. And obviously, you know, so Sid, any observations there? Or, you know, before I get back to the story.
Oh, it was a human rights disaster. He was abused in prison horribly.
Well, he was attacked. Somebody tried to burn him alive. Yeah.
All that. Plus, ultimately, a new warden moved in and deprived him of any ability to express himself musically. I mean, wow. You know, they or access to a guitar, rather. You know, okay. I mean, I should say. Yeah. But yeah, he was treated like shit for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
Other than he showed up after the fact in a desperate effort to throw law enforcement off the trail because he knew that his groupies were going to throw him under the bus over this fucking murder that they had committed. Mm-hmm. They were going to offer him back up as, you know, here's our star, you know, to make up for the death of your star.
So, okay.
So tried to, and he effectively did throw law enforcement off his trail, and one of them dumbass bitches went and fucking rattled her mouth off about some petty crime, and that's how it all came down.
Okay. Look, I don't know enough about this to argue with that. All I can say is that with little I know, I'm relating. It was basically So Vale wrote to Charles Manson, and Charles Manson responded by saying, you know, I get a lot of letters, but yours really stood out. And then when Vale interviewed him, Charles Manson shared with him his experience with training a cockroach. That basically there was a cockroach in prison that he basically would basically used his hands to build walls, or, you know, put blocks or walls in front of the cockroach, so to speak, so that ultimately he trained the cockroach to move only within a certain area on the table because of his hand motions. I mean, this is the kind of boredom one has in prison. This is what you're left with, you know.
Someone told me recently about a thing with captive bears. There were bears who had only existed in these very small confined containers, who were, when released into the wild, you know, some of them would roam like normal, and some would actually remain in that
confined.
Small.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
No, it's horrible. I know. It's that was the story of one prisoner who had just shuffled in around his cell all his life, and when they released him, he asked to be let back into his cell. This is, you know, this happens with people and animals in captivity. So aside from that, not too much that comes to my mind about Charles Manson right now. Just other than that, I'm pretty neutral on the topic. There is some suspicion here. So tell you what, Nemo, before you go smoking, let us know when you're back, and then I'll start in on my narrative. Yeah. I'll start in on my narrative as soon as you return. Then, okay. Yeah. All right then. So. With that, what we're going to do is let's get the numbers back up and let everybody know I've returned. We'll transfer or segue out of the subject of Charles Manson. I've got nothing against him. I mean, he didn't murder any relatives of mine. Another thing comes to my mind. Prison Times. There was a magazine out for a while called Prison Times. And I remember one of their issues had Charlie on the cover, and it said, "Get off, Charlie's back." So yeah, apparently there's a lot of sympathy out there for Charlie. I mean, some could call that sympathy for the devil, but Charlie's situation was unique, to say the least. He definitely, obviously didn't seem to be directly involved with the murders, but as it was, he wound up paying the price, and he then you had the Manson girls are much more fascinating to me in their own right. I knew this one girl who was a stripper who said at one point she had the X on her forehead, and I really didn't get what she meant by that until we just started talking about that now. I realize, however, of course, which now that I know what she was talking about, she would put the X on her forehead just to scare people while she was basically borderline homeless, and they would think she was a Manson girl and shit, and it was just her way of scaring the tourists, so to speak. I mean, that's just a way to metaphor what she was doing, kind of like a punk statement. I think what she was doing was more of a statement than than her being any actual member of the Manson family. Because I think she was too young for that. But that's, there's people out there who had an awareness of it. And so, yeah, Manson definitely was big in his day. Now, what's intriguing is that our man Sid has such a knowledge of these things that were kind of before his time. Sid, you're awfully young to all the guys that I was talking about who had these sympathies for Charles Manson were like, alive at the time that he was doing his thing. Were you even born yet when this went down, or you just kind of researched this? No,
I was aware of this scene as a youngster.
Okay. Like, how old were you when the Tate LaBianca murders took place?
Oh, no, that had happened. That was long before I was born.
See, there you go. That's pretty incredible. So how did you develop such an intense interest in this?
Just by my exposure to good music and weird subculture, and the Anton LaVey documentaries, and I grew up with the that kind of stuff, and Boyd Rice on the talk shows. I was aware of all that. I saw the talk shows. That whole era I was around.
What was Boyd Rice like on the talk shows?
Well, he was always just fucking with people. I mean, I think that was his general trip, is you're not supposed to know what his politics are, because he doesn't actually have any. His politics are, being Boyd Rice. I hear what you're saying. He probably liked to keep people guessing, but he definitely had politics. I'll say that. He definitely had politics. I did know the guy somewhat. Now, granted, it was more of an acquaintance than a friendship, but it was, how would I say it? I'd still say that I knew him, I don't know, fairly well, I guess, as much as anyone could in a casual sense. But he definitely had politics. Just so people understand, Boyd Rice was definitely a neo-Nazi, definitely a Satanist. He definitely like, for instance, when he was talking to me privately, he was telling me about some woman that had come up to him, one of these liberal, progressive, wide-eyed idealists, and of course she was bemoaning the horror of AIDS on the gay community in San Francisco, and just
across the world and saying, "Isn't AIDS a terrible disease?" And he told me, of course, I felt like telling her, "No, I think AIDS is a wonderful disease." And so when he was talking to me privately, he was pretty honest about that. I mean, it wasn't like he was just saying that to be funny. He was trying to be. He was, of course, saying that because it was hideously funny, but at the same time, it's not like he had any sympathy for the gay community. He had his politics. Definitely. So that being said, what we'll do is we'll segue, of course, towards the monologue part of the program, and then kind of work our way into, of course, more current events monologue. We should be able to cover ourselves for the rest of the fucking night, what time we have left in that regard. I'm happy, of course, that new people have joined us in the chat, like Harry Powell. You're welcome to share with us your story, Harry. I've been known for bringing strangers aboard, cultivated image as well, of course. All you need to do is give me a Skype request, and I could drag anybody on. I've certainly been known to do so throughout the history of this transmission. So that being said, let's take a look. Was there another link that you just put in there?
Douglas, this is awesome. Boyd Rice did a song with Her Suit Pursuit. They're an overtly homosexual group, and he totally celebrates gay culture.
Gay culture or bay culture? What are you saying? Gay culture or bay culture?
Gay culture and the homosexual, homoerotic aesthetic.
Oh God! Wow.
He totally embraces it. And that is a Boyd Rice with Her Suit Pursuit doing a cover of the David Bowie song "Boys Keep Swinging." It has Boyd in saunas, basically, in San Francisco. Has images of San Francisco, and there's Boyd hanging out shirtless in a sauna.
It's almost, how would I say it? It's almost, for some strange reason, almost disappointing. It's almost like it leaves me wondering: is this a sellout? Like, as he's gotten older, does he feel he just needs?
He feels that in the gay male community, there's more of an appreciation for traditional masculine qualities than in mainstream straight culture. That mainstream straight culture has lost touch with any kind of traditional sense of masculine and feminine, and that he enjoys the gay culture in that they embrace, or he enjoys their way of embracing or embodying,
This is what happens when you over intellectualize. This is wow.
Goodness, I would love to put on a fucking costume and go perform with Her Suit Pursuit, David Bowie covers, and do cocaine and shit. He's having fun out there, man.
No, I mean, that's cool. It's just alien to me. It's like you know somebody and they change. When it came to Vale, I saw him go through these changes, and to me it was a big disappointment because Vale just became like a Family Guy, and that was,
That's some pussy shit.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying at the time, and it was just like somebody I knew, had respect for, and kind of admired as this wild guy, and then he turns into this Family Guy trying to sever himself from his past. I was disappointed. It's just when you see people change, it can be shocking. It's just disconcerting to me. It's disconcerting.
Boyd has a family now. He has a son who makes art books of his own. Okay. His name.
Okay. So maybe that changed him. That changed him. So is he still married?
That I'm not sure, but he was married. Get this, at at the taco, the pirate-themed taco place made famous by South Park. It's in Colorado. What the hell is the name? Anybody know what I'm talking about?
Of course not. But South Park,
Casa Bonita. Yeah, they're married at the Casa Bonita, and the son is an interesting character, and he makes some art.
I'm sure he would be. Yeah.
Yeah, and Boyd writes about how it's been to parent him. That stuff is online.
Okay. I mean, all this is like, it's new to me. It's just new to me. And, I guess it's cool. So, all right. So there's hope for anybody.
I would think that he'd be very lucky to have a Boyd Rice for a dad. You could do way worse in this culture.
Like I said, I've never had anything against Boyd Rice, but having Boyd Rice as a dad, I don't know. That would be that.
From the images I saw of him, I just didn't get a good read off him. Like there's old images of him being extremely edgy, and it's like he's in his 30s. He's wearing a shirt saying rape while wearing a swastika necklace. And what message is he trying to convey there?
Nemo, you have to see the documentary Iconoclast.
Well, I mean,
it goes into all this in depth, in a way that it's just fun.
Okay, so we'll bear that in mind. In the meantime, so I'll meander on now towards the monologue. I'll start with some elements of psychic culture. I do want people to understand that this is not going to be as lurid as what I spoke of last time. What I spoke of last time, of course, was something that erupted from my experience. It was so shocking to Peter Moon that he basically is kind of shutting down from even considering it for publication. He just feels that, there's only so much people can take. As I said, of course, I think he severely understates the appetite of the common reader for the grotesque and the and that is where he doesn't really have his finger on the pulse. So that being said, what I'm going to go into is a bit more sedate than that, but just as important, and that's the nature of the beast. Sometimes, when I put myself out like that and have these traumatic memories that I am forced to relive trying to relate an experience, I'll try to do something a bit more sedate to balance it out with. But the one thing that I will do is basically extend ourselves from where we started tonight, talking about Shinto, and kind of return back to the subject of Japan, and that will take us into again, the psychic ability that I'm going to try to describe. Whenever I try to describe these phenomenon, the phenomena require a context. And sometimes the context is best explained by articulating how a different culture deals with phenomena. Now, one of the things that I had to do when I basically meandered into the subject of thanatophagy, or endocannibalism, the disambiguation would be that endocannibalism is anthropological in nature. In other words, an actual cultural tradition in which people are eating their dead relatives in a form of respect to their ancestors and a form of kind of pushing the reincarnation process. And as I explained, we are created in the image of God, and God has always been perceived as Trinitarian in nature. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, or in the Kabbalistic sense, Chokmah and Binah, the male and the female aspects, along with the third aspect of God beyond all that, beyond everything. Then you have, of course, man created in that image is also triune in nature, or Trinitarian in their soul. that we have an element that moves on to ascend or descend, depending on your vibrational level, what you're vibrating with or in tune with, not only at the moment of death, but throughout your life. There's a kind of balance between those two factors. What you've been like throughout your life, and what you've developed into by the time of your death, and the space that you're in at the time of death. All of this impacts whether you go to a denser level of vibration, or the lower levels, or ascend to a lighter level of vibration. Then there's that element of you that reincarnates. And this is the human racial memory. This is how humanity survives and evolves. Then there's that element that just stays there with the body. And this is what brings us back to the question that this one woman was asking. Let's go to her question again. And then I'll respond to that first before going into this other element of psychic phenomena. So, going to my channel right now and going over to the live streams and seeing what this wonderful woman wrote. Her name again, she writes herself as Peg Henry, 1183. And again, she was asking about cremation. So I will answer her in this manner. And I'll count on our man, Sid and Nemo, both these gentlemen, to bring forth links. What I would tell Peg Henry is kind of what Peter Moon said. Peter Moon already articulated it. I really don't know your situation, but I would imagine if you were quote-unquote a normal person, you really would never have to worry about a thanatophage violating your personal space after death. So what is it that you feel they would have to gain by essentially violating you? Of course, you never know, but someone like Shakespeare, who was a mega celebrity of his day, knew that his bones would be trafficked. So his headstone specifically laid a curse upon anyone who moved or touched his bones. Cursed be he who moves my bones. So he certainly gave that forewarning in order to try and discourage grave robbing. When it comes to another way to approach this, unless you scatter the ashes, if you have yourself cremated, unless you have the ashes scattered, if anyone finds that urn of your ashes, well, if they were a thanatophage, you would think that all they would have to do is just mix it with a heavy enough wine and or a vodka to hide the taste, drink you down, and still be able to ascertain the secrets you were trying to hide with no capacity for your resistance. So probably the healthiest option, and here's where the links will be put forth by Sid and Nemo. The healthiest option would be a kind of cadaver composting. And this was something that Brooke Gibson independently thought of, and which I informed her of was actually a thing. So, yes?
Great. I love this. I love the idea of this. I've wanted a natural burial. I think it's a great way to go.
Okay, there we are. So I'm not recommending this for everyone, but I'm simply saying that that's an option for disintegrating your body a lot faster. So that would be basically almost, depending on how you go about it, they essentially bury you in a compost sack and with a bunch of ingredients to make you attractive to the worms and the maggots, and your body gets recycled for the nearest tree, and you feed the local plant life a lot more efficiently than you would with a conventional burial, which is obviously not nature friendly. So that might be an option you might consider if you want to avoid any potential violation by thanatophage, as far-fetched as that violation would be under normal circumstances. So that hopefully Peg Henry will catch that response. And with that, we segue into going back to Japan, where I was speaking about Shinto earlier. Understand that the Empire of Japan, when it comes to the supernatural, is following two diametrically opposed paths. One pushes forward towards a gleaming future of robots, computers, and post-human culture, and the other reaches into a distant past of tradition, respect, and legend. And the two paths of the supernatural mirror that opposition. One of them I've already articulated to a degree, Shinto. Well, the other would be psychic powers. So, just as I've said, Japanese culture has accommodated a very quiet cloning revolution, the creation of an artificial form of life known as the biofacsimilacre. Psychic powers are also undergoing a revolution in Japan, have been for quite some time. And this is because the human mind itself is evolving at an accelerated rate. In the past 100 years, mankind has gone from flying a few hundred feet in a glorified bicycle to launching probes beyond our solar system. These feats were not accomplished through magic at all, but through will. Man decided they would fly, to use a gender-neutral pronoun, and they flew. A challenge to reach the moon was made and met. The spirit of man pushes back the boundaries of reality itself, reshaping it as we please. That is the essence of the psychic. Psychics manipulate the mind, body, and physical world through the power of their will. This is what the Nazis called the triumph of the will, reshaping the world in their image. Psychics, whatever their politics, can read the human heart, explore the physical world, and even influence the forces of nature, all simply because they wish it. A psychic is born, not made, but some uncover their potential late in life after pursuing other ventures. The mind is slippery and reveals itself only reluctantly. The psychic's gift is to catch the spirit of man and expose their secrets. The psychic mind is, ergo, open to influences most people never encounter. They are open to the voices of spirits, allowing them access, period, to a world hitherto unknown by anyone outside the Shinto priesthood. Kami often seek out a psychic when priests are unavailable. Psychics can make entreaties to kami as well, though they are usually closer to business deals than religious ceremonies. And that would be what I would consider the Japanese perspective on psychism. This is something, of course, very different from the cultural perspective that I've articulated that was taken by the Soviets and the Americans, because these were members of the Cursed Allies, and therefore their entire perversion of reality will be damned from the beginning towards, overwhelmingly pure raw evil. So, with that bearing in mind, back to the Japanese cultural perspective, to introduce what ultimately I saw or witnessed in terms of the American exploitation of a particular psychic talent. Another one that comes to mind via my experiences was that of what they call a seer. S-E-E-R, seer, S-E-E-R. Someone who is a prescient, a precognitive, someone who can see the future. And essentially, when it comes to My biological sire, Adolf Hitler, this is what he was. We've spoken of what kind of psychic talent was possessed Michael Aquino. My biological sire, Adolf Hitler, was precognitive. But to try and put a cultural context to what my father ultimately was, vis-a-vis first the root of the cultural perspective of Japan, and then vis-a-vis my experience in America, let's talk about the red string of fate. It's a beautiful Japanese legend, or perceived as a legend, by the American cultural spectrum, or filter. But since time immemorial, humans have wondered about the meaning of life itself. In all corners of the world, the search for the ultimate answer has given rise to a variety of philosophical teachings and enchanting legends. And it's here that I present you with the concept of the red strings, hailing from Japan. This legend explains life's mysteries, in a way that is both believable and incredibly romantic. If fate really exists, let's hope that it works in exactly the way that I will describe it here and now. Now close your eyes and imagine your body grow transparent. If you're old enough, you might remember those plastic models they used to sell, the Invisible Man and the Invisible Woman. As a matter of fact, one lady I knew who was a Caucasian went to Japan. She had been on an acid trip and looked in a mirror, and that's what she saw, was all of her skin turned transparent and all of her veins pulsing and her heart beating. She saw herself as the transparent woman on LSD. And let's say you have that experience right now. Can you picture the endlessly complex network of blood vessels connecting all parts of your body? We owe our existence to these life-giving rivers. Now take note of one rather special channel within this system. The one that connects the heart with your pinky finger, formed by the ulnar artery, that's spelled ULNAR. This channel makes your least notable finger a true representative of your heart. For this reason, in many cultures, when Twa people make a truce or swear a vow, they do it by crossing their pinkies. Now, according to the Japanese cosmology, this thread emanating from the heart doesn't end at the tip of the finger. It continues in the form of an invisible red string, which flows out of your pinky and goes on to intertwine with the red strings of other people, connecting your heart with theirs. Twa people who are connected in this way are bound together by fate itself. Sooner or later, they are destined to meet. That is something that, of course, is what our dear friend Brendan was referencing as kokoro. They're destined to meet no matter how far apart they live or how much their life circumstances differ. And when it happens, that encounter is certain to profoundly affect both of them. The strings can sometimes stretch and become entangled, which could postpone the fateful meeting. But those ties will never be broken. Now, such a perspective on life and relationships has given birth to holistic philosophy, which states that our vital essence isn't confined to the borders of our physical body. Holists declare that we are one with the universe and see the notion of the red string as one of the ways towards understanding this unity. Now, have you ever found yourself thinking, this person has entered my life for a reason? Well, quite possibly you're right. And it might be the case that fate has already guided you to the point where you can bring change into the lives of others. This philosophy argues that, although we might not realize it, our lives move in a preordained direction, guided by invisible strings that are woven into the fabric of the universe itself. And all the while, the red thread connecting us to our distant soulmates is getting shorter. As the Japanese would say, our world has its share of obstacles, but nothing in it happens by accident. So, back to this concept of kokoro. I will relay the concept of kokoro as defined by Shohaku Okumura, a Soto Zen priest. Basically, when it comes to the... how would I say this? Kokoro, as my mother described it to me. When the only contact we had with Japanese culture was through whatever remnants there were in Nihonmachi, Japantown. I remember that my mother, maybe when I was about 8 years old. Actually, I'm hoping you would put in more links concerning composting of the body. Sid, is what I asked you to look for.
As opposed to
yeah, as opposed to what I'm talking to right now. You can catch up on that later. The composting of the body, because that young lady was asking about it, and so it's important to provide her with something in the chat as I asked. Thank you.
Did you look at the links I sent? I think those.
Did you put those up already? Okay, good. Thank you.
I put coffins next to them just to make sure they stand out in that way.
Good. Thank you. By the way, if you could go on mute, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. So, now, of course, when I was speaking to my mother when I was young, I think it was when we were first talking about the Japanese word kokoro. I pointed to my heart, which is where people usually point when they want to show where kokoro is. But my mother pointed to her head and said, kokoro is here. So, understand that the Japanese word kokoro, when translated into the English, is actually the word mind. So, kokoro is a common Japanese word that carries meanings conveyed by the English words mind and heart. It is used as an equivalent of the Chinese word jin. That, of course, Peter Moon was tripping off, and covers almost the same range of meanings. The Japanese use Chinese characters to write Japanese, and have also studied Chinese literature as an essential part of both secular and Buddhist education for more than 1,500 years, which has led to a convergence of meaning between Chinese and Japanese for many classical words. The Chinese ideogram for jin, what Peter Moon pronounces as shin, depicts the shape of the heart, the actual organ in the human body. Since ancient Chinese people thought the heart was where psychological function took place, the character conveyed a range of meanings including the heart organ, heart generally, mind, feeling, intention, center, and core. Now, if you take a look at the entry for kokoro in a dictionary of classic Japanese words, it communicates similar notions. In the Japanese American dictionary I'm looking at right now, it says, originally, kokoro referred to the beat of the heart, which was considered to be the essential organ of life and the source of all activities. By extension, kokoro refers to all human activities affecting the outside world through intention, emotion, and intellect. Kokoro then has three basic meanings: the heart and its functions, mind and its functions, and center, or essence. The Chinese jin has an important spiritual and philosophical history, since it was used in Chinese translations of Buddhist scriptures for such Sanskrit terms as chitta, manas, or manyas, and vijnana, or vinana. In the Sarvastivadin perspective, in the Sarvastivadin view, these three were considered to be different names for basic mind. In Yogacara, however, Sita refers to the alaya, or storehouse consciousness, while manas refers to the seventh consciousness, and vijnana refers to the function of the first six consciousnesses. These three can all be translated into the catch-all English word mind. Another Sanskrit word, urdaya, means the heart, center, or essence. It is also rendered as jin. So both jin and kokoro carry the physical and spatial meaning of heart, center, or essence, and the psychological meaning of mind. It's very interesting to see that Sanskrit and English have completely different words to point to heart or mind and have no word that combines both meanings. The fact that they are both Indo-European or Aryan languages may account for this shared dichotomy. The Prana Paramita Urdaya Sutra is one of the most popular Mahayana sutras. In the Japanese, it is called the Manka Hanya Haramita Shinyō. The Shin in the title is another rendering of the Chinese character Jin, which of course carries the same dual meaning and roughly similar meaning to kokoro. But the best English translation is Heart Sutra, not Mind Sutra, because the original Sanskrit being rendered into Japanese and Chinese is urdaya, not tita. Urdaya here means that though this is a short sutra, the essence of the large 600-volume Prana Paramita Sutra is fully expressed. There is another interesting and important usage of jin, shin, kokoro, zin/shin/kokoro in Zen literature, as illustrated in the book titled Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind. When Shunryo Suzuki Roshi says, and here I read therefrom, "The mind which is always on your side is not just your mind. It is universal mind, always the same, not different from another's mind. It is Zen mind. It is big, big mind. This mind is whenever you see. This mind is at the same time everything." Although Suzuki Roshi used the English word mind, to myself it is clear that he is elucidating the meaning of jin as it developed from the meaning of urdaya, not sita. Mind, or sita, cannot be both subject and object, whereas jin includes both the subject and all the objects in the entire world. Suzuki Roshi's understanding of this principle camest from Dogen Zenji's treatise entitled Shobogenzo Soku Shinzen Butsu, or Shokoshin Zebutsu, "The mind is itself Buddha," where he says, "The mind that has been correctly transmitted is the one mind, and all dharmas are one mind. The mind is mountains, rivers, and the great earth, the sun, the moon, and stars." I don't think either the Sanskrit sita or the English word mind conveys such a meaning, which presents us with the typical problem in translation. Uchiyama koshi Roshi, often said that the Jin used in Zen is not psychological mind, but it is rather life, which includes both subject and object. In the 1970s, when I tried to explain this to an American friend, he was puzzled by the expression psychological mind and asked, is there such a thing as mind that is not psychological? In Zen? Well, we would say yes. Zen is no mind, and therefore no psyche. Kokoro, Jin, Shin, heart/mind, ultimately refers to the entire network of interdependent origination in which we are born, live, and die, and to which we awaken through our practice. So, this, of course, brings us more directly to the legends, if you will, of the red string of Japan, to inspire you. Because according to this myth, everyone's pinky finger is tied to an invisible red string that will lead him or her to another person with whom they will make history. For the Japanese, who know so much and intuit more, human relations are predestined by a red string that the gods tie to the pinky fingers of those who find each other in life. And legend has it that the Twa people connected by this thread will have an important story, regardless of the time, place, or circumstances. The red string might get tangled, contracted, or stretched, as surely often happens, but it can never break. Now, this legend, so much more aesthetic than that of the twin souls, occurs when it is discovered that the ulnar artery connects the heart with the pinky finger. Again, ulnar spelled U-L-N-A-R, which is the same reason why in many cultures promises are made by Twa people crossing their pinkies. That thin vein running from heart to hand extends through the invisible world to end its course in someone else's heart. But unlike other amorous superstitions, the Japanese concept isn't limited to couples or a single person who one is destined to find. It speaks of a type of arterial ramification that emerges from a finger toward all those with whom we will make history and all those whom we will help in one way or another. For the ontological imagination, the myth of the red string is a way to understand our itinerary of encounters as a predetermined plot where couples' relationships, the intimate brushes against someone, and all the little stories we crisscross with others are neither random triumphs nor accidents, but part of a scarlet tapestry whose threads were given to us when we were born, but which we knit ourselves. One Japanese legend tells of an old man who lives in the moon and comes out every night to search among kin spirits to reunite them on earth. What a lovely vision. Who have something to learn from each other. And when he finds them, he ties a red thread to them so they find their paths. Thus, our red strings end in someone else. Accepting this, or at least considering it, is a secret consolation. It is as if our steps, stubborn as they may sometimes seem, knew the route and geography of our multiple amorous destinations, and therefore there were no slips or poor decisions. There are 12 memorable moments in cinema that pay tribute to the subtle and mysterious aesthetic of this conducive reed string. The first is the film titled Dolls by Takeshi Kitano, and the second titled Sayonara by Joshua Logan. In both, we find out at the end that the couples were united by the red string of destiny, and that everything that occurred before was nothing more than a plot through the root of string that would end up reuniting them. As William Shakespeare said, journeys end in lovers' meeting. And, oh, Nemo, do say goodbye to the listeners, and I take it you'll review the rest of this later then.
Yeah. I'll still listen while, because I gotta join a friend in a game he wants me to join, but I'll still listen.
Okay.
Keep my web browser open. Yeah. Good morning, day and night to everybody. Please support Douglas Dietrich any way you can. Buy his books on Amazon and send funds via PayPal to support him.
I profoundly appreciate that. Thank you so much. And honestly, without men like yourself, of course, all of this would be impossible. So believe me, you're just helping us tonight was important. Look at the conversation that you had with our dear friend, and it helped immensely. Okay.
No problem. Take it easy, everybody. Have a good one.
Thank you. You as well. Okay, all cultures have pondered what it is that governs the individual path of each person, and among them, many have conceived an astronomical thread that predicts their paths. Think of the Moirai of the Greeks, who hold a thread of gold for each person on earth and cut it suddenly when his or her death is due. Or in the thread, also read by the way, of the Kabbalah, which connects the believers to the holy land of Yerushalayim, Jerusalem. It's logical to think that if life is conceived as a great text, from the Latin textus, knitting, connection. The very term suture or sutra comes from the term suture, or to stitch, or rather suture comes from the sutras which were stitched together in their binding. The strings are the main material of men to rasterize their daily lives. To lose the thread is now a universal expression to refer to practical or even existential deviation. Thus, the legend of the red thread tells us that within the labyrinth of encounters and shared stories there is a predesigned and perfect path, a scarlet string which, like that of Ariadne, connects us with our irrevocable destination, placed at the edge of another string that will also lead to us. Now, this is the talent of the seer that is exploited by the United States government, or rather the so-called Department of the Defense, in the name of service to your government. Every living sentient creature carves an ethereal path through the non-existence of polyreality as it leads its life. Essentially, it's a path where the sentient went, not just physically, but also emotionally and intellectually. Perhaps it is best considered a metaphysical trail left by the mind and soul as it grows, changes, and evolves through its existence in whatever space-time universe in which it resides. These lines extend backward from the creature to reveal everywhere it has been and thought and felt in the past, and similarly they extend forward to cover wherever the sentient will have once gone when viewed from a future perspective. Now, seers are the espirs, or extrasensory perceivers, who can see these lines extending from the hearts of people. Now, as I've already articulated, these lines are the trails of the heart and soul, and they have bends, squiggles, kinks, and frays wherever the owner had an experience of some sort. With practice, a seer can learn to interpret these deviations and make a reasonably accurate forecast of the future. Furthermore, when a seer can see multiple lines and examine how they interact, the seer can make predictions about interrelationships or outside events which will impact the people being read. When lives interact, the lifelines cross each other. The tangles and deviations indicate how. When twa lifelines cross, and they both experience nearly the same aberrations, the seer can determine that the twain either get along well, or else they both experience the same outside influence. When twa lifelines cross and one suffers and the other swells with power, the seer can determine that one has caused injury to the other. Perhaps the suffering person was mugged, got fired, or the other was someone the one had been hoping to avoid. Death is perhaps the event most easily read, for the simple reason that only living people have lifelines. When a person dies, the lifeline stops. If the death is traumatic, the line ends abruptly. The line fades to black during lingering hospital-bound cancer deaths and the like. Whatever the cause, if there's no lifeline after a certain point, the seer can be certain that there's no life either. All sentients have lifelines. For human beings, these lines are bright red in color. But this is how psychics can identify vampires. Vampire lines are bright blue in color. When a person like myself is partially a vampire, a dampfire, by dint of birth, well, things get a bit trickier. Basically, the vampire lines merge with my humanity, and the red of the humanity line shifts slowly through purple, and then to blue, as I myself, or others like me, are gradually consumed by the vampire's need to become increasingly hematophagic, or blood-feeding. The lines of less intelligent creatures, sentient but not sapient, like cats and dogs, are much dimmer than those of humans or vampires, and thus they are easily overlooked by most seers. They don't really create that much of a background noise. In theory, a seer could read a person's lifeline, and those of their descendants, all the way to the end of time, or all the way back to time's beginning. Fortunately, in the minds of most seers, ESP, or ESP, or extrasensory perception skills, are not quite that powerful. It wouldn't be much fun to know the future of the planet for all time. Now, there is, or certainly was in my experience, a constant argument among seers about the permutability of the future. Some seers claim to be able to see multiple future timelines for a person, and argue that each split is indicative of a potential future, which will only come to pass if the person being read exercises free choice and causes one or the other to come into existence. Detractors of this theory are those seers who can only see one future timeline. To these seers, the future is immutable, and any attempt to avoid it will somehow cause it to come into existence anyway. In their opinion, the seers which can see multiple lines see the one true future and several other ghost images, which can never come to pass. Multiple line seers maintain that those who see only one line have less flexible a talent, as they are unable to forecast all the possible futures. There is also a third camp I've encountered of seers who maintain that such attempts to define the flexibility of the future is an exercise in pointless philosophizing, since trying to make sound predictions based on squiggly red lines is a vague art at best, and a far cry indeed from a hard science. Regardless of their beliefs in the mutability or unavoidability of the future, seers almost uniformly avoid forecasting their own future. This has become a bit of a superstition among the espionage or extrasensory perceptionage circles. But the basic causes are twofold: the desire to avoid a paradox and the fear of seeing your own lifeline end 10 minutes down the road. Some seers hypothesize that the shock of seeing your lifeline end 10 seconds from now might be enough to give you a massive cardiac arrest in the first. Such possibilities are enough to prevent the overwhelming majority of seers from attempting auto-divination or self-prediction. So, when it comes to the federal exploitation of this skill, or at least what I saw through defense and intelligence agencies, I would say that the effect of the seer's ability directly relates to the amount of time the target's lifeline the seer can visualize. In addition, seers must concern themselves with the number of targets they can affix upon. If the seer can only affect one target, then the seer can only see that person's lifeline. Bringing in a number of targets. Well, I've known seers that could read 12 people at once and watch how they interact. Or else, I've seen events or situations, circumstances, which allowed the seer to read one person and be able to notice additional lines, possibly even lines belonging to persons unknown to the esper, or the extrasensory perceiver, as they interact with the person being read. Now, seers tend to be polarized into those who can see the past and those who can see the future. Those who can see into the future are perhaps the most useful, but those who can see the past are in high demand as interviewers for high security positions. Like every position in any federal branch of government of any importance. Certainly an E branch or espionage branch, or Esper branch of psychic spies in particular. An individual can have a seer, or encounter one, who visualizes both a person's past and future. A kind of double coverage, if you will, in which the seer sees both the target's past and future for a time equal to the amount of energy they're able to expend in the effort. At least that's been my impression. When a seer makes a reading, what I know is that it's not always going to be necessarily accurate. It's going to count on certain circumstances. Certainly, most of the time, the seers hit the mark. The farther ahead a seer can trace the line that they're focused on, the fewer facts will be determined. Because, of course, we're getting further into the future, and it's kind of like using a telescope to peer into space. There will be a limit based on the speed of light as to what you can see. And same kind of principle in general applies to seeing into the future, tracing a person's lifeline. On the other hand, since such a reading covers more time, the facts the seer discovers are much more likely to be important. Finding out the most important event for the next week of someone's life is helpful. A seer who easily gleans 10 facts for the next 60 seconds of someone's life is not going to prove useful at all. Even though seers can spot the lines of unknown people as they interact with the lifeline of the person being read, they cannot trace the lifeline backwards to find out who the person is without considerable effort. Life threads are neither regular nor constrained to 3 dimensions, and the interactions between the threads of twa lifelines might be physical, such as bumping onto someone on the street, or intangible, like talking on the phone. The only time a seer can definitively trace an unidentified lifeline back to the owner is when the owner is within both visual range and ESP range, extrasensory perception range, and of course, the lifeline interaction being traced backwards from is within the seer's talent, their ability to perceive. In those circumstances, it does not matter if the person will leave the seer's line of sight and then return later. The life thread is a metaphysical structure, and the seer can see the entire thread from interaction all the way back to the person's heart, in defiance of Newtonian range restrictions. Well, regardless of the strength and power of the seer's individual talent, a seer cannot see everything. There are simply too many life threads out there to account for, which may be related to why most seers can see only from 1 to 10 life threads at a time. It appears to be some sort of subconscious editing function in the brain which eliminates the background garbage. It's very similar to how a person reading a newspaper focuses on only a few letters in one column at a time. With peripheral vision, the reader notices that other letters are around, but as they are at this time unimportant, they remain unidentified and ignored. They might be in a different paragraph or even an unrelated story, so how, if at all, they interact with what the person is focusing on is unknown. This parallels how seers ignore other lifelines, occasionally even lifelines that they might consider important, if only they knew. With this restriction, the amount a seer can determine might be severely restricted. For example, one that I knew when making a reading could see that the lifelines of most of the people began to terminate in a geographic area, in this case a chateau. There was interaction between them, but the interaction appeared to be cooperative as opposed to mutually destructive. Nevertheless, it was obvious that something very bad was about to happen and many people would die, but he couldn't tell what it was. Why was this? Because he didn't notice a particular individual's life thread. He had never met this individual in question, and he wasn't reading for him. Thus, to the seer that suffered this, the individual in question who impacted the lives of all the people in the chateau in question, his lifeline wasn't visible. In a similar vein, to use a pun, seers can miss the pressing lifeline of suicide bombers, assassins, and passers-by. By subconsciously, or even consciously, screening out non-essential life threads, they might overlook a life thread which could cause certain readings to make sense. Although lifelines may be seen to dim with a person's diminishing vitality, they are almost never so faded as to be invisible to a seer. This is because the lifelines are seen as threads of neon color against a perfectly black background. A backdrop so black it defies imagination, and even the faintest of neon lights is still readily visible against such a backdrop. If you ever want to see this deep a black, go on a cavern tour where they shut out the lights underground. Then you'll understand. Similarly, seers can pick up the terminated life threads of dead people as long as the seer can see can see the past itself, and the death occurred within the time value, so to speak, of the seer's ability. This does not require any particular, shall we say, power boost. In other words, I could go into the areas of narcotic reinforcement of some of these talents. But to the seer, the deceased person's lifeline will seem to be pointing straight to their heart, even at the extreme end of the seer's chronological range. The attachment is blatantly obvious without the help of any facilitating narcotics. This might seem, or would seem, to be problematic if the dead person's body were moved, but for some inexplicable reason it's not the case. Seers believe it is because a person's life threads are not an actual physical path, but rather a metaphysical path. Since the path covers events both real and spiritual, it can also be used to determine a physical path for the person in question, but since it... How would I say this? Since the path, I'll put it this way, covers events both real and physical, and spiritual as well, it can also be used to determine a physical path for the person in question, but since it is primarily a metaphysical path, it will always appear to a seer to be pointing at the deceased owner. Whatever the explanation, a seer can pick up the threads of a dead person without pause and make some determination of the person's cause of death, and perhaps even whether foul play was involved. The only exception to all that I've cited thus far appears to be thanks to vampires, naturally enough. It can happen that when a person is killed by a vampire, they die outright. Yet, something from the vampire's saliva, the same thing that causes that sense of ecstasy when a vampire feeds, that enables the subject, or the victim if you wish to see them that way, to tolerate the feeding, the supping, as we would say. That seems to, permeate a victim system and kind of, in a sense, render them into a state of what would be perceived as a transitional state between life and death, to the seer perceiving their condition. To a seer, the lifeline of the subject of such an event, or victim, if you insist, may appear to terminate, and then re-inflame within a few moments, or minutes, or hours, with a slight bluish tinge. Of course, most seers don't expect lifelines to begin again, so such anomalies are easily missed. The person, of course, will ultimately die if they're exsanguinated. If it was a partial feeding, which from a true vampire would be rare, but certainly happens, if the vampire is interrupted in their feeding, for instance, and attacked, or something happens to interrupt the feeding, then the victim might survive, but will always have that taint. But only a seer who's trained to look for the vampiric or the vampiric would even recognize what they're seeing. This is something that was used to try and trace down the victims of my mother. It was something which ultimately impacted her in the end. But that's not a direction I'm willing to go in right now. Rather, I can talk about my biological father, Adolf Hitler, and how prophetic he was as a Führer, so that he was able to change the course of history. The reality of precognition was suspected long before 1939. It formed an important aspect of investigations carried out by the Societies for Psychical Research established in Great Britain as long ago as 1882, and in America in 1885. Now, statistical analysis of the phenomenon got underway in 1933, the same year that my biological father Adolf Hitler and Franklin Delano Roosevelt both ascended into power. That was when Dr. J.B. Rhine, R-H-I-N-E, named after the great river in Germany, or rather his descendants were, it was his surname. That was when Dr. J.B. Rhine, then head of the parapsychology department at Duke University in North Carolina, began a series of experiments with a subject named Hubert Pearce. P-E-A-R-C-E. His accomplishments were so monumental that certain science fiction stories would posit that in the future, psychic universities, which taught people to perfect their natural-born talents or inborn skills, would attend a Rhine University, or a university named after Dr. J.B. Rhine himself. Rhine's methods are fairly well known now, or they were for the longest time. Well known enough where you see them being used in the opening scene of the first Ghostbusters, or abused the way that film portrayed it. He used a special pack of cards in his experiments. This Zener pack, as it was called, Z-E-N-E-R, featured 5 emotionally neutral symbols: a square, a circle, a set of wavy lines, a cross, and a star. Subjects were asked to guess the cards as they came up, under conditions which ruled out any question of obtaining information via the 5 senses. The 6th sense was being used here. The number of correct guesses was then set against the total that might be expected to arise from chance. When a volunteer consistently guessed higher than chance expectation, he was said to be using ESP, extrasensory perception, the 6th sense. In other words, he had found a means of obtaining information other than through the normal channels of sight, hearing, touch, taste, or smell. Now, Rhine began his work on extrasensory perception with the investigation of telepathy and clairvoyance. In both fields, Pearce showed marked extrasensory perceiver ability. For the precognition tests, Rhine asked him to guess the order of the cards, then had the pack shuffled and the actual order compared. In other words, the subject's job was to try to predict the future order of the pack. Pierce's level of success was significantly above chance expectation. Simultaneous to the launch of World War II in Europe, or at least months beforehand, by June of 1939. After 6 years of experimentation, the cautious Dr. Rhine had reached the conclusion that the evidence has reached a stage at which some new alternative hypotheses are needed if precognitive ESP is not to become an established phenomenon. In 1941, when World War II became a global war, Rhine's ideas received independent confirmation from London, where Dr. Gilbert Soal, surname spelled S-O-A-L, conducted a very tightly controlled series of experiments with a subject named Basil Shackleton. His methods were very similar to those of Dr. Rhine, except that instead of Zener cards, he used a pack featuring pictures of animals. Despite the controls, Shackleton scored far above chance expectation. Even 10 years after the experiment, critics were reduced to offering collusion and fraud as explanations of the result. Soal's reputation as a scientist was more than strong enough to withstand such a curious attack. Laboratory experiments into precognition continued. They are continuing to the present day. Evidence has been piled on evidence until now the reality of precognition is as well established as, for instance, the reality of cosmic radiation. But the degree of proof has had little impact on the public mind. Indeed, it is only very recently and very, very hesitantly that the scientific establishment as a whole has begun to take precognition seriously, and only when they're under Department of Defense contract. As a result, precognition is seldom taken into account outside the specialty of parapsychology, which is now almost exclusively a government monopoly. Many academics, and it is the academics by and large who write our histories, stubbornly cling to disbelief, or if they do believe, they remain confused about how precognition manifests and how far it can go. When, for instance, the theory of my biological father Adolf Hitler's ESP ability was put to an officer formerly attached to the British Admiralty, he protested, "But Hitler could not have known the future. Otherwise, he would not have made the mistakes he did. He'd have won the war." You would think that that would be a fair enough observation based on the ignorance of most Westerners about how that war went down, who did not know about Adolf Hitler's intent all the while to steal everything that wasn't nailed down and evacuate into Winterland. So before you are in any position to pass judgment, you must also know what a precog can and cannot do. Because even the observation made by that officer of the Admiralty took no account of how precognition works. Card-calling tests may excite the parapsychologists. Oh, by the way, our dear Veronica Barrera is in the chat. Hello, honey. She says, very interesting, D. Okay. Buenos noches a todos, Señora Barrera. Okay, so here we are at Veronica. Here we are. Oh my goodness. And I hope her Valentine's Day went well. We should all think of that with these red threads in mind. Now, as I was saying, card-calling tests may excite the parapsychologists, but they are a bore to the average man, and to the volunteers who engage in them. A major problem of statistical research is to combat boredom in subjects. Where boredom does occur, ESP ability falls off alarmingly. And by their nature, these tests can demonstrate only a limited degree of precognition. Yet they do establish two important points with absolute certainty. First, it is definitely possible to see, or more correctly, sense, the future. And second, even the best subjects aren't right all the time. And research points to several additional conclusions. A volunteer's emotional state can make a great deal of difference to his performance. A high interest level is vital, so that properly applied incentives can stimulate ESP. Now, the more recent, at this point in history they would be far in the past, Soviet findings show ESP abilities ebb and flow in relation to the phases of the moon. A curious hint that witches, who believe essentially the same thing, may know more than science has previously given them credit for. There are two approaches to ESP investigation, the quantitative and the qualitative. Now, so far I've been discussing only the quantitative, the long, hard grind of statistical testing in the lab. But the qualitative approach, dealing with the less certain but far more spectacular individual experience of ESP, has far more bearing on the case of my biological sire Adolf Hitler's abilities. There are literally thousands of precognitives, who have never undergone a card-calling test. There are even a handful of psychics with accepted ESP ability who have undergone card-calling tests and failed. Scientists are now reluctantly agreed this situation simply means such delicate talents will not always show themselves under laboratory conditions. Some investigators feel that precognitives may, in fact, be far more common than we realize. As evidence, they point to things like the fact that at least 1,200 people claim to have predicted the 1966 Aberfan disaster before it happened. This was, of course, in the year that I was born. Aberfan had a particularly strong impact on the conscience of the greater British Empire. At 9:15 on the morning of October 21st, the day after I was born, I had just passed between my mother's loins at noon the day before. A 500,000-ton slag heap above the tiny South Wales village of Aberfan slid down to engulf a school, a row of houses, and a farm. 144 people, 116 of them children, lost their lives. You consider that the price to pay for Douglas Dietrich entering the world. Now, typical of the premonitions was that experienced by one of the little victims, 9-year-old Errol Mai Jones, dreamed 2 nights before that something black had come down over her school. That was the night before I was born. She was not, she had told her mother, afraid to die, because she would be with Peter and June, 2 of her classmates. Today, Errol Mai's body lies buried between the bodies of Peter and June. Other premonitions of Aberfan varied from the experience of Alexander Venn, who had a strong sense of disaster associated with the coal dust on October 14th, to the vision of Mrs. Monica McBean, who saw a black mountain moving and children buried under it only moments before the event occurred. Of the 1,200 reported premonitions, only 60 were the subjects of careful scientific investigation. But of those, a London psychiatrist, Dr. J.C. Barker, found no less than 22 could be independently verified, in some cases by as many as 4 people. 2 more had actually been written down before the tragedy. Incontestable proof, if further proof were needed, of the reality of precognition. Tragedy attracts premonitions as a magnet attracts iron filings. The number of people who knew about the Titanic sinking before the event is truly staggering. One writer, Morgan Robinson, foretold the wreck 14 years before it happened, and some 12 years before the Titanic was even built. But the men and women who foresee such disasters as Aberfam or the sinking of the Titanic may be having an isolated experience of ESP. There are, however, individuals who not only see the future, but see it more or less consistently. Ms. Jean Dixon, who ran America's war. Yes, that's the truth. Franklin Delano Roosevelt consulted her on a daily basis to run his war, until, of course, the day he died. And Truman took over and had her fired. Miss Jean Dixon is perhaps, or was perhaps, the best-known modern example. In 1952 and again in 1956, she predicted the assassination of President Kennedy many years later. Only days before the event, her premonition returned. She saw dark clouds gather over the White House. It was her best-known successful prediction, but far from her only one. Among others which came to pass were the American race riots of the late 60s. Yet Ms. Dixon was obviously not infallible. Perhaps her most spectacular mistake was a war between America and the Communist Chinese Empire, which did not quite come off. Of course, she might have been off by generations, but we may get there yet. Even the best and most consistent of the precognitives, are like that. They score interesting hits, indicative of genuine ability, but they still manage a high percentage of misses. And research has proven that the farther away a precog moves from purely personal predictions, the greater is the chance of error. Examination of the work of Edgar Cayce illustrates this tendency to perfection. Cayce, who died in 1945, was during his lifetime one of the most respected psychics in America. His specialty was psychic diagnosis and healing. He treated some 30,000 patients, often with astonishing nostrums, and often with astonishing success. But Cayce, who was so successful on the level of personal ESP, showed a far less impressive record when it came to predicting future events on a global scale. His modern disciples are occasionally almost touching in their anxiety to make subsequent events fit in with his wilder prophecies. But the simple fact of the matter is that Cayce was no better than the average prophet of Cataclysm. And the average is pretty fucking poor. The highest scoring living precog at the time that, well, the time my father was doing a lot of research into it, and by that I mean my legal father, George Dietrich the sailor, was the blind Bulgarian peasant Vanga Dimitrova, who achieved an astounding 80% accuracy level. But Madame Dimitrova refused to make political predictions. Under Bulgarian government sponsorship, she read only the future to those who called on her for advice. None of this was to suggest, or is to suggest, that global precognition is impossible. In 1915, for instance, Dame Edith Lyttelton engaged in an experiment in automatic writing, which produced a message including the words, "The hand stretched out to stay, Berchtesgaden, the nemesis of fate, nearer and nearer. The Munich bond, remember that. You will see strange things." Between 1908 and 1918, John Alleyne, surname spelled Alleyne, a retired British Army officer, predicted several operations of World War II, including Great Britain's solitary endurance after the fall of France and the 1940 German military successes. But while possible, it seemed to be very far from easy. Most precogs who venture into this dangerous arena, if you will, sink without trace in a morass of spectacular nonsense. Precogs, it seems, score high when they attempt to foresee future events connected with individuals known to themselves. They score highest of all when their visions are concerned with their own future. As Louisa Rhine, the wife of Dr. Rhine, so put it, he, the precog, is ever intrigued, it seems, by items, many of them trivial, in his own future. But my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, was unique, even in this strange world of prediction. Because from 1933 onward, the trivia of his personal future was increasingly tied in with the fate of nations. So, when you think of his ability to prophesize, think of the elements in Hitler's horoscope, which promised prophetic ability. And this is something Brendan could articulate, and has done so in the past by how my horoscope matches Adolf Hitler's identically, despite the fact that we're born on different dates. And years, of course. But did Adolf Hitler really have this talent? After all, you're going to get the usual assholes saying outlandish suggestions require strong evidence. Strangely enough, the evidence is not only strong, but obvious. Too obvious. The history of the Führer has been analyzed time and again, but always the precognitive element has been overlooked. Yet this element is present in virtually every major political maneuver Adolf Hitler made from the time he came to power to the outbreak of war in 1939. Afterward, observers talked about iron nerve, tactical genius, and instinctive grasp of human psychology. But Hitler's iron nerve could be considered more apparent than actual. You take a look at William Shirer, his greatest detractor, a man who wrote an entire character assassination in the length of a novel titled The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. His own description of my biosire, my gene father, during the Sudetenland crisis. William Shirer described Hitler by saying, "Every few steps he cocked his right shoulder nervously, his left leg snapping up as he did so. I watched him closely as he came past us. The same nervous tick. He had ugly black patches under his eyes. I think the man is on the edge of a nervous breakdown." Hardly the portrait of a man with iron nerve. And there are those who would argue that his tactical blunders lost him the war, and his instinctive grasp of human psychology was generally limited to the discovery that if he shouted at people, he often frightened them. This is, of course, an oversimplification. But some corrective to the general perspective is needed, because Hitler was a politician. We tend to evaluate his actions only in political terms. But if we begin with the premise that Hitler was a precognitive, the same facts suddenly make far more sense. What are those facts? Hitler came to power in 1933. The foundations of his power were shaky, yet he began almost at once a secret policy of rearmament. Such a policy was, of course, contrary to the terms of the Versailles Diktat, which ended World War I. Hindsight can be confusing. We know what happened in the 30s. A second 30 years war is what happened. A second 30 years civil war, which led almost to the death of Germany itself. We know that despite all that, Germany was permitted to rearm and later allowed to use her armaments. In other words, we know that Adolf Hitler got away with it. But in 1934, the year this undercover rearmament began, there were few Germans who would have cared to predict how the Allied powers would react. Political advisors felt the risk was considerable. German economists were even more worried. The economy of the shattered Vaterland was precarious enough. They could not see it supporting a military establishment for long. So, my bio-sire Adolf Hitler, standing alone, thought the Allies would do nothing. And although disinterested in economics and almost totally ignorant of its mysteries, he disagreed entirely with his experts. Rearmament, he felt, would strengthen the German economy rather than weaken it. Now, politically and economically, within the framework of the thinking of the day, Hitler's policies made no sense. Yet, despite the fact that he was really only finding his feet in office, despite the weak foundations of his power, he pressed ahead. He knew! Toward the end of 1934, German rearmament was more or less an open secret. By March of 1935, there came the first official reaction from Great Britain. A government white paper, published on the 5th of that month, commented unfavorably on the development of a strengthening Luftwaffe, Air Force, in Germany. High Nazi officials were, to say the least, disturbed. But Hitler's reaction was typically arrogant. On March 16th, he unilaterally wiped out the military sections of the Versailles Treaty, introduced conscription, and began to arm openly. The Allies had the option of a preemptive war, which at the time would have been easily fought and quickly over. France, with what was recognized as the finest army in Europe, pressed for action. But Great Britain held back. In the end, the Allies did nothing, as Adolf Hitler foresaw they would. A year later, German troops marched into the Rhineland. It was a direct affront to France, the same France which, as the Nazis now knew, had been pressing for action only a year before. French and German soldiers now faced one another in a nose-to-nose confrontation. Reichswehr generals were nervous as kittens. Not so my father Hitler. Against all reason, he knew that not a shot would be unloosed. And he was right. France appealed to the League of Nations. March 1938. After weeks of gradually increasing tension, Hitler finally took over Austria. Could anyone have predicted how the Allies would view that maneuver? There was violent personal reaction in London. Ribbentrop, who was meeting British leaders at the time, later admitted he only managed to calm them by suggesting the reports might be mistaken. But Hitler, against all common sense, had a feeling there would be no international opposition. And he was right. If we were discussing the history of a well-known psychic such as Peter Urkos or Gérard Croiset, we could have little doubt, even at this stage, that ESP was behind such incredible decisions. And my father Hitler was not finished. His vision of the future still assured him he could make further moves with safety. As early as May of 1938, he began to pile on the pressure against Czechoslovakia, where he had cast shall we say, a bit of a greedy eye on the German-populated Sudetenland. By September 13th, the situation had deteriorated to such a degree that William Scherer, the author of The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, by then in Praha, or Prague as the Westerners would call it, noted in his diary, "War is very near." But things were not as they so seemed. War was not very near, it was not near at all, as my biosire Hitler, once again against the opinion of his military advisors, seemed to sense. Even Chamberlain's dramatic trip to Munich was not seized by the Führer as the escape route he obviously needed. Instead, he added to his demands. It was not until Chamberlain's second Munich trip, on September 28th, that Hitler finally agreed to a settlement, one which, incidentally, gave him everything he wanted without war. A fantastic gamble, if one could not foresee the outcome. And still, my biosire Adolf Hitler was not finished. On March 15th in 1939, German forces occupied Bohemia and Moravia. The Allies did nothing, as Hitler seemed once more to know they would. From 1933 until September 1939, when German troops invaded Poland, Hitler did not make a single international miscalculation. Indeed, whether his precognitive ability failed him in September is open to question. No precog sees a vista of the future. He gets glimpses here and there. The more skillful of the breed can focus on specific details for close examination, but the broader picture tends to be indistinct. Nor, generally speaking, does a precog obtain his mysterious information in verbal form, as in the case of Mrs. McBean, who was aware of the Aberfam disaster many miles away. He sees visions and dreams dreams. Throughout the 1930s, Hitler must have strained his ESP ability toward an answer to one recurring question: what will France and Great Britain do? The answer came repeatedly: France and Great Britain will do nothing! But the mechanics of precognition being what they are, it is unlikely that the answer came to him in that form. It would, in all probability, have been expressed in pictures or impressions. These pictures and impressions would have dealt expressly with military activity. If we assume that my biosire Hitler stretched out his weird ESP ability to find out what France and Great Britain would do if he invaded Poland, we must also assume his answer was that they would again do nothing. On the evidence of his subsequent actions, his visions must have shown all quiet on the Western Front, and his visions were correct. The Allies declared war in September of 1939, but they did not go to war. German and French soldiers faced each other on the border, but not a single shot was fired. Nazi troops, aided by the Russians, occupied Poland with such speed that the Allies were quickly presented with a fait accompli. which seemed to have them, well, it left them at a loss. Berlin waited for the British bombers, but night after night went by and still they did not come. Days drifted into weeks, weeks into months. Still, this curious, uneasy calm was maintained. Londoners began to talk about the phony war, a name adopted by historians to describe that situation ever since. No wonder. The prophetic Führer thought Great Britain and France would do nothing if his armies marched on Poland. He had seen them doing nothing in his visions. Now, destiny, according to a West African witch belief, is fan-shaped. We reach points of choice in life where possible futures radiate outward like a fan. The path we take at one point not only leads us through a specific type of future, but also determines where our next point of choice must lie. The few reliable oracles at our disposal, such as the Chinese I Ching, as popularized through the Man in the High Castle series, tend to confirm this theory. They are not deterministic. They do not view the future as fixed. Rather, they say, if you do such and such, this future will result. The I Ching works, as anyone who has made a serious attempt to use it will confirm. Because it works, we might be well advised to put away the pinch of salt when considering a fan-shaped destiny. My biosire Adolf Hitler may have subscribed to the theory, or possibly he had an instinctive grasp of the basic shape of time. Certainly he could pick his way through the decision points with uncanny accuracy. He made only one mistake, although, as it happened, it was a fatal one. He went to war on two fronts simultaneously. The decision point which led to this error occurred earlier than the event itself, of course. At some stage, he failed to grasp the moment when an Allied alliance against Russia would have been possible. But with the exception of developments arising from this slip, the whole gloomy future of Europe was spelled out for all to see in a remarkable prophetic book published as early as 1925. The work was originally called 4.5 Years of Struggle Against Lies, Stupidity, and Cowardice. Its publisher, Max Amann, wisely insisted, I mean to say, my Chinese accent is beginning to slip as I get tired the further into the night. Max Amann, whose surname is spelled A-M-A-N-N, wisely insisted on axing such an unwieldy title so that it appeared simply as My Struggle, or in the original German, Mein Kampf. Mein Kampf was a remarkable document which, had it been read more widely outside Germany, might have given the naive politicians of London and Paris some indication of what they were up against. Hitler made no secret of his aims. It must have taken every ounce of his precognitive ability to carry them through with such a degree of precision. Decision points hang in our future like knots in some gigantic web. Many precognitions deal only with that area between one point and the next. But Hitler, in common with a few other precogs, seems at times to have been able to chart a course between the web which gave him fleeting glimpses of a distant future beyond the knots. But the talent did not come easily. Like the primitive shaman, he seemed to require the ecstatic state before long-distance precognition would function. Even then, it was an uncertain business, and, if he was typical of ecstatic precogs, there must have been many occasions when he came down to earth with no memory of what he had seen. Hitler got high on hate and words. He intoxicated himself on destructive emotions. Today, the biochemical basis for such states is receiving considerable attention. Adrenaline floods the bloodstream as the glands react to the emotions. Blood carbon dioxide rises with prolonged shouting, such as frequently figured in the Führer's speeches. Faced with these chemical changes, the brain would sometimes change gear, as it were, throwing up a new level of consciousness. Sometimes, momentarily, these new levels would allow glimpses of the distant future. Intoxication of this nature reached such heights in Adolf Hitler that he would fling himself upon the floor and chew the edges of the carpet, behavior perfectly comparable to Haitians possessed by spirits during the voodoo ritual. He was known, behind his back, as a Teppichfresser, the carpet eater. On September 19th, Hitler made his first speech of the war. He made it in Danzig, Poland. The country had been overrun. Columns of German troops were actually already returning home. Warsaw, the capital, still showed some resistance, but it was obviously only a matter of time before it fell. There was speculation that the entire war might well be over. Since the Polish state had ceased to exist, the Nazi logic of the time concluded that treaties of alliance with it made no more sense. Why should England and France waste blood against Germany now? But even if they did decide to carry on the fight, there was not a German of the day who did not feel the fatherland capable of winning. The performance of the German army in Poland had been staggering. And surely the most confident Nazi of them all was the old man, my old man himself, Der Führer Adolf Hitler. He strode to the rostrum of Danzig Guildhall, looking more imperious than observers had ever seen him. But during his speech, he grew angry as he had ever been. The ubiquitous William Shearer reports in his book The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich that when he spoke of Britain, his face flamed up in hysterical rage. At one point of this hysterical and angry speech, Hitler thundered, "We will never capitulate! We will never capitulate! Capitulation 9!" A fine phrase, but one glaringly out of place in the circumstances. Germany was on top. The position was strong. Who said anything about capitulation? Why bring it up at all? Much later in the war, the phrase became a favorite of der Führer's. He used it to rally his soldiers and supporters, even when the crunch had come and Allied forces were pushing to Berlin itself. Kurt Vonnegut Jr., a Jewish American, well, a Jewish German, really, with American citizenship, was an author who has his own grisly memories of Hitler's war. And he dreamed up a character named Billy Pilgrim, who was a spastic in time, twitching from one aspect of his life to another with no more control than the spastic in space. This was for his book Slaughterhouse-Five, which he had to fictionalize in order to get his experience of being kept prisoner in a slaughterhouse in Dresden while the Allies burned his fellow Allied prisoners alive, and he hid under their bodies to escape certain death by flame and suffocation. The only way he could get it published in the United States, his experience, was by fictionalizing it, and he did so under the title of Slaughterhouse-Five. His main character, a spastic in space, a spastic in time, with no control over his spasming from one time to another any more than a physical spastic has control over his spasms in space. Kurt Vonnegut Jr. was trying to tell us something. That my biological father Adolf Hitler was a little like that. That the biochemical repercussions of his rage in those first days of the war triggered him, or rather triggered in him, a brief ecstatic glimpse of the last days. The Nazi audience at Danzig in the hour of their victory heard for a moment the voice of their Führer trying desperately to rally the defenses of a crumbling, beaten Reich upon the surface world. Certainly, Hitler's speeches contain more than one clue to the possibility of precognition. Before Elzer's bomb went off in the Munich beer hall 11 days earlier, he had surprised his audience by predicting a 5-year war and allowing for the fact he spoke roughly. In round figures, he was perfectly correct. Oh, and as to what I'm referencing in terms of that bombing, it was at Feldherrnhall Day, November 8th of 1939. Members of the old fighters, the Altkampfer, the men who had actively supported National Socialism in the early days, they filed into the Munich Bürgerbrauchler. Despite the tensions of the newly started war, they were a cheerful lot. And they were meeting to celebrate the 16th anniversary of the Munich Beer Hall Putsch. Now, the celebrations were a fixed date in the Nazi calendar, a time for speeches, beer, and reminiscences. Or rather, reminiscences. I think that's how you pronounce it in the English. Again, my Chinese accent comes out when I'm tired. Top party men attended as a matter of protocol, whether they had been involved in the 1923 Putsch of the year that my own womb matron, my mother, was born, or not. There was some speculation whether Hitler would appear that year. He had always done so in the past, but there had been no announcement of his intentions on radio or in the press. Nazis in the know put this down to wartime security, and they were right, for Hitler did in fact turn up and make his usual speech. There were, however, some departures from the norm. Only a month before, after the German armies had overrun Poland, the Nazi press headlined the country's will for peace. Many Germans believed it. And even though the Allied response to der Führer's peace proposals was, to say the least, chill, there remained a widespread feeling that the war would be over by Christmas. After all, the reason for hostilities, Poland, had now virtually ceased to exist. This feeling was generally fostered by the official Nazi line on contemporary events. But now, for reasons of his own, Hitler put an end to the optimism. He warned his audience that their fatherland faced a long war. He had, he revealed, already told Goering to prepare for 5 years of fighting. It was an odd speech in the prevailing climate. It was also a short one, much shorter than usual for the occasion. Nor did Hitler follow his custom of remaining afterward to chat informally about old times. He swept out with his entourage at 3 minutes to 9. At 9 minutes past 9, a bomb exploded directly behind the rostrum, killing 7, wounding, critically injuring 63, and wrecking the hall itself. The spot where Hitler had been standing was covered in 6 feet of debris. Had he remained, he could not have survived. Just under a fortnight, or 14 nights, 12 weeks later on November 21st, the German public learned the Gestapo had tracked down the would-be assassin. He was, according to Heinrich Himmler, 36-year-old Jörg Elser, and he had been backed by the sinister machinations of British intelligence. But there were a number of people who refused to take the whole affair at face value. Exempli gratiae, William Shearer, The CBS radio correspondent in Berlin at the time noted in his diary on November 9th, "No one yet knows who did it. The Nazi press screams that it was the English, the British Secret Service. It even blames Chamberlain for the deed. Yet most of us think it smells of another Reichstag fire." That was ostensibly the work of communists in 1933, but in fact started by the Nazis for political reasons. Years later, when he came to write his all too influential work of trivial crap, The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, Schurer voiced essentially the same suspicions. Historian Alan Bullock, however, is even more positive. He says, he's dead now, but he said at the time of his writing, "The attempt on Hitler's life was organized by the Gestapo as a means of raising the Führer's popularity in the country." In his book titled Hitler, A Study in Tyranny, Bullock describes how Elser was taken from Dachau concentration camp and promised his freedom in return for building the bomb into a pillar near where Hitler would be standing. There was apparently an alarm clock set in with the bomb, but it was purely for appearances, since it was not connected to the electrical circuit which was set off stage. It's an interesting theory, but far less of a certainty than Bullock has made out. There's a reason the British reference bullshit as Bullocks. In fact, the mystery of the bombing has never been completely cleared up at all. Close investigation of the notion that Elser was a mere tool of the Nazis produces some striking discrepancies. For instance, Hitler himself does not seem to have been told about the plot. When news of the explosion reached him while on the train at Nuremberg, his eyes blazed with excitement. "Now I am content. The fact that I left Burgerbrau earlier than usual is a corroboration of Providence's intention to allow me to reach my goal." Hardly the attitude of a man who knew about the bomb all along. But perhaps he was putting on a show, for my father Hitler was a consummate actor. Perhaps, except the mystery does not end there. Elser, that unwitting pawn of the Gestapo who, we are assured, had been promised his freedom, then double-crossed, made no accusations against the Nazis. This is perhaps understandable, but Elser actually boasted of his assassination attempt and gave every indication of believing it himself. Today we might suspect brainwashing. In 1939, the necessary techniques had not yet been developed. Schurer's comparison with the Reichstag fire raises another point. In 1933, the Nazis made use of Marinus van der Lubbe, a near imbecile, to do their dirty work. Such a man cannot make incriminating statements afterwards, for he is scarcely aware of what is going on. But Elser, while showing limited intelligence, I must say, was far from a second van der Lubbe. There is all the difference in the world between setting a fire and installing a time bomb. Elser was a skilled cabinet maker, a competent electrician and handyman. These facts remain whether we believe he set the bomb on the orders of the Gestapo, on the orders of British intelligence, or simply because he felt like killing Hitler without any outside prompting. At the time, and afterward, there were well-placed witnesses who showed no cynicism about the plot. Hans Gisevius, a former official of the Prussian Ministry of the Interior and a man with an abiding detestation of both Hitler and Heinrich Himmler, testified at Nuremberg that he was satisfied no Nazis had been involved in the plot. It is interesting evidence coming as it does from a man whose entire inclination must have been to show his old arch-enemies as a couple of conniving schemers. SS General Walter Schellenberg, the man who started World War II in Europe, by crossing the line in Poland, went even further. He claimed at Nuremberg to have read interrogations made when Elser was first drugged, then hypnotized. These and his personal questioning of the suspect convinced him that the assassination attempt was genuine. Logic might convince us of the same thing. Was der true Heinrich Himmler really likely to risk the life of the man who gave meaning to his entire existence? For even if the plot was faked, Hitler still delivered his speech only feet away from a primed live bomb. And if, as even Sir Bollock suspects, I mean to say, with my Chinese accent becoming ever more pronounced as I get more tired, Hitler was personally unaware of the bomb, how was he persuaded to cut his speech short and forego his usual reminiscences afterward? Hitler was notoriously strong-willed. There is no recorded instance of his ever having changed a decision once he made it. Would members of the Nazi court, who held him in awe, risk coming up against this steely intransigence with only a 12-minute safety margin, no less? Even if we ignore all these considerations, the question of motive opens further avenues. Bollock and Scherer both feel, with varying degrees of certainty, that the whole thing was designed to gain Hitler popularity. But Hitler was popular already! Far too popular for the good of the world, as far as the Allies were concerned, and far too popular to need such a dangerous public relations exercise. More important, only one paper of the entire Nazi-controlled press carried the story the next day. Hardly what one might expect if the motive of the plan was to gain sympathy and popularity for Der Führer. Scherer at the time found newspaper reaction curious. Incomprehensible would be a better word, at least if we insist on believing in a put-up job. And why again should Himmler wait 12 weeks to produce Elser? A faster arrest would have reflected far more favorably on his vaunted efficiency. Yet even if we accept with Gesivius, with Schellenberg, and apparently with Elser himself, that the assassination attempt was genuine, we are still faced with circumstances which are, to say the least, quite strange. Himmler's attempt to involve British intelligence in the affair may be dismissed as opportunism, but what of Hitler's immaculate timing? Why, despite his usual custom, did he leave early? Was it purely coincidence? Or, as he claimed, the intervention of Providence? Or was it something else? There is only one other explanation, roundly ignored by Orthodox historians. Hitler had precognitive ability. Unlikely though it sounds, he could see into the future. Now, in order to see into our own future, I'll proceed to speak of current events. For all mankind, the battle isn't over after Navalny's death. Putin is maniacal, but nothing can stop him now. Nevertheless, Putin must be stopped. Such having been articulated, don't panic about Russian space weapons. Yea, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin finally succeeded in killing opposition leader Alexei Navalny, but there be despair in Russia itself as Putin spirals out of control. According to the Russian government, Alexei Navalny, the Russian attorney and anti-corruption activist who became the most potent voice in opposition to Kremlin overlord Vladimir Putin, has died. This extraordinary man who dared to defy Putin was but 47 years of age when he paid the ultimate price on Friday into this weekend. No cause of death was given as to how he died in prison. The Israeli government's lies about the Gaza shouldn't be any surprise either. In our own hemisphere, whoever said the war on inflation would be a straight line ending in a soft landing or downturn? While the U.S. Federal Reserve has made a lot of progress over the past 12 years, this week proved that some battles will be lost along the way. With interest rates still sky high The American economy has continued to make mincemeat out of Team Recession's 12 years of unrealized predictions. But as the central bank chases its 2% inflation target, pockets of a too-hot American economy have proven stubborn. Consumer prices jumped in January, stalling recent disinflation progress, and dashing hopes on Wall Street that the Fed would start dropping rates soon. As a matter of fact, I will myself drop a link into the chat to give you graphic analysis of this. In a piece titled "Consumer Prices Rose by More Than Forecast Throughout January." And here we are with that. Enjoy, if you can get through the paywall. Other than that, the main contributor to the uptick? Shelter costs. Then there were the prices paid to American producers, which also rose in January by more than forecast. Of course, there was also more good news for Americans. Consumer sentiment ticked up again, and prices of used cars dropped on a monthly basis by the most since 1969, after the methodology was updated. Broader goods prices and energy also continued to fall. For many other economies around the globe, however, the post-pandemic economic picture is a grim one. The Empire of Japan lost its status as the world's third largest economy after unexpectedly slipping into recession. And an even smaller economy, that of the United Kingdom, fell into a downturn as well, further burying Tory Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's promises of growth. The European Union slashed its outlook for the euro area, seeing gross domestic product accelerating only slightly. As for Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, its days as an industrial superpower may be coming to an end. Manufacturing output in Europe's biggest economy has been trending downward since 2017, and the decline is accelerating as competitiveness erodes. War is the best answer. In December of yesteryear, on the other side of the world, friends and lawyers for the imprisoned Navalny raised the alarm that they had lost contact with him. He later emerged in a remote Arctic prison camp. Navalny gained initial fame for a 2011 radio interview in which he called the ruling pro-Putin party swindlers and thieves. By the end of that year, as suspicions of massive fraud in parliamentary elections kindled street protests, Navalny emerged as the leading opposition figure. In 2020, Navalny barely survived a nerve agent attack that he and Western governments blamed on Putin. After being treated in the new United Germany, and despite knowing he would be jailed, Navalny returned to Russia and was immediately imprisoned. In addition to eliminating Putin's most charismatic and popular opponent, Navalny's death is certain to further inflame decades due to Russia's 12-year war on Ukraine. It will inflame tensions between the Kremlin and Western capitals, with relations already at their lowest point in decades due to Russia's expansionist aggression in the Ukraine. On Friday, an outraged United States President Joseph Biden left no doubt about the tenor of the aftermath. Asked if Navalny was assassinated, he said, "We don't know exactly what happened," but Biden added there was no doubt it was a consequence of something that Putin and his thugs did. Now, lying is what many powerful states routinely do, particularly in wartime. But at some point, reality will intrude. The on-the-ground situation in the Gaza is increasingly difficult to reconcile with the persistent claims from the Israeli government that its defense forces are prioritizing the minimizing of civilian casualties. More than 27,000 Palestinians, overwhelmingly women and children, have been killed and several thousand are missing, according to the Gazan Health Ministry, with many more buried under rubble. More than 66,000 have been critically injured, crippled for life, with many thousands more traumatized. For those who survive this prolonged, horrific attack, there will be lifelong impacts on health and life expectancy caused by the malnutrition and spread of infectious diseases being reported by the United Nations bodies such as the UN Relief and Works Agency, the World Health Organization, and the World Food Program. Israel's dictator Benjamin Netanyahu's claims may now seem beyond farcical, but they make a kind of sense if seen as the claims of a government following two different policies at the same time, with messages intended for different audiences. Given the impact that the mass killing of Palestinians is now having on Israel's few remaining allies, especially these United States and the Greater British United Kingdom, where protests in support of Palestinians regularly draw large crowds, Israel must maintain the pretense of an orderly war with few civilians killed. Netanyahu's government is lying, but it would be naive to expect otherwise. Lying is what many powerful states routinely do, particularly in wartime. The classic example, after all, is on nuclear strategy. Most governments publicly take the stance that nuclear weapons are solely weapons of last resort, the ultimate deterrent to be abused when all else has failed. That may be reassuring, but it simply isn't true. In reality, all the nuclear powers, these United States, the Greater British United Kingdom, the Fifth French Republic, the Communist Chinese Empire, the revanchist revisionist Russian Empire, and all the rest, can see value in nuclear forces that can be used in circumstances of limited war. Right from the start of Britain's nuclear age in the late 1950s, consideration was given to using nuclear weapons in all conflicts short of world wars. Some of the earliest nuclear weapons were actually freefall bombs for use by Scimitar and Buccaneer strike aerocraft operating from the Royal Navy's aerocraft carriers in distant waters from early in the 1960s. Nuclear weapons were carried on task force ships during the Falklands/Malvinas War more than 40 years ago by now. There were even threats of nuclear use from senior politicians during the Iraq War 20 years ago. American nuclear plans have also existed in myriad different forms. In NATO, for example, nuclear options extended from demonstration shots to show the Soviets the United States meant business, to limited packets of nuclear weapons that might include nuclear artillery shells, short-range missiles, to powerful weapons. The numbers in a package might vary from a handful to half a hundred or more, always with the idea that a limited nuclear war could be won and the opponent defeated. In both the United Kingdom and these United States, this reality was a very far cry from the public idea of stable deterrence, but that was only ever the declaratory policy. What we are witnessing in the Gaza is something akin to this, an implementation policy that differs from what is said in public. The declaratory policy, I mean to say, with my Chinese accent becoming ever more pronounced as we head towards the final minutes, towards the finish line. Israel has repeatedly failed to minimize civilian casualties, and the current Gaza war is no exception apart, of course, from the sheer size of the Palestinian death toll. From early in Israel's current attack on the Gaza, I have argued that the Netanyahu government fell into Hamas's trap by declaring that nothing less than the group's total destruction would suffice. This remained the aim even when Israel's Western allies were getting uneasy at the sheer number of Palestinian civilian casualties. We are now at the end of the 4th month of the war, perhaps the 5th by now. Palestinian casualties are massive, but Netanyahu and the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, persist, combining large-scale bombing with attempts to dislodge Hamas paramilitaries. In areas like the northern Gaza, where the IDF has claimed full control for over a month, Hamas continues to fight and fire rockets into Israel itself. And there are even reports that the group is rebuilding a system of governance. Meanwhile, the IDF and intelligence agencies clearly do not know where Hamas is holding 100 or more hostages. The really damaging outcome for Israel is that right across the region and beyond, it has lost its reputation for being in control of its security. For a state that puts such a huge stake on being secure, the 7th of October was a disaster of historic proportions. But the response of this particular government is proving to be an even greater disaster as the Palestinian death toll heads beyond 30,000 and Israel's reputation plummets as never before. In short, it is proving extremely difficult to destroy Hamas. The Palestinian death toll rises by the day. Half the houses in Gaza have been destroyed or damaged, and many thousands of Palestinians are facing the winter in tents. Meanwhile, hardline Israeli politicians in Netanyahu's government talk openly of the need to replace Palestinians in Gaza with Israeli settlers, and the National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, argues that aid convoys into Gaza should cease entirely. This, with 1 million people now on the move. At some point, reality will intrude, the war will end, and Israel will have to start coming to terms with a very different security environment, one that can be resolved only by talking to the Palestinians and working towards a mutually acceptable long-term peace deal. The American empire could speed that up as the only state that has anything like a veto on Israel due to its massive military support. So far, there is no sign of that, but Joe Biden is facing increasing domestic opposition, and that may, hopefully before long, make a difference. Then, too, a brief alarm erupted in Washington this week, over an unspecified national security threat that some sources now believe is related to a Russian plan to abuse nuclear weapons in space. The prospect is cause for concern, but not panic. Midweek last, on the Sainted Valentine's Ash Wednesday, Representative Mike Turner, the chair of the House Intelligence Committee, issued a cryptic request to President Joe Biden, asking him to declassify information regarding a serious national security threat. Turner's statement angered some of the more extreme members of his own Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Caucus. Representative Andy Ogles claimed that Turner was just trying to whip up some fear about Russia, in part to help passage of a bill authorizing more aid to Ukraine, and he has asked Speaker Mike Johnson to begin an investigation into Turner's public reference to classified information. Other members, however, were more sanguine. Representative Jim Hymas, the ranking Democrat on the Intelligence Committee, told CNN's Manu Raju, the intelligence that he was referring to is like intelligence that we see a couple of times a month. Hymes, according to the Washington Post, said that a danger was brewing in the medium to long term. He puckishly added that there is no need to buy gold. Citing unnamed officials on that same day, Septimania, last week, ABC News reported that the aforecited House Intelligence Committee Chairman Turner was likely talking about a Russian scheme to use nuclear arms in space as ASAT, it is, anti-satellite weapons. So what's going on? For tonight, I'll put my international consultant hat back on. I served as a Department of Defense librarian for well nigh on a decade, with every intention of transferring into national security think tank analysis and advisement to try to clarify some of these issues about nuclear weapons in space. But we should bear in mind that we don't know yet exactly what Turner is referring to. At best, we can merely speculate about a few possibilities for now. Having said that, I will now speculate. Only a few empires, including these United States, the Communist Chinese Empire, the Russian Empire, and Asian India, have demonstrated, or have the demonstrated ability, to destroy or incapacitate satellites in space. Because aiming a small missile and physically hitting another, relatively small thing, whizzing around the Earth, is simply not easy. Firing a nuclear weapon at the satellite's general vicinity would be more reliable, but at great risk of an escalation to general war. For any American president, if such an explosion were to occur and blind American defense and communications networks, the only sensible assumption would be that such a maneuver is the prelude to a nuclear first strike on the United States itself. Indeed, during the Cold War, both Western and Soviet strategists assumed that high-altitude nuclear detonations would be the first moves in a major nuclear conflict, because it would sow confusion and slow down all possible enemy reactions. The entire idea of putting nuclear weapons in space is not only incredibly stupid and provocative, it is also banned by one of my favorite arms control agreements, the 1967 Outer Space Treaty. The popular cultural futurist in me loves this treaty, written 20 years before Americans set foot upon the moon, and now signed by most nations in the world. It affirms that the exploration and use of outer space shall be carried out for the benefit and in the interests of all countries, and shall be the province of all mankind. It also forbids sovereign claims on the moon or other planets, and demands that these and all other objects in space be used solely for peaceful purposes. So take that, Duck Dodgers and Marvin the Martian, as well as anyone else who was thinking about staking a claim to Jupiter or sending the Marines to set up camp at the Jamestown moon base. Some of this, of course, was just so much high-mindedness about things no one could do in 1967. But the Outer Space Treaty has one other significant prohibition within it. States parties to the treaty undertake not to place in orbit around the Earth any objects carrying nuclear weapons or any other kinds of weapons of mass destruction, install such weapons on celestial bodies, or station such weapons in outer space in any other manner. The American and Russo-Soviet empires signed onto this because both superpowers had been playing with fire in the early 60s, trying to game out how they would lob nuclear weapons into Earth's orbit, mostly as a way of gaining a decisive edge in a surprise attack. Long-range missiles, with their half-hour flight times and point-to-point trajectories, give the enemy at least some warning of an incoming strike. Sending bombs into space could offer several advantages. The weapons could take a longer and less visible route to the enemy, say over the South Pole instead of over the North Pole and Canada. They would have unlimited range as they traversed the planet in orbit, and once the enemy was aware of the attack, their impact points would be harder to identify. These systems were dubbed FOBs, FOBS, for Functional Orbital Bombardment Systems, and the entire idea was insanely dangerous and destabilizing. With only seconds to respond, mistakes could be catastrophic, especially given that national leaders would have little choice but to order instant retaliation on the thinnest of warnings. Shooting nuclear bombs into space and then letting them fly around in orbit buys almost nothing in terms of capability and a lot of heartburn in terms of risk, including possible malfunctions and disastrous misunderstandings. Some arms control analysts believe that Red China is nonetheless now trying to create a FOBS capability abusing hypersonic glide vehicles. By the late 60s, the Soviets and the Americans had developed the triad of nuclear forces: bombers, submarines, and ICBMs buried in silos that made it impossible for either of them to disarm the other in a first strike, rendering moot such risky, Strange-Lovian ideas. So what would the Russians gain now by putting a nuclear bomb on an ASAT? Officials familiar with the matter told the Waypost, the Washington Post, that Moscow was developing a capability that might be better able to damage critical intelligence or communication satellites. Perhaps the Russians believe that exploding a weapon in orbit and taking out Western satellites is a firebreak, a way to use nuclear weapons to shock everyone to their senses and bring a conflict to an end without provoking a massive retaliatory attack. If this is Russia's reasoning, then Russian leaders are making a mistake. Russian wargamers might think this way, but real political leaders do not. No matter what clever assurances are being given to the Kremlin by Russian scientists, or even from the general staff, a nuclear explosion in space would likely lead to a chain of events that no one in Moscow would want. I suspect that if the Russians really are monkeying around with some sort of nuclear ASAT system, it's not to gain a new strategic advantage, but to freak out the West. Such a system would be a way of signaling that the Russian Federation is done with pesky treaties and dainty nuclear niceties. Even years before the invasion of Ukraine, the Russians were pushing the limits of existing nuclear agreements. The Americans have to own some of the blame. Presidents George W. Bush and Donald John Trump both pulled the United States out of good treaties regarding, respectively, missile defense systems and medium-range nuclear forces. Americans should be concerned, but at least to judge from the statements of those who've seen the intelligence, this particular Russian system, as the White House noted but a few days ago, has not been deployed and is unlikely to appear anytime soon. In the meantime, the immediate threat to Western security is Russia's ongoing war in Europe. The daily exsanguination of Ukraine is an abomination taking place right on NATO's borders, and America and its allies are far more likely to face an existential crisis arising from Russian military operations here on Earth than from a notional weapon system in space. After all, it's not every Wednesday that Moscow says it is at war with Washington. By collective West, the Kremlin traditionally means 31 NATO countries and the 28 nations of the European Union. The monomaniacrat Vladimir Putin spokesman informed Russians this week that the special military operation that Putin launched in Ukraine in February of 2022 was set to go on much longer because it is now, his words, a war against the collective West. That's right, a war! It was remarkable to hear that word from Putin's spokesman, Dmitry Peskov. Peskov said, "This is a war," when the countries of the collective West, led by the United States, are directly involved in the conflict. Journalists were explicitly banned from using that word, war, as the invasion began, and thousands of Russians have since been detained, fined, and imprisoned for telling the truth about a war which has now been raging for almost 12 years. Confirming that over 20,000 Russians have now been detained and punished for protesting against this war, Sergei Davidis, head of the political prisoners support group, has gone on record with the American press to state that, and here I quote his T, Moskva deputy Alexei Gorinov was sentenced to 7 years in prison for saying war. That includes 131 Russians who have been sentenced to long-term prisons in punishment for peaceful or for more radical anti-war actions. I don't think punishments against the war will now be milder after the Kremlin openly says war. Putin will be next to declare it. The rhetorical escalation came in the same week that Alexei Navalny, Putin's biggest domestic challenger, died in a Russian penal colony in mysterious circumstances. Weeks before the presidential election, the autocrat is flexing his muscles. Russia's leading journalists, analysts, and human rights defenders, both outside and inside the country, are frantically debating the thought process behind declaring this to be a war now. Alex Konankian, or Konanikin, his real name, Alex Konanikin, was formerly Russia's richest entrepreneur and Russia's most wanted defector. I will probably close tonight's transmission. Well, we still got an hour. So let me open this last hour by reading his letter. And so let me get into reading it here. Let me bring it up on screen. This is not my words. This is Alex Konanikin. Putin has been trying to do this for many years. Navalny represented an alternative to Putin's murderous and criminal regime, to our status quo for millions of Russians. His agents almost killed Navalny in 2020. Somebody says can't see. What does that mean? Okay.
Screen share?
Who? What?
Oh, so screen share. I thought you were going to put something on the screen just now. And
No, I'm bringing up a screen for myself to read, Sid.
Okay. Back on mute.
Thank you, Sid. That's cute. Thank you. Okay. Comment on that later. At any rate, his agents almost killed Navalny in 2020 using chemical warfare toxins, and Putin was slowly killing Navalny ever since he returned to Russia after his recovery. As a sadist, Putin chose to subject Navalny to 3 years of torturous conditions before finally murdering him. As Putin was torturing Navalny, he was killing the hope for a new democratic Russia. Putin has ultimately been trying to kill the future, if it is not shaped in his image. He has already caused the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, Ukrainians, Russians, Georgians, Chechens, and many others. But days earlier, in his recent 12-hour propaganda rant to Tucker Carlson, covered widely by global media, Putin expressed sympathy to Adolf Hitler, whom Poland forced to start World War II by refusing to give Hitler its territories. Putin was sympathizing with Hitler for a simple reason. He had become the Hitler of the present. Of course, this is the words of this individual whose letter I'm reading. Understand, of course, that Putin is a wannabe Hitler. He could never be Hitler. Hitler conquered an area the size of Ukraine in a week. Putin's been at it for over 2 years and he can't get shit. There's a big difference, okay? The brutal 3-year-long public murder of Navalny is yet another indication of the irreversible nature of the transformation of Putin's regime into a state waving terror domestically and internationally. As an ethnic Russian, I'm disgusted with the unprovoked aggressive wars waged by my country of birth on the people of independent Ukraine. I have been actively supporting Ukraine since 2014, when Russia waged an unprovoked, aggressive, and criminal war against it. 12 years ago, international media documented my $1 billion bounty put forward for Putin's arrest. suggesting that he should go to trial for war crimes. If 1,000 business people follow my example, it will amount to $1 billion, and the warrant of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, for his arrest may finally be executed. If not stopped, if the threat Putin continues to pose to his own people, let alone the world, go on unabated, he can cause the death of billions. He has the means to do it, with no moral or other restraints. Predictably, Putin put me on his list of targets. His agents, the then Soviet KGB, Committee of State Security, now FSB, Federal Security Service, are still trying to hunt me down around the world. Being an enemy of the criminal Russian state is nothing new to me. For years, I was one of Russia's most wanted. I am not alone in this process. Putin's list of enemies of the state includes the best people of Russia, in my view, including the most famous writers, musicians, actors, journalists, attorneys, scientists, and even the World Wildlife Fund. Among us, the list would go on to include a Nobel Prize winner, a former prime minister, unequivocally the most famous Russian writer, and a former world chess champion. Want to speak out? Facebook and Instagram are banned in Russia as extremist, and many have been jailed for protesting the war. Putin's regime puts people in jail for social media likes, or for holding a blank sheet of paper. The European Parliament has declared Russia to be a state sponsor of terrorism. A number of countries and the U.S. Senate would go on to second this decision. And for these reasons and more, I'm grateful to the United States of America for the political asylum granted to me after my defection from Russia in 1991. And in 2024, I don't regret being Putin's enemy. I'd find it disgusting how anyone could be his ally. Oh, by the way, what this person put out, I misread as $1 billion bounty. He's a wealthy man, but he put out $1 million bounty. And what he's saying is that if only 1,000 other business people followed his example, they could altogether put out $1 billion bounty. And the warrant for the ICC, the International Criminal Court, for his arrest, Putin's arrest, would finally be executed by someone who wants to be a billionaire. Of course, the higher the, profit is directly proportionate to risk. Let's just put it that way. And, the Kremlin's big declaration of war took place on the day when Ukrainian intelligence said they had destroyed a large and expensive Russian landing ship, emphasizing that the poorest regions suffer most within the faltering Russian economy, which is smaller than that of mine own Golden State nation of California's. Insider Magazine's editor-in-chief, Timur Olevsky, has informed America's Fourth Estate that Putin has been obsessed with the idea of revisiting the height of Soviet influence at the 1945 post-World War II peace talks. To quote his T, the Kremlin is deeply disappointed in Washington being unwilling to negotiate a deal for Ukraine without Ukraine's participation. Nobody wants to sit down with Putin for the dream negotiations. Yalta 2. Somebody flicked him on the nose, it looks like, so the Kremlin finally marks the failure of all their efforts to negotiate with the West. By the resources spent on the war, Russia has caught up with what the West has been spending on aid for Ukraine. According to analyses published by Novye Izvestia this week, Russians have been increasingly growing impoverished, the average monthly income having fallen to parity with figures from 2013. Even before Putin invaded Ukraine, more than 16 million Russians lived on less than 200 United States dollars a month. Any professional reporter, if they were in Tucker Carlson's position earlier this month, would have asked Putin, with all of Russia's natural resources, why is your population so poor? Can you really afford this war? In 2021, Putin claimed poverty and problems in the healthcare system were the main enemies of Russia. But instead of solving them, the Kremlin has been reportedly spending 1/3 of its income on the war in Ukraine. Putin himself has picked up the theme of fighting the collective West on Friday, although he did not use the word war. He harked back to the Greater Soviets era leader Leonid Brezhnev and condemned the neocolonialism of the West. To quote St, its aggressive manifestations are visible today in the attempts of the collective West to maintain its dominance and domination by any means, to economically subjugate other countries, deprive them of sovereignty, and impose alien values and cultural traditions. Such a policy has become a barrier to the development of all humanity. While Russia's missiles continue to rain down upon Ukraine and his forces launch attack after attack on the Ukrainian defensive lines, it is worth remembering how ludicrous, how laughably ridiculous it sounds to hear Putin attacking the aggression of the West. A 15-year-old Kherson schoolboy named Artur, who lost an arm in Russia's bombing of his town in November of 2022, then told the world press, in his own words, "We have lost the ability to live like humans because of Putin's aggression. We cannot go to school. They bomb us every single day." 12 years later, the Kremlin is looking to escalate tensions, not seek peace. There is no sign that the bombs will ever stop. A well-known Russia observer, Ilya Barabanov, has told the world press, "Nobody in power seems to care about the aftermath, but they struggle to explain to the population how come the army has been stuck in the battle for Avdiivka for 2 years, so they now create a bigger conflict, claim that pretty much the entire world is their enemy." The Kremlin's claim that Russia is now at war with the West has sent Russian morale plunging even lower. Moscow's Kommersant newspaper reported this week, "The demand for psychological help is already like a tsunami in Russia, especially among citizens with alcohol dependency, which has increased by 85% this year." That is a real indicator of the atmosphere Putin has created. People no longer believe his claims that everything is going according to plan. The plan is his term. Everything is going according to the plan, implying it's divine. The population is stressed. The paranoia epidemic will grow even worse now that Navalny has been killed and the Kremlin has officially declared that Russia is at war with the United States, an empire with an economy more than 5 times its size. The 54-year-old Natalia Strelkova, a corporate attorney from Nizhny Novgorod, has told the American press that the declaration had left her, in her own words, utterly depressed. When all her friends were running away from Russia at the beginning of the war, Strelkova she felt, in her words, as if her world was falling apart. The best people are leaving us in this mess. But she stayed to take care of her elderly mother who could barely walk. To quote she, "Every time we hit the bottom harder and fall through it, and now we are at war with the entire world, it seems. What else could be worse? Next will be nuclear, nobody doubts. What depresses me most is the helpless situation we have. The majority will still vote for Putin simply because they feel lost without him, despite tiny salaries, awful medical service, men dying on the front, despite the growing feeling of instability." Analyzing data and Russian social media, a researcher at the USC Center on Communication Leadership and Policy named Vasily Gaitov has informed America's Fourth Estate that there were huge signs of social stress. To quote St, "Our research shows that Russians are feeling increasing anxiety. After the news of mobilization last year, the amount of vodka purchased by Russians increased by 4 times. Pavel Kanygin, an investigative journalist at Novaya Gazeta, the New Gazette, has offered his theory that the declaration of war had a lot to do with the Russian army contracts, himself attesting that, to quote his T, they are trying to keep those who have already signed the contracts in order not to conduct a new mobilization. Vasily Polonsky, an analyst in Moscow, thought it was more about domestic politics. He said it was, in his words, an attempt to explain why it still goes on, because of the upcoming elections. Russia will hold the presidential election next month, on March 15th. There are 3 candidates besides Putin who all support the war in Ukraine, so Russians who do not support the invasion have no candidate to back. Stalin, a dab hand at political assassination himself, supposedly used to say, "No person, no problem." So why did it take so long for Vladimir Putin to kill Alexei Navalny? The monomaniacrat, Vladimir Putin, could not murder opposition leader Alexei Navalny with a bullet behind closed doors in the good old Soviets way, at least not according to Russia's current constitution. And that document has surprising importance to the country's sham democracy and its Six Supremo. It's an interesting document, and it may have prolonged Navalny's life, though for reasons that have little to do with the rule of law. Only those guilty of 1 or more of 5 serious crimes officially can be executed, according to this piece of paper Putin has amended many times to give himself ever more power, or more time in power. But he did bother to amend it. Russia is a place where forms must be followed, and justice offered with the state's one hand, while summary judgment is dealt out with the other. Navalny, an irritant for more than a decade, was never charged with the particularly grim forms of murder that would qualify for a death sentence. Nor was he accused of attempting to murder a judge, nor a police officer, nor a state official, nor genocide. So how does the dictator of a shadow republic handle a man whose courage in word and action are nearly indistinguishable from suicidal intentions? By the way, Navalny's widow has just spoken out. This is breaking news. Opposition leader killed by Novichok. Well, there you go. In Russia's case, Navalny was treated with a 12-prong approach. First, he was allowed a measured amount of rope. For the Kremlin, Navalny offered the opportunity to demonstrate its free speech credentials to the gullible, both external and internal. Navalny was allowed to speak and to work with obstacles strategically placed in his path. Navalny's speech allowed others to feel that they had a voice. It was Putin's government bending, not breaking, when Navalny and his team were allowed to carry out corruption investigations of people in the tightest circles around Putin, and even Putin himself. That's not to say that anyone in the Kremlin liked it, but it was the cost of doing business in a republic of lies. Emphasis on republic. They feared few consequences, unless their crimes were truly news to those above. So Putin allowed Navalny's videos to be found not just on the Western web, but by Russians as well. No, Navalny did not have a TV channel, but he had channels to share his contempt for the regime. Even from prison, where Navalny spent years, he was able to call people out onto the streets to protest Putin's eternal rule. He spracketh to the world during court appearances. He spracketh with allies and smuggled out messages, trying to keep the opposition alive as he himself froze to death above the Arctic Circle. Of course, when Navalny pushed hard enough, or even a little too hard, the rope would become a rubber band and snap back. More allies beaten and imprisoned, more outlets of free expression curtailed, more time in horrific prisons for Navalny himself. While Putin's finger was firmly planted on the scales of justice, the forms held. There were judges, juries, attorneys, and a glass cage for the star attraction in the show trials, Navalny himself. It was déjà vu, Greater Soviet style. I say Navalny was allowed because Russia has a history of treating opponents otherwise. This is the nation of Vasily Blokhin, who killed tens of thousands by his own hand at the orders of Joseph Stalin, many of whom showed far less defiance than Navalny ever did. But that brings us to the second prong of Putin's approach to the problem of Navalny. Violence unsanctioned by even the loosest interpretation of the law. Yes, Moskva's assassins don't always get it right, especially not the first time. But escaping spies, death squads, goon squads, and the practitioners of polonium isn't something you can do forever. Navalny himself was poisoned with Novichok the first time, a nerve agent that did not kill him. In August of 2020, he fell into a coma and miraculously came back to life after months of recovery in Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany. He went back to Russia immediately upon his recovery. The New York Times has an interesting look at what might have motivated him, but courage, stubbornness, and fear of irrelevancy are the highlights. Navalny was immediately arrested, and the judicial farce began. Multiple trials and multiple sentences, his prisons getting farther and farther removed from the capital, the conditions more harsh. What more could Vladimir Putin want? For Alexei Navalny to finally shut up! A few short weeks before the presidential election that will, short of an act of God, continue Putin's unbeaten streak, a man who had seemed healthy the day before was announced dead in his prison north of the Arctic Circle. What we are left with is unambiguous ambiguity, just as in the recent case of Yevgeny Prigozhin, the maniacal butcher chef who marched his men on Moscow and had a peaceful meeting with Putin just a few days later because one maniacal butcher couldn't overthrow another. Shortly after that meeting, Prigozhin lost his life in a mysterious plane crash caused by an explosion. Certainly the bomb aboard was in no way planted by the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, late of the KGB, and more recently of war crimes in Ukraine, or his representatives. You understand I'm being sarcastic. Navalny was legally sentenced to prison. All the forms were filled out, the hearings heard, the briefs filed, and the motions made. If he just happened to die while he was there, well, whose fault is that? This is a lesson to the citizens of the United States and all other democracies. Adhering to the symbols, but not the substance, of good governance is no different than not having them at all. The spirit of democracy. Remember I emphasized Russia is a fucking republic? That's what we'll have if the Republicans win. The spirit of democracy matters far more than any words on a page. Which is why you have no choice but to back the Democrats in America. Vladimir Putin's own response to denunciations of his opponents' murders has been indignant denials via his press office. Putin does not deign to mention their names, living or dead, though his smirk in public after their demise says it all. The news of Navalny's death hit Western leaders gathered in Munich for their security conference like a thunderclap. It seemed to bring the Allies, fraying over Ukraine, together in shock and disgust. Some Western politicians expressed the hope that the news was a symptom of the decadence of Putin's regime. It is simply too comforting to assume that political depravity equals political decadence, however. Russian history is pockmarked with political assassinations. The murder of Rasputin in December of 1916 was a grisly symptom of the impending collapse of the Romanov regime. But let's not be mesmerized by the mirage Navalny's fate will arouse the Russian people from their passivity. Hasn't political killing more often served Russia's despots than disgusted their subjects? Killing with impunity even an imprisoned or exiled opponent is not a sign of weakness. In August 1940, Stalin arranged the murder of Trotsky in his remote and half-forgotten Mexican exile. The point was to show that impotence was no defense against Stalin's revenge. It took 51 years for the Greater Soviets regime to implode after that. The trail of political murders in Putin's Russia may, similarly, not lead to his downfall soon. It is striking that on the same day as Navalny's death, the murderer of the anti-war journalist, Anna Politkovskaya, saw his prison sentence commuted. Putin's regime has fed itself on human sacrifice, from the anonymous slaughtered masses in Chechnya 20 years ago to the Donbas today, along with high-profile murders like that of Boris Nemtsov 9 years ago in front of the Kremlin itself. Fear of the regime and shame at that situation perversely stabilizes Putin's hold on power. Unfortunately, after the outbreak of the war against Ukraine, hundreds of thousands of young Russians fled their country. Like the immigration of millions after 1917 helped to stabilize the new Greater Soviet regime, so the hemorrhaging of educated people since 2022 has been a price worth paying for Vladimir Putin. There has been much scornful talk recently of how the Greater Russian Empire is becoming a gigantic version of North Korea, ostracized by the West. Don't forget that the Kim dynasty hasn't just clung to power there, but entrenched its monstrous regime for over 3 generations. Putin has no lineal successor, but he has created a perversely native regime for the Russian Empire. After Tsar Paul was murdered in 1801, like his father, Peter III, 40 years earlier, some joked that it was not true to say Russia had no constitution. It was an autocracy, moderated by assassination. Putin's version today is what he calls sovereign democracy. Russian people get to elect their president after the presidential candidates have been filtered by assassination. There is a dangerous irony for Putin as he crushes a dissident and wears down Ukraine's defenders as the West tires of financing the means of fending off his aggression. Victory has often been a bigger threat to Russia's despotisms than defeats. But, more likely, he will go the way of Stalin. Immediately after his triumph in 1945, the dictator began a crackdown on those veterans who expected a relaxed regime now that its enemy was destroyed. Like Stalin, Putin needs a foreign enemy to destabilize his regime, even when it seems stronger than ever, as the Greater Soviet Russia seemed at the start of the Cold War, that third world conflict we misnomer as cold. The tragedy of Alexei Navalny is that his death is less about intimidating ordinary Russians than permanently antagonizing the West. Cynics might say that a few years after murdering Trotsky, Stalin was courted by Winston Churchill and Franklin Roosevelt. But the Western Allies knew they then needed the Red Army to have any hope of fighting Adolf Hitler. Afterwards, they got the First Cold War, which was a huge asset to the Greater Soviet's leaders in their task of maintaining power. Now it's Putin who finds himself in a much stronger position than the West believes. As Alexei Navalny, the undisputed leader of the Russian opposition, died in an Arctic prison facility on Friday, most of the commentators argued that Vladimir Putin's regime had lost the last remnants of its credibility. Dozens of Western leaders assigned a full responsibility for his passing on the Kremlin, while President Biden said he is looking at a whole number of options in response to this brutal human rights violation in Russia. These reactions might please many of democracy activists in and around Russia, but I think the time has come to ask oneself why Russia rejected a democratic system in favor of Putin's lifelong presidency. Unlike many dictators, Putin hasn't introduced one-party rule or banned the elections, and while there are more people in Russia disagreeing with his policies that the Kremlin insists, just dozens went out to lay flowers in memory of the Kremlin's most dedicated opponent. No one in Russia has the balls or the guts or the heart to even say sorry that Navalny died. I had predicted Vladimir Putin would rule Russia until the end of his days back in 2013, and I still believe my forecast. Putin's strength, to my mind, stems not only from his authoritarianism and terror against the dissenters, the latter started just in the early 2020s, but from a combination of historic background and traditions, on the one hand, and of sophisticated policies pursued by the ruling elites on the other. First, it should be noted that Russia's history has been built around the thirst for territorial expansion and imperial aspirations since Muscovy established itself an empire well before it had turned into Russia in its contemporary sense. Moreover, the nation has been fueled for centuries by a feeling of its uniqueness, religious, cultural, ideological, and military, which has merged with the country's identity. From the establishment of modern Russia in the 16th century, it was economically based on the use of its vast natural resources, so the central government's right to redistribute the nation's wealth has never been questioned. All this makes the strong centralized political system quite natural for Russia. Second, Putin's term, Team Putin, has done a brilliant job since he arose as the national dictator in 1999 because they orchestrated a very gradual change in the social system, exchanging the economic freedom for political expression. The system, simultaneously proclaiming respect for laws and rules but presupposing massive exclusions and combining business with public service, seemed very common to the Russians, so they got accustomed to them quite quickly. And finally, Putin and his team talked with their people in a much more plain and transparent way than the liberal opposition did. Moreover, the Kremlin has masterfully abused the statist propaganda, which was welcomed by the Russian people. In 2010, I argued that Russia of the 2000s is nothing like the Greater Soviet Union of the 1970s. The new emerging authoritarian order has been built without both the Soviets' ban on information and the Soviet sealed borders. To build a largely authoritarian system where people are personally free was an incredible achievement for the Kremlin dictatorship. I would add that Putin had spent around 10 years, starting by his annexation of the Crimea, changing Russians' priorities. The so-called Crimean Consensus put geopolitical concerns above economic ones in people's minds, and laid the groundwork for Russia to be able to survive a decade-long economic slowdown without visible political discontent, and preparing it to encounter the massive outside pressure stemming from President Putin's Ukrainian adventure. The strength of Putin's regime is based on three pillars. First, he resonates with Russians' imperial aspirations and their feelings of their country's uniqueness. Second, he succeeded in building a system beneficial for Russians, not only bureaucrats and silovikis, but state employees of all ranks, entrepreneurs, wealthy city dwellers, and even retirees who are interested in its stability. Third, through pulling his country into war, he transformed all those critical of him into Ukraine supporters. The immigrant opposition claims now that Ukraine's victory means Russia's freedom, and therefore into traitors. All this makes his regime stronger today than it was 10 years ago, and the Western policymakers should never ignore this fact. The last point I want to make concerns Putin's inner circle. For years, I believed that such a personalistic regime cannot survive its founder's death. Today, as during the war, almost nobody of the ruling elite has deserted it. I'm not so sure of such a perspective. Putin's inner circle realizes well that the advantages caused by its position outweigh any discontent that might arise from personal animosities. To the contrary, the anti-Putin forces are now fighting each other more fiercely than they are taking on the Kremlin because they have nothing to defend. No one knows whether Putin's fifth term will be his last. As such, Navalny's death secures Putin's Russia from any risk of a détente with the West. One can only hope that he has planted a seed which will one day germinate into something more fruitful. But it might be that after Putin, the West encounters another Putin. Even his name might be different, and not someone similar to Alexei Navalny. In interim, Putin has made it clear that Russia itself is our civilizational enemy. George Knight and I used to try and specify that the Russian people were not our enemy. But, as the poet Robert Frost once said, a liberal is someone too broad-minded to take his own side in a fight. What would Robert Frost say about those on the radicalized right who seemed confused about the same question? Over the last few days, Donald Trump told a rally he'd supposedly warned the leader of a NATO nation that he'd encourage the Russians to do whatever the hell they want against countries that weren't spending enough on defense. While the former Fox News personality Tucker Carlson broadcast videos from Moscow praising its grocery stores and subways as superior to those in these United States. Of course, I would ask why he doesn't simply move there himself. We'd all be happy to see him defect. And worst of all, Vladimir Putin simply does not belong in your goddamn living room. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has been looking to reach out to the American public and to do it directly. He cocked his way into an interview with the former Fox personality Tucker Carlson, who is now Elon Musk's problem on X, Twitter Zal, to use a Hebraism. Zal, after a person's name, means that that person is dead. It being an abbreviation from the Hebrew phrase Zichrono Livracha, of blessed memory. The feminine form being Zichrona Livracha. The correct way to pronounce the abbreviation in either case being Zal. Twitter Zal, I'll say from now on so I don't have to say, formerly known as Twitter. Giving the oligarch-in-chief an American platform was both unnecessary and unhelpful. If people are looking for Putin's propaganda, they can find it in any number of places, including RT, the satellite TV channel, carefully rebranded from its original incarnation, Russia Today, because it was too on the nose. Putin's point of view is also amply represented by the millions of bots and their makers that inundate the internet. In fact, the revanchist, revisionist Greater Russian Empire has been doing an excellent job of shaping American opinion already. Support for helping Ukraine fight the war against Russian expansionism is sliding. A majority of Republicans are now saying that we're doing too much, and Congress is unable and unwilling to pass a $110 billion United States dollar package that actually would help United States arms manufacturers at least as much as the Israeli and Ukrainian people. More than anything, Putin wants the people of these United States to be tired of Ukraine, tired of hearing about Russian war crimes and missile attacks on civilians, tired of a war that seems so far away, tired of what Russia would tell you is a distraction from wars closer to home. Putin already has worshippers on the right, Donald John Trump among them. There's really no point in helping him gather steam with the aid of what was always likely to be a sympathetic audience. So we should have expected that the Russian Supremo, who is getting up there in years, would be the one trying to convince us all to take a nap. His job in any interview was to assure us that everything will be fine if we just let Ukraine slip away. He had chosen a right-wing pundit as his foil, someone who can vigorously nod when Putin speaks against wokeness and shared values of hating LGBTQIA plus people. You might have expected Putin the monomaniacrat to be uncomfortable answering questions about his actions at home and abroad, but the truth is that Russia's dictator has a canned call-in show once a year where he can be the good Tsar who listens to his people. It's a smashing success, watched by tens of millions. If you want more of the same, try RT, available in 85 million American homes. Slickly produced and eternally disassembling, RT plays the trick of putting the bug-eyed crazy against the merely insane. Put both sides in front of people, with one side stark raving mad, and you're likely to choose the option that is speaking in tongues, but at a respectable decibel level. More subtle, sometimes, are Russian influence efforts online and through indirect media manipulation. Sure, there are bots and trolls out there doing Moskva's bidding, but the Kremlin's efforts have become far more sophisticated since the Russian Internet Agency, the IRA, threw its endorsement behind former President Donald Trump in the 2016 and 2020 elections. None of this would seem to indicate the need to give Putin yet another way into our lives. Maybe Tucker Carlson could make it a package deal next time and host Communist China's Dear Leader Xi Jinping during a live special. We could call it the Totalitarian Hour. For its own part, the Russo collaborationist Republican-controlled House of Representatives is refusing to approve another tranche of aid to Ukraine as it runs short of artillery shells in a defensive war against the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. What's notable about all this is people who, in other contexts, are fierce about the need to defend Western civilization, are unenthusiastic about a core institution of the modern West, namely NATO, and feel little urgency about checking the aggression of an empire that is an avowed and long-time civilizational adversary of the West. There be legitimate policy disagreements about NATO and the Ukrainian war, but there should never be any doubt about the larger significance of the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's challenge to the West's interests, values, and resolve. Bear in mind that COVID and the war in Ukraine killed globalization, which leads to autarkies, which leads to world war. The autarkies are independent, separate, sovereign economies prevailed as a preamble to World War II. And last year, Les Estados Unidos Mexicanos replaced the Communist Chinese Empire as the largest source of American merchandise imports. There be no mystery why this happened. Imports from Red China plunged 20.3%. Some of the decline in Communist Chinese imports is attributable to Red Chinese firms moving production to offshore locations, such as the United Mexican States, which benefits from the USMCA agreement, as well as Vietnam and other Southeast Asia locations. There are also data anomalies, so the actual drop in Communist Chinese imports may not be as large as the U.S. Census Bureau reported. In any event, the trend indicates the American and Communist Chinese economies are decoupling. U.S. exports to Red China also declined, down 4.0% in 2023. Overall, U.S.-China 12-way trade, Sino-American two-way trade fell 16.7% yesteryear. It's not just the Chinese and American empires, however. Global trade took a hit in 2023. In December, the UN Conference on Trade and Development projected global trade would drop 5% from the record mark of 2022. At the same time, UNCTAD, UNCTAD, as the aforementioned organization, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development is known, stated that the outlook for 2024 is highly uncertain and generally pessimistic due to persistent geopolitical tensions, high levels of debt, and widespread economic fragility. It doesn't help that there will be, this year, diminished demand in developed countries as well as underperformance in East Asia economies. Not long ago, globalization looked unstoppable, and in the era of fast integration, which began after the Third World War that we misnomer the Cold War ended, business did not have to worry about political barriers to trade. Companies soon realized they no longer needed to manufacture close to customers and so built factories where costs were extremely low, such as mainland China. Supply chains, as a result, became longer, and many stretched halfway around the globe. Businesses became highly efficient and thus were able to produce products at unprecedentedly low cost and with great speed. Everything could be delivered just in time. Now that manufacturing model no longer looks viable. In his March 24th, 2022 letter to BlackRock shareholders, Larry Fink wrote, and here I read therefrom, "The Russian invasion of Ukraine has put an end to the globalization we have experienced over the last 3 decades." He suggested the Ukraine war killed globalization because globalization had already been weakened by the COVID-19 pandemic, which had lessened connectivity among nations, among companies, and among peoples. Fink, himself overseeing 10 trillion United States dollars of wealth as the world's largest asset manager and one of the biggest beneficiaries and proponents of global integration, is not the only one who saw a historic transition. Henry Kissinger, at about the same time, spraketh of a totally new era. And when Xi and Vladimir Putin met in Uzbekistan in September of 2022, the Chinese communist dictator spraketh of a world of chaos. In the new era of chaos and war, the skies and seas are no longer reliably safe for commerce. The Red Sea attacks by Yemen's Houthi militants, for instance, have convinced many shipping companies to add weeks and thousands of miles to journeys by avoiding the Suez Canal and traveling around the Cape of Good Hope at the southern tip of Africa. Companies are already taking the next step, manufacturing products close to customers, reversing a 3-decade-old trend. UNCTAD reported that since the first quarter of 2022, trade between geopolitically close countries, as measured by UN voting records, has increased over 6%, and trade between both geopolitically distant and geopolitically very distant countries has dropped more than 4%. The lines are being drawn. This is what U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen famously called friendshoring. And governments are accelerating the trend towards pre-war autarky. The United States, starting in the Trump administration no less, began pulling American supply chains out of mainland China to make them more resilient. Xi Jinping, on top of everything else, has been pushing foreign companies out of Red China as he tries to reserve his country's mass market for state enterprises, with, among other things, relentless prosecutions of foreign businesses and the issuance of vague national security rules. China's Mao-admiring dictator has made the Communist Chinese Empire a hostile environment. Xi's actions are also cutting his country off from the world. Yesteryear, Red China's merchandise exports fell 4.6% in dollar terms. Imports were down 5.5%. If increasing trade promotes peace, as everybody believes, does declining trade pave the way for war? The way to war. Yes! So said the late, great Samuel Huntington in his landmark 1996 work titled The Clash of Civilizations and the Remaking of World Order. The Harvard political scientist argued that the direction of trade, not the volume, is what is important. Huntington proved that economic interdependence fosters peace only when states expect that high trade levels will continue into the foreseeable future. Huntington wrote that if trade partners see interests diverging, war is likely to result. Of course, war does not inevitably result when countries delink economies, yet the threshold for the use of force almost inevitably drops in these circumstances. While countries are delinking, war is in fact spreading. There is at the moment the war in Ukraine, insurgencies across North Africa that prosecute hostilities as wars, and the war that started in Gaza is now destabilizing Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and the Kingdom of Jordan. As wars disrupt societies, companies move factories closer to home and trade declines. As trade declines, countries have fewer reasons to keep the peace. The world is now caught in this destructive, self-reinforcing cycle, and there be no end in sight. So, in the few moments we have remaining, I must ask for your financial help. Obviously, I risk everything whenever I open my mouth. I have put my life on the line more times than I can count. I, too, have survived assassination attempts. But I'm still here to speak to you, because we have democracy to balance out the Republicans. Were I in a republic, I would be in a prison in Alaska above the Arctic Circle. We cannot afford to let the Republicans win. So understand our need for democracy in America if we're to ever hope that there's any potential for myself acquiring the secular power that would be needed to lead yourselves into a true century of progress. With that in mind, of course, I need your contributions. We need to raise $100 today, $100 with each of the next 2 episodes, so that I can pay rent and have a balance for necessary supply runs. And with that, we'll be bringing tonight's episode to an end quite quickly. Anyone who's on the call, let's have them say good morning to all of our listeners. How about you, Sid? Oh, Peter Moon has joined us.
Well, I've been listening, and I was going to say is, the MAGA fans are doing a GoFundMe to help pay Donald Trump's $350 million fine.
Yeah, I'm not even asking for that much.
But it's also issuing 399 official gold sneakers he's selling, the Trump brand. So maybe we could do some Douglas Dietrich sneakers with Bieber's connections in China. The Douglas Dietrich sneaker.
Oh, God, I only wish.
merchandise.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Trotsky's, yeah.
Douglas T-shirts.
Yeah, there we are. Well, my autograph would look good on a T-shirt, but we'd have to make it perma. When I autographed some T-shirts in the past, the ink just runs so immediately. It's incredible how there's hardly a thing as a permanent marker anymore. But yeah, thanks for the idea, Peter. Obviously, I wish we could.
Well, you know what? You know what? He's doing it, and he's got the infrastructure set up to do it, not only cash-wise, but with his crowd. So this puts a very intriguing element into the dynamics at play. We can talk about more of that another time, because it's so much more complex than one party versus the other party, the other factors, and hopefully maybe we can think of something like that, brainstorm something like that for you.
That's a good idea, and of course it'll be Wednesday before you know it. We have plenty of time to speak of a number of things then. I spoke of a lot tonight. I'll, of course, timestamp it for you, and I'll put
I've been listening for about an hour or more, maybe even more than that. I heard what you were saying about Vladimir. Intriguing.
Understood, but I was going into some of the psychic experiences that the lads were asking for, so I went into that in some depth. So I'll timestamp that for you.
That I did not hear, but
yeah. And but definitely appreciate your appearance, and again, say good morning to the audience, Peter, and then I'll have the other gentlemen do the same.
And tune in on Wednesday and donate to Douglas if you can.
Yes, thank you so much, and Peter will try and be right in front of he'll be on screen and staring at the screen at the time that we call, so hopefully he can hear.